Every year through the 1920s, American doctors wrote 11 million prescriptions for whiskey during Prohibition. The Treasury Department printed special forms. Pharmacists kept the bottles behind the counter. And the disease for which whiskey was most often prescribed was tuberculosis, the same disease that killed 1 in 4 people in the 19th century. Today, we know that alcohol triples your risk of tuberculosis, that it weakens the immune system, that it feeds the very bacillus it was meant to destroy. But for more than a century, doctors handed dying patients a glass of brandy and called it medicine. In the sanatoriums of Europe, tuberculosis patients were given Hungarian wine with dinner and French cognac at bedtime. In America, physicians debated whether whiskey was a stimulant or a poison, often prescribing it either way. And in the patent medicine bottles that lined every pharmacy shelf, alcohol content reached 25%, hidden behind labels promising a cure for consumption. Tonight, we trace this strange and troubling history. From the first sanatoriums to the last Prohibition prescriptions, from the doctors who believed alcohol could save lives, to the science that proved it was taking them. This is the story of the TB whiskey prescription. Welcome to the Sanatorium. Tonight we're exploring one of the strangest chapters in medical history, the century-long practice of treating the world's deadliest disease with a substance that made it worse. It is a story of good intentions and fatal mistakes, of scientific debate and commercial exploitation, of doctors who genuinely believed they were helping, and patients who had no choice but to trust them. If you're new here, this channel explores how tuberculosis, the disease that killed 1 in 4 people in the 19th century, shaped everything from architecture to art, from fashion to the American West. We follow the White Plague through history, tracing the ways it transformed not just medicine, but culture, society, and the very fabric of human life. If that sounds like your kind of history, consider subscribing. This episode takes us through the grand sanatoriums of the Swiss Alps and the German Highlands, through American pharmacies during Prohibition, and into the laboratories where scientists finally understood what alcohol does to the human body fighting tuberculosis. We'll meet the pioneering doctors who prescribed wine and brandy with absolute conviction, and the reformers who fought to stop them. We'll follow the trail of prescriptions and patent medicines, of medical debates and desperate patients. Now, settle in, find a comfortable position, let your breathing slow. We have a long journey ahead, through candlelit sick rooms and gaslit pharmacies, through sanatorium dining halls and temperance meeting halls, through a world where medicine and poison came in the same bottle. Let's begin. Imagine, if you will, a dining hall in the mountains of Silesia, 1875. Through tall windows, the last light of a winter afternoon illuminates snow-covered peaks. The sun has dropped behind the western ridgeline, leaving the sky streaked with amber and rose. Inside, the air is warm, scented with roasted meat and fresh bread. Gas lamps have been lit along the walls, their soft light reflecting off polished wood and white linen. At long tables covered in starched tablecloths, men and women in evening dress lift crystal glasses filled with deep red wine. The men wear dark suits, high collars, carefully trimmed beards. The women wear silk and velvet, their hair pinned up in elaborate arrangements, their faces powdered to conceal their pallor. They are laughing, some of them, making conversation about politics and art and the gossip of distant cities. Others sit quietly, their faces pale, their portions untouched, their eyes fixed on some middle distance that no one else can see. A waiter moves silently between the tables, refilling glasses from bottles of Hungarian Tokay. He is practiced in his work, attentive but unobtrusive, bending close to each glass with the formal precision of a servant in a grand hotel. But this is not a hotel. And these are not ordinary guests. These are patients. Every person in this room has tuberculosis. The cough that they suppress behind silk handkerchiefs, the fever that rises in the night, the weight that slips away no matter how much they eat. These are the common bonds that unite them. And every glass of wine they drink has been prescribed by their physician. This is Gerbersdorf, the world's first tuberculosis sanatorium. Its founder, Dr. Hermann Bremer, has developed a treatment regime unlike anything the medical world has seen. Fresh mountain air, breathe deeply on long walks through pine forests. Gentle exercise on carefully maintained trails. Abundant food at every meal, meat and butter and cream and eggs, all the rich nourishment that the wasting body craves. And alcohol, Hungarian wine with dinner, French cognac at bedtime. Bremer believes in what he calls the dietetic hygienic treatment. The consumptive body is weak, he reasons, and must be strengthened. Wine stimulates the appetite, ensuring that patients can consume the enormous meals his regime requires. Cognac warms the blood and promotes restful sleep. Together with fresh air and rest, they give the body the strength to fight the disease that is destroying it from within. His patients trust him. Many of them have been told by other doctors that there is nothing to be done, that they should go home and put their affairs in order. Some have travelled across Europe to reach this remote valley, leaving behind families and careers and everything familiar in the desperate hope that the mountains might save them. Here, surrounded by others who share their fate, they find something they had lost. Hope. And so they drink. Wine at 7, cognac at 10. The ritual becomes as much a part of the cure as the mountain air itself. Some will leave Gerbersdorf believing themselves cured. Others will never leave at all. What none of them know, what Bremer himself does not know, is that the alcohol he prescribes with such conviction is doing something to their bodies that no one in 1875 can see. It is weakening the very defences they need most. It is feeding the bacillus that feeds on them. But that knowledge is still decades away. For now, there is only the wine, the cognac, the mountain air, and the desperate hope that somehow it will be enough. This is where our story begins. To understand why doctors prescribed alcohol for tuberculosis, we must first understand what they believed about both. And to understand that, we must enter a world very different from our own. A world before germ theory, before antibiotics, before the microscope revealed the invisible enemies that destroy us from within. In the 19th century, tuberculosis was not merely a disease. It was the disease, the captain of the men of death, as one writer called it. In 1850, consumption was responsible for approximately 1/4 of all deaths in Europe and North America. 1 in 4. Think of that number. In every family of reasonable size, someone was likely dying of it. In every street, in every village, in every city, the cough and the fever and the slow wasting were familiar presences. It killed slowly, painfully, and with terrible certainty. The early stages might last for years. A persistent cough, a low fever in the evenings, a gradual loss of weight that no amount of eating could reverse. Then came the blood, coughed up in handkerchiefs that were quickly hidden. The night sweats that left patients drenched and exhausted by morning. The cavities forming in the lungs, visible on autopsy as great empty spaces where healthy tissue had once been. And no one knew what caused it. This is the most important thing to understand about 19th century tuberculosis. The disease was everywhere, killing millions, and the finest medical minds of the age had no idea why. The prevailing theory held that consumption was hereditary, a weakness of constitution passed from parent to child. If your mother died of it, you would likely die of it too. This seemed obvious. The disease clearly ran in families. What we now understand as transmission within households looked to 19th century eyes like inherited doom. Some physicians believe tuberculosis arose from an imbalance of the humours, that ancient Greek system of medicine that still lingered in the corners of European thought. Others blamed cold air, damp climates, or excessive mental exertion. Artists and poets were thought particularly susceptible. The creative temperament, it was believed, wore down the body's defences. Women were considered more vulnerable than men. The poor were thought to bring it on themselves through dissolute living. The one thing almost all physicians agreed upon was that the consumptive body was fundamentally weakened, and that treatment must focus on building it back up. This is where alcohol entered the picture. In 19th century medicine, alcohol was not primarily understood as a depressant. That understanding would come later, with more sophisticated knowledge of neurology and pharmacology. Instead, alcohol was classified as a stimulant, a substance that quickened the pulse, warmed the blood, and gave strength to the failing body. The evidence seemed clear enough. Drink a glass of brandy and you feel warm. Your cheeks flush with colour. Your heart beats faster. Your appetite awakens. These immediate observable effects were taken as proof that alcohol invigorated the system, that it provided fuel for the body's vital fires. The word cordial itself comes from the Latin word cor, meaning heart. The cordials prescribed by Victorian physicians were almost always alcoholic, and they were meant to strengthen the heart and the entire circulatory system. Brandy, whiskey, port wine, champagne, each had its particular medical application. Brandy for shock and collapse. Port for convalescence and exhaustion. Champagne for nausea and fever. Whiskey for general debility. Dr. Francis Anstey, one of the most respected physicians of Victorian England, wrote an entire book in 1877 titled On the Uses of Wines in Health and Disease. He was no quack, no peddler of patent medicines. He was the founder and first editor of The Practitioner, one of Britain's leading medical journals. He had studied the effects of alcohol carefully, experimentally, scientifically, at least by the standards of his day. Anstey recommended that healthy adults drink up to a bottle of light wine every day. This was not indulgence, this was medical advice, published in respected venues followed by respectable people. For the sick, he prescribed even more. Port wine for exhaustion, champagne for fevers, brandy for shock. The Duke of Northumberland donated large quantities of fine sherry to the Westminster Hospital, and Anstey and his colleagues dispensed it to patients with the same confidence they might have given to any other medicine. And for tuberculosis, for the wasting disease that left patients pale and thin, with racing hearts and night sweats and that terrible cough, alcohol seemed almost logically necessary. If the body was wasting away, it needed building up. If the appetite was failing, it needed stimulating. If the patient was cold, they needed warming. If the vital forces were flagging, they needed quickening. Alcohol did all of these things. Or at least, it seemed to. In 1882, everything changed, and nothing changed. Robert Koch, the German physician, stood before the Physiological Society of Berlin and announced to the world that he had found the cause of tuberculosis. It was not hereditary weakness, it was not bad air or damp climate, it was not moral failing or artistic temperament. It was a bacillus, a tiny rod-shaped bacterium invisible to the naked eye that invaded the lungs and slowly destroyed them. The announcement was sensational. Koch had not merely identified the bacillus, he had proven the connection through rigorous experimental work. He had isolated the organism, grown it in pure culture, used it to infect healthy animals, and recovered it from their diseased tissues. This was germ theory in action, proof that a specific microorganism caused a specific disease. This discovery should have transformed treatment. If tuberculosis was caused by a specific organism, then treatment should target that organism. The old approaches, fresh air, good food, stimulants, seemed suddenly inadequate. The enemy had been identified. Surely new weapons would follow. But Koch's discovery came without a cure. He had identified the enemy, but he had given doctors no new weapons to fight it. In 1890, Koch would announce the discovery of tuberculin, a substance he believed could cure the disease. The announcement sparked a frenzy. Patients flooded into Berlin from across Europe, desperate for the new treatment. But tuberculin failed. It could not cure tuberculosis. Some patients died from the treatment itself. And so the old treatments continued. Fresh air, rest, good food, and alcohol. Some physicians began to question whether stimulants truly helped the consumptive patient. If the disease was caused by a living organism, they reasoned, perhaps treatment should focus on fighting that organism rather than simply strengthening the body. Perhaps alcohol was doing more harm than good. Perhaps it was weakening the very defences the body needed to fight off the invader. But others disagreed vehemently. The body needed strength to fight any invader, they argued. Alcohol provided that strength. The discovery of the bacillus changed nothing about the fundamental logic of treatment. Build up the body, give it the resources it needs, and it will fight off the disease on its own. The debate would continue for decades, in medical journals, at international conferences, in sanatoriums and hospital wards across the world. Meanwhile, the bottles kept coming. Wine at dinner, brandy at bedtime, 1 ounce of whiskey every few hours for acute cases. The prescription pads filled with orders for alcohol, written in the confident hands of physicians who believed they were saving lives. Some of their patients recovered. Many did not. And in the absence of any treatment that actually worked, the argument over alcohol remained unsettled, a question that would haunt medical practice well into the 20th century. The story of alcohol as tuberculosis medicine begins in many ways with a single man and a single conviction. Hermann Bremer was born in Silesia in 1826, into a world where tuberculosis was simply a fact of life. It lurked in every shadow, claimed victims from every family, seemed as inevitable as the changing of seasons. He watched it claim his neighbours, his acquaintances, perhaps his own family members. The records of his early life are incomplete. What we know is that by the time he reached young manhood, Bremer had decided to study botany, and that his studies would take him far from the damp lowlands of Silesia. Before his journey east, Bremer had been diagnosed with consumption. The doctors had given him the usual prognosis, uncertain but not hopeful. He knew the disease. He knew what it did. He knew that most who had it did not survive. Yet as he climbed higher into the Himalayan mountains pursuing his botanical studies, something remarkable happened. His cough began to fade. His strength returned. The thin, cold air that should have strained his damaged lungs seemed instead to heal them. By the time he came down from the mountains, months later, Bremer believed himself cured. This experience would shape everything that followed. Bremer became convinced that altitude was the key, that the low atmospheric pressure of the mountains, the dry, clean air, the absence of the miasmas that were thought to breed disease in lowland cities, all combined to create conditions in which tuberculosis could not survive. He had been dying. The mountains had saved him. Could they save others? He returned to Germany and enrolled in medical school, driven by this single question. His botanical studies were set aside. His life would now be devoted to understanding the disease that had nearly killed him, and to finding a way to defeat it. His doctoral dissertation, submitted in 1854, bore a revolutionary title: Tuberculosis is a curable disease. At a time when most physicians considered consumption a death sentence, Bremer argued that it could be defeated, not through medicines or surgery, but through what he called the dietetic hygienic approach. The elements of his treatment were simple: clean mountain air, regulated exercise, abundant nutrition, and alcohol. Why alcohol? Bremer's reasoning followed the medical logic of his time, but it also drew on his personal experience. In the high mountain villages of the Himalayas, he had observed that the inhabitants drank freely. Fermented beverages were part of their daily diet. He had done the same during his recovery. The alcohol, he believed, had stimulated his appetite, warming him against the mountain cold, helping his body take in the nourishment it needed to fight the disease. Wine and spirits would be central to his treatment, not incidental to it. In 1854, Bremer opened his sanatorium in Gerbersdorf, a small town in the mountains of what is now southwestern Poland. It began modestly: a few cottages, a handful of patients, a regime that his medical colleagues viewed with skepticism at best and derision at worst. The established medical profession did not take kindly to an unknown country doctor, claiming he could cure the incurable. The early years were difficult. Bremer had little money and few supporters. When he published his theories, the respected medical journal The Lancet dismissed them as very crude ideas and unsupported assertions. Other physicians were equally harsh. Mountains and fresh air and good food. This was not medicine. This was wishful thinking dressed up in scientific language. But Bremer persisted. By 1859, he had built a proper kurhaus, a spa house or health resort, with 40 rooms, entertainment facilities, and kitchens capable of producing the enormous meals his treatment required. Patients began arriving from across Europe, drawn by word of mouth, by desperation, by the slim hope that this strange mountain cure might work where everything else had failed. The daily routine was strict and comprehensive. Patients rose early and walked on mountain trails, accompanied by staff who monitored their exertion carefully. Too much exercise could be as dangerous as too little. The balance had to be maintained precisely. They submitted to the Walddusche, the forest shower, standing beneath waterfalls of icy mountain water while Bremer himself supervised. The shock of the cold water, he believed, stimulated the body's vital forces. And they ate. My God, how they ate! Breakfast, lunch, dinner. Each meal was enormous, designed to restore the weight that consumption had stolen from them. Meat and butter and cream and eggs. Rich sauces and heavy pastries. The goal was to overwhelm the wasting process with sheer abundance of nourishment. At dinner, they drank. Hungarian Tokay was Bremer's wine of choice, a rich, sweet wine from the volcanic hills of Hungary, believed to have particular restorative properties. Tokay was expensive, prestigious, associated with the courts of European royalty. For patients who had been given up for dead, drinking it felt like a return to civilized life, a statement that they were still people of refinement and taste. At bedtime, French cognac. The cognac warmed them against the mountain cold, promoted sleep, and, Bremer believed, continued the work of stimulation through the night. The alcohol was not incidental to the treatment, it was central to it. Bremer prescribed it as deliberately as he prescribed the mountain walks or the cold showers. Wine stimulated the appetite, ensuring patients could consume the massive amounts of food his treatment required. Cognac warmed the blood and promoted restful sleep. Together, they provided what he called stimulation, a quickening of the vital forces that he believed necessary to fight the disease. And the results seemed to vindicate him. By 1869, Bremer had compiled statistics that seemed remarkable. He had treated 958 patients. Only 4.8% had died, a mortality rate far below what other physicians were reporting. In an era when tuberculosis was considered a death sentence, Bremer appeared to be saving nearly 95% of his patients. Word spread through the medical world. Something remarkable was happening in the mountains of Silesia. Physicians who had dismissed Bremer's ideas began to reconsider. Patients who had been given no hope began making the journey to Gerbersdorf. By the 1870s, the sanatorium had grown to 300 beds, and similar institutions were beginning to appear across Europe. But there were problems with Bremer's statistics that he either did not see or chose not to acknowledge. First, his patients were not representative of all tuberculosis sufferers. They were, for the most part, people of means, wealthy enough to afford months of treatment at a private sanatorium, healthy enough to make the journey to the mountains in the first place. The desperately ill, the very poor, those in the advanced stages of the disease, these patients never arrived at Gerbersdorf. Bremer was treating a selected population, and his results reflected that selection. Second, his definition of success was generous. A patient who left the sanatorium feeling better, who had gained weight and stopped coughing, was counted as improved, or even cured. But tuberculosis is a disease of remissions and relapses. Patients who seem to recover might fall ill again months or years later. Bremer did not systematically track his patients after they left. He did not know how many of his cures eventually died of the disease elsewhere. Third, and most fundamentally, he had no control group. In modern medical research, we compare treatments to placebos or to alternative treatments to isolate the effect of what we're studying. Bremer compared his results to the general mortality of tuberculosis patients, but those patients were different in countless ways from his own. The mountain air, the rest, the food, the alcohol. Which of these was helping? Were any of them helping? Or were his patients simply those who would have recovered anyway? These questions were not seriously asked at the time. The science of clinical trials, of controlled experiments, of statistical analysis in medicine, these were all in their infancy. Bramer had numbers that looked impressive, and that was enough. What Bramer did not know, what no one knew, was that his statistics were incomplete in another way entirely. Many of the patients who left Gerbersdorf improved would relapse within months. The disease had not been cured, it had merely paused. The bacillus remained in their lungs, dormant perhaps, but not defeated. And when it awakened, they died, far from the mountains, uncounted in Bramer's triumphant statistics. And the alcohol that Bramer prescribed so confidently was doing something to their immune systems that would not be understood for another century. Among Bramer's patients in the early 1870s was a young physician named Peter Detweiler. Detweiler had come to Gerbersdorf not as a doctor, but as a dying man. Tuberculosis had taken hold of him, and he sought the mountain cure that was beginning to gain fame across Europe. Under Bramer's care he recovered, or seemed to recover, and in his gratitude and fascination he stayed on as Bramer's assistant. But Detweiler was not content to simply replicate his mentor's methods. He observed, he questioned, he modified. Where Bramer emphasized exercise, the long walks, the cold showers, the active building up of the body, Detweiler came to believe that rest was more important. The consumptive body was exhausted, he reasoned. It needed to conserve its energy for the fight against the disease. Exercise might feel invigorating, but it depleted resources that were desperately needed elsewhere. Where Bramer sent patients on long walks through the forest, Detweiler had them lie still on specially designed reclining chairs, wrapped in blankets, breathing the mountain air without exertion. In 1876, Detweiler left Gerbersdorf to found his own sanatorium at Falkenstein, in the Taunus Mountains near Frankfurt. Here, he developed what would become known as the Liegekur, the lying cure. Patients spent their days on balconies and in specially built Lieghallen, lying halls, reclining on chaise longues from morning to night. The image became iconic. Rows of patients wrapped in blankets, arranged on cure porches, their faces turned to the sun or the cold mountain air. This was the sanatorium cure as the world would come to know it. This was the template that Thomas Mann would immortalize in The Magic Mountain. Detweiler's contribution to tuberculosis treatment was significant. He invented the portable sputum bottle, the Blauheinrich or Blue Henry, a glass container that patients could carry with them, preventing the spread of infected sputum. He coined the term Chefarzt, chief physician, to describe the medical director of a sanatorium, a title still used in German medicine today. By 1886, he could report that 132 of his 1,022 patients had been completely cured. But on the question of alcohol, Detweiler remained his mentor's disciple. The sanatorium at Falkenstein, like the one at Gerbersdorf, maintained well-stocked wine cellars. Patients received their prescribed portions of wine and spirits as part of the cure. The tradition had been established, and Detweiler saw no reason to break from it. As the sanatorium movement spread across Europe, alcohol came with it. In Switzerland, where Thomas Mann would later set his great novel, Sanatoriums, rose in the Alps around Davos. Their dining halls were described as resembling grand hotels, with ceremonial dinners supplied from well-stocked cellars. Wine with meals was simply part of the routine, as expected as the mountain air and the afternoon rest. The logic remained the same across all these institutions. Wine aided digestion and stimulated appetite. Brandy promoted sleep and warmed the body against mountain cold. For patients who had been given no hope, who had been sent to the mountains as a last resort, the ritual of the evening glass offered something beyond its supposed medical benefits. It offered normalcy, a sense that life continued, that civilized pleasures remained available, that death had not yet arrived. But not everyone agreed. In 1873, a young American physician named Edward Livingston Trudeau received devastating news. He had tuberculosis, the same disease that had killed his brother Francis 3 years earlier had now taken hold of his own lungs. Trudeau knew what this meant. He had watched Francis die, had sat at his bedside through the final months, had seen the coughing and the blood and the slow wasting that consumption brought. Now it was his turn. He was 25 years old. In 1876, too weak to continue his medical practice in New York, Trudeau travelled to the Adirondack Mountains of upstate New York. He had visited the region before for hunting and fishing, and he loved it. If he was going to die, he wanted to die in a place that meant something to him. He did not expect to recover. He expected to find a peaceful place to end his life. Instead, something unexpected happened. In the cold, clear air of Saranac Lake, Trudeau's health improved. He did not die. He grew stronger. Month by month, the symptoms that had seemed to seal his fate began to recede. The cough faded. The fever subsided. His weight stabilized, then began to increase. Like Bremer before him, Trudeau began to wonder if what had saved him might save others. In 1885, Trudeau opened the Adirondack Cottage Sanatorium, the first tuberculosis sanatorium in America. He had studied the European model carefully, reading the works of Bremer and Detweiler, corresponding with physicians across the Atlantic. His treatment would follow their principles: fresh air, rest, abundant food. But on one point Trudeau departed dramatically from his European predecessors. At Saranac Lake there would be no wine cellars, no brandy at bedtime, no Hungarian Tokay with dinner. Trudeau maintained what one historian described as a strict code of personal behaviour that prohibited drinking, smoking and cursing. His patients ate several large meals a day, drank at least 3 glasses of milk, and followed a rigorous schedule of rest and graduated exercise. But alcohol was forbidden. Why did Trudeau reject what his European colleagues accepted? The historical record does not give us a definitive answer. Perhaps he was influenced by the temperance movement that was gaining strength in America during this period. Perhaps he observed something in his patients that made him doubt alcohol's benefits. Perhaps it was simply a matter of personal conviction. Trudeau was known to be a man of strong moral principles. What we know is that Trudeau's approach worked, or at least worked as well as any treatment of the era. The Adirondack Cottage Sanatorium became famous, attracting patients from across America and beyond. By the 1890s, the medical profession was at war with itself over alcohol. The battleground was not just tuberculosis. It was the entire question of whether alcohol had any legitimate place in medical treatment at all. But tuberculosis, as the deadliest disease of the age, became one of the most contested territories. On one side stood physicians like James Barr, who in 1905 addressed the British Medical Association with specific recommendations for alcoholic treatments. Champagne for bilious patients who had vomited. Port wine for long convalescence. Brandy for cases of shock. These were not folk remedies. They were the considered opinions of respected medical men, published in the most prestigious journals of the day. The evidence they cited was clinical experience. At Belvedere Hospital in Glasgow during the typhus epidemic of 1861 and 62, physicians had administered over 62,000 ounces of wine, 8,000 ounces of whiskey, and 2,000 ounces of brandy. Patients had recovered. The alcohol, they believed, had helped. On the other side stood a growing coalition of skeptics, reformers, and temperance advocates. The British Medical Temperance Association, founded in 1876, was composed entirely of physicians who had sworn off alcohol entirely. By 1898, its membership had reached nearly 900 practitioners. These doctors argued that alcohol's apparent benefits were illusory. Yes, it warmed the skin, but only by drawing blood away from the vital organs. Yes, it seemed to stimulate appetite, but it also disrupted digestion. Yes, it promoted sleep, but the sleep it produced was not truly restorative. And increasingly, they argued that alcohol might actually weaken the body's defences against disease. The international congresses against alcoholism, held throughout Europe in the late 19th century, made tuberculosis a central topic. Delegates presented research suggesting that heavy drinkers were more susceptible to consumption than abstainers. They pointed to the high rates of tuberculosis in professions associated with alcohol: brewery workers, bartenders, winemakers. Was this coincidence, or was there a causal relationship? What neither side had was definitive proof. The science of immunology was still in its infancy. No one yet understood how the body fought infection at the cellular level. No one could explain exactly what alcohol did to the alveolar macrophages, the immune cells in the lungs that served as the first line of defense against tuberculosis. That knowledge would not come for another century. And so the debate continued, unresolved. In some sanatoriums, patients drank wine with their meals. In others, alcohol was strictly forbidden. Individual physicians made their own choices based on their own convictions. And patients, desperate, dying, hoping for any cure, took whatever their doctors prescribed. The question would not be settled by the medical profession. It would be settled, in the strangest way imaginable, by the United States Congress. By a constitutional amendment that banned alcohol entirely, and created a loophole that would make medicinal whiskey more common than ever. On January 17, 1920, the 18th Amendment to the United States Constitution took effect. The manufacture, sale, and transportation of alcoholic beverages became illegal across the entire nation. Saloons closed their doors. Breweries shuttered their operations. Distilleries went dark. An entire industry, as billions of dollars, hundreds of thousands of jobs, disappeared overnight. Legally, at least. The temperance movement had won. After decades of campaigning, after marches and protests and sermons and political organising, after the tireless work of the Women's Christian Temperance Union and the Anti-Saloon League and countless other organisations, the reformers had achieved their ultimate goal. America would be a dry nation. The arguments for prohibition had been powerful. Alcohol destroyed families. It impoverished workers. It fueled violence and crime. It corrupted politics and degraded public morals. The saloon was an institution of vice, a place where men squandered their wages while their wives and children went hungry. Eliminating alcohol, the reformers believed, would eliminate these evils. But the Volstead Act, the legislation that enforced the 18th Amendment, contained exceptions. Alcohol could still be produced and consumed for religious sacraments. Wine for communion, brandy for certain Jewish ceremonies. Churches across America applied for permits to acquire sacramental wine, and some congregations grew suspiciously large during Prohibition. And alcohol could still be prescribed by physicians for medical purposes. This loophole had been controversial from the beginning. The American Medical Association, which had voted in 1917 to support Prohibition, declaring that alcohol had no scientific value as a tonic or stimulant, now found itself in an awkward position. Its official stance was that alcohol was medically useless, but the law still permitted doctors to prescribe it. The irony was staggering. In 1916, just 1 year before the AMA vote, whiskey and brandy had been removed from the Pharmacopoeia of the United States of America, the official list of scientifically approved medicines. The medical establishment had declared in essence that alcohol had no legitimate therapeutic use. And yet here it was, written into federal law. Physicians could prescribe alcohol for medical purposes. The question was not whether they would use this authority. The question was how many of them would use it, and for what. Within months of Prohibition's start, a system emerged. The Treasury Department, which was responsible for enforcing the Volstead Act, issued special numbered and watermarked prescription pads to licensed physicians. Each form allowed a patient to obtain up to 1 pint of liquor, usually whiskey, every 10 days. The prescription had to specify the ailment being treated. The pharmacist had to record each transaction in a bound register. In the first 6 months of Prohibition alone, 15,000 doctors applied for permits to prescribe medicinal alcohol. The Treasury Department had not anticipated such demand. They printed more forms. They registered more pharmacies. They tried to monitor the flood of prescriptions pouring out of doctors' offices across the country. By the mid-1920s, the numbers had become astronomical. Physicians were writing an estimated 11 million prescriptions for whiskey every year. 11 million in a country with a population of just over 100 million. The process was straightforward, if expensive. A patient would visit their doctor, complaining of whatever ailment seemed most likely to justify a whiskey prescription. The doctor would examine them, or perhaps merely listen to their complaint, and write out the official Treasury form. The patient would then take this form to a licensed pharmacy, where they would receive their pint of medicinal liquor. The cost was significant. Approximately $3 for the doctor's consultation. Another $3 at the pharmacy. In 1920 dollars, this was not cheap, equivalent to perhaps $75 today. But for those who wanted legal alcohol, it was the only option. And the ailments for which whiskey was most commonly prescribed: cancer, heart disease, depression, high blood pressure, pneumonia, and tuberculosis. The same disease that had filled the wine cellars of European sanatoriums was now generating prescription slips in doctors' offices across America. The rationale had not changed. Alcohol was a stimulant. It strengthened the failing body. It helped fight off disease. The fact that the AMA had officially declared this rationale invalid did not seem to matter. Doctors kept prescribing. Patients kept drinking. In 1922, the AMA conducted a survey of its members. The results were revealing and embarrassing. Despite having voted just 5 years earlier that alcohol had no scientific value as a stimulant or tonic, 51% of responding physicians now said they believed in the therapeutic efficacy of whiskey. The official position and the actual practice had diverged dramatically. How did this happen? How did thousands of physicians reverse themselves on a question they had supposedly settled? Some of the change may have been genuine reconsideration. The 1917 vote had been contentious. Not all physicians had agreed. Perhaps the dissenters were simply making their voices heard now that the question had practical consequences. Some may have been rationalization, doctors justifying a profitable practice by rediscovering alcohol's supposed benefits. A physician who wrote 50 whiskey prescriptions a week could earn an additional $150 in consultation fees. In an era when a typical doctor's income was perhaps $5,000 a year, this was significant money. It would be natural to find reasons to believe in the treatment you were prescribing. And some was undoubtedly cynical exploitation. The Prohibition era was rife with physicians who ran what amounted to prescription mills, writing whiskey scripts for anyone who walked through the door with $3 in their pocket. They did not examine their patients. They did not believe in the treatment. They simply wrote prescriptions and collected fees. The Treasury Department tried to crack down. They limited the number of prescriptions a physician could write. They investigated doctors who seemed to be running mills. They revoked permits from the most egregious offenders. But the demand was too great, and the loophole too large to be effectively controlled. Note: from here forward, no more visual cues. Video switches to ambient loop for sleep optimization. The drugstore chain, Walgreens, expanded from 20 stores to 525 during the 1920s. Company legend attributed this growth to the introduction of malted milkshakes at its soda fountains. Historians have suggested that medicinal alcohol sales may have played a more significant role. Whether the doctors who prescribed whiskey for tuberculosis genuinely believed in its efficacy, or whether they were simply taking advantage of a profitable loophole, is a question that cannot be definitively answered. Probably the answer varied from physician to physician, patient to patient, prescription to prescription. Time was ambiguous. The line between medicine and commerce is never as clear as we might wish. For American tuberculosis sanatoriums, Prohibition created a peculiar situation. Unlike the grand European establishments with their wine cellars and ceremonial dinners, most American sanatoriums had already moved away from alcohol as part of treatment. Trudeau's example at Saranac Lake had been influential. The emphasis on rest, fresh air, and abundant food, without stimulants, had become the American standard. Milk, not wine, was the beverage of choice. But some institutions still provided alcohol to patients who requested it. Some physicians still believed in its therapeutic value. And now, under Prohibition, these practices became legally complicated. Sanatoriums that wished to provide alcohol to patients needed special permits. Their physicians needed to write individual prescriptions for each patient who received it. The paperwork multiplied. The scrutiny increased. Federal agents might inspect the records at any time. For many institutions, the solution was simple: eliminate alcohol entirely. The therapeutic benefits, if any, were not worth the administrative burden. By the 1920s, most American sanatoriums had adopted strict rules prohibiting alcohol on the premises. This represented a significant shift from European practice. While patients at Davos still received wine with their meals, while the sanatoriums of the Black Forest and the Alps maintained their well-stocked cellars, patients at Saranac Lake and its imitators lived under something closer to the temperance ideal. The sanatorium, which had begun as a place where alcohol was prescribed, became a place where it was forbidden. Whether this made any difference to patient outcomes is difficult to say. Tuberculosis remained stubbornly incurable. With or without alcohol, patients either recovered spontaneously or they didn't. The disease followed its own logic, indifferent to the debates that raged around it. Some patients resented the restriction. They had been drinking all their lives. Why should they stop now, when they were sick and miserable and might be dying? The evening glass of wine had been one of the few pleasures remaining to them. Now even that was taken away. If physician-prescribed whiskey was the respectable face of alcohol as tuberculosis treatment, patent medicines were its disreputable shadow. Throughout the 19th century and into the 20th, American pharmacies were lined with bottles promising cures for consumption. Ayer's Cherry Pectoral, Lane's Emulsion, Dr. King's new discovery for consumption. Dozens of others with impressive names and bold claims. Most of them contained significant amounts of alcohol, sometimes as much as 25%, equivalent to a fortified wine. The manufacturers were not required to list their ingredients. The word alcohol rarely appeared on the label. Instead, patients found vague references to natural stimulants or restorative tonics. They drank the medicines faithfully, believing they were taking something medicinal, not realizing they were consuming what amounted to sweetened whiskey. The testimonials were compelling. "I was given up to die of consumption," one advertisement might read. "Then I tried Dr. Smith's miraculous lung tonic. Now I am completely cured." Faces of smiling, healthy-looking people gazed out from newspaper pages and handbills. These people had been saved. You could be saved too. The truth, of course, was different. The cured patients in the testimonials had either recovered spontaneously, as some tuberculosis patients did, or had never had tuberculosis at all. Self-diagnosis was common in an era when medical care was expensive and doctors were scarce. A persistent cough might be consumption, or it might be bronchitis, or a cold that wouldn't go away, or simply the effect of living in a dusty city. The patent medicine worked equally well on all of these because it didn't really work on any of them. What it did do was make people feel better, temporarily. The alcohol warmed them, relaxed them, eased their anxiety about the cough that wouldn't go away. It might even suppress the cough reflex for a while. These effects were real if fleeting. And for people who were desperate, who had no money for doctors, who were looking for any hope at all, they were enough. In 1906, the Pure Food and Drug Act began to change things. Manufacturers were now required to list alcohol and narcotic content on their labels. The most extravagant claims had to be toned down. You could no longer advertise that your product cured tuberculosis if it didn't actually cure tuberculosis. But the medicines themselves remained available, and patients kept buying them. The labels now said contains 18% alcohol, but many patients did not read the labels or did not understand them or did not care. They wanted to believe. And belief, even misplaced belief, was sometimes all they had. As the 1920s gave way to the 1930s, something was changing in how scientists thought about tuberculosis, immunity, and alcohol. The connection between heavy drinking and tuberculosis had been observed for decades. Alcoholics seemed to contract the disease more often than moderate drinkers or abstainers. Brewery workers, bartenders, and others in alcohol-related professions had elevated rates of consumption. The temperance advocates had been pointing this out for years. But observation was not explanation. It was possible that the correlation was coincidental, that alcoholics lived in poorer conditions, ate less nutritious food, or had other risk factors that explained their vulnerability. Without understanding the mechanism by which alcohol might weaken the body's defences, the connection remained circumstantial. In the early 20th century, researchers began to investigate more systematically. Animal studies suggested that alcohol consumption impaired the immune response. Mice given alcohol showed less resistance to infections than mice kept sober. Rabbits exposed to tuberculosis bacilli were more likely to develop active disease if they had been given alcohol. These findings were preliminary, and they did not immediately transform medical practice. The studies were small. The mechanisms were unclear, and the medical profession, having prescribed alcohol for generations, was not quick to abandon the practice. But the seeds of doubt had been planted. The confident certainty with which Bremer had prescribed Hungarian wine and French cognac was no longer quite so certain. The question that had divided doctors for decades, whether alcohol helped or harmed the tuberculosis patient, was beginning to have an answer. It would take the discovery of effective antibiotics to finally end the debate. When streptomycin arrived in the 1940s, followed by isoniazid and other anti-tubercular drugs, the question of whether alcohol was a good or bad treatment became irrelevant. There was now a treatment that actually worked. The era of stimulants and rescuers was over. But the legacy of the whiskey prescription would linger, time one's, in the attitudes of physicians toward alcohol, in the regulations that still govern prescription drugs, and in the ongoing relationship between alcohol and tuberculosis, a relationship that modern science has finally begun to understand. We now know something that Hermann Bremer and his contemporaries could not have known, something that would have horrified them if they had. The alcohol they prescribed so confidently was systematically destroying their patients' first line of defense against the very disease they were trying to cure. To understand this, we need to understand something about the human lung that 19th century medicine did not know. The lung is not merely a passive organ for breathing. It is not simply a set of bellows that draws in air and pushes it out again. It is an immunological fortress, guarded by specialized cells that stand watch against any invaders that make it past the nose and throat. These guardian cells are called alveolar macrophages. They patrol the tiny air sacs, the alveoli, where oxygen enters the bloodstream and carbon dioxide exits. These are microscopic spaces, invisible to the naked eye, where the barrier between the air we breathe and the blood that sustains us is only a single cell thick. It is a vulnerable place, and the macrophages are its defenders. When a bacterium enters the lungs, when a tuberculosis bacillus rides in on a droplet of infected sputum, expelled by a coughing patient and inhaled by someone nearby, it is the alveolar macrophages that mount the first counterattack. They engulf the invader. They try to destroy it. They send out chemical signals to summon reinforcements from elsewhere in the immune system. This first response is critical. If the macrophages can contain and destroy the bacillus before it establishes a foothold, the infection is defeated. If they cannot, if the bacillus survives, multiplies, spreads, then tuberculosis takes hold. Alcohol impairs these cells. Not subtly, not slightly, profoundly. Studies conducted in the late 20th and early 21st centuries have revealed the mechanism in devastating detail. Chronic alcohol consumption reduces the number of alveolar macrophages in the lungs. It weakens the ones that remain, making them less efficient at engulfing and destroying bacteria. It disrupts the complex signaling pathways by which these cells communicate with the rest of the immune system. It increases oxidative stress in the alveolar space, creating conditions that favour bacterial growth. In essence, alcohol opens the door and invites the enemy in. The sanatorium patients who raised their glasses of Hungarian wine were, without knowing it, toasting to their own destruction. The research is unambiguous. A systematic review of 43 studies published in the early 2000s found that alcohol use disorder is associated with a relative risk of tuberculosis more than 3 times higher than in the general population. This is not a modest increase. This is not a statistical artifact. This is a tripling of risk. And the relationship appears to be dose-dependent. The more alcohol consumed, the greater the vulnerability. Light drinking may have little effect. Heavy drinking dramatically increases the likelihood of infection and disease. The mechanism works at multiple levels. At the cellular level, as we have seen, alcohol impairs the alveolar macrophages. But there are other effects as well. Alcohol disrupts the integrity of the epithelium, the layer of cells that lines the airways. It impairs the ciliary function that helps clear particles and pathogens from the respiratory tract. It affects the production of surfactant, the substance that keeps the alveoli from collapsing. At the systemic level, chronic alcohol use suppresses the production and function of lymphocytes, the white blood cells that coordinate the adaptive immune response. It impairs the function of neutrophils, another type of immune cell important in fighting bacterial infections. It disrupts the production of cytokines, the chemical messengers that orchestrate the immune response. The tuberculosis bacillus, in other words, faces a weakened and disorganized defense. It is more likely to survive the initial encounter with the immune system. It is more likely to establish a foothold. It is more likely to progress from latent infection to active disease. What makes this especially cruel is that the 19th century physicians were not entirely wrong about alcohol's immediate effects. It did warm the skin. It did stimulate appetite in the short term. It did produce a feeling of well-being, a sense that the body was responding positively. These effects are real. They are observable. Time. Ones, they were what physicians saw when they gave their patients brandy and watched for results. But they are also irrelevant to the disease process. The tuberculosis bacillus is patient. Unlike many bacteria that multiply rapidly, causing acute illness within days, Mycobacterium tuberculosis grows slowly. Its generation time, the time it takes to divide into 2 daughter cells, is approximately 20 hours. Compare this to E. coli, which can divide every 20 minutes. The tuberculosis bacillus multiplies at a fraction of that pace. This means that the battle against tuberculosis is not won or lost in an evening, or even in a week. It is fought over months and years. The bacillus establishes itself slowly, gradually colonizing the lung tissue, gradually destroying it. The immune system responds, containing the infection in some cases, failing to contain it in others. The outcome depends on a long war of attrition. And in that long war, the cumulative effects of alcohol prove devastating. A glass of wine at dinner, a cognac at bedtime, these might seem like small things. The immediate effects fade within hours, but the damage to the immune system accumulates. Day after day, week after week, the macrophages are a little less numerous, a little less effective. The signals between immune cells are a little more garbled. The defense against the bacillus is a little weaker. The sanatorium patients who drank their prescribed alcohol were not doing something that might harm them in a single moment. They were doing something that weakened them gradually over the course of their treatment. Each glass was another small defeat in the invisible war being waged within their lungs. And they had no idea. How could they? The immune system works in silence, beneath the threshold of consciousness. We cannot feel our macrophages working. We cannot sense the battle between our white blood cells and invading bacteria. All we can feel is the warmth of the wine, the relaxation of the cognac, the gentle drowsiness that precedes sleep. The doctors who prescribed alcohol were not villains. They were working within the knowledge of their time, following the best available evidence as they understood it. They watched some of their patients improve, and they attributed that improvement to their treatment. They could not see the invisible damage being done at the cellular level. They could not know what we know now. The individual cellular mechanisms tell only part of the story. The broader picture, the population-level relationship between alcohol and tuberculosis, is equally stark. Modern epidemiologists estimate that more than 8% of global tuberculosis cases are attributable to alcohol use disorder. 8% may not sound dramatic until you consider the scale. Tuberculosis still kills more than 1 million people every year worldwide. 8% of that number represents tens of thousands of deaths. Deaths that might not have occurred if alcohol had not weakened the victim's defences. The relationship works in multiple ways. Heavy drinkers are more likely to be infected with tuberculosis in the first place, perhaps because alcohol-related socialising brings them into contact with infected individuals, perhaps because their weakened immunity makes them more susceptible to initial infection. Once infected, they are more likely to progress from latent infection to active disease. And once sick, they are more likely to have poor outcomes, more complications, more severe symptoms, higher mortality. There is also the question of treatment adherence. Tuberculosis treatment today requires taking multiple medications for several months without interruption. Missing doses allows the bacteria to develop resistance. People with alcohol use disorder are less likely to complete their treatment regimens. They are more likely to develop drug-resistant tuberculosis. They are more likely to spread the disease to others. Looking back at the 19th century through this lens, a troubling picture emerges. The patients at Gerbersdorf and Falkenstein and the sanatoriums of Davos were not randomly selected. They were, for the most part, people of means, wealthy enough to afford months of treatment, educated enough to understand that something might be done. Many of them had probably consumed alcohol regularly before their diagnosis. And at the sanatoriums they consumed more. How many of them would have recovered if the wine and cognac had been replaced with milk and water? We can never know for certain. The controlled studies that would answer this question were never conducted, could not have been conducted in an era before randomized trials became standard medical practice. But the biological evidence suggests that at least some of those who died might have lived. But the story of alcohol and tuberculosis is not simply a story of medical error. It is also a story of the disease itself, of the desperate search for any remedy, any relief, any hope. Consider what it meant to have tuberculosis in the 19th century. There was no cure. There was no treatment that reliably worked. You coughed blood into handkerchiefs that you learned to hide from others. You lost weight no matter how much you ate, your body consuming itself from within. You suffered night sweats that drenched your bedclothes and left you shivering by morning. Fever rose in the evenings and broke before dawn. Exhaustion settled into your bones like lead. And you knew, everyone knew, that most people who had what you had did not survive. The statistics were not secret. 1 in 4. That was the number. 1/4 of all deaths in the cities of Europe and America. You had seen it claim neighbours and friends and family members. Now it was claiming you. In that context, alcohol offered something that pure medical logic cannot capture. It offered comfort. A glass of wine at dinner restored a sense of normalcy, a feeling that civilized life continued even as the body failed. The warmth spreading through the chest felt like health, felt like life, felt like perhaps things might not be as bad as they seemed. A glass of cognac at bedtime brought sleep, or at least a gentler transition into the night. It softened the sharp edges of fear, dulled the awareness of what was happening within. In an era before palliative care as we know it, before morphine drips and hospice philosophy, before the modern understanding that comfort care is itself a form of medicine, alcohol was one of the few tools available to ease the dying. Laudanum was available, certainly, opium mixed with alcohol, but it was expensive and carried its own risks of dependency. Wine and brandy were familiar, socially acceptable, prescribed by physicians with complete confidence. We should not underestimate this. The quality of the remaining life matters as much as its quantity. For patients who were going to die regardless of treatment, and many tuberculosis patients in the pre-antibiotic era fell into this category, the comfort provided by a glass of wine may have been worth more than any marginal change in immune function. There is something cruel about judging the dying for seeking comfort. These were people who had been given no hope, who knew that the most likely outcome of their illness was death, who faced months or years of slow decline. If wine made those months more bearable, who are we to condemn them for drinking it? The problem was that doctors did not prescribe alcohol as palliation. They prescribed it as treatment. They told their patients it would help them recover, not merely help them die more peacefully. They raised hopes that could not be fulfilled. They offered false certainty in place of honest uncertainty. And for patients who might have recovered, for those whose disease was not yet too advanced, whose immune system still had the strength to fight, who might have beaten the odds if given the best possible chance, this false hope may have been fatal. The alcohol weakened them at precisely the moment they needed strength. It opened doors that should have remained closed. We have spoken much of doctors and their prescriptions, of debates among physicians and the evolution of medical knowledge. But we have spoken less of the patients, the men and women who actually drank the wine and whiskey, who trusted their physicians and hoped for recovery. What was it like to be a tuberculosis patient in an era when alcohol was medicine? The accounts that survive suggest a complex experience. For some patients, the prescribed alcohol was a welcome indulgence, a reminder of life before illness, of dinners with friends and celebrations and ordinary pleasures. The glass of wine at dinner tasted like the world they had left behind, the world of health and possibility. It brought back memories of better times, and in bringing them back it made the present more bearable. For others, particularly those who had never been drinkers, the prescribed alcohol was an uncomfortable obligation, something they forced down because the doctor ordered it, not because they wanted it. The taste was unfamiliar, the effects disorienting. They drank it as they might have drunk any other medicine, grimacing perhaps, but trusting that it would help. At the grand sanatoriums, the evening meal with its accompanying wine took on an almost ritualistic quality. Patients dressed for dinner in their finest clothes, those who could still fit into them. They gathered in elegant dining rooms with crystal chandeliers and white tablecloths. They made conversation about art and politics and the news from distant cities. They maintained the forms of civilized society even as their bodies failed them. The wine was part of this performance, a way of insisting that they were still people, not merely patients, not merely the dying. To drink wine at dinner was to participate in ordinary life, to refuse to be defined entirely by disease. It was an act of dignity, of defiance, of hope. Some found genuine comfort in it. The warmth of the alcohol, the softening of anxiety, the easier sleep that followed, these were real benefits, even if they did nothing to cure the underlying disease. The night was less frightening after a glass of cognac. The darkness seemed less absolute. Sleep came more easily, and when it came, it brought respite from the constant awareness of illness. In an era without effective pain management, without the sophisticated palliative care we know today, alcohol served a function that pure medical logic cannot dismiss. It eased suffering. It provided moments of peace. It made the unbearable a little more bearable. Others became dependent. The line between medical prescription and addiction is not always clear, and 19th century medicine did not police it carefully. Patients who arrived at sanatoriums as moderate drinkers sometimes left, if they left at all, thus as heavy ones. The disease gave them permission. The doctors gave them prescriptions. The bottles kept coming, day after day, week after week. The progression from medical treatment to dependency was subtle and insidious. First, the wine at dinner, then perhaps a glass in the afternoon when the anxiety became too much. Then the cognac at bedtime extended from 1 glass to 2. By the time a patient realized what was happening, the habit was established. And who would tell a dying person to stop drinking when drinking had been prescribed by their physician? How many tuberculosis patients developed alcohol problems as a result of medical treatment? The records do not permit a precise answer. This was not a question that 19th century physicians thought to ask, and even if they had asked it, they might not have recognized the problem. The concept of alcoholism as a disease was still developing. The line between acceptable medical use and problematic dependency was blurred. But the question itself reveals something about the era, about the unintended consequences that flow from even well-intentioned medical practice. The doctors who prescribed alcohol believed they were helping their patients. In some ways, perhaps they were. In other ways, they were creating new problems even as they failed to solve the original one. Among the tuberculosis patients of the 19th and early 20th centuries were many of the era's most celebrated writers and artists. And among these, alcohol often played a complex role, sometimes prescribed, sometimes self-administered, always intertwined with the creative work that made them famous. Consider Edgar Allan Poe, who watched his young wife Virginia cough blood while singing in 1842, and who spent the next 5 years watching her die. Virginia was only 20 years old when the hemorrhage began, and she would die at 24. Poe's drinking intensified dramatically during this period. By his own admission, he was often insensible with alcohol, disappearing for days at a time, reappearing dishevelled and disoriented. Was this self-medication for his grief? Was it a response to his own suspected tuberculosis? Some historians believe Poe showed symptoms of the disease himself. Was it simply the continuation of earlier patterns, exacerbated by unbearable circumstances? The historical record allows no certain answer. What we know is that the years of Virginia's illness and death were the darkest of Poe's life, and that alcohol was deeply involved. Robert Louis Stevenson, at Saranac Lake and throughout his short life, maintained his habits despite medical advice to the contrary. He smoked, reportedly 4 packs of cigarettes a day, and drank freely. He pushed himself physically, travelling to the South Seas when doctors advised against it, living as though the disease might be outrun rather than accommodated. He befriended his physician Trudeau, engaging in long conversations about literature and medicine, but he never fully submitted to the discipline the sanatorium required. He died at 44, far from the Adirondack Mountains that had offered temporary respite. He was in Samoa, in the house he had built on a mountain, in the place he had chosen to make his final stand against the illness that had pursued him all his life. He was opening a bottle of wine when the stroke that killed him struck. It was cerebral hemorrhage, not tuberculosis, that took him in the end, though the years of illness had surely weakened him. Time. Turcus. The Bronte sisters, Charlotte, Emily and Anne, lived their short lives in the shadow of consumption. Their brother Branwell died of tuberculosis in 1848, probably exacerbated by his heavy drinking and opium use. Emily died 3 months later, at 30, having refused all medical attention. Anne died 5 months after that. Charlotte alone survived past 30, only to die in pregnancy at 38, likely of tuberculosis complicated by hyperemesis gravidarum. What role did alcohol play in these deaths? The evidence is fragmentary. Branwell certainly drank heavily. The sisters themselves were more temperate, though patent medicines containing alcohol were commonly used. The disease would have taken them regardless. But the mythology that grew around them, the romantic image of the consumptive artist, often included the glass of wine, the evening cordial, the prescribed stimulant. The romantic image of the consumptive artist, pale, inspired, burning with creative fire, often included a glass in hand. Keats writing his odes by candlelight, Byron at the height of his scandalous fame, Chopin at the piano coughing into his handkerchief. The mythology surrounding these figures blurs the line between their art and their illness, between their creativity and their destruction. We should be careful not to romanticize this. The tubercular artist drinking wine by candlelight makes for a compelling image, but the reality was suffering, was fear, was slow suffocation, as the lungs filled with disease. The alcohol did not make them better writers. It did not make their deaths more beautiful. It may have hastened those deaths, or it may simply have made them more bearable. The line between medicine and escape was never clear. When the sanatoriums closed and the antibiotics arrived, something was lost along with the wine cellars and the cure porches. It was not medical efficacy. The antibiotics were unquestionably better at treating tuberculosis than anything that came before. Streptomycin, discovered in 1943, could actually kill the tuberculosis bacillus. Isoniazid, introduced in 1952, was even more effective. For the first time in human history, tuberculosis was curable, not through rest and diet and wishful thinking, but through chemical compounds that attack the disease at its source. The sanatoriums emptied. Time thus speeds. Patients who had expected to spend months or years in the mountains went home after weeks. The grand buildings that had been filled with the dying became hotels, or were converted into schools, or simply stood empty, their cure porches vacant, their wine cellars silent. It was something harder to name that was lost. A sense of ritual, perhaps. A philosophy of care that attended to the whole person, not merely the disease. The sanatorium had been a place where patients lived for months or years, where their daily routines were structured around healing, where the doctors knew them by name and monitored their progress week by week. The dining room, with its wine and formal dinners, had been part of that comprehensive care. The new treatment was different. Take these pills. Take them for 6 months. Do not miss a dose. Come back for follow-up appointments. The cure was faster, more effective, more scientific. It was also less personal. The patient was not a resident of a healing community. They were a case number, a prescription, a follow-up file. The alcohol had been part of the older model, part of the evening meal, part of the bedtime ritual, part of the comprehensive care that the sanatorium provided. Removing it was medically correct. We know now that the alcohol was doing harm, not good. But something about the experience of being cared for changed when the glass of wine disappeared from the table. Something about feeling attended to, about being part of a healing ritual, about the ceremony of recovery. Perhaps this is sentimentality. The sanatorium regime with its wine and cognac was killing people, or at least failing to save them while giving the impression of treatment. The antibiotics actually worked. No amount of ritual and atmosphere can substitute for effective medicine. A cure porch and a glass of Tokay cannot compete with streptomycin. And yet, the modern study of medicine has begun to rediscover some of what the sanatoriums knew. The importance of the healing environment. The value of attention to the whole patient. Their fears, their hopes, their daily experience of illness. The recognition that care involves more than medication. That human beings need more than pills to heal. These insights, stripped of the alcohol and the pseudoscience, remain valid. Modern hospice care, modern palliative medicine, modern attention to quality of life alongside quantity. These owe something to the sanatorium tradition, even as they reject its specific methods. The wine is gone. But the recognition that dying people deserve comfort, that healing involves more than chemistry, that care must attend to the person as well as the disease, these remain. Today, no physician prescribes whiskey for tuberculosis. The practice has passed so completely into history that it seems almost unbelievable, a curiosity from another age, like bloodletting or trepanning. If you told a modern pulmonologist that doctors once prescribed alcohol for lung disease, they might laugh, or shake their head in disbelief, or simply stare at you wondering if you were joking. And yet the echoes persist. The relationship between alcohol and tuberculosis has not gone away. It has simply reversed, no longer prescribed as treatment, but recognised as a major risk factor for the disease. In Eastern Europe and Central Asia, where tuberculosis remains a significant public health challenge, alcohol use disorder is one of the major barriers to effective treatment. Russia in particular faces a dual epidemic, rates of both tuberculosis and alcohol use disorder that rank among the highest in the world. The two problems feed on each other, creating cycles of infection and reinfection that public health officials struggle to break. Patients who drink heavily are less likely to complete their medication regimens. Tuberculosis treatment requires months of daily pill taking, and alcohol makes adherence difficult. Missed doses lead to incomplete treatment. Incomplete treatment leads to drug resistance. Drug-resistant tuberculosis spreads to others, creating new cases that are harder to cure than the original. They are more likely to develop drug-resistant strains. Multi-drug-resistant tuberculosis, MDR-TB, is one of the most frightening public health challenges of our time. It requires longer, more toxic treatment regimens, and it kills more often than ordinary tuberculosis. Alcohol use disorder is one of the factors that helps create it. The intersection of alcohol and tuberculosis that the 19th century physicians observed, however much they misunderstood it, remains a deadly reality. They saw the connection. They drew the wrong conclusions. But the connection itself was real. There is also the broader question of medicine and certainty. The doctors who prescribed alcohol for tuberculosis were not charlatans. They were trained professionals, working within respected institutions, following the best available evidence as they understood it. They attended medical schools, read medical journals, discussed cases with colleagues. They were wrong, but their wrongness was not obvious at the time. It took decades of research and the arrival of truly effective treatments to reveal the error. What errors are we making now? What treatments that seem sensible today will future generations regard with the same mixture of pity and bewilderment that we feel toward the whiskey prescription? What confident certainties of our own time will dissolve under future scrutiny? We cannot know. That is the humbling truth. We can only proceed with humility, testing our assumptions, remaining open to evidence that contradicts what we believe. The story of alcohol and tuberculosis is ultimately a story about the limits of knowledge and the consequences of those limits. It is a story about hope, the hope of patients who drank their prescribed wine believing it would save them, the hope of doctors who poured it, believing they were helping. That hope was misplaced. But it was human, and it was real. And it reminds us that our own hopes, our own certainties, our own confident treatments may one day look equally misguided. Let us pause now and consider what we have witnessed tonight. Let the weight of this history settle as the snow settles on the mountains where so many came seeking cures. We began in the mountains of Silesia in 1875, in a sanatorium where tuberculosis patients raised glasses of Hungarian wine and believed they were being healed. We met Hermann Bremer, the young man who came down from the Himalayas convinced that he had found the cure for consumption. We saw him build his sanatorium, establish his reputation, publish his statistics. Those statistics that seemed so impressive at the time, that convinced physicians across Europe that something miraculous was happening in the mountains. We followed his disciple Peter Detweiler, who refined the cure, rest instead of exercise, the lying cure instead of the walking cure, but kept the wine. The tradition was established, and Detweiler saw no reason to question it. We travelled to Davos, where the sanatoriums rose in the Swiss Alps with their wine cellars and their ceremonial dinners. We crossed the Atlantic to Saranac Lake watching. Edward Trudeau chart a different course, fresh air and rest and discipline, but no alcohol. We passed through the strange interlude of prohibition when 11 million prescriptions for whiskey were written each year in a nation that had banned alcohol entirely. We saw the doctors who wrote those prescriptions, some believing in what they prescribed, others simply profiting from a profitable loophole. We saw the pharmacists who filled them, the patients who drank them believing they were medicine, the system that evolved around a practice that the medical establishment had officially declared useless. We traced the slow accumulation of evidence, the animal studies, the epidemiological data, the cellular research, that finally answered the question the 19th century could not resolve. We learned what alcohol does to the alveolar macrophages, those silent guardians of the lung, and how that damage translates into a tripling of tuberculosis risk. We understood at last what the patients at Gerbersdorf could never have understood, what each glass of prescribed wine was doing to their chances of survival. And we arrived at our own time, when the relationship between alcohol and tuberculosis is understood as it never was before, when no reputable physician would dream of prescribing whiskey for consumption, when the practice has passed so completely into history that it seems almost unbelievable. This is not a simple story of heroes and villains. The doctors who prescribed alcohol were not evil. They were working within the knowledge of their time. The reformers who opposed them were not always right for the right reasons. Science advanced not through moments of revelation, but through the slow, painful accumulation of evidence over decades. What does this story tell us about medicine, about science, about ourselves? It tells us first that good intentions are not sufficient. The physicians who prescribed alcohol genuinely wanted to help their patients. They observed, they reasoned, they drew what seemed like logical conclusions. And they were wrong. Wanting to help is not the same as helping. This is a lesson that medicine learns and relearns across the centuries. The history of our profession is littered with treatments that seemed logical, seemed helpful, seemed obviously correct, and turned out to cause harm. Bloodletting weakened patients who needed their strength. Mercury damaged the very bodies it was meant to heal. Thalidomide caused birth defects that haunt us still. And alcohol weakened the immunity of patients fighting for their lives. It tells us that the appearance of benefit is not the same as benefit itself. Alcohol warmed the skin, stimulated appetite, promoted sleep. These effects were real and observable. But they were not the effects that mattered. The effects that mattered, the weakening of immunity, the increased vulnerability to infection, were invisible to 19th century observation. We see what we can see. We measure what we can measure. And we draw conclusions from that limited evidence, believing we have understood the whole when we have only glimpsed a part. The warm flush of the patient's cheeks seemed like health returning. The increased appetite seemed like the body gathering strength. These visible signs obscured the invisible destruction happening within. It tells us that tradition can be wrong. The prescription of alcohol for tuberculosis was not the invention of a single eccentric physician. It was a widespread practice, endorsed by medical authorities, taught in medical schools, followed in the most prestigious institutions. The weight of tradition is not proof of correctness. Generations of physicians prescribed alcohol because their teachers had prescribed alcohol, and their teachers before them. The practice seemed to work, or at least it did not seem to fail in any obvious way. Some patients improved, others died. The same was true without alcohol. In the absence of controlled trials, in the absence of the statistical methods we now take for granted, it was impossible to know which treatments helped and which harmed. Tradition filled the void where evidence should have been. And it tells us something about hope, about the desperate need to do something, anything, when faced with a disease that seemed otherwise unstoppable. In the absence of effective treatment, doctors prescribed what they had. Patients took what they were given. Hope sustained them, even when the object of that hope was misplaced. Hope is not nothing. Even misplaced hope has value. It keeps the dying from despair. It motivates them to continue fighting. It makes the unbearable slightly more bearable. The patients who believed they were being healed by their wine and cognac found comfort in that belief. The comfort was real, even if the healing was not. What do we carry forward from this story? We carry the recognition that medicine is a process, not a destination. The answers of today may be the errors of tomorrow. This is not an argument for rejecting medical advice, but for understanding it in context, as the best available approximation of truth, not as truth itself. Every generation of physicians believes, with varying degrees of confidence, that it has finally understood what previous generations got wrong. The doctors of the 1950s believed they had solved the tuberculosis problem with antibiotics. Then came drug resistance. The doctors of the 1980s believed they understood infectious disease. Then came HIV. Each solution reveals new problems. Each answer generates new questions. This is not failure. It is the nature of scientific progress. But it should teach us humility. We carry the memory of patients who trusted their doctors and drank what they were prescribed. They deserve to be remembered, not with condescension, but with compassion. They were doing their best, just as we do our best, navigating uncertainty with the tools available. These were not gullible fools. They were people facing a terrible disease with no good options, who followed the advice of the most educated professionals their society could produce. Their trust was reasonable. Their hope was human. That the trust was misplaced and the hope ultimately futile does not diminish them. It reminds us that we too place our trust in experts. We too hope that our treatments will work, and we too may one day be pitied by future generations who know what we cannot. We carry an awareness that the intersection of alcohol and disease remains medically significant. The tuberculosis bacillus has not disappeared from the world. It still kills more than 1 million people every year. And alcohol use disorder remains one of the factors that enables it, weakening immunity, disrupting treatment, feeding the cycles of infection that public health officials struggle to break. The pattern we have traced tonight, of alcohol making tuberculosis worse, continues to this day. In Russia and Eastern Europe, in homeless shelters and prisons, in marginalized communities around the world, the old combination persists. The whiskey prescription has ended, but the relationship between alcohol and tuberculosis has not. Perhaps, most importantly, we carry a sense of humility. The doctors of the 19th century were educated, thoughtful people who believed they were doing the right thing. History has not been kind to their beliefs. We have no guarantee that history will be kinder to ours. Somewhere in our current medical practice, in our current confident certainties, there may be errors as profound as the whiskey prescription. We cannot know which beliefs will fall. We can only proceed with care, test our assumptions honestly, and remain open to evidence that contradicts what we think we know. There are no easy answers. There never were. And perhaps that is the most important thing to carry forward. The recognition that certainty is often illusion, that knowledge is always provisional, and that the best we can do is try our hardest with whatever tools and understanding we have. The sanatoriums are gone now. The wine cellars have been emptied or converted to other uses. The prescription pads that once demanded whiskey now carry the names of antibiotics and antivirals. But somewhere, in the mountains where patients once lay on cure porches, breathing the thin cold air, the memory persists. In the converted hotels that were once places of healing and dying. In the medical archives that preserve the records of another age. In the human hope that any remedy, however unlikely, might offer salvation. If you were to visit Davos today, you would find a ski resort and conference centre. The cure porches have been enclosed to make hotel rooms. The dining halls where patients raise their glasses of wine now host business executives and winter tourists. The magic mountain that Thomas Mann immortalised has been transformed into something ordinary, something commercial, something that remembers its past only in plaques and museum exhibits. At Saranac Lake, some of the old cure cottages still stand. They are protected now as historical buildings, testaments to an era when tuberculosis shaped an entire town. Trudeau's original sanatorium has been converted into other uses. His laboratory became the Trudeau Institute, still conducting medical research, though now into immunology rather than tuberculosis specifically. His legacy survives, stripped of the whiskey debate that he largely won. The glass of wine at dinner, the cognac at bedtime, these were not merely medical treatments. They were rituals of hope, performed by the dying and those who cared for them, in an age when hope was often all that medicine could offer. Think of what it meant to drink that prescribed wine. To lift the glass, knowing that your physician believed it would help you. To feel the warmth spreading through your chest and believe, truly believe, that it was the warmth of healing. To maintain the forms of civilized dining even as disease ravaged your body. To participate in a communal ritual with others who shared your fate. There was meaning in that glass, beyond whatever physical effects the alcohol produced. That hope was misplaced, but it was real. And perhaps that is the most human part of this story. Not the science that eventually corrected the error, but the hope that sustained it for so long. We are creatures who need to believe in something, who cannot endure hopelessness, who will grasp at any treatment that promises relief from suffering. The whiskey prescription endured not because doctors were foolish, but because patients needed hope and alcohol provided the illusion of it. The glass remains. Not the physical glass. That has long since been broken or recycled or lost. But the memory of what it represented. The desperate search for healing. The trust between patient and physician. The hope that any remedy, however improbable, might be the one that saves us. That hope is with us still. It lives in every patient who asks their doctor for something, anything that might help. In every physician who wishes they had better treatments to offer. In the ongoing human struggle against disease and death, and the terrible uncertainty that surrounds both. Let us return, one final time, to that dining hall in the mountains of Silesia. It is evening. The snow has begun to fall again, visible through the tall windows as white flakes against the darkening sky. The patients have gathered for dinner, dressed in their finest clothes, maintaining the forms of civilization even as disease works within them. A waiter moves between the tables, pouring wine from bottles of Hungarian Tokay. The crystal catches the gaslight, and for a moment the wine glows like amber, like honey, like something precious. The patients lift their glasses. Some of them are laughing, sharing stories of distant homes and distant lives. Others are quiet, their thoughts turned inward. A young woman near the window gazes at the falling snow. An elderly gentleman studies his wine, as if reading something in its depths. They drink. They believe, most of them, that what they are drinking will help them. That the warmth spreading through their chests is the warmth of healing. That the doctors who prescribe this wine know what they are doing. We know now that they were wrong. We know what the wine was doing to their immune systems, to their chances of survival, to the invisible battle being waged within their lungs. We know what they could not know. But we cannot save them. They are beyond our reach, separated by more than a century of time and knowledge. All we can do is remember them. Remember their hope, remember their trust, remember that they were people doing their best in an impossible situation. The wine was not the cure they sought, but perhaps in its way it offered them something else. A moment of normalcy, a sense of civilization persisting, a ritual that connected them to the world they were losing. Outside, the mountains stand as they have always stood, indifferent to human suffering, indifferent to human hope, indifferent to the debates of physicians and the fears of patients. The same peaks that Hermann Bremer saw when he built his sanatorium. The same forests that patients walked through, breathing deeply, believing the air would save them. The mountains have outlasted the sanatoriums, outlasted the patients, outlasted the entire era when tuberculosis ruled and alcohol was prescribed as its cure. And so, as the night deepens and the sanatorium dining hall fades into memory, we leave behind the doctors and their prescriptions, the debates and the doubts, the science that came too late to save those who needed it most. But their legacy remains in our understanding of immunity and infection, in our humility about medical certainty, in the ongoing relationship between alcohol and disease that still claims lives today. The story we have traced tonight is not merely history. It is a reminder of how medicine works, of how knowledge grows, of how well-meaning people can do harm while trying to help. It is a reminder to question certainties, to test assumptions, to remain humble in the face of what we do not yet understand. Next time on the Sanatorium, we'll explore another corner of tuberculosis history, but that journey is for another night. For now, rest well. Let the memory of mountain air carry you gently into sleep. Let the distant sound of crystal glasses raised in hope echo into quietness. The wine has been poured and drunk. The patients have retired to their rooms. The snow continues to fall on the mountains where so many came seeking cures they would not find. If you found some measure of peace in tonight's journey, perhaps leave a like or share it with someone who might need it. Thank you for being here. Thank you for remembering with us those who drank in hope and died in ignorance of what they were drinking. Good night. She dies in his arms. Every single night in opera houses around the world, from Milan to Melbourne, from Paris to São Paulo, from the grandest theatres in Vienna to provincial houses in small Italian cities, she dies. Coughing, feverish, her cold hands reaching for the man who loves her, whispering his name with her final breath. And every night the audience weeps. They have been weeping for over 125 years. Mimi's death in La Bohème is the most famous tuberculosis death ever staged. more people have watched her die than have actually died of the disease in the modern era. Puccini's opera has been performed tens of thousands of times, on average, somewhere on Earth, almost every single day since its premiere in 1896. But Puccini did not invent her. He borrowed her from a real woman in a real garret in Paris, who really coughed blood into a handkerchief while the man who loved her watched helplessly. That man then wrote a novel about it, and then he died, himself, of the same disease, at 38 years old, in a charity hospital, penniless despite his literary fame. This is the opera that made tuberculosis immortal. The opera that turned disease into beauty, suffering into art, and a frozen garret in Paris into the most emotionally devastating stage setting in the history of music. Tonight, we ask why it still makes us cry. Welcome to the Sanatorium. Tonight we explore La Bohème, Giacomo Puccini's masterpiece about love, art, poverty and death in the garrets of 19th century Paris. It is, by some measures, the most popular opera ever written. It is certainly among the most performed, the most recorded, the most likely to reduce an audience to tears. We will trace the opera back to its source, a novel written by a man who lived the bohemian life himself, who knew the freezing rooms and the empty stomachs, who loved women who were dying of consumption, and who died, in the end, of the very same disease that kills his most famous character. We will witness the bitter rivalry between two composers racing to tell the same story, and see how one version became immortal while the other was forgotten. And we will follow the opera's descendants forward across a century as to Jonathan Larson's Rent and beyond, asking why we keep returning to stories of young artists dying beautifully. If you're new here, this channel explores how tuberculosis, the disease that killed 1 in 4 people in the 19th century, shaped everything from literature to music, from architecture to fashion, from the American West to the way we think about art itself. If that sounds like your kind of history, consider subscribing. Now settle in, find a comfortable position. Let your breathing slow. We have a long journey ahead, through freezing garrets and candlelit cafes, through opera houses and off-Broadway theatres, through stories of artists who died young and the art that keeps them alive. Let's begin. Paris. Christmas Eve, 1830-something. Imagine, if you will, a room at the top of a narrow building in the Latin Quarter. It is barely a room at all, more of an afterthought, a space carved from beneath the roofline where the ceiling slopes so sharply you cannot stand upright at the edges. The floorboards are warped, the walls are thin, the single window, small and high, is covered in frost, thick frost, the kind that grows when the temperature inside is barely warmer than the temperature outside. Through that frosted window, if you wiped a circle clean, you would see the rooftops of Paris stretching toward the Seine. Chimney pots, spires, the grey winter sky pressing down like a lid. 4 young men share this space. Rodolfo is a poet who has just burned the 3rd act of his play in the stove, watching the pages curl and blacken, giving up 3 months of work for 20 minutes of warmth. Marcello is a painter. His canvases lean against the walls, unsold and unsellable. Schaunard is a musician who has not had a paying engagement in weeks. Colline is a philosopher whose overcoat pockets bulge with books, the one possession he will not sell even when he is starving. They are artists. They are dreamers. They are at this moment slowly freezing to death. This is the world of La Bohème, the bohemian life of mid-19th century Paris, where young artists lived in beautiful squalor, creating masterpieces while dodging landlords and stretching every sou. It is a world of camaraderie and creativity, of grand ambitions and empty stomachs, of passionate arguments about poetry and painting conducted over tables where there was nothing to eat. And it is a world where tuberculosis waits in the shadows. In rooms like this, cold, damp, crowded, poorly ventilated, the bacillus thrived. It moved from lung to lung, invisible, patient, deadly. By the time someone began to cough, it was already too late. Into this garret comes a knock at the door. A young woman, a seamstress from down the hall, enters seeking a light for her candle. The draught on the stairs has blown it out. She's breathless from the climb. She coughs. She leans against the doorframe for support. She's pale and thin, and in the light of the single candle that remains lit, achingly beautiful. Her name is Mimi. She will be dead by the final curtain. In the next 2 hours, Rodolfo and Mimi will fall in love. They will quarrel. They will separate. They will reunite at the moment of her death, surrounded by the friends who have become family in this cramped and freezing room. The love story will be passionate and doomed. The death will be beautiful and terrible. It is one of the most performed operas in the world, produced somewhere on Earth, on average, almost every single day. More than 125 years after its premiere, audiences still weep at Mimi's death, still feel the chill of that garret, still believe utterly in the love story, even though they know from the very first scene exactly how it will end. Tonight, we explore why. Why this story, with its consumptive heroine and its starving artist, has captured imaginations across 3 centuries, why tuberculosis became opera's favourite way to die, and why, even in an era of antibiotics and central heating, we keep returning to the cold garrets of Bohemian Paris. This is the story of La Bohème. Giacomo Antonio Domenico Michele II Maria Puccini, mercifully known simply as Giacomo Puccini, was born on December 22, 1858, in Lucca, a small city in Tuscany. Lucca is one of those Italian cities that seems preserved in amber, ancient walls, narrow streets, medieval towers that have stood for centuries. It was a place where tradition mattered, where families carried their professions like inheritances. And the Puccinis were musicians. For 4 generations, stretching back to the early 18th century, the family had produced composers, organists and choir masters who served the Cathedral of Lucca. The position of director of music at the Cattedrale di San Martino had passed from father to son like a title of nobility. When Giacomo was born, it was simply assumed that he too would take his place in this tradition. He would learn organ. He would compose church music. He would serve God and Lucca as his father and grandfather and great-grandfather had done before him. But Giacomo had larger ambitions. He had heard something in music that the cathedral could not contain. At 15 years old, young Giacomo walked 18 miles to Pisa to see a performance of Verdi's Aida. 18 miles, because he could not afford the coach fare. He arrived exhausted, his feet blistered, and took his seat in the cheapest section of the theatre. What he saw and heard that night changed everything. I felt that a musical window had opened for me, he later wrote. The grandeur of the orchestration, the power of the voices, the spectacle of ancient Egypt recreated on stage. This was music that could shake the earth, that could make an audience forget to breathe, that could reduce a theatre full of sophisticated adults to tears. He knew, walking back to Lucca in the dark, that he would not be content as a provincial church musician. He would compose operas, the grandest form of musical drama, the art that combined orchestra and voice, and theatre and spectacle into a single, overwhelming experience. He studied at the Milan Conservatory, struggled through years of poverty that would later inform his portrayal of the Bohemians, and gradually made his name. His early operas, Le Villi and Edgar, showed promise, but not mastery. Then came Manon Lescaut in 1893, a story of doomed love that established him as a major force in Italian opera, a worthy successor to the aging Verdi. For his next project, Puccini turned to a French novel about starving artists in Paris. artist very much like the young man he had once been. The novel was Scènes de la vie de Bohème, Scenes of Bohemian Life, written by Henri Murger and published in 1851. It was a collection of loosely connected stories, almost more like sketches, based on Murger's own experiences as a desperately poor writer in the Latin Quarter of Paris during the 1840s. We will explore Murger's life and death in detail later in our journey. His story is as tragic in its way as any opera. For now, what matters is that his book became the defining document of the Bohemian myth, the romanticised vision of the starving artist that would captivate imaginations for generations, that would shape how we think about creativity and poverty and the relationship between suffering and art. In Murger's stories, poverty was not merely endured, it was celebrated. It was a badge of honour, proof of artistic integrity. The Bohemians were poor because they refused to compromise their art. They lived in garrets because they chose freedom over security. They went hungry because they would rather starve than sell out. They were, in their own eyes, aristocrats of the spirit, superior to the bourgeois world that had money but no soul, comfort but no poetry. And woven through the comic adventures and philosophical arguments was a thread of tragedy. A young woman called Mimi, a seamstress and flower maker who loved the poet Rodolphe, and died, as so many young women died in 19th century Paris, of tuberculosis. Her death, in the original novel, is almost incidental. Mentioned in passing, one more casualty of the Bohemian life. But it haunted readers. It haunted Puccini. It was this story, this specific tragedy within the larger comedy, that Puccini seized upon for his opera. He would make Mimi's death the centre of everything. He would make an audience feel what Rodolphe had felt, watching the woman he loved grow pale and thin and finally still. La Bohème premiered on February 1st, 1896, at the Teatro Regio in Turin. The conductor was a 28-year-old named Arturo Toscanini, who would go on to become, by many accounts, the greatest conductor of the 20th century, a legend who led orchestras at La Scala, the Metropolitan Opera, and the New York Philharmonic. But that night in Turin, Toscanini was just a young man with a baton trying to bring a new opera to life. The premiere was not a triumph. The critics were mixed at best, hostile at worst. Carlo Berseccio, writing in the influential Turin newspaper La Stampa, delivered what became the most infamous bad review in operatic history. La Bohème, even as it leaves little impression on the minds of the audience, will leave no great trace upon the history of our lyric theatre. He could not have been more spectacularly wrong. The audience at that first performance knew something the critics did not. They had wept at Mimi's death. They had felt the chill of the garret, the warmth of the love, the terrible weight of loss. Whatever the critics said, they would return. They would bring their friends. Within 4 years, La Bohème was being performed in opera houses across Europe and America, in London and Vienna, in Buenos Aires and New York. Within a decade, it had joined the standard repertoire, one of those works that every opera company must perform, that every soprano must master. Today, it is one of the 3 or 4 most frequently performed operas in the world, beloved by audiences who may never have heard of Henri Murger, who may know nothing of the tuberculosis epidemic that gave the story its tragic weight, but who recognise in Mimi's story something universal and permanently true. They recognise love. They recognise loss. They recognise the terrible beauty of a death that comes too soon. To understand La Bohème, we must first understand the man who created its source material, and who lived and died the life he described. Louis-Henri Murger was born on March 27, 1822, in Paris. His father was a tailor and concierge. His mother helped manage the building where they lived. The family occupied a small apartment on the Rue Saint-Georges, not a slum exactly, but far from the prosperous quarters of the city. They were respectable poor, that most precarious of positions, always one misfortune away from destitution. Young Henri grew up knowing poverty intimately, not as an abstract concept, but as a daily reality of cold rooms and carefully rationed meals, of clothes mended until they could be mended no more, of luxuries that existed only in the shop windows that he passed on his way to school. His father wanted him to learn a trade, to become a tailor like himself, or perhaps a clerk with steady employment and a pension to look forward to. But Henri had other ideas. He had discovered books, and through books he had discovered the world, of ideas, poetry, philosophy, the promise of a life beyond the narrow confines of his father's workshop. As a young man, barely into his 20s, he drifted toward the artistic circles of Paris. He tried poetry first, with limited success. His verses were competent but not brilliant. He contributed articles to small literary journals that paid little or nothing, sometimes only in copies of the magazine itself. He became part of a loose group of artists and writers who called themselves, with self-deprecating humour, les buveurs d'eau, the water drinkers. They were too poor to afford wine. The water drinkers lived the life that Murger would later romanticize in his fiction. They shared cramped rooms in the Latin Quarter. They pawned their belongings to pay rent. First the non-essentials, then the essentials, then everything they owned except the tools of their art. They went hungry for days at a time. They created poems and paintings and essays that almost no one wanted to buy. And they died. One by one, they died. Of tuberculosis, of starvation, of fevers brought on by cold and malnutrition, of the accumulated damage that poverty inflicts on young bodies not yet strong enough to resist it. The water drinkers left no monuments except in Murger's memory. The Latin Quarter takes its name from the language spoken there for centuries, Latin, the tongue of scholars and theologians who attended the Sorbonne, the ancient university that had stood at the heart of this neighbourhood since the 13th century. For hundreds of years, students had lived in these narrow streets, debating philosophy and law, medicine and theology in the language of the church and the academy. By the 1840s, Latin had faded, but the scholarly character of the neighbourhood remained. The area had become the heart of artistic and intellectual Paris, a place where ideas mattered more than money, where a clever argument could earn you a meal and a brilliant poem could earn you a reputation, even if it couldn't pay your rent. It was a neighbourhood of students and artists, of cheap cafes where debates raged late into the night, of bookshops where volumes were sold by weight when their owners could no longer afford to keep them. The most affordable rooms were the garrets, attic spaces at the top of narrow buildings, reached by climbing 4 or 5 or even 6 flights of rickety wooden stairs. These garret rooms were scarcely fit for human habitation. The ceilings sloped so sharply that you could stand upright only in the centre. The single window, small and draughty, let in a thin grey light and far too much cold air. There was no running water. You carried it up from the courtyard in buckets. There was no heat except what you could coax from a tiny stove fed by whatever scraps of fuel you could scrounge. In winter, ice formed on the inside of the windows. In summer, the roof baked in the sun, turning the garret into an oven. But these rooms were all that a struggling artist could afford. 3 or 4 francs a month, payable, theoretically, to a landlord who would bang on your door demanding rent at the most inconvenient moments. Murger and his friends inhabited this world completely. They spent their days in cafes, not drinking expensive coffee, which was beyond their means, but occupying tables for hours, nursing a single glass of water or perhaps a small beer, bought with coins scraped together from jacket pockets. They talked about art and philosophy and revolution. They argued about poetry and politics. They planned the masterpieces they would create when they had the time, the materials, the stability to create them. And then they climbed back to their freezing garrets and worked through the night by candlelight, writing poems that would never be published, painting canvases that would never be sold, composing symphonies that would never be performed. They lived for their art because there was nothing else to live for. The centre of their social world was the Café Momus, a modest establishment on the Rue des Prêtres Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois that features prominently in La Bohème. It was not elegant. The furniture was worn, the walls were stained with tobacco smoke, and the proprietor had long since given up hope of collecting what he was owed. But here the bohemians gathered to share what little they had, to argue about ideas, and to forget for a few hours the poverty and cold that defined their existence. Between 1847 and 1849, Murger published a series of stories in a small literary magazine called Le Corsaire. It was not a prestigious publication, far from it. Le Corsaire was a satirical journal, irreverent and often in trouble with the censors, but it paid, however modestly, and it gave Murger a platform. The stories he wrote, loosely connected, episodic, semi-autobiographical, depicted the lives of 4 bohemian friends and the women who loved them. They were comic mostly. The tone was light, ironic, self-deprecating. The characters schemed to avoid their landlord. They invented elaborate justifications for not paying their bills. They found ways to eat lavish meals and then slip away before the check came. But underneath the comedy was something darker. The characters were often cold. They were often hungry. They fell in love with women who were already dying. The reader laughed at their antics, but the laughter had an edge to it. The recognition that this precarious existence could collapse at any moment into tragedy. The characters were drawn from life, from the water drinkers Murger knew. Rodolphe, the poet, was Murger himself, his ambitions, his struggles, his romances thinly disguised. Marcel, the painter, was a composite of several artist friends. Chaunard, the musician, was based on Alexandre Chan, a real composer who had shared quarters with Murger. Colline, the philosopher, was drawn from a friend named Jean Wallon, whose overcoat pockets really did bulge with books. And the women, Mimi, Musette and others, were composites of real women Murger had known in the Bohemian underworld. Grisettes they were called, working-class girls who sewed or made artificial flowers by day and drifted into the demi-monde by night. In 1849, Murger adapted his stories into a play, La Vie de Bohème, which was produced at the Théâtre des Variétés. It was a surprising success. Parisian audiences, many of them comfortable bourgeois, who had never set foot in a garret, found themselves enchanted by this vision of artistic life. They wept at the sad parts. They laughed at the comic parts. They came back the next night and brought their friends. What they saw was not poverty as it actually was, but poverty as they imagined it might be. Romantic, full of adventure and passion, redeemed by art and love. Murger had discovered something that audiences desperately wanted, a myth. In 1851, Murger gathered his stories together and published them as a novel, Scènes de la vie de Bohème. The book became a classic, reprinted in edition after edition, translated into languages that Murger would never learn to read. It defined for generations what it meant to be a Bohemian, and in doing so, it obscured the reality of what it had cost. Murger's genius was to transform the misery he knew into something audiences wanted to experience vicariously. In his stories, the Bohemians are not simply poor. They are nobly poor. Their poverty is a badge of artistic integrity, proof that they have not sold out. They could have comfortable bourgeois lives if they wanted them. Their education, their talents, their connections would have enabled them to find steady employment in some office or shop, but they have chosen differently. They have chosen to starve for their art. They are heroes of the spirit, too pure for commerce, too honest for compromise, too devoted to beauty to care about money. When they burn their manuscripts for heat, it is presented not as desperation but as a kind of joke, a commentary on the relative values of literature and warmth. When they dodge their landlord, it is a comic caper, not a shameful necessity. The reality, of course, was grimmer. Murger knew, because he had lived it, that bohemian life was not a choice for most who lived it. They were poor because they had no money, not because they had rejected money on principle. They went hungry because they could not afford food, not because fasting was spiritually ennobling. They died young of tuberculosis, of typhus, of all the diseases that poverty breeds, not because early death was beautiful, but because poverty kills. The water drinkers did not toast their empty glasses with ironic cheer. They stared at them in despair, wondering when they would eat again. But Murger also knew, with the instinct of a born storyteller, that this reality would not sell books. No one wants to read about genuine misery. No comfortable Parisian wanted to feel guilty about the artists starving in the garrets above their heads. They wanted to admire those artists from a safe distance, to envy their freedom and their passion without having to share their cold and hunger. And so Murger created a myth, the myth of the beautiful doomed artist that would persist long after the actual water drinkers were dead and forgotten. The bohemian became a figure of romance, an object of aspiration. The garret became a symbol of artistic authenticity, not what it actually was, a death trap of cold and disease and slow starvation. It was a beautiful lie, and like all beautiful lies, it had consequences. Among Murger's characters, Mimi stands out, and her story would become the emotional centre of La Bohème. In Murger's stories, Mimi is a grisette, a young working-class woman who supplements her meagre wages as a seamstress or flower maker by accepting gifts from male admirers. She's not a prostitute exactly, but she exists in the shadowy world between respectability and the demi-monde. She makes artificial flowers for a living, violets and roses crafted from silk and wire, sold to decorate the hats and dresses of wealthy women who would never acknowledge her existence. Her real name is Lucille, but everyone calls her Mimi. She is thin and pale, with hands roughened by needle pricks, and eyes that are alternately merry and melancholy. She coughs sometimes, a delicate cough that she hides behind her handkerchief. She falls in love with Rodolphe, the poet. Their relationship is passionate and stormy, the kind of love that burns too hot to be sustainable. They quarrel over small things, his jealousy, her flirtations with wealthy admirers, the impossibility of surviving on poetry alone. They separate, they reunite, they separate again. Throughout it all, Mimi grows increasingly ill, the familiar symptoms of tuberculosis emerging gradually, inexorably. The cough becomes more persistent. The pallor deepens, she grows thinner, weaker. There is blood on the handkerchief now. Everyone can see what is happening, but no one speaks of it directly. There is nothing to be done. In Murger's original stories, Mimi's death is not the dramatic climax. It happens almost casually, mentioned in passing. One more casualty of the bohemian life. One more flower maker carried off by the consumption. The narrative moves on. The comedy continues, tinged now with grief. But when the stories were adapted for the stage and later for opera, Mimi's death became the emotional pinnacle of the work. Puccini understood what Murger had perhaps not fully grasped, that Mimi's death could carry the weight of everything the opera had to say about love and art and mortality. She dies surrounded by friends, in the arms of the man who loves her, in the same garret where she first appeared seeking a light for her candle. The love that began in that room ends in that room. The symmetry is perfect, the tragedy is complete. It is a death that audiences have been weeping over for more than 125 years. Here is the bitter irony at the heart of La Bohème. Henri Murger died the same way his characters died. After the success of his play and novel, Murger achieved a measure of fame and financial stability. He moved out of the garrets, he bought new clothes, he dined in restaurants where he actually paid the bill. Critics praised him as the chronicler of a vanishing world, the poet of Bohemian Paris. In 1859, he received the Légion d'honneur, the red ribbon that marked recognition from the French state of his literary contributions. He was 37 years old. He should have had decades of writing ahead of him. He should have been able to leave the garret life behind forever. But the damage was already done. Years of poverty, cold, and malnutrition had destroyed his health beyond repair. Tuberculosis, almost certainly contracted during his water drinker days, had taken hold in his lungs. The disease had been progressing slowly, invisibly, throughout the years of his success. Now, in the late 1850s, his condition deteriorated rapidly. The cough that had been merely annoying became constant, racking, bloody. He grew weak. He could not work. Whatever money he had earned from his books and plays slipped away, spent on doctors who could do nothing, on medicines that helped not at all. By January of 1861, Murger was nearly penniless again. The wheel had come full circle. The man who had made the garret romantic found himself once more without resources. He was admitted to a Paris hospital, the Maison du Bois, a charitable institution for the poor. He was too weak to care for himself. Napoleon III's minister, the Count Walowski, heard of his condition and sent 500 francs to help with medical expenses. It was a generous gesture. It was also meaningless. No amount of money could cure tuberculosis in 1861. It was too late. Henri Murger died on January 28, 1861. He was 38 years old, the same age at which Chopin had died, the same age at which so many consumptives died, cut down in what should have been the prime of life. The man who had romanticized the bohemian life, who had made poverty beautiful in his fiction, died in the same poverty that had killed his characters. The garret that he had transformed into a symbol of artistic freedom had, in reality, been a death sentence. The cold that he had turned into comedy had been tuberculosis, waiting patiently in his lungs. The myth he created outlived him, and continues to outlive him still, more than 160 years later. Bohemia, Murger wrote in the preface to his novel, is bordered on the north by cold, on the west by hunger, on the south by love, and on the east by hope. He had lived in all four quarters. He had died there. The influence of Murger's work extended far beyond La Bohème, far beyond the Paris that he had known. His vision of the starving artist became a template, one that would be repeated and elaborated throughout the 19th and 20th centuries. The Bohemian ideal, once specific to a few blocks of the Latin Quarter, spread across the world. Wherever young artists gathered to pursue their dreams, they found themselves reenacting a story that Murger had written. By the end of the 19th century, the Latin Quarter had given way to Montmartre as the centre of Bohemian Paris. The artists of the Belle Époque, Toulouse-Lautrec painting dancers at the Moulin Rouge, Renoir capturing light on canvas, the young Picasso arriving from Spain with nothing but talent and ambition, inhabited a world that Murger would have recognised immediately. The garrets were a little warmer now, lit by gas lamps rather than candles. But the essential elements remained: poverty, creativity, community, and always the shadow of early death. In the 20th century, the Bohemian tradition migrated across the Atlantic. Greenwich Village in New York became the American Montmartre, home to writers and painters, radicals and dreamers. The cafes of the left bank, where Hemingway and Fitzgerald drank in the 1920s, were direct descendants of the Café Momus. The coffee houses of the Beat generation in the 1950s, the rock clubs of the 1960s and 1970s, each was a new iteration of the same myth. Each generation reinvented Bohemia according to its own needs. The artist changed, the art changed, the specific substances of addiction changed, but the fundamental elements remained constant. Poverty accepted, even embraced for the sake of art, community among those who had rejected or been rejected by mainstream society, romantic tragedy lurking always behind the camaraderie and the laughter. And always in some form the shadow of early death. Merger had established the template, perhaps the most durable template in modern cultural history. The young artist dies young. In the 19th century the disease was tuberculosis. In the 20th it was heroin or suicide, or the accumulated damage of a life lived on the edge. In the 1980s and 1990s it was AIDS. The specific disease changes. The underlying mythology remains. The garret is still there, waiting for the next generation of dreamers to discover it. When Giacomo Puccini decided to adapt Murger's novel into an opera, he did not know that another composer had the same idea. The story of what happened next has become one of the great rivalries in operatic history, though the truth of it remains murky, obscured by decades of accusation and counter-accusation. Ruggero Leoncavallo was a successful Italian composer, best known for his opera Pagliacci, a brutal one-act tragedy about jealousy and murder in a travelling theatre troupe. He was, by all accounts, an ambitious man, keenly aware of his place in the operatic world and protective of what he considered his territory. According to some accounts, primarily Leoncavallo's own, he had been working on a La Bohème opera for years. He had researched Murger's life. He had visited Paris to absorb the atmosphere. He had even, reportedly, offered Puccini a libretto for the project in 1892, which Puccini had declined, claiming he preferred to work with his own librettists. In March of 1893, the two composers ran into each other at a cafe in Milan. The Café Buffy, according to one account, or perhaps another establishment entirely. During their conversation, they realised with mutual horror that both were actively working on operas based on Murger's novel. The meeting did not go well. Leoncavallo was furious. He believed, or claimed to believe, that Puccini had rejected his libretto specifically in order to steal the idea and create his own version. Whether this was true, or whether both composers had simply arrived at the same source material independently, remains impossible to determine. But Leoncavallo was convinced of Puccini's treachery, and he was not the sort of man to suffer in silence. He launched a public campaign through the press, accusing Puccini of theft and betrayal. Letters flew back and forth in the newspapers. Each composer claimed priority. Each accused the other of bad faith. The musical world of Italy took sides. Puccini's response was characteristically blunt. What does it matter to Maestro Leoncavallo? Let him compose, I will compose, the audience will decide. And so both composers continued their work. The race was on. Puccini collaborated with two librettists, Luigi Illica and Giuseppe Giacosa, to transform Murger's sprawling episodic novel into a coherent operatic drama. It was a partnership that would produce three of the most beloved operas in the repertoire, La Bohème, Tosca and Madama Butterfly. The collaboration was not easy. Illica was responsible for the dramatic structure, the plot, the stage directions. Giacosa handled the verse, the actual words that the characters would sing. The two men had different temperaments and different ideas about what the opera should be. Puccini, who knew exactly what he wanted, drove them both relentlessly, demanding revision after revision until the libretto met his exacting standards. The transformation of Murger's novel required significant condensation and restructuring. The original stories wandered. They were episodic, loosely connected, more interested in atmosphere than plot. An opera needed focus. It needed a clear dramatic arc. It needed, above all, an ending that would devastate the audience. The librettist chose to centre the work on two love stories, Rodolfo and Mimi, Marcello and Musetta. The other Bohemians, Shonald the musician, Colleen the philosopher, became supporting characters. The various women in Murger's stories were consolidated. The comic episodes were selected for their theatrical potential. Everything else was simplified or eliminated. Most importantly, the libretto made Mimi's death the climax of the entire work. In Murger's original, Mimi's death is mentioned almost in passing. One tragic event among many in the chaotic Bohemian life. It happens, and then the story continues. In Puccini's opera, it becomes the moment toward which everything builds. The joys of Act 1, the comedy of Act 2, the heartbreak of Act 3, all of it leads inexorably to the final scene in Act 4, when Mimi returns to the garret to die. This structural choice transformed La Bohème from a series of charming scenes into a unified tragedy. It gave audiences something to feel at the end. Not just the pleasant melancholy of Bohemian nostalgia, but genuine, wrenching grief for a character they had come to love over the previous 2 hours. Puccini composed La Bohème between 1893 and 1895, completing the orchestration in late 1895. He worked at his villa at Torre del Lago, in the marshlands near the Tuscan coast, where he could compose undisturbed by the distractions of city life. The music is among his most accessible and immediately appealing, which is saying something for a composer whose melodies are universally admired. From the very first notes, the orchestra establishes a sense of bustling energy, of life being lived at full tilt despite the cold and the poverty. The love duets are soaring and romantic. The comic scenes sparkle with wit. The melodies are unforgettable. Rodolfo's aria about Mimi's cold little hand. Mimi's response, explaining who she is and what she dreams of. The glorious duet that ends Act 1 as they declare their love and walk out into the Parisian night. Musetta's flirtatious waltz in Act 2. Mimi's heartbreaking farewell in Act 3. Audiences leave the theatre humming these melodies. They have been humming them for over a century. But the sophistication of Puccini's score goes far beyond catchy tunes. He developed a system of musical themes, what musicologists call leitmotifs, borrowing the term from Wagner, that recur throughout the opera, transformed and developed as the drama unfolds. These themes are not just labels for characters, they carry emotional weight. They tell us what the characters are feeling even when the words cannot. The theme of Mimi's bonnet, first heard when she describes her simple life in Act 1, returns in Act B as she lies dying, but now it is coloured by loss, by the memory of what was and will never be again. The theme of the Bohemians' camaraderie, boisterous and playful in Act 1, becomes tender and mournful in Act 4, when the friends sacrifice their few possessions to help the dying girl. This technique creates a sense of memory within the music itself. As the characters remember earlier times, the orchestra remembers with them, bringing back fragments of themes that the audience has heard before, now coloured by everything that has happened since. The effect is cumulative. By the end of the opera, every musical phrase carries the weight of the entire story. The effect in Act 4 is devastating. As Mimi lies dying, as she and Rodolfo recall their first meeting, the orchestra plays music from Act 1, from the moment when they first declared their love, when everything was possible, when the future stretched ahead of them like an endless promise. What was joyful then becomes unbearably sad now. The melody is the same, the meaning is transformed. The music carries the weight of everything that has been lost. Let me walk through the opera's story. 4 acts that span roughly a year in the lives of our bohemians, from one Christmas Eve to the following autumn. Act 1. Christmas Eve in the garret. The room is freezing. Rodolfo the poet and Marcello the painter are trying to work, but the cold makes concentration impossible. Marcello's painting, a depiction of the crossing of the Red Sea that he has been reworking for years, sits on its easel, abandoned. Rodolfo's latest poem lies unfinished on the table. To warm the room, Rodolfo makes a dramatic sacrifice. He burns the manuscript of his play, feeding it page by page into the stove. The fire blazes briefly, then dies. The warmth is fleeting. The art is gone. Their friends Colin the philosopher and Shaunod the musician arrive with an unexpected windfall. Food, wine, fuel and money. The product of a comic misadventure involving an eccentric English milord and a parrot. For once the Bohemians will eat well on Christmas Eve. But their celebration is interrupted by the arrival of Benoit the landlord, demanding the rent that is months overdue, through a clever trick, getting Benoit drunk and then pretending moral outrage at his confessed infidelities. The Bohemians manage to throw him out without paying. It is a small victory, comic and slightly mean-spirited, but it is theirs. The friends prepare to leave for Christmas Eve celebrations at the Café Momus. But Rodolfo stays behind. He has an article to finish, he claims. The others depart. The garret falls silent. And then there is a knock at the door. Mimi enters, seeking a light for her candle. The draught on the stairs has blown it out. She is breathless from the climb. 5 flights of stairs are hard when your lungs are not strong. In the candlelight, Rodolfo sees that she is beautiful. Her pallor, her thinness, her evident fragility, all of it strikes him as lovely rather than alarming. Both candles go out. In the darkness, Mimi drops her key. They search for it together, hands reaching across the floor, their fingers touch. Rodolfo, moved beyond reason by this simple contact, takes her hand and tells her it is cold. "Che gelida manina," the aria begins. He tells her who he is, a poet, poor in worldly goods but rich in dreams. She tells him who she is. Lucia is her name, but everyone calls her Mimi. She makes flowers and embroidery. She lives alone. She waits for spring. They fall in love instantly, passionately, with the intensity that only the young and the doomed can muster. The act ends with them declaring their love and walking out into the Parisian night toward the cafe where their friends are waiting. Act 2. The Latin Quarter, outside the Café Momus. It is still Christmas Eve, and the streets are alive with vendors and revellers. Rodolfo buys Mimi a pink bonnet, a modest luxury, but one that fills her with joy. The Bohemians gather at the cafe, ordering more food than they can afford. Their meal is interrupted by the spectacular arrival of Musetta, Marcello's former lover, now on the arm of Alcindoro, a wealthy older man who is clearly besotted with her. Musetta is everything Mimi is not. Bold, flamboyant, calculating. She knows exactly what she wants, and what she wants right now is Marcello's attention. She sings her famous waltz, ostensibly describing how men stare at her when she walks through the streets, but really aimed directly at Marcello. It is a performance within a performance. Musetta using the cafe as her stage, the other diners as her audience, and the increasingly uncomfortable Alcindoro as her prop. Her strategy works. Marcello cannot resist her. Feigning a pinched foot, Musetta sends Alcindoro to buy her new shoes. The moment he leaves, she and Marcello reunite passionately. A military parade fills the streets. In the confusion, the Bohemians slip away, leaving poor Altisidoro to pay their bill as well as his own when he returns with the shoes. It is a comic ending, but with an edge. We have seen the Bohemians at their most charming and their most ruthless. We have seen love bloom, both the tender love of Rodolfo and Mimì and the passionate, volatile love of Marcello and Musetta. And underneath it all we have seen Mimì coughing delicately into her handkerchief. Act 3. A snowy February morning at a tavern near the Barrière d'Enfer, one of Paris's toll gates, where travellers entering the city must stop and pay their customs dues. It is dawn, snow is falling, workers are stamping their feet against the cold. Mimì appears, seeking Marcello. She has learned that he is living at the tavern with Musetta, who is entertaining the customers with her singing. She needs his advice. Her relationship with Rodolfo is falling apart. She tells Marcello what has happened. Rodolfo is jealous, possessive, impossible. They quarrel constantly. She doesn't know what to do. She loves him, but she cannot live this way. Rodolfo appears, also seeking Marcello's advice. Mimì hides behind a tree and overhears their conversation. At first, Rodolfo complains of Mimi's flirtatiousness. She smiles at other men. She accepts their compliments. She's not faithful to him. But Marcello presses him. That is not the real reason, and they both know it. Slowly, reluctantly, the truth emerges. Rodolfo is afraid. He knows Mimì is dying. He can see it in her pallor, hear it in her cough, feel it in the thinness of her body when he holds her, and he knows that his poverty cannot provide her with the care she needs. His garret is killing her. The cold, the damp, the lack of food and medicine, all of it is hastening her death. He believes that being with him is a death sentence. If she were with a wealthier man, in a warmer room with doctors and medicines and proper food, perhaps she might survive. Mimì, hearing all of this, cannot contain herself. Her coughing, that terrible racking cough, reveals her presence. Rodolfo rushes to her. The pretense of quarrelling falls away. They know now what they are facing. They decide to stay together through the winter. They cannot bear to part while the world is cold. But in the spring, when the roses bloom, they will separate. It is compromise born of desperation, and both of them know it will not hold. Meanwhile, Musetta and Marcello are having their own violent quarrel. Their love is a storm, always, and now the storm has turned destructive. The act ends with both couples, Rodolfo and Mimì tenderly reconciled, walking slowly away, Marcello and Musetta screaming insults at each other as the snow falls around them. Act 4. The garret again. Some months have passed. It is autumn now, and the trees that Mimì loved are bare. Rodolfo and Marcello are back in their old room, both pretending to work but actually pining for the women they have lost. Mimì and Rodolfo have separated. Marcello and Musetta have broken up again. The men try to comfort each other. They try to make light of their losses, but neither of them is fooling anyone. Schaunard and Colline arrive with a modest meal, bread, a herring, much less than they pretended to bring in Act 1, when the Bohemian life still seemed like an adventure. The four friends engage in mock combat, horse play, a burst of the old camaraderie. For a moment, the garret is full of laughter. And then Musetta arrives with devastating news. Mimì is outside, too weak to climb the stairs. She had been living with a wealthy viscount, the better life that Rodolfo had hoped for her, but she left him. She wanted to die in the garret. She wanted to die with Rodolfo. Rodolfo rushes down to help her. Mimì is brought in and placed on the bed. She's dying. Anyone can see it. Her face is grey. Her breathing is laboured. She cannot stop coughing. The friends spring into action. Musetta gives her earrings to Marcello to sell for medicine. Colleen, in one of the opera's most touching moments, sacrifices his beloved overcoat, the one possession he treasures, the coat whose pockets have carried his books through all these years of poverty. He sings a farewell to it, Vecchia Zimara, Old Coat. It is a small aria, brief and quiet, but it carries enormous weight. In this world of poverty, a coat is not just a coat. It is warmth. It is identity. It is everything. The friends go out on their errands, leaving Mimi and Rodolfo alone. They talk. They remember. They recall their first meeting, the candle, the key, the cold hand. They recall the bonnet he bought her. They recall the love that seemed for a moment like it could conquer everything. Mimi falls asleep, or seems to. Rodolfo, trying to make her comfortable, goes to adjust the shade on the window. The light is hurting her eyes. The friends return. Schaunard notices that Mimi has stopped breathing. He whispers to Marcello. Marcello tries to tell Rodolfo without speaking the words, but Rodolfo sees their faces. He sees Musetta praying. He knows. He rushes to the bed. He takes Mimi's hand, the hand he took in the dark so many months ago. He calls her name. There is no answer. The opera ends with Rodolfo's anguished cry, "Mimi! Mimi!" and a devastating orchestral crash. The curtain falls. The audience weeps. Mimi's death in La Bohème is, medically speaking, remarkably accurate. A study published in The Lancet, one of the world's most prestigious medical journals, analysed her symptoms as depicted in the opera and concluded that Puccini's portrayal was consistent with advanced pulmonary tuberculosis, complicated by cor pulmonale. This is a condition in which the heart's right ventricle fails due to long-term damage from lung disease. The lungs, ravaged by tuberculosis, can no longer efficiently oxygenate the blood. The heart, struggling to pump blood through damaged lung tissue, eventually gives out. Mimi's cold hands, the gelida manina that Rodolfo sings about in his first aria, are not merely a romantic detail. They are a symptom of peripheral circulatory failure. Her breathlessness on the stairs is not a dramatic convenience. It reflects the progressive destruction of her lung capacity. Her weakness, her pallor, her gradual wasting, all of it is medically consistent with the disease as it actually progressed in the 19th century. By the time of her death, Mimi's body would have been in complete failure. Her oxygen-starved tissues would have been shutting down one by one. Her heart, weakened by months or years of struggling against damaged lungs, would have been unable to pump blood effectively to her extremities. The cold hands that Rodolfo takes in the dark of the garret would have been even colder at the end. Puccini got it right. Whether through research or intuition, whether guided by librettists who had witnessed such deaths firsthand or simply by the accumulated cultural knowledge of a society where tuberculosis was everywhere, he created a death that was both beautiful and true. But medical accuracy is not why tuberculosis became opera's favourite disease. The appeal was aesthetic, not scientific. Consumption was chosen not because it was common, though it certainly was, but because it was useful. It served the needs of the stage. Tuberculosis was the ideal operatic illness because it allowed singers to die beautifully. Consider the alternatives available to 19th century composers seeking a disease to kill their heroines. Cholera, epidemic in 19th century Europe, particularly in the great urban outbreaks of 1832 and 1854, kills through violent diarrhea and dehydration. The victim loses massive amounts of fluid, becoming gaunt and blue-skinned. Within hours, death can come in a single day. It is a terrible way to die, and absolutely unsuitable for the operatic stage. No audience wants to see that, and no singer wants to portray it. Typhus causes high fever, delirium, and a rash that covers the body. The victim becomes confused, unable to recognize loved ones, lost in hallucination. Again, dramatically unpromising. You cannot sing a touching final aria when you are delirious with fever. Smallpox leaves its victims scarred and disfigured. Bubonic plague kills with grotesque swelling of the lymph nodes. Dysentery, like cholera, involves symptoms that cannot be depicted on stage without embarrassment. Syphilis, though extremely common in 19th century Europe, carried a moral stigma that made it unsuitable for sympathetic characters. A woman who died of syphilis was presumed to have lived a life of sin. She was not a victim, but a transgressor. Audiences might pity her, but they would not weep for her the way they wept for Mimi. Tuberculosis, by contrast, seemed almost designed for operatic tragedy. The disease killed slowly over months or years, allowing for extended deathbed scenes. A composer could write a 4-act opera spanning an entire year, with the heroine growing progressively weaker, and the audience would understand and accept the timeline. They had seen it happen in their own families. Tuberculosis caused gradual wasting that could be portrayed as ethereal rather than gruesome. The consumptive grew thin, delicate, almost translucent, qualities that the 19th century associated with spiritual refinement rather than physical decay. The pallor and flushed cheeks, symptoms of anemia, and the hectic fever that came and went, could be interpreted as signs of delicate beauty. A consumptive heroine looked fragile, romantic, interesting. Most importantly, the consumptive remained conscious and articulate until very near the end. A woman dying of tuberculosis could speak, could sing, could express her deepest emotions with full awareness of what she was saying. She could say goodbye. She could forgive. She could declare her love one final time before the light faded from her eyes. A consumptive heroine could die beautifully, surrounded by loved ones, expressing her deepest emotions in song. The death could be tragic without being repulsive. Audiences could weep without looking away. And the soprano could bring down the house with her final aria, knowing that she was performing one of the great set pieces of the operatic tradition. Before La Bohème, there was La Traviata, Verdi's opera about a courtesan who dies of tuberculosis. If La Bohème is the most famous operatic death by consumption, La Traviata is a close second, and it came first. La Traviata premiered in Venice on March 6, 1853, 43 years before La Bohème would debut in Turin. The premiere was famously disastrous. The soprano was miscast, the audience laughed in the wrong places, and Verdi was so dejected that he nearly withdrew the work entirely. But within a year, La Traviata had been revised and restaged to acclaim. It would become one of the most beloved operas in their repertoire. The opera was based on La Dame aux Camélias, The Lady of the Camellias, a novel and play by Alexandre Dumas Fils. Dumas was the illegitimate son of the famous novelist Alexandre Dumas, author of The Three Musketeers and The Count of Monte Cristo. The younger Dumas would become a successful writer in his own right, but his fame would rest largely on this single story, a story based on his own life, on a love affair that ended in tragedy. Verdi saw Dumas' play in Paris in 1852 and immediately recognized its operatic potential. Here was everything he needed: a passionate love story, a strong-willed heroine, a tragic ending that would reduce audiences to tears, and at the centre of it all, tuberculosis, the disease that made the tragedy possible. In La Traviata, the consumptive heroine is Violetta Valery, a courtesan, the most famous and sought after in Paris. She lives extravagantly, surrounded by admirers, throwing parties that are the talk of the city. But she's ill. She coughs. She knows, though she tries not to think about it, that her time is short. She falls in love with Alfredo Germont, a young man from a respectable family, and for a time they are happy together, living quietly in the country, away from the glamour and corruption of her former life. But Alfredo's father arrives and demands that she give up his son. A courtesan cannot marry into a respectable family. She will ruin Alfredo's reputation, his sister's marriage prospects, his entire future. Violetta, in an act of extraordinary self-sacrifice, agrees. She pretends to have fallen out of love with Alfredo. She returns to Paris to her former protector. Alfredo, not knowing the truth, believes she has betrayed him. He publicly humiliates her. By the time Alfredo's father confesses what he did, by the time he gives Alfredo permission to be with Violetta, it is too late. She is dying. The consumption that has been advancing throughout the opera has finally won. The opera ends with one of the most famous death scenes in the repertoire. Violetta briefly feeling better, that terrible rally that sometimes precedes the final decline, what doctors call the last improvement, rises from her bed, declares "I feel life returning," and then collapses, dead. Alfredo screams her name, the orchestra crashes, the curtain falls. Scholar Arthur Gruss has noted that La Traviata may contain the first operatic death by tuberculosis. Whether or not this is precisely accurate, other scholars have identified earlier examples. It certainly established the template that La Bohème would later perfect: the beautiful young woman, the doomed love affair, the lingering death in the arms of the beloved. Behind Violetta Valery, behind all the operatic consumptives of the 19th century, stands a real woman. Marie du Plessis was born Rose Alphonsine Plessis on January 15, 1824, in a small village in rural Normandy. Her childhood was one of poverty and abuse. Her mother died when she was 8. Her father, an alcoholic peddler, actually sold her, to a man who used her as a child labourer and worse. By her mid-teens, she had escaped her family and made her way to Paris, where her extraordinary beauty caught the attention of wealthy men willing to pay for her company. She reinvented herself, changing her name from Alphonsine to Marie, adding the aristocratic du to her surname. She learned to dress, to speak, to move through high society as if she belonged there. She became one of the most famous courtesans of her era. A demi-mondaine, they called such women, inhabitants of the half-world that existed alongside but separate from respectable society. She was courted by aristocrats and artists, by dukes and diplomats. Franz Liszt himself was among her admirers. She owned a magnificent apartment, attended the opera in diamonds, drove through the Bois de Boulogne in her own carriage. She lived extravagantly, running up enormous debts, because she knew her career would be short. Beauty fades, youth fades, and she was already coughing. Alexandre Dumas Fils met her in 1844, when he was 20 years old and she was barely past 20. He was immediately infatuated. Their relationship was stormy and short-lived. He was jealous of her other admirers. She could not afford to give up their financial support, but it marked him for life. When Marie died of tuberculosis on February 3, 1847, at the age of 23, Dumas was devastated. He was in Marseille when he received the news. He could not even attend her funeral. By the time he returned to Paris, her possessions had been auctioned off to pay her debts, and the apartment where they had been together had been stripped bare. Within months, Dumas had begun writing the novel that would immortalize her. In his hands, Marie du Plessis became Marguerite Gautier, the Lady of the Camellias, named for the flowers she always wore. The real Marie had favoured camellias too, perhaps because they have no scent and would not aggravate her cough. The novel cleaned up some of the more sordid details of her life, while preserving her fundamental tragedy. A woman of great beauty and sensitivity, trapped, by circumstances into a life of moral compromise, redeemed by love but killed by disease. In Dumas's telling, Marguerite is not simply a prostitute, but a romantic heroine, a woman who sacrifices everything for love and is destroyed by a society that cannot accept her redemption. The novel became a play. The play became Verdi's opera, and Marie Duplessis, the poor Norman girl who was sold by her father and died alone in a rented apartment at 23, surrounded by doctors she could not pay, became an archetype, the fallen woman whose death purifies her, the consumptive beauty whose suffering ennobles. She would have been astonished, perhaps, to know that people would still be weeping for her over 175 years later. It is worth noting that in both La Traviata and La Bohème, the consumptive victim is female. This is not medically accurate. Tuberculosis killed men and women in roughly equal numbers throughout the 19th century, and in some periods and places it actually killed more men than women. Men worked in dusty factories and crowded workshops. Men lived in boarding houses and military barracks. Men, in many ways, were more exposed to the conditions that spread the disease. But operatic tuberculosis was overwhelmingly a women's disease. The dying consumptive on the 19th century stage was almost always female. The reasons were cultural, not medical. In 19th century opera, and in 19th century culture more broadly, the dying woman was a figure of intense emotional and aesthetic interest. Her death was beautiful in ways that a man's death could not be. Her suffering was redemptive in ways that a man's suffering was not. A dying man might be heroic, might be tragic, might be mourned, but he was not beautiful in the same way. His death did not carry the same emotional charge. The consumptive heroine embodied a constellation of Victorian ideals about femininity, passivity, fragility, submission, selflessness. She accepted her fate without complaint. She forgave those who had wronged her. She thought of others even as she lay dying, worrying about the grief she would cause them. In death, she became almost angelic, a model of the feminine virtue that the living were supposed to emulate. This mythology served patriarchal interests, whether or not the artists who created it were consciously aware of what they were doing. The dying woman was the ultimate object of male desire, beautiful, vulnerable, utterly dependent. She could not threaten the man who loved her. She could not challenge him, criticize him, leave him for someone else. She could only suffer beautifully and die, leaving him to mourn her and to remember her as perfect. Mimi and Violetta are both in their different ways products of this mythology. They are presented sympathetically, even heroically. Their deaths are meant to move us, not to teach us a lesson about morality or social reform. But they are also presented as victims of disease, of poverty, of the men who love them but cannot save them. Their agency is limited to the choice of how gracefully to accept their fate. Neither woman rages against her death. Neither demands better treatment, better housing, better medicine. Neither calls out the social system that has condemned her to freeze and starve. They accept, they forgive, they die. It is a troubling pattern, even as it is a beautiful one. The consumptive heroine did not die with the 19th century. Throughout the 20th century and into the 21st, artists have returned again and again to the template established by La Traviata and La Bohème. The specific disease may change. AIDS replaced tuberculosis as the era's emblematic plague, but the underlying structure remains. Young love cut short by fatal illness, the beautiful death that cannot be prevented, the grief of the survivors who must carry on. In 1996, exactly 100 years after La Bohème premiered in Turin, a new version of the story opened off-Broadway in New York. It was called Rent, and we will explore it in detail shortly. But first, let me mention some other descendants of the operatic consumptive. The 2001 film Moulin Rouge, directed by Baz Luhrmann, is explicitly modelled on La Bohème and La Traviata. Its heroine, Satine, a courtesan and star performer at the famous Parisian nightclub, dies of tuberculosis at the film's climax, in the arms of the young poet who loves her. The film quotes Puccini's music directly and unmistakably, using La Bohème itself as a plot element. Luhrmann was not subtle about his sources. He wanted audiences to recognise the tradition he was working in. The 1993 film Philadelphia tells the story of a lawyer dying of AIDS, a gay man whose illness makes him an outcast from the prestigious law firm he had dedicated his life to. The film follows a structure remarkably similar to La Traviata. A talented person, stigmatised and rejected because of their private life, fights for dignity while slowly dying. Tom Hanks won the Academy Award for his performance, and the film brought the AIDS epidemic to mainstream audiences in a way that few previous works had managed. Even films that do not explicitly reference opera often replicate its patterns: the beautiful death of the young, the love that cannot save, the art that memorialises. These themes recur across decades and genres, always with an emotional power that seems to draw from something deeper than any individual work, from the template itself. Why does this story keep being told? Perhaps because it addresses something fundamental about human experience: the fear of loss, the knowledge that love cannot protect us from death, the desperate hope that beauty and meaning can somehow transcend mortality. The consumptive heroine dies, but her story lives on. Mimi is dead by the final curtain, but Rodolfo will remember her, and we, the audience, will remember her with him. In this sense, art becomes a kind of immortality. The death that cannot be prevented can at least be transformed into something beautiful, something that endures beyond the individual life. There is, of course, something troubling about this. The real deaths from tuberculosis were not beautiful. They were messy, painful, prolonged. The real Marie Duplessis did not die in her lover's arms singing of redemption. She died alone, in debt, abandoned by the men who had used her and moved on. The real bohemians of the Latin Quarter did not die poetically. They died in cold rooms, coughing blood, terrified. But opera is not documentary. It does not pretend to show us life as it is. It shows us life as we wish it could be, or as we fear it might be, transformed into music and spectacle. The consumptive heroine is a fantasy, yes, but she is a fantasy that speaks to real fears and real hopes. We keep returning to her because death is real, and love is real, and the gap between what we want and what we get is always there, yawning beneath our feet. La Bohème gives us a way to feel that gap, to mourn what is lost, to celebrate what remains, to experience the full weight of human transience in a safe, aesthetically controlled form. For 2 hours we weep for Mimi, and then the curtain falls and we return to our lives, which, unlike hers, continue. On the evening of January 25th, 1996, a 35-year-old composer named Jonathan Larson went to bed in his New York apartment. It was the eve of something he had been working toward for 7 years, since before the fall of the Berlin Wall, since before the Gulf War, since before the internet became part of everyday life. The next morning, Rent, the musical he had poured his heart and soul into, would have its final preview performance at the New York Theatre Workshop, a small off-Broadway venue that had nurtured the project through its long gestation. Larson never woke up. He died in his sleep of an aortic dissection, a sudden tear in the main blood vessel leading from the heart. The condition, caused by a congenital defect that had never been diagnosed, killed him almost instantly. He was alone in his apartment. He was just hours away from seeing his life's work presented to an audience. The cast and crew learned of his death the next morning. They were devastated. Some wanted to cancel the performance, but they decided, after agonised discussion, to go on, not as a full performance but as a memorial, a way of honouring the man who had created the work they loved. They sat on stools on the stage, dressed simply, and sang through the score. There would be no blocking, no costumes, no elaborate production, just the music and the words. The audience, many of them in tears before the first song ended, understood that they were witnessing something extraordinary, a work of art born in tragedy, baptized in grief. Rent had become, in the most terrible way imaginable, a piece about itself, about young artists dying too soon, about communities formed in the face of loss, about the urgent question of how to measure a life when there may not be much time left. Rent went on to become one of the most successful musicals in Broadway history. Jonathan Larson had conceived of Rent in 1988, when he was 28 years old and still struggling to make his mark in the theatre. He had been inspired by a suggestion from the playwright Billy Aronson, who wanted to create a musical based on Puccini's La Bohème, in which the luscious splendour of Puccini's world would be replaced with the coarseness and noise of modern New York. Aronson knew Larson was a talented composer with rock sensibilities. He thought they might collaborate on bringing the Bohemians into the 20th century. Larson took the idea and ran with it, eventually running so far that Aronson gave up his creative stake and Larson continued alone. He moved the action from the Latin Quarter of 1830s Paris to the East Village of late 1980s New York, Alphabet City, the neighbourhood below 14th Street where struggling artists actually lived, where squatters occupied abandoned buildings, where drugs were sold on street corners, and the sound of sirens was constant. He replaced Merger's bohemians with their contemporary equivalents, struggling rock musicians trying to write the one song that would matter, documentary filmmakers capturing life on the streets, performance artists pushing boundaries in small downtown venues. And he replaced tuberculosis with HIV/AIDS. The parallels to La Bohème are extensive and deliberate. Rodolfo the poet becomes Roger, a rock musician whose former girlfriend died of AIDS and who now struggles to write music that means something. Marcello the painter becomes Mark, a documentary filmmaker who observes and records the lives of his friends. Musetta the singer becomes Maureen, a performance artist with an ego as large as her talent. Colleen the philosopher becomes Tom Collins, a gay professor of computer philosophy. And Mimi, the seamstress, who coughs and shivers and dies of tuberculosis, becomes Mimi, an exotic dancer at the Cat Scratch Club, a drug user, HIV positive. In Rent, as in La Bohème, two love stories intertwine. Roger and Mimi fall in love despite, or because of, their shared mortality. Roger is also HIV positive. His former girlfriend April had slit her wrists when she learned her diagnosis, and he has been hiding in his apartment ever since. Mark, like Marcello, serves as the observer and narrator of the group, the one who survives to tell the story. The friends support each other through poverty and illness, through quarrels and reconciliations, through love affairs that bloom and wither and sometimes bloom again. To understand Rent, you must understand the world in which it was created. By the late 1980s, HIV/AIDS had devastated the artistic communities of New York. The disease, first identified in 1981, had spread with terrifying speed through gay and bisexual men, through intravenous drug users, through anyone whose blood came into contact with infected blood. The early years were marked by confusion and denial. What was this disease? Where had it come from? Why did it seem to target certain communities? And then, as understanding grew, by fear and stigma and abandonment. There was no effective treatment. AZT, the first drug approved to fight EUVUS, had severe side effects and limited effectiveness. Diagnosis was essentially a death sentence. Not immediate, not always quick, but inexorable. Young men in their 20s and 30s, artists and dancers and writers and musicians, developed the lesions of Kaposi's sarcoma, the wasting of AIDS-related illness, the pneumonia that would fill their lungs and drown them. The government's response was slow and inadequate. Criminally so, many believed. President Reagan did not mention AIDS publicly until 1985, 4 years after the epidemic had been identified, by which point thousands had already died. Funding for research was pathetic. Prevention efforts were hampered by moralism and fear of talking about sex. The East Village, where Rent is set, was the epicenter of a cultural movement that combined artistic experimentation with political activism. S It Up, the AIDS coalition to unleash power, staged protests and die-ins, demanding action from a government that seemed content to let gay men die. Grand Fury created posters and art that forced the epidemic into public consciousness. Artists created work that addressed AIDS directly, refusing the silence that mainstream society wanted to impose. Jonathan Larson was part of this world. He was not gay himself, but he had friends who were. He had friends who were HIV positive. He attended funerals, too many funerals, for people his own age who should have had decades of life ahead of them. He knew that the bohemian ideal of artistic community now came with a terrible price. And he saw, in Puccini's century-old opera, a template for expressing this experience. The parallels were too strong to ignore. The genius of Rent lies in recognizing that tuberculosis and AIDS occupied remarkably similar cultural spaces, a century apart. Both diseases were associated with marginalized communities. Tuberculosis struck the urban poor, the immigrants, the artists who lived in cheap, crowded, poorly ventilated housing. AIDS struck gay men, drug users, sex workers, people already stigmatized by mainstream society, already pushed to the margins, already vulnerable. Both diseases inspired fear and discrimination. Tuberculosis patients were isolated in sanatoriums, shunned by neighbors who feared contagion, denied employment and housing. AIDS patients faced similar isolation, fired from jobs when their diagnosis became known, evicted from apartments, rejected by families who could not accept their illness or the behavior that had led to it. Both diseases became linked, in the cultural imagination, with questions of morality. Were the victims somehow responsible for their illness? Had they brought it on themselves through their behavior, their choices, their way of life? The consumptive was suspected of having burned too bright, having exhausted herself through passion and excess. The AIDS patient was blamed for sexual promiscuity, for drug use, for being gay in a society that insisted homosexuality was a sin. And both diseases tragically killed young people, people in the prime of creative life, people who should have had decades of work ahead of them. Keats died of tuberculosis at 25. Keith Haring died of AIDS at 31. The list of artists taken by these diseases is endless and heartbreaking. Larson understood these parallels intuitively. By framing his story of the AIDS epidemic through the lens of La Bohème, he gave audiences a way to connect present suffering with past suffering, to see themselves as part of a longer history of loss and resilience. The Bohemians of 1990s New York were descendants of the Bohemians of 1840s Paris. The community that formed around HIV was a descendant of the community that formed around tuberculosis. The disease changed. The human response, to gather together, to support each other, to make art in the face of death, remained the same. Rent differs from La Bohème in one crucial respect. It is a musical, not an opera. This distinction matters more than you might think. Opera is sung throughout. Every word, every emotion is conveyed in song. Musicals alternate between spoken dialogue and musical numbers, allowing for a different kind of pacing and a different relationship between ordinary speech and heightened emotion. Opera tends toward grandeur, and formality toward orchestral richness and vocal technique. Musicals can be more casual, more contemporary in their sound and their style. Larsen's score for Rent draws on rock, pop, gospel and Latin music, genres that would have been completely foreign to Puccini. The electric guitars, the drum machines, the funk bass lines, all of it places the work firmly in its moment in the sound of 1990s New York. When the characters sing, they sound like they belong to their era. The result is a work that speaks the musical language of its audience. The most famous number, the one that escaped the show and became a cultural phenomenon in its own right, opens the second act. It poses a simple question. How do you measure a year? In days? In hours? In cups of coffee? The answer, sung in soaring gospel harmony by the full cast, is love. Measure your life in love. It is a direct response to the epidemic. When time is short, when death is near, when you know that you may not have decades ahead of you, what matters is not achievement or acquisition. What matters is connection. Love becomes the only meaningful metric. Other songs address the themes of the work more directly. The duet Without You explores loss and dependence. The bitter confrontation, Goodbye Love, stages the kind of quarrel that we see in Act 3 of La Bohème, when lovers who cannot bear to be together cannot bear to be apart. What You Own questions the values of mainstream society. Materialism, career ambition, the pressure to sell out and abandon the bohemian life for something safer and more respectable. And early in the show, Roger sings his statement of desperate hope. He wants to write one song before he dies that will mean something, that will last. It is the Bohemian creed in its purest form, the belief that art outlasts the artist, that the work matters more than the life. Murger would have recognised that hope. Puccini would have recognised it. It is the same hope that has driven artists into garrets for 200 years. Rent opened on Broadway on April 29, 1926, just 3 months after Jonathan Larsen's death. It was an immediate sensation. Critics praised its energy, its emotional honesty, its willingness to address subjects that mainstream theatre had largely ignored. The New York Times called it an exhilarating landmark rock opera. The Washington Post said it pulses with life and passion. Even critics who had reservations about the music or the book acknowledged that something important was happening, that Rent was speaking to its audience in a way that few musicals had done in years. The show won 4 Tony Awards, including Best Musical, beating out such competitors as Bring In Da Noise, Bring In Da Funk. More remarkably, it won the Pulitzer Prize for drama, an honour rarely given to musicals, and never before to a rock musical. The Pulitzer Committee recognised what audiences had already discovered, that Rent was not merely entertainment, but a significant work of American art. It ran on Broadway for 12 years, closing in September 2008 after more than 5,000 performances. It grossed over $280 million. It spawned national and international tours, a film adaptation in 2005, a live television broadcast, and countless amateur and professional productions around the world. More than any other work of its era, Rent brought the AIDS crisis into the cultural mainstream. It made audiences who might never have attended an ACT UP protest, who might never have known anyone living with HIV, weep for characters they came to love. It created empathy across barriers of sexuality and class. It humanized a disease that had too often been used to dehumanize its victims. And it did all this through the structure of an opera about tuberculosis, written 100 years earlier by an Italian composer who could never have imagined the world his creation would eventually speak to. Jonathan Larsens never saw his triumph. He worked on Rent for 7 years, often living in poverty himself, struggling to convince producers and investors that the show was worth staging. He waited tables at the Moondance Diner to pay his rent. He lived the bohemian life that his musical celebrated, not as a pose, but as a necessity. His death, at 35, has an eerie resonance with the deaths in his musical, and in La Bohème before it. Like Mimi, like Roger, like Angel, he died young, leaving work that would outlive him. Like Merger, he lived the life he wrote about and paid a price for it, though his price was not tuberculosis, but a congenital heart defect that no one had ever diagnosed. He had complained of chest pains in the days before his death. Emergency room doctors at 2 different hospitals examined him and sent him home, attributing his symptoms to stress or food poisoning. They did not run the tests that might have revealed the truth. In the years after his death, his family successfully sued the hospital for malpractice. The settlement provided some financial security, but no amount of money could bring back the artist who had created Rent or give him the chance to see what his work would become. The musical stands as his monument. Every performance in theatres around the world keeps his vision alive. The story he told, of artists struggling against poverty and disease, of love surviving loss, of community persisting through tragedy, continues to resonate with audiences who were not yet born when Larsen died. Larsen understood, perhaps better than anyone since Merger, why the Bohemian myth endures. It is not a myth about poverty. It is not a myth about suffering. It is a myth about meaning, about finding purpose in creativity, about valuing human connection over material success, about measuring our lives not in wealth or fame, but in love. That message has outlived him. It will continue to outlive all of us. We have traced La Bohème from Merger's garret to Puccini's orchestra pit to Larsen's off-Broadway theatre. We have followed a story across 150 years, through 3 continents, through revolutions in music and politics and medicine. Along the way, we have encountered tuberculosis and AIDS, real deaths and fictional ones, artists who lived the bohemian life and artists who died too young. What binds these stories together? What makes them, in some essential way, the same story told again and again? At the most basic level, they are all love stories. Rodolfo loves Mimi. Roger loves Mimi. The poets love the seamstresses and the dancers, across a gap of century and disease. And in each version, love proves insufficient to save the beloved. The love is real. The love is powerful. The love is beautiful. And the love cannot stop death from coming. The dying die. The living are left to mourn. And the audience weeps because they recognize this pattern. They have seen it before, or they will see it, in their own lives. This is a universal experience, perhaps the universal experience. To love is to risk loss. To form attachments is to guarantee eventual grief. Everyone who loves will someday lose. The consumptive heroine, dying in her lover's arms while the orchestra swells around her, dramatizes what everyone who has ever loved already knows, that this too will end, that everything ends, that the price of love is the certainty of eventual loss. We weep for Mimi because we are all in some way either Mimi or Rodolfo. We are either the one who will die too soon, or the one who will be left behind. There is no third option. But La Bohème and its descendants offer something beyond the mere acknowledgement of mortality. They offer community. Mimi does not die alone. She dies surrounded by friends, the bohemian community that has sustained her and Rodolfo through poverty and illness, through quarrels and reconciliations, through all the ups and downs of their brief time together. Musetta is there, praying. Colleen is there, having sold his coat to buy medicine. Schaunard and Marcello are there, doing what they can, which is almost nothing, but which is everything. Rent's characters face their diagnoses together, supporting each other through treatment and loss, through the endless cycle of doctor's appointments and drug protocols, and the slow decline that AIDS brought in the years before. Effective treatment. Angel dies surrounded by friends. Mimi survives, at least for now, because her community refuses to give up on her. Even in death, the individual is held by the group. This is the bohemian promise. The thing that makes the garret bearable, the thing that makes the poverty endurable, the thing that makes the whole desperate enterprise worthwhile. Artistic community can provide what family and society often fail to provide: unconditional acceptance, support without judgment, love that does not ask you to be anything other than what you are. The water drinkers may be poor, but they have each other. They share what little they have. The bread that Schaunard brings, the wine that appears from somewhere, the warmth of bodies pressed together against the cold. They celebrate together and grieve together. When one of them falls, the others catch them. When one of them dies, the others remember. It is an idealized vision, of course. Real artistic communities are full of jealousy, competition, and betrayal. The history of Bohemia is not all solidarity. It includes plenty of broken friendships and stolen ideas, plenty of lovers who became enemies, plenty of collaborators who ended up in court. Artists are people, and people are complicated. But the ideal matters. It offers a model of what human relationships could be. Connection based on shared values rather than blood ties, support given freely rather than transactionally, love that exists because people choose it rather than because they are obligated by biology or law. The garret may be cold, but it is not lonely, and that, in the end, may be the most important thing. There is another theme woven through all these stories: the power of art to transcend mortality. Rodolfo is a poet, Roger is a songwriter, Merger was a writer, Larsen was a composer. These are people who make things that can outlast them. In La Bohème, Rodolfo's manuscripts are a joke. He burns them for heat. But in the larger frame, art is no joke at all. Puccini's opera has outlived its creator by 100 years. Larsen's musical continues to be performed decades after his death. The art survives. This is the deepest hope of the Bohemian myth, that creativity offers a kind of immortality. The artist dies, but the work remains. The consumptive heroine breathes her last, but the audience will remember her, will sing her arias, will tell her story, will keep her alive in the only way that matters. It is a hope, not a guarantee. Most art is forgotten. Most artists leave no lasting trace. The cemeteries are full of poets whose work has vanished, painters whose canvases have crumbled, musicians whose songs are silent. But some art does survive. Lear, Bohème has survived, Rent has survived, and each performance is a small act of resurrection, the dead brought back to life through the living bodies and voices of performers. When a soprano sings Mimi's final aria, she's not merely performing a role. She's keeping Mimi alive. She's refusing to let death have the last word. We have moved from tuberculosis to AIDS to what comes next. COVID-19 killed millions of people, including many artists. The lockdowns devastated the performing arts. Broadway went dark, opera houses closed. The very possibility of live performance was called into question. Will there be a COVID Bohème? A musical or opera that does for our era what Rent did for the AIDS years? Perhaps. The template is there. waiting to be filled. Young artists struggling to survive, a community bound together by shared vulnerability, a disease that kills indiscriminately, that strikes without regard to talent or ambition or love. But perhaps the specific disease matters less than the underlying experience. Murger wrote about tuberculosis because that was what killed young artists in his era. Larson wrote about AIDS because that was what killed young artists in his. The disease is the occasion, not the essence. What remains constant is the experience of mortality, the knowledge that we will die, that those we love will die, that all our achievements and relationships and hopes are temporary. This is the darkness against which the bohemian light shines. Every generation rediscovers this truth. Every generation finds its own way to express it. And every generation apparently returns to the garret, to the template that Murger created and Puccini perfected and Larson updated, because that template captures something essential about the human condition. There is one more element to consider: the relationship between the garret and the world outside. The Bohemians of La Bohème are not political revolutionaries. They do not seek to change society. They seek only to live their lives, make their art, and love those who love them. The outside world, represented by the landlord, by the wealthy Alcindoro, is an annoyance to be evaded, not an enemy to be fought. Rent is more politically engaged. Its characters are explicitly living on the margins, queer, HIV positive, homeless, addicted. The musical includes a subplot about a community protest against a landlord who wants to evict squatters. The politics of gentrification, of AIDS activism, of LGBTQ+ rights are woven into the fabric of the work. This difference reflects the different eras in which the works were created. Murger's Bohemia was pre-political. The idea of artists as a class with collective interests had not yet developed. By the 1990s, the personal was understood to be political, and artistic communities were expected to engage with broader struggles. But in both works, the primary focus remains on the intimate sphere. The lovers, the friends, the small community. The garret is a refuge from the world, not a platform for transforming it. This is perhaps both the appeal and the limitation of the Bohemian myth. It offers warmth and meaning at the personal scale. It does not offer a vision of how society might be organized to prevent the suffering it depicts. Mimi dies, in part, because she is poor. She cannot afford warmth, cannot afford medical care, cannot afford the basic conditions of health. The opera mourns her death but does not ask why such deaths occur. Why, in a society of plenty, young women freeze and starve and die of treatable diseases. Rent is more aware of these structural questions. Its characters are poor and sick in a city of wealth and health. The contrast is visible, and the injustice is noted. But even Rent cannot quite escape the gravitational pull of the beautiful death. Mimi survives at the end of the musical, a choice that Larson made to differ from Puccini, but the spectre of AIDS hangs over her survival. The audience knows, even if the characters can hope, that the reprieve is likely temporary. The garret remains a place of beauty and tragedy, not a launching pad for revolution. And so we return to where we began. A garret in Paris, a knock at the door, a young woman, breathless and coughing, seeking a light for her candle. We know how the story ends. We have known since the first scene. Mimi will die, Rodolfo will mourn, the friends will gather, their laughter turned to tears, their camaraderie tested and proven by loss, and then the curtain will fall, and the audience will applaud through their tears, and the singers will bow, exhausted and exhilarated, and the whole beautiful tragedy will begin again tomorrow night. And the night after that, and the night after that. La Bohème has been running, in one form or another, for over 125 years. Thousands of sopranos have sung Mimi's death, each one bringing her own voice, her own understanding, her own life experience to the role. Thousands of tenors have cried Rodolfo's anguished final words, their voices breaking on that desperate repetition. Mimi! Mimi! Millions of audience members have wept in the darkness, mourning a character they never met, in a garret they never visited, in a Paris that no longer exists. Why? Why do we keep returning? Because the garret still exists, not the same garret. That building was probably torn down a century ago, but garrets, like it, all over the world. Young artists still live in cramped apartments, still struggle to pay rent, still choose creativity over security. The poverty still exists, even if it wears different clothes now. And the love still exists. The loss still exists. The terrible gap between what we hope for and what we get, that gap is always there, always has been, always will be. We are all always reaching for something just beyond our grasp. We may have antibiotics now. Tuberculosis may be curable, though it still kills over 1 million people every year, mostly in the parts of the world we prefer not to think about. But death is not curable. It will never be curable. And the story of young love cut short, of creative community threatened by forces beyond its control, of beauty and meaning snatched away by indifferent fate, that story will never grow old. Murger died of it. At 38, in a charity hospital penniless despite his fame, Larsen died of it. At 35, alone in his apartment hours before his triumph. In some sense, we're all dying of it, of the human condition, of the limitations of mortal life, of the eventual end that awaits even the most brilliant and beloved among us. But the music plays on, the stories are told. The garret in memory and imagination is still lit by candles, still warm with friendship, still alive with the voices of those who refuse to let cold and hunger and disease silence them. That is the Bohemian legacy, the true legacy, beneath all the romance and all the tragedy. Not the romantic poverty that killed so many, not the beautiful death that we weep over from our comfortable seats, but the insistence, stubborn, defiant, unshakable, that art and love and community matter, that they matter even in the face of everything that would destroy them, that they matter precisely because they are fragile, because they must be renewed in every generation, because nothing is permanent except the human need to create meaning in a universe that offers none. And so, as the night deepens and the final notes fade, we leave behind the garrets of Paris and the lofts of New York. We leave behind the opera houses of Turin and Milan, the off-Broadway theatres of the East Village, the stages large and small where this story has been told and retold. We leave behind the singers and the composers, the librettists and the playwrights, the audiences who have kept this story alive for more than a century and a quarter. Next time on the Sanatorium, we will explore another chapter in the history of tuberculosis. There are more stories to tell, more lives to remember, more connections to trace between disease and culture, but that journey is for another night. For now, rest well. Let the memory of Mimi carry you gently into sleep, and if you found some measure of beauty in tonight's journey through the garrets and the opera houses and the pages of old books, perhaps leave a like, or share it with someone who might need it. Mimi is dead. The candle is out. The garret is dark and cold. But the love remains. They called them lungers. 20,000 a year, packed into train cars heading west, coughing blood into handkerchiefs, racing the disease that was killing them. By 1900, 1 in 3 people living in Colorado had come there to die. Not for gold, not for land, not for the frontier. They came because their doctors had told them the truth. Go west, or go to your grave. Denver became the largest tuberculosis camp in the world, and it changed everything. The city, the state, the very idea of what the American West was for. Welcome to the Sanatorium. Tonight we're travelling to the American West, to a mile-high city built on hope and desperation, where the dying came by the trainload seeking a cure that no medicine could provide. A city whose very identity was shaped by tuberculosis. If you're new here, this channel explores how tuberculosis, the disease that killed 1 in 4 people in the 19th century, shaped everything from architecture to art, from fashion to the American West. If that sounds like your kind of history, consider subscribing. Now, settle in, find a comfortable position, let your breathing slow. We have a long journey ahead, through frontier towns and tent colonies, through luxury sanatoria and sleeping porches, through the story of how disease built a state. Let's begin. Imagine, if you will, a train car rolling westward across the Great Plains. It is the summer of 1892, and this particular car is different from the others. The windows are thrown open despite the dust. The passengers sit apart from one another when they can, and every few minutes someone coughs, a deep, rattling cough that seems to come from somewhere far beneath the lungs. Many of these passengers carry one-way tickets. They have sold their homes back east, said goodbye to families they may never see again, and put everything they own into the hope that the air of Colorado will save their lives. Some have money, enough for the luxury sanatoria that advertise in the eastern newspapers, promising sun-drenched terraces and fresh mountain air. Others have almost nothing, just enough for the train ticket and perhaps a week's lodging, after which they will figure something out somehow, or die trying. The mountains appear on the horizon, rising blue and distant above the brown plain. Snow gleams on the highest peaks even in summer. And somewhere ahead, still hours away, lies Denver, the mile-high city, the world's sanatorium, the last best hope for thousands of the dying. They have heard the promises. The air is pure, the sunshine is constant, the altitude itself has healing properties. Eastern doctors have told them to go west or die. And so they come, 20,000 a year by some estimates, filling entire train cars with their coughs and their hopes. This is their story. To understand why so many desperate people converged on Colorado, we must first understand what tuberculosis meant in 19th century America. In the crowded cities of the eastern seaboard, tuberculosis was everywhere. It was the leading cause of death in the United States, killing more people than any other disease. Entire tenement buildings were infected. Families watched helplessly as one member after another fell ill, wasted away, and died. The disease was called consumption because of the way it seemed to consume its victims from within. The cough, the fever, the blood in the handkerchief, the slow wasting away of flesh until the patient was little more than bones and skin. And always, always, the cough. Persistent, unstoppable, a constant reminder that the lungs were filling with disease. In the tenements of New York, families lived 6 or 8 to a room, breathing the same stale air, sharing beds, unable to isolate the sick from the healthy. The disease spread through families like fire through dry timber. A mother would catch it from her husband, then pass it to her children. By the time one generation was buried, the next was already coughing. The numbers were staggering. In 1850, tuberculosis killed more than 400 people per 100,000 in the United States. In the crowded immigrant neighborhoods of the eastern cities, the rate was even higher. Some tenements became so infected that landlords could not rent the rooms, not because tenants feared the disease, but because they had already seen what happened to the previous occupants. There was no cure, no effective treatment. Doctors could offer rest, good food, perhaps some morphine to ease the coughing, but they knew, and their patients knew, that these were palliative measures at best. The best they could hope for was to make the patient comfortable as the disease ran its inexorable course. Some physicians experimented with radical treatments. Bloodletting was still practiced, though it was beginning to fall out of favour. Cod liver oil was prescribed, as were tonics containing various combinations of alcohol and herbs. Some doctors punctured the chest cavity to collapse the lung, hoping that rest would allow the damaged tissue to heal. None of these treatments worked consistently. Most did more harm than good. The wealthy could flee to the countryside, to the mountains, to any place where the air was cleaner and the disease less prevalent. They could afford sanatoria in the Swiss Alps, where patients lounged on balconies wrapped in blankets, breathing the thin mountain air. But the poor had no such option. They stayed in the tenements, coughing into the darkness, waiting for the end that they knew was coming. And yet some doctors had noticed something peculiar. Patients who moved from the humid, crowded cities to drier, higher climates sometimes improved. The cough lessened. The fever subsided. Some patients who had been given weeks to live survived for years. A theory emerged. Perhaps the problem was not just the disease itself, but the environment in which the disease flourished. Perhaps the humid air of the cities, thick with coal smoke and factory fumes, and the exhalations of thousands of crowded inhabitants was the real enemy. Perhaps what the consumptive needed was fresh air, dry air, pure air. And where in America was the air purest? Where was it driest? Where did the sun shine more than 300 days a year? Where could patients escape the coal smoke and the humidity and the crowded conditions that seemed to make the disease spread so quickly? Colorado. The answer seemed obvious. Colorado's altitude, a mile above sea level in Denver, even higher in the mountain towns, meant thin, dry air. The lack of humidity meant fewer of the damp conditions in which disease seemed to flourish. The endless sunshine meant patients could spend hours outdoors, breathing the clean mountain air, soaking up the healing rays of the sun. The Colorado Chamber of Commerce was not slow to recognize the opportunity. Advertisements appeared in eastern newspapers proclaiming the state's miraculous climate. The air was 100% aseptic, the boosters claimed. The altitude, more than a mile above sea level, was itself therapeutic. The constant sunshine bathed patients in healing light. For families watching loved ones die, these promises were irresistible. What did they have to lose? If they stayed in the east, death was certain. But if they went west, if they reached Colorado, perhaps there was a chance. And so the migration began. By 1880, Denver had earned the nickname the World's Sanatorium. By 1900, 1/3 of Colorado's entire population had moved there because of tuberculosis. It was, in a sense, the largest health-related migration in American history. The story of Colorado as a tuberculosis destination begins with the Civil War hero and railroad tycoon named William Jackson Palmer. Palmer was born in Delaware in 1836 to a Quaker family. During the Civil War, he distinguished himself as a cavalry officer, rising to the rank of Brevet Brigadier General and receiving the Medal of Honor for his actions. He was, by any measure, a man of exceptional ability and ambition. After the war, Palmer turned his attention to railroads, the great engine of American expansion. He came to the Colorado Territory in the late 1860s as a surveyor for the Kansas Pacific Railway, seeking possible routes through the mountains. He was accompanied by an English physician named William Abraham Bell. Together they saw something in this rugged territory that others had missed. It was not just the mineral wealth, though there was plenty of that. It was not just the scenic beauty, though the mountains were spectacular. It was the air itself, thin, dry, crystal clear. The kind of air that doctors back east were beginning to prescribe for their consumptive patients. On July 31st, 1871, Palmer and Bell founded a new town at the base of Pikes Peak. They called it Fountain Colony, later renamed Colorado Springs, and from the beginning, Palmer envisioned it as something more than an ordinary frontier settlement. He wanted to build a health resort, a place where the sick could come to heal, a destination that would attract not just settlers and miners, but invalids with money to spend. Palmer understood that the railroad could carry more than freight and settlers. It could carry the sick, the wealthy sick in particular, who would pay handsomely for the chance to recover in the mountain air. His Denver and Rio Grande Railway would be the artery through which this new industry would flow. The first section of the railway opened in 1871, running south from Denver across the Palmer Divide to Colorado Springs. It was the first narrow-gauge railroad in the West, an engineering achievement that opened the mountains to commerce and, crucially, to patients. The plan worked beyond his dreams. By 1880, tuberculosis patients were arriving in Colorado Springs by the hundreds. By 1900, the town was known as the City of Sunshine and America's Playground, one of the most popular health destinations in the United States. More than 15 sanatoria operated in the region. Palmer poured millions of his own money into the community. He donated over 1,600 acres for parks, hospitals, and schools. He gave land for Colorado College, for the Colorado School for the Deaf and Blind, for several churches in the downtown area. He funded the Cragmore Sanatorium, a facility for tuberculosis treatment that would become one of the most famous in the nation. The houses along North Nevada Avenue were converted into boarding houses for consumptives. The large homes on the old North End built sleeping porches for their consumptive boarders. The area became known locally as Lunger's Row. Palmer shaped the very landscape of the city around, the needs of the health-seeking population. When he died in 1909, from injuries sustained in a horse-riding accident, not from disease, William Jackson Palmer left behind not just a railroad empire, but a city whose identity had been forged by tuberculosis. His legacy endures. The narrow-gauge railway he built still runs through the mountains. The college he founded still educates students, and the sanatorium he funded, Cragmore, eventually became the University of Colorado Springs. The man who saw health in the mountain air built a city to prove it. The term was not kind, but it was widely used. Lungers. That's what the locals called the tuberculosis patients, who poured off the trains by the thousands. They came from everywhere, from the tenements of New York and the row houses of Philadelphia, from the mill towns of New England and the crowded neighborhoods of Chicago. They came with letters of recommendation from their Eastern doctors. They came with newspaper clippings promising miracle cures. They came with everything they owned packed into a single trunk. And they came in all conditions. Some arrived in the early stages of the disease when the prognosis was still uncertain. These patients had the best chance of benefiting from the mountain air. With rest and good food and years of careful living, some of them would recover, or at least survive far longer than they would have in the East. But others arrived in the final stages of consumption. They came on stretchers too weak to walk. They came with hollow eyes and skeletal frames, coughing blood into stained handkerchiefs. For these patients, Colorado was not really a cure. It was a place to die in sunshine rather than in shadow. The quality of care depended entirely on one's ability to pay. The wealthy could afford the luxury sanatoria that charged $50 a week, enormous sums at the time. These institutions offered private rooms, special diets, live orchestras, and the attentive care of trained nurses. The middle class might find placement in more modest facilities at $7 per week, adequate care if not luxurious. But the poor, and many of the Lungas were poor having spent their last savings on the train ticket west, had few options. Some ended up in tent colonies, rows of canvas shelters erected on wooden platforms at the edges of towns. They lived exposed to the elements, wrapped in blankets, hoping that the open air would heal what medicine could not. Others had nothing at all. They slept in parks, they begged on street corners, they filled the jails of Denver, not because they had committed crimes, but because the authorities had nowhere else to put them. At the opposite end of the spectrum stood places like Cragmore. Founded in 1906 by Dr. Edwin S. Solly, Cragmore Sanatorium was designed from the ground up to cater to the wealthy consumptive. Located in the Austin Bluffs north of Colorado Springs, an area that came to be called Cragmore, it offered spectacular views of the Rocky Mountains and an atmosphere of refined luxury. Dr. Solly's dream was ambitious, to build a first-rate sanatorium for wealthy Lungas. He designed wide windows for every room, a sunroof to allow patients maximum time in fresh air and sunlight, and excellent food prepared by skilled cooks. General William Jackson Palmer donated funds toward the initial construction. The sanatorium's director, Dr. Alexius Forster, articulated the philosophy to create an atmosphere of happiness and cheerfulness. At Cragmore, the emphasis was not merely on physical treatment, but on maintaining the patient's spirits through a pleasant social environment. And pleasant it was. Cragmore became known as the most luxurious palace for well-to-do consumptives in the United States. Millionaires, musicians, artists, dancers and poets came to take the cure. The patients came from the main line of Philadelphia, from Boston, from New York, from the great centers of American culture and wealth. Constance Pulitzer, daughter of the newspaper magnate Joseph Pulitzer, spent time there. Broadway performers convalesced in its sun-drenched rooms. The sanatorium attracted a gregarious, cultured clientele who refused to let their illness dampen their spirits. The patients even published their own journal, which they called 98.6, a reference to the ideal body temperature to which they all aspired. The journal contained poems, essays, and humour, all produced by people who knew they might be dead within the year. It was in its way a monument to human resilience, or perhaps to human denial. The architecture itself was designed around the cure. Wide windows flooded every room with light. Sun porches allowed patients to recline for hours, breathing the mountain air while gazing at the peaks. The social calendar included parties, dances, and entertainments, though the patients were encouraged to rest between engagements. The atmosphere was, by all accounts, more like a resort than a hospital. There were romances between patients, affairs conducted in the shadow of death. People who might have only months to live found themselves attending dinner parties and afternoon teas, dancing with partners who were as sick as themselves. It was, in its way, a kind of denial, a refusal to surrender to the disease that was consuming them. If one was going to die, one might as well die in pleasant surroundings, surrounded by good company with champagne in one's glass. Cragmore thrived for 2 decades. The money flowed in, the patients kept coming. And then came October 1929. The stock market crash devastated Cragmore's clientele. The wealthy patients who had filled its rooms found themselves suddenly impoverished. Fortunes built over generations vanished in weeks, and the sanatorium, which depended on those fortunes, found its revenue collapsing. Some patients were forcibly removed when they could no longer pay their bills. Imagine it. Men and women who had come to Colorado expecting either to recover or to die in comfort, suddenly expelled from the sanatorium because their money had evaporated in the crash. They had nothing. No health, no wealth, no home. A few, devastated by their financial losses and their failing health, took their own lives. The sanatorium that had promised happiness and cheerfulness became, for some, a scene of despair. Cragmore struggled on through the Great Depression. It began accepting middle-class and working-class patients at reduced rates, $7 a week instead of $50. The parties grew quieter, the champagne disappeared, the atmosphere of refined luxury gave way to something more modest, more desperate. By the late 1940s, the sanatorium was bankrupt. It seemed destined to close, another casualty of the antibiotics that were making such institutions obsolete. Then came an unexpected reprieve. The federal government made an offer. It would financially support the sanatorium if Cragmore would accept tuberculosis-infected Navajo tribal members from Arizona and New Mexico. The director signed the contract, and in the early 1950s, Navajo patients were transported to Cragmore for care. It was a strange final chapter. The sanatorium that had catered to the wealthiest Americans now served some of the poorest, Native Americans whose communities had been ravaged by tuberculosis, often spread by contact with white settlers. In 1964, Cragmore was sold to the University of Colorado system. The sanatorium became a campus. Today, two of its former buildings, Cragmore Hall and Main Hall, house students at the University of Colorado Springs. The sun porches where dying millionaires once reclined are now classrooms. The dining room where champagne toasts were raised to uncertain futures now hosts academic conferences. Archaeologists from the university have recently begun excavating the grounds, finding artifacts from the sanatorium era, medicine bottles, patient belongings, fragments of a vanished world. They are digging up history in the shadow of Pikes Peak. But what of those lungers who arrived in Colorado with nothing? What of the thousands who spent their last dollars on train tickets, only to find themselves homeless and dying in a strange city? One woman saw their suffering and refused to accept it. Frances Weisbart Jacobs was born in Kentucky in 1843 and moved to Denver with her husband in 1863, when the city was barely 4 years old. She became known as Denver's Mother of Charities, a title she earned through decades of tireless work on behalf of the poor. As part of her charitable work, Jacobs regularly visited impoverished homes to bring food, coal, clothing, and soap. She was not afraid to touch an emaciated body. She did not flinch at the sight of blood. She often stopped to give aid to someone who had fallen on the street from a hemorrhage, a common occurrence in a city filled with consumptives. She watched as tuberculosis patients flooded into Denver, overwhelming its resources. By 1890, some 30,000 people were arriving in Colorado each year seeking the cure. Many had nothing. They had sold everything to buy their train tickets, and when they arrived, they found that no institution in Denver would admit penniless consumptives. They slept in the streets. They begged for food. They coughed in the public parks. Many of them ended up in jail, not because they had committed crimes, but because the authorities had nowhere else to put them. They lived and died on the city's streets, and Jacobs saw it all. She determined to do something about it. Jacobs launched a relentless campaign to arouse public awareness on behalf of the indigent consumptives. She sought the support of business people and political leaders. She found an ally in a young rabbi named William Stern Friedman, who shared her vision of a hospital that would serve the poor regardless of their religion. On April 8, 1890, articles of incorporation for the Jewish Hospital Association of Colorado were filed. The association bought land east of the city, and on October 9, 1892, the cornerstone of the hospital was laid. Just a month after construction began, tragedy struck. Frances Weisbart Jacobs fell ill with pneumonia. In November of 1892, she died. She was 49 years old. The hospital was named in her honour, but she never saw it open. The building sat completed but vacant for 6 years. First because of the devastating silver crisis of 1893, which collapsed Colorado's economy, and then because of continued fundraising difficulties. Finally, with assistance from the International Order of B'nai B'rith, a Jewish-led service organisation, the hospital found the funds it needed. On December 10th, 1899, the National Jewish Hospital for Treatment of Consumptives admitted its first patients. The hospital adopted a remarkable motto: "None may enter who can pay, none can pay who enter." Think about that. It was the first facility in Colorado, perhaps in the country, to treat impoverished tuberculosis patients completely free of charge. If you had money, you were turned away. If you had insurance, you were sent elsewhere. Only the truly destitute could enter. The hospital was funded entirely by donations from across the country. Jewish communities in particular supported it, though the institution served patients of all religions and ethnicities. It was a monument to the principle that medical care should not depend on ability to pay. The treatment was similar to other sanatoria of the era: fresh air, plenty of food, moderate exercise, and close supervision of every aspect of patients' lives. But what made National Jewish unique was its mission: to serve those whom society had abandoned, the dying poor who had come west with nothing but hope. For nearly 70 years, until 1968, the institution admitted only patients who could not afford to pay. All care was provided free of charge. The policy ended only when Medicare and Medicaid created new funding mechanisms for the poor. Today, more than 125 years later, the institution continues to operate as National Jewish Health. It is now a leading research and treatment centre for respiratory diseases, heart disease, and immune disorders. It has been ranked the #1 respiratory hospital in the United States for many years running. The free treatment policy has long since ended, but the hospital's commitment to respiratory care, born in the tuberculosis era, born from the vision of a woman who would not accept that the poor should die in the streets, remains. Frances Weisbart Jacobs never saw her dream realised, but her dream saved thousands of lives. Among the thousands of lungers who came to Colorado, one stands out in American legend. John Henry Holliday was born in Griffin, Georgia, on August 14, 1851, into a prosperous Southern family. His father was a druggist and sometime soldier. His mother, Alice Jane, was by all accounts a refined woman who instilled in her son a love of literature and music. When Holliday was 15 years old, his mother died of tuberculosis. He watched her waste away, watched the disease consume her from within. He could not have known then that the same fate awaited him. Holliday was educated, cultured, and ambitious. At 20 years old, he graduated from the Pennsylvania College of Dental Surgery in Philadelphia, one of the finest dental schools in the country. He returned to the South to establish a practice, first in Atlanta, then in Griffin. He was, by all appearances, destined for a respectable life as a Southern professional. But shortly after opening his practice, Holliday developed a persistent cough. He knew what that cough meant. He had heard it before in his mother's bedroom in the months before she died. The doctors confirmed his fears: tuberculosis. The same disease that had killed his mother had found him. He was given, at most, a few months to live, perhaps longer if he sought a drier climate. The prescription was familiar to anyone who had studied medicine in those years. Go west, seek the dry air of the desert, the thin atmosphere of the mountains. Perhaps, just perhaps, the change of climate might slow the disease. And so John Henry Holliday, D.S., packed his bags and headed west. He was 22 years old and he expected to die. Holliday moved his practice to Dallas, Texas, hoping the drier climate might help. It didn't. The cough followed him, and so did the customers, or rather, the lack of them. Patients in frontier Texas were reluctant to sit in a dentist's chair while the dentist coughed blood onto their open mouths. His practice failed. He needed income. And on the frontier there was one profession that didn't mind if you coughed: gambling. Somewhere in those years, in the saloons of Dallas and Denison, in the cattle towns of Kansas, John Henry Holliday transformed. The cultured southern dentist became something else entirely. A gambler, a drinker, and increasingly a man with a reputation for violence. He drifted through the frontier towns, Cheyenne, Denver, Dodge City, Las Vegas, in the New Mexico territory. He played faro and poker in smoke-filled saloons. He got into fights. He was arrested repeatedly for gambling and for violence. The disease was killing him slowly, and he seemed determined to live as recklessly as possible in whatever time remained. The whiskey helped with the cough, or at least dulled the awareness of it. Holliday drank heavily, a practice that surely hastened the progress of the disease, but he was dying anyway. What did it matter if he died a few months sooner, so long as those months were lived on his own terms? It was in this period that he acquired the nickname that would follow him into legend. Doc, not for his dental training, but because even hardened frontier gamblers could see that this thin, coughing man was a sick man, a dying man. In 1879, in Dodge City, Kansas, Doc Holliday met a lawman named Wyatt Earp. The two men formed an unlikely friendship, the dying gambler and the austere peace officer. It was a friendship that would lead them both to Tombstone, Arizona, and to immortality. By the time he arrived in Tombstone, Arizona in 1880, Doc Holliday was infamous. His reputation preceded him, a dangerous man, quick with a gun, unpredictable when drinking, and always coughing. Tombstone was a boom town, built on silver mining and populated by the usual frontier mix of miners, merchants, prostitutes, and outlaws. Wyatt Earp had come there to enforce the law, along with his brothers Virgil and Morgan. Doc Holliday followed his friend. The events that followed have been told and retold so many times that it's difficult to separate fact from legend. What we know is this. On October 26, 1881, the Earp brothers and Doc Holliday confronted a group of cowboys near the OK Corral. The gunfight lasted approximately 30 seconds. When it was over, 3 men were dead: Tom McClory, Frank McClory, and Billy Clanton. Virgil and Morgan Earp were wounded. Doc Holliday had been grazed by a bullet. It was, in terms of actual deaths, a minor incident. Frontier towns saw far worse. But the gunfight at the OK Corral would become the most famous shootout in American history, and Doc Holliday would become a legend. The irony was not lost on those who knew him. Here was a man who should have been dead years ago, a man whose lungs were slowly filling with the bacilli of tuberculosis, a man who coughed blood into handkerchiefs every day of his life. And he had walked into a gunfight and walked out alive. But the tuberculosis that had driven him west in the first place was a more persistent enemy than any outlaw. Through all his adventures, the gambling, the gunfights, the long nights in frontier saloons, the cough remained. The fever came and went. The disease that had already taken his mother was slowly, inexorably, claiming him as well. After the gunfight at the OK Corral, violence followed the Earps and Holiday. Virgil Earp was ambushed and crippled. Morgan Earp was assassinated while playing billiards. Wyatt launched a vendetta ride that left several men dead. Through it all, Doc Holliday rode alongside his friend, coughing between gunfights. Eventually the violence subsided. Wyatt Earp moved on to California, to Alaska, to the various ventures that would occupy his remaining decades. Doc Holliday drifted through the mining towns of Colorado, Leadville, high in the mountains, Denver, with its growing population of health seekers. He moved restlessly, perhaps hoping that one more change of scenery would give him relief. But there was no relief to be found. The disease had progressed too far. The 15 years since his diagnosis had been a gift. Most consumptives died within months, but the gift was running out. By the spring of 1887, the situation was dire. The long winters and high altitude of Leadville, over 10,000 feet above sea level, had taken their toll on his already emaciated body. The thin air that was supposed to heal consumptives was now too thin for his damaged lungs to process. He needed something more. Holliday had heard of the hot springs at Glenwood Springs, a small town in western Colorado nestled in a valley at the confluence of the Colorado and Roaring Fork rivers. The waters were said to have healing properties. Native Americans had bathed in them for generations. The Ute people considered the springs sacred, imbued with the power to cure. Perhaps one more desperate hope. The springs might provide some relief. Perhaps the vapor caves, filled with the steam rising from the hot mineral waters, might ease his tortured lungs. He arrived in Glenwood Springs in the spring of 1887. He checked into the Hotel Glenwood, a modest establishment near the springs. Kate Horany, the woman known as Big Nose Kate, who had been his companion on and off for years, later claimed that she attended to him in his final days. He was 36 years old and he knew he was dying. Holliday spent the last 57 days of his life in that Colorado town. He visited the springs when he could walk. He soaked in the warm mineral waters. He breathed the steam of the vapor caves, hoping that the Indian medicine might accomplish what Western medicine could not. He played cards when he had the strength. Old habits die hard, even when the gambler is dying. He drank whiskey, which at least dulled the pain and the cough that never stopped. As the weeks passed, his condition deteriorated. He grew weaker. The cough became more constant. He spent more and more time in bed, too exhausted to make the walk to the springs. On November the 8th, 1887, the end came. According to the stories that have come down to us, Holliday was lying in bed at the Hotel Glenwood when he asked for a glass of whiskey. Someone, perhaps Kate, perhaps a hotel employee, brought it to him. He drank it, apparently with satisfaction. It may have been his last drink. It was certainly one of thousands he had consumed in his short, violent, remarkable life. Then he looked down at his bare feet sticking out from under the blankets. "This is funny," he said. And he died. The meaning of those last words has been debated ever since. Most historians believe that Doc Holliday, the gunfighter who had faced down outlaws and lawmen, who had walked into the OK Corral expecting death, who had lived for 15 years with a disease that should have killed him in months, had always assumed he would die with his boots on. In a gunfight, probably, or in some violent confrontation at a gambling table, or perhaps on the run from the law, shot down by a deputy in some dusty frontier town. That was how men like Doc Holliday died. To die in bed, of consumption, with bare feet, after all the violence, after all the near misses, After all the times he had cheated death at the hands of men, to be killed not by a bullet, but by a bacillus. It must have seemed absurd, funny even. The Glenwood Springs Ute Chief newspaper wrote in its obituary that Holliday had been baptized in the Catholic Church shortly before his death. This was based on correspondence between Holliday and his cousin, Sister Mary Melanie, a Catholic nun. No baptismal record has ever been found, but the story persists. The idea that the notorious gunfighter found religion at the end. Doc Holliday was buried in Linwood Cemetery, on a hillside overlooking the town of Glenwood Springs. The exact location of his grave is unknown. The records were lost or never kept. Somewhere on that hillside, unmarked, lies one more consumptive who came west hoping for a cure. An obelisk now marks the general area. A plaque reads, "This memorial is dedicated to Doc Holliday, who is buried someplace in this cemetery." It is a fittingly uncertain monument to a man whose life was full of legends and whose death was oddly peaceful. Tourists hike up the trail to see where the famous gunfighter rests. They take photographs by the obelisk. They imagine the thin, coughing man looking down at his bare feet and finding it funny. Wyatt Earp did not learn of his friend's death until 2 months after it happened. The news reached him eventually, as news did in those days before telephones. The man who had saved his life in Dodge City, who had stood beside him at the OK Corral, who had ridden with him on the Vendetta ride, that man was gone. Wyatt Earp would live until 1929, dying in his bed in Los Angeles at age 80. He spent his final years consulting on Hollywood westerns, trying to set the record straight about what had really happened in Tombstone. Doc Holliday had no such opportunity. The disease that had chased him across the West, that had transformed him from a dentist into a legend, had finally caught up with him. He was 36 years old, which was, for a consumptive in the 1880s, a remarkably long life. Not all of Colorado's famous longers died of the disease. Some not only survived but thrived, and left their mark on the very landscape of the state. Robert Walter Speer was born in Pennsylvania in 1855, the son of a farmer. Like so many families of the era, the Speers were touched by tuberculosis, the disease that seemed to spare no household, no social class, no corner of America. In 1877, Robert's sister Margaret fell severely ill with consumption. The family, desperate, made the difficult decision to send her to Colorado for treatment. She was following a path that thousands had already taken, hoping that the mountain air might accomplish what Eastern doctors could not. It soon became clear that Robert himself had also contracted tuberculosis. He was 22 years old when he suffered a severe lung hemorrhage, the terrifying moment when the cough produces not just blood-streaked sputum, but actual blood, bright arterial red, filling the handkerchief, filling the mouth. In 1878, Robert Speer followed his sister westward. But rather than checking into a sanatorium, rather than taking the rest cure that most physicians prescribed, Speer did something different. He went into the mountains, high into the mountains, and found work on a ranch, hard physical labour in the open air at altitude. It was unconventional. Most consumptives were told to rest, to conserve their strength, to avoid exertion. The sanatoria prescribed carefully regulated activity, gentle walks, never too strenuous, always with periods of rest. The idea of a tuberculosis patient doing ranch work, hauling hay, mending fences, riding horses, would have struck most physicians as dangerous. But it worked. Slowly, Robert Speer's health improved. The cough lessened. The hemorrhages stopped. The weight he had lost began to return. Whether it was the altitude, the exercise, the outdoor air, or simply the luck of a constitution strong enough to fight off the disease he never knew. What he knew was that the mountains had saved his life. Speer always credited that mountain ranch with his survival. For the rest of his life, he advocated for fresh air, outdoor activity, and the healing power of the Colorado climate. He had experienced it himself. He was living proof. With his health restored, Speer moved to Denver. He took a job at the Daniels and Fisher department store, a prestigious position for a young man on the rise. From there, he launched a career in real estate, then in Democratic Party politics. The former invalid was becoming a power broker. In 1904, Robert Speer was elected mayor of Denver. He would serve 2 terms, from 1904 to 1912, and then win election to a 3rd term in 1916. The former Longer, the man who had come to Colorado expecting to die, became one of the most consequential mayors in the city's history. Robert Speer had seen the future of American cities, and it looked like Chicago. In 1893, Speer had attended the World's Columbian Exposition in Chicago, the great World's Fair that introduced millions of Americans to the possibilities of urban planning. The fair's centerpiece was the White City, a collection of neoclassical buildings arranged around grand plazas and reflecting pools. It was elegant, orderly, beautiful, everything that the crowded industrial cities of the era were not. Speer was entranced. He saw in the White City a vision of what Denver might become. Not a dusty frontier town, not a mining camp grown large, but a Paris on the Platte. A city of parks and boulevards, of monuments and fountains, of civic grandeur. When he became mayor, Speer set about making that vision real. The movement he championed was called City Beautiful, a nationwide effort to transform American cities through comprehensive urban planning. City Beautiful advocates believed that beautiful surroundings would produce better citizens, that parks and monuments would inspire civic pride and moral improvement. For Speer, there was also a personal dimension. He knew what fresh air and open spaces had done for his own health. The parks he built were not merely decorative, they were therapeutic. They were the city's lungs, bringing clean air into neighborhoods that might otherwise have been as congested as the tenements of New York. Under Speer's leadership, Denver doubled its park acreage in just 8 years. He built Civic Center Park, the green heart of downtown Denver, surrounded by the state capitol, the city and county building, and the Denver Art Museum. He cleaned up Cherry Creek, which had become virtually an open sewer, channeling it and creating parkland along its banks. He built the City Auditorium. He planted trees along the major streets. He created the boulevard that today bears his name, Speer Boulevard, running along Cherry Creek through the center of the city. Speer was not without his critics. He was accused of corruption, of awarding contracts to his friends, of running a political machine. Some of the accusations were probably true. He was a product of his era, and urban politics in the early 20th century was rarely clean. But his impact on Denver was undeniable. The city he left behind was fundamentally different from the city he had found. Greener, grander, more beautiful. Robert Speer died on May 14, 1918, during the global influenza pandemic that would kill more people than the recently concluded World War. The cause was double pneumonia, an ironic echo of the tuberculosis that had almost killed him 4 decades earlier. At least 10,000 people attended his funeral. He was the first mayor of Denver to die while serving in office. The city he had helped build mourned the Lunger who had stayed, who had survived, who had transformed a frontier town into a metropolis. Today, if you walk through Civic Center Park, past the fountains and the monuments, you're walking through Robert Speer's vision. The former consumptive who came to Colorado expecting to die left behind a city that will long outlive him. The impact of tuberculosis on Colorado went far beyond the hospitals and sanatoria. It shaped the very architecture of the state, the design of ordinary homes that still stand today. If you walk through certain Denver neighborhoods, Montclair for instance, you will notice something distinctive about the older houses. Many have dual porches on the side, open or only lightly enclosed. The floor plans are unusually open, with good airflow between rooms. The windows are large, designed to let in maximum light and air. These are TB houses. Designed specifically for families with tuberculosis patients, these homes reflected the medical wisdom of the era. Fresh air and sunshine were essential for treatment. A consumptive needed to sleep outdoors, or as close to outdoors as possible. The theory behind this was straightforward. Doctors believed that the tuberculosis bacillus thrived in stagnant humid air, the kind found in the cramped tenements of eastern cities. Fresh, dry air, constantly circulating, would dilute the concentration of bacteria. Cold air in particular was thought to invigorate the lungs and strengthen the body's natural defences. And so the sleeping porch was born. These were not the decorative porches found on southern mansions, designed for afternoon lemonade and social visits. Colorado sleeping porches were utilitarian, screened enclosures, usually on the second floor, equipped with beds and heavy blankets. Patients would sleep there year-round in all weather. In summer, the experience was pleasant enough. Cool mountain breezes, the scent of pine, the stars visible through the screens. But in winter, sleeping outdoors in Colorado took a peculiar kind of courage. The temperatures could drop well below zero. Patients would pile on blankets, 4, 5, 6 layers deep. They would wear woolen caps and mittens to bed. Their breath would freeze in the air above them. And yet they slept there, night after night, because their doctors had told them it was the only way. Some sanatoria took this principle to an extreme. At Glockner Sanatorium in Colorado Springs, patients were wheeled onto open-air porches even during snowstorms. The theory was that if fresh air was good, more fresh air was better, and the freshest air of all was cold winter air laden with snow. The patients wrapped themselves in blankets until only their faces were visible. Snow would accumulate on their blankets while they slept. In the morning, they would brush off the snow and, if they were still able, walk inside for breakfast. It sounds torturous, and yet many patients reported feeling better after sleeping in the cold. Whether this was the effect of the fresh air or simply the psychological benefit of doing something, of taking action against a disease that otherwise left them helpless, is impossible to say. The sleeping porch became a distinctive feature of Colorado architecture. While homes across America had porches for sitting, Colorado homes had porches for sleeping, screened enclosures where patients could spend the night breathing mountain air even in winter. Builders adapted their designs to accommodate the needs of the tuberculosis patients who comprise so much of their clientele. Houses were oriented to maximize southern exposure, ensuring that sleeping porches received the maximum amount of sunshine. Windows were designed to open wide, allowing cross-ventilation. Floor plans were made more open, reducing the number of small enclosed spaces where air might become stagnant. One remarkable structure from this era was the Molkery, built in 1888 by a German immigrant named Baron Walter von Richthofen, a distant relative of the famous Red Baron of World War I. Located in the Montclair neighborhood, the Molkery served as a dairy barn, restaurant, hotel, and tuberculosis treatment facility. The Baron was a remarkable character in his own right. He had served as an officer in the Prussian army before emigrating to America, where he made his fortune in real estate development. He saw in Colorado's tuberculosis trade an opportunity, and he designed the Molkery to capitalize on it. The treatment offered was the traditional German milk cure. Patients, called chasers by the locals because they were chasing the cure, would lounge on sun porches, drink mugs of fresh milk from the Baron's dairy cows, and breathe the supposedly health-restoring air. The idea was that the rich nutrients in fresh milk would help patients regain the weight they had lost to consumption. Combined with the fresh air and sunshine, the milk cure was believed to offer the best chance of recovery. Whether it actually worked is debatable, but the Mulcry thrived for several years, attracting patients from across the country. The Baron had created not just a treatment facility but an experience, a taste of old-world elegance in the shadow of the Rockies. The Mulcry operated until 1893. Today it houses a civic organisation, but its distinctive architecture, designed around the needs of tuberculosis patients, remains visible. The sleeping porch faded from popularity in the mid-20th century, replaced by air conditioning and antibiotics. But many of the old porches remain, enclosed now for year-round use, their original purpose forgotten. If you look carefully at older homes in Denver's historic neighbourhoods, you can still spot them. Those second-floor additions with their distinctive banks of windows, their odd proportions, their suggestion of outdoor living, they are the architectural fingerprints of an epidemic. Perhaps the most distinctive architectural legacy of the tuberculosis era can be found in Colorado Springs, where strange octagonal structures dot the landscape, in backyards, at hospitals, in parks. These are Gardner huts, named for their designer, Dr. Charles Fox Gardner, and they represent one of the most innovative and poignant approaches to tuberculosis treatment. Dr. Gardner was himself a health seeker. Born in the East, he had contracted tuberculosis and come to Colorado Springs in search of relief. The mountain air served him well. He recovered sufficiently to attend medical school and eventually became a practicing physician in the very city that had saved his life. He understood from personal experience what tuberculosis patients needed. They needed air, they needed isolation, and they needed dignity. Some sense of having their own space, their own home, even as they fought a disease that might well kill them. Dr. Gardner developed his design in the early 1900s, inspired by the shelters used by the Ute tribe, who had lived in the region for centuries. The Utes had survived Colorado winters in shelters that were open to the elements yet surprisingly livable. Gardner adapted their wisdom for a medical purpose. His huts were deceptively simple: an octagonal wooden floor, a canvas tent stretched over a wooden frame, with a conical roof that came to a point at the top. The octagonal shape was not merely decorative, it allowed for efficient airflow from all directions and made the structure more resistant to the high winds that swept down from the mountains. What made the design effective was the ventilation. The canvas walls were fastened 1 inch away from the floor, allowing a constant flow of fresh air at ground level. An opening at the apex let stale air escape. The patient inside was essentially living outdoors, exposed to the elements, breathing the cold mountain air day and night. Each hut was designed for a single patient. They were small, perhaps 10 feet across, but surprisingly well equipped. Many had electric lights, a luxury in the early 20th century. Small wood stoves provided heat for the coldest nights, though patients were encouraged to keep them low. The goal was cold air, not warmth. The huts contained a bed, chairs, a small dresser, and a system for calling nurses, often a bell or a flag that could be raised to signal distress. Patients decorated their huts with photographs, books, letters from home. These tiny shelters became their world. The idea was isolation. The patient was separated from other patients, reducing the risk of spreading the disease. Each cough, each expectoration, each exhaled breath remained within that patient's own space, and the constant exposure to fresh air was believed to be the best treatment available. There was also a psychological element. In the crowded sanatorium wards, patients were constantly reminded of their illness, by the coughs of their neighbours, by the empty beds of those who had died, by the pervasive sense of disease. In a gardener hut, alone with the wind and the sky, a patient might almost forget that they were sick. Almost. Sanatoria across Colorado adopted the gardener hut design. The modern woodmen of America Sanatorium, located northwest of Colorado Springs in Woodman Valley, had nearly 250 of these octagonal structures arranged in neat rows, a small city of the dying, each patient in their own canvas shelter. The Modern Woodmen of America was a fraternal organization, a kind of mutual aid society that provided insurance and benefits to its members. When tuberculosis struck the families of woodmen, the organization established its own sanatorium to care for them. At its peak, the facility could accommodate 400 patients. From above, the rows of huts must have looked like a military encampment, or perhaps a village from some strange fairy tale. Each hut had its own small porch, its own patch of ground. Patients might wave to their neighbours across the way, exchange books or newspapers, compare symptoms and treatments. But at night, each patient was alone with the wind and the cold and the stars and the disease that was slowly claiming them. Patients might live in these huts for months or years. Some recovered, others died. The hut was home and hospital, and for many a final resting place. When a patient died, the hut would be cleaned, the bedding burned, and a new patient would move in, hoping for a different outcome. The turnover was constant. New patients arriving, old patients departing, some to resume their lives, most to be buried in the sanatorium cemetery. When the sanatoria closed in the 1940s and 50s, made obsolete by antibiotics that could actually cure tuberculosis, they faced a practical problem: what to do with hundreds of octagonal huts. The sanatorium buildings themselves could be repurposed. They became hospitals, schools, office buildings. But the huts, those strange little canvas shelters that had housed the dying, seemed to have no obvious use. The answer, in the end, was simple: sell them. Residents and businesses across Colorado Springs purchased the former tuberculosis huts. They were sturdy structures after all. The wooden floors and frames had been built to last, and the octagonal design was charming in its way. People converted them to storage sheds, garden houses, art studios, playhouses for children. The canvas walls, of course, were gone, replaced with more durable materials, but the distinctive octagonal shape remained, unmistakable to anyone who knew what to look for. Today, if you know where to look, you can find these huts scattered across the city. They appear in the most unexpected places, in backyards, in parking lots, alongside hiking trails. They have been painted, decorated, modified beyond recognition, but their bones remain the same. That octagonal floor, that peaked roof, that peculiar geometry of survival. One is on permanent display at the Colorado Springs Pioneers Museum, preserved in something close to its original state. Visitors can step inside and see how patients lived. The small bed, the sparse furnishings, the canvas walls that offered so little protection from the elements. It is a sobering experience, standing in that tiny space and imagining months or years of confinement. Another has been converted into a small visitor centre at Rockledge Ranch, a living history farm on the outskirts of town. Two in Manitou Springs have become storage sheds, their medical history forgotten by their current owners. One, remarkably, has been transformed into a small cafe, serving coffee and pastries in a space that once housed the dying. At Penrose Hospital, itself the successor to the Glockner Tuberculosis Sanatorium, A hut stands in Marjorie Reed Memorial Park, preserved as a memorial to the era. A plaque explains its history to visitors who might otherwise walk past without a second glance. Some huts have been lost entirely, demolished, burned, left to decay. Others survive in such altered form that their origins are unrecognisable. But enough remain that a dedicated explorer can still map the tuberculosis era across the Colorado Springs landscape. It is a strange afterlife for these structures. Built to house the dying, they now hold gardening tools and lawn furniture. The disease that created them has been conquered, but the huts remain, quaint, elfin, oddly cheerful reminders of a time when architecture itself was pressed into service against an invisible enemy. If walls could speak, these octagonal walls would have stories to tell. Stories of hope and despair, of recovery and death, of human beings fighting for life in tiny canvas shelters under the Colorado sky. The architectural innovations developed for tuberculosis treatment did not remain confined to sanatoria. They spread into mainstream design, influencing the way Americans thought about homes and health. The sleeping porch, developed for consumptives, became a standard feature of American homes in the 1910s and 20s. Real estate advertisements touted sleeping porches as signs of modern, healthful living. Sleep in the open air, the advertisements urged. Your body craves fresh air. Families who had no connection to tuberculosis found themselves sleeping outdoors on screened porches, breathing the night air. The practice was particularly popular in the summer months, when the alternative was suffocating in bedrooms without air conditioning. But some enthusiasts slept outdoors year-round, bundled in blankets, convinced that the fresh air would keep them healthy. This was the tuberculosis treatment, democratized. The same regimen that doctors prescribed for consumptives, fresh air, plenty of rest, exposure to the elements, became a lifestyle choice for the healthy. It was preventive medicine, the logic went. If fresh air could help the sick, surely it could keep the well from becoming sick in the first place. The emphasis on sunlight and ventilation also shaped early modernist architecture. The flat roofs and large windows that became hallmarks of 20th century design had their origins, in part, in the sanatorium, buildings designed to maximize patients' exposure to sun and air. Architects like Le Corbusier explicitly drew on sanatorium design in developing their modernist visions. The Villa Savoy, one of the most famous houses of the 20th century, features a solarium on the roof, a direct descendant of the cure porches where tuberculosis patients had once reclined. The ribbon windows, the open floor plans, the emphasis on light and air, all of these can be traced back to the architectural experiments of the tuberculosis era. The connection was not accidental. Many early modernist architects had personal experience with tuberculosis. Some had been patients themselves. Others had designed sanatoria before moving on to other commissions. The lessons they learned about ventilation, about sunlight, about the relationship between architecture and health informed everything they built afterward. Even the hospital design of today owes something to the tuberculosis era. The spacious patient rooms, the large windows, the attention to air quality, all of these features were pioneered in sanatoria where fresh air was believed to be the only cure. Before the tuberculosis era, hospitals were dark, cramped, poorly ventilated places. The very word hospital carried connotations of death and suffering. Patients avoided them when possible, preferring to be treated and to die at home. The sanatorium changed that. These were light-filled, airy, even beautiful buildings. They were designed not merely to treat disease but to promote healing, to create an environment in which recovery seemed possible. When the antibiotic era arrived and tuberculosis could actually be cured, the lessons of the sanatorium were applied to general hospital design. Walk through any modern hospital. Notice the large windows, the natural light, the attention to airflow. Notice the private or semi-private rooms designed to give patients some sense of personal space. Notice the gardens and courtyards, the outdoor spaces where patients can sit in the sun. All of this traces back, directly or indirectly, to the tuberculosis sanatoria of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. The mountain air of Colorado may not have cured tuberculosis, but the architecture that sprang from that desperate hope has shaped the way we design healing spaces to this day. When we walk through a modern hospital surrounded by glass and light, we are walking through a space shaped by the tuberculosis epidemic. The ghosts of the lungers walk with us. At first, Colorado welcomed the lungers. They were, after all, paying customers. They filled the hotels, they patronized the shops, they brought money from the east and spent it in the west. The economics was straightforward. A tuberculosis patient who came to Colorado for treatment might spend months or years in the state, paying for lodging, food, medical care and entertainment. They were, in a sense, the ideal tourist, one who stayed indefinitely and spent continuously. Early tuberculosis sufferers were among the state's champions. They praised the climate to anyone who would listen. They wrote letters home encouraging others to make the journey. Some, like Robert Speer, recovered and became prominent citizens. Others, even those who did not recover, contributed to the economy until their final days. The boosters were enthusiastic. Colorado had something that no other state could offer, the combination of altitude, dryness and sunshine that Eastern doctors prescribed for their consumptive patients. This was a natural resource like silver or gold waiting to be exploited. And so the advertisements went out. Colorado, the health paradise. Breathe the pure mountain air. Nature's cure for consumption. The state marketed itself as a destination for the dying, a place where the hopeless might find hope. The lungers came by the thousands. They filled the hotels, they rented rooms in private homes, they set up tents on the outskirts of town. And Colorado welcomed them, their coughs, their fevers, their money. But by the late 1890s, attitudes were beginning to shift. The turning point was germ theory. Throughout most of the 19th century, tuberculosis was believed to be hereditary, a constitutional weakness that ran in families. This theory, however wrong, at least had the virtue of making patients seem unthreatening. If tuberculosis was inherited, it could not be caught. Then came Robert Koch's discovery in 1882. Tuberculosis was caused by a bacterium. It was contagious. It could be spread from person to person through coughing, through sputum, through the very breath of the infected. Koch demonstrated his findings in Berlin, presenting slides of the rod-shaped bacteria he had isolated from the lungs of tuberculosis patients. Within a year, his discovery was confirmed by laboratories around the world. The truth was undeniable. Tuberculosis was infectious. The news spread slowly at first. Many physicians resisted the new theory, preferring the older explanations they had learned in medical school. But by the 1890s, the implications were becoming clear to both doctors and laypeople. Every cough from a lunger might contain millions of bacteria. Every handkerchief might be a source of infection. Every spittoon, every piece of shared crockery, every common space where consumptives gathered, all of these could be transmission vectors. The health seekers who had seemed harmless, even admirable in their courage, now seemed dangerous. They were not merely sick, they were contagious. They were walking, coughing carriers of a deadly disease. Colorado officials began to worry. What if the state's healthy residents became infected? What if the cure for some became the death sentence for others? The very policy that had built the state's economy, welcoming tuberculosis patients, now seemed like a terrible mistake. By the first decade of the 20th century, the welcome had turned cold. State officials began discouraging tuberculosis patients from coming to Colorado, at least certain kinds of tuberculosis patients. Those with early-stage disease, who had money for treatment and a reasonable chance of recovery, were still tolerated. The wealthy consumptive, the kind who could afford Cragmore or a private sanatorium, remained welcome. Their money still spent the same, regardless of their disease. But those with advanced or incurable forms of tuberculosis were told to stay away. State health officials issued warnings: do not come to Colorado unless you have sufficient funds for at least 1 year of treatment. Do not come unless you have a letter from an Eastern physician confirming that you are in the early stages of the disease. Do not come if you are already dying. The message was clear: we want your money, but not your corpses. The change was not subtle. Innkeepers who had once competed for the lucrative tuberculosis trade now refused to rent rooms to obviously sick visitors. The cough that had once signalled a paying customer now signalled a dangerous infection. Shop owners asked coughing customers to leave. Landlords included clauses in leases prohibiting consumptive tenants. The hotels were particularly zealous. A tuberculosis patient who died in a hotel room was bad for business. Other guests would hear of it. They would refuse to stay in that room, perhaps refuse to stay in the hotel at all. The value of the property would decline. Better to refuse the consumptive at the door than to deal with the consequences of their death. The stigma extended to the newspapers. "Two brothers are insane," screamed one 1906 headline in the Denver Post, describing two victims of the White Plague who had come from Cincinnati, lived in a tent and grown increasingly ill. The story treated them not as patients deserving sympathy, but as problems to be solved. Other headlines were equally harsh. "Dying consumptive found in park." "Lunger arrested for begging." "Health seekers become public burden." The newspapers that had once celebrated Colorado's healing climate now wrote of tuberculosis patients as if they were criminals. In the Colorado legislature, some representatives proposed a remarkable measure, requiring tuberculosis patients to wear bells around their necks, like lepers in medieval Europe, so that healthy citizens could avoid them. The image is almost medieval: patients shuffling through the streets of Denver, bells tinkling with every step, warning the healthy to keep their distance. It was public humiliation dressed up as public health. The proposal did not pass, but the fact that it was seriously debated, that elected officials stood before their colleagues and argued for this measure, tells us something about how dramatically attitudes had changed. Other proposals were more successful. Spitting in public places was outlawed in many Colorado cities. This was, in fact, a sensible public health measure. The tuberculosis bacillus could survive for weeks in dried sputum, but the laws were enforced selectively. A healthy businessman who spat on the sidewalk might receive a warning. A consumptive who did the same might be arrested. During the Great Depression, the hostility intensified. The legislature passed a law prohibiting non-residents from receiving public assistance for tuberculosis treatment. If you came to Colorado sick and poor, the state would not help you. You could die in the streets, but you could not claim a dime from the state treasury. The sanatoria themselves were increasingly built on the outskirts of town. Cities wanted the economic benefits of the tuberculosis industry, the jobs for nurses and orderlies and cooks, the money spent on supplies and services, the business generated by visiting family members, but they wanted the actual patients kept at a safe distance, out of sight, out of cough. The modern Woodman of America Sanatorium, with its hundreds of gardener huts, was located miles from downtown Colorado Springs. Cragmore was built on a bluff north of the city, separated from the main population by geography. The message was unmistakable: we will treat you, but we do not want to see you. For the poor Lungas, those who had come west with nothing but hope, the discrimination was devastating. They had sold everything to buy their train tickets. They had liquidated their savings, mortgaged their homes, borrowed from relatives who expected never to see them again. They had said goodbye to families they might never see again. And when they arrived in the Promised Land, they found that no one wanted them. The advertisements had promised healing. The doctors had promised hope. But no one had mentioned what would happen if they arrived without money. Some ended up in the tent colonies that dotted the outskirts of Denver and Colorado Springs. These were not the orderly rows of garden huts at the proper sanatoria. They were makeshift camps, canvas tents on wooden platforms, exposed to the elements, with little in the way of medical care or sanitation. The locals called these areas Lungas Rao. They were not hard to find. Just follow the sound of coughing, the sight of emaciated figures wrapped in blankets, the smell of illness. These were the people that the sanatoria would not take, that the hotels would not admit, that the boarding houses would not tolerate. Life in the tent colonies was harsh. The tents leaked in the rain. They provided little protection from the cold. Food was scarce. Medical care was virtually non-existent. Patients who were too weak to care for themselves simply lay in their cots, waiting for someone to bring them water, waiting for death. Some of the tent colonies were organised by charitable organisations which provided at least minimal oversight. Others were entirely informal, just groups of desperate people who had pitched their tents in the same location because there was nowhere else to go. The mortality rate in these camps was high. Without proper nutrition, without medical attention, without even basic sanitation, the consumptives weakened quickly. Some died within weeks of arriving in Colorado. Others lingered for months, their condition worsening steadily, their hopes fading. Others had not even the resources for a tent. They slept in the streets. They slept in parks and under bridges. They begged for money on street corners, their coughs punctuating their pleas. They coughed in public spaces, spreading the disease they had come to cure. The city authorities, unsure what to do with these homeless invalids, often resorted to the only solution they could think of. They put them in jail. Not for crimes, simply for existing. Simply for being sick and poor and having nowhere else to go. The jails were not equipped to handle tuberculosis patients. There was no isolation, no fresh air, no treatment. The consumptives simply coughed in their cells, infecting other prisoners, infecting the guards, spreading the disease through the incarcerated population. It was, in a sense, the worst possible outcome for public health. Instead of treating the sick, Colorado was concentrating them in closed spaces where the disease could spread freely. The jails became incubators for tuberculosis. Some of the jailed Lungas died in their cells. Others were released when the authorities realized they were dying, sent back onto the streets to spend their final days wherever they could find shelter. A few were given train tickets back east, a cruel irony for people who had come west to escape death. It was this crisis, the spectacle of dying men and women jailed for the crime of poverty, that had motivated Francis Weisbart Jacobs to found National Jewish Hospital. Someone had to care for those whom everyone else had abandoned. None may enter who can pay, none can pay who enter. That motto was a direct response to the discrimination that the poor Lungas faced. It was an acknowledgement that the tuberculosis industry had failed the most vulnerable, that the healing climate had become a death trap for those without means. The pattern established in Colorado would repeat itself across the American West. As germ theory spread, so did discrimination against tuberculosis patients. Cities that had once advertised themselves as health destinations began closing their doors. Phoenix, Arizona, which had marketed itself as aggressively as any Colorado town, began requiring tuberculosis patients to register with the health department. Pasadena, California, banned consumptives from certain public spaces. El Paso, Texas, established zones where tuberculosis patients were forbidden to live. Hotels posted signs refusing to accept consumptive guests. The language was often blunt. No consumptives. Health seekers not welcome. TB patients must apply elsewhere. These signs hung in the lobbies of establishments that had once profited handsomely from the tuberculosis trade. Towns passed ordinances restricting where tuberculosis patients could live. They could not reside within a certain distance of schools. They could not rent rooms in certain neighborhoods. They could not, in some cases, walk on certain streets. The sick were being zoned out of public life. The irony was profound. The sick, who had been told that their only hope was to go west, found that the West did not want them. Some Lungas fought back. They formed patient advocacy groups. They wrote letters to newspapers protesting their treatment. They pointed out that many of Colorado's most prominent citizens, including Mayor Robert Speer, had themselves been health seekers. If tuberculosis patients were good enough to build the state, why were they now being cast out? But the fear was too strong. The healthy majority, convinced that every cough might bring death, were not interested in the rights of the sick. They wanted protection. And if protection meant treating the ill as pariahs, so be it. It is a bitter irony. The states that had been built by tuberculosis patients, that had welcomed them when they brought money and boosted local economies, turned on them when they became too numerous, too visible, too threatening. The disease had not changed. The treatment had not changed. The climate had not changed. What had changed was the understanding that tuberculosis was contagious, and the fear that followed from that understanding. We should not be too quick to judge. Fear of contagion is a natural human response, rooted deep in our evolutionary history. The people of Colorado in 1900 had no way to protect themselves from tuberculosis except through avoidance. There were no antibiotics. There was no vaccine. Masks, if used at all, were primitive and of uncertain effectiveness. Isolation was the only tool they had. And yet we can acknowledge the tragedy of what occurred. We can recognize that the discrimination, however understandable, inflicted real suffering on real people. We can mourn for those who came seeking hope and found only rejection. But we can still mourn for the Lungas who came west seeking a cure and found instead rejection, who had given up everything for the hope of another few years of life, only to discover that their disease made them pariahs, who had sold their homes and said goodbye to their families, only to die in tent colonies or jails far from anyone who loved them. They are buried in cemeteries across Colorado. Many of their graves are unmarked, their names forgotten. The stone markers, if there were any, have weathered away. The families who might have tended the graves were 2,000 miles away, unable to visit. They came by the tens of thousands, and many of them never went home. Their bones lie beneath Colorado soil, in plots that no one visits anymore, their stories lost to history. The mountains they came to see still rise on the western horizon. The air they came to breathe still flows down from the peaks, but they are gone. The lingers, the health seekers, the desperate and the hopeful, leaving behind only unmarked graves and the faint echo of a million coughs. Let us pause now and consider what we have witnessed tonight. We have travelled to a place built on hope and desperation, a place where the dying came by the thousands, seeking in the mountain air the cure that no medicine could provide, a place that welcomed them when they had money and rejected them when they became too numerous, too sick, too visible. We have met remarkable individuals, William Jackson Palmer, the railroad man who saw in the clear mountain air an opportunity to build an empire. Frances Wisebart Jacobs, the woman who refused to let the poor die in the streets. Doc Holliday, the gunfighter whose legend began with a cough. Robert Speer, the lunger who became a mayor and transformed a city. We have seen remarkable places. Cragmore, the palace for the dying rich, where champagne flowed and consumptives danced. The tent colonies, where the poor coughed their lives away on wooden platforms. The gardener huts, those strange octagonal shelters that now hold garden tools where patients once lay dying. The sleeping porches, still visible on old houses, their original purpose forgotten. Colorado in the tuberculosis era was many things at once. It was a place of genuine healing. Some patients did improve in the high, dry air, their symptoms easing, their lives extending beyond what anyone expected. It was a place of compassion. Frances Wisebart Jacobs and her hospital, treating those who had nothing, asking nothing in return. It was a place of luxury, Cragmore with its orchestras and dinner parties for the dying rich, where patients refused to surrender their dignity, even as the disease consumed them. But it was also a place of exploitation. The boosters who advertised 100% aseptic air knew they were exaggerating, knew that the mountain air could not actually cure tuberculosis, that most patients would die regardless. The sanatoria that charged $50 a week knew that most patients could not afford their services, that the poor would be left to suffer while the wealthy lounged on sun porches. The cities that built their economies on the tuberculosis trade knew that many of their customers would die, that the cemeteries would fill with the bodies of those who had come seeking life. And when the fear of contagion finally overcame the desire for profit, Colorado showed another face entirely. The lungers who had built the state, who had filled its hotels and restaurants, who had funded its hospitals and schools, who had become its mayors and businessmen, were suddenly unwelcome. The sick were stigmatized, marginalized, jailed. This is not a simple story of heroes and villains. The people of Colorado were responding to a disease they did not fully understand using the limited tools available to them. They were capable of both compassion and cruelty, sometimes simultaneously. The same city that founded National Jewish Hospital debated making patients wear bells. History rarely offers us pure heroes or pure villains. What it offers, instead, is the full complexity of human nature, our capacity for both grace and fear, our ability to care deeply and to exclude ruthlessly. We know now what the doctors of the 1890s did not know. The mountain air could not cure tuberculosis. This is not to say that the climate was entirely without benefit. The dry air of Colorado was genuinely healthier than the humid, polluted air of the eastern cities. Patients who left the crowded tenements for the open spaces of the West were removing themselves from constant exposure to the bacillus. They were breathing cleaner air, eating better food, getting more rest. All of these factors could in some cases give the immune system a better chance to fight the infection. And the sunshine, that constant Colorado sunshine, may have had some modest therapeutic effect. We know now that sunlight helps the body produce vitamin D, which plays a role in immune function. We know that ultraviolet light can kill bacteria on surfaces. The doctors of the era did not understand these mechanisms, but they observed that patients seemed to do better in sunny climates. But none of this could cure tuberculosis. The bacillus, once established in the lungs, continued its slow destruction regardless of altitude or climate. A patient might feel better in Colorado, a patient might live longer in Colorado, but the disease remained, biding its time, waiting for the moment when the body's defences would finally fail. The true cure came not from geography, but from science. In 1943, at Rutgers University in New Jersey, a microbiologist named Selman Waxman and his graduate student Albert Schatz isolated a compound from soil bacteria. They called it streptomycin, and when they tested it against tuberculosis, the disease that had killed millions, that had built and destroyed towns, that had sent 20,000 people a year to Colorado, the bacteria died. For the first time in human history, there was an effective treatment for tuberculosis, a drug that could actually kill the bacillus, that could save patients who would otherwise have died, that could end the scourge that had haunted humanity since the dawn of civilization. Streptomycin was not perfect. It had side effects. It did not work for all patients, but it worked often enough and well enough that the sanatorium industry collapsed almost overnight. The patients who had filled the hotels and tent colonies simply stopped coming. Why travel 2,000 miles to breathe mountain air when a pill could actually kill the disease? Why spend years lying on a cure porch when a course of antibiotics could accomplish the same thing in months? By the 1950s, other antibiotics had joined streptomycin in the fight against tuberculosis. Isoniazid, rifampicin, pyrazinamide, a whole arsenal of drugs that could attack the bacillus from multiple angles. The cure rate climbed, the death rate fell, and the sanatoria emptied. By the 1960s, most of the sanatoria had closed. Some were converted to other purposes. Cragmore became a university, Glockner became a hospital, others became resorts or office buildings. Others were simply abandoned, their cure porches empty, their patient registries closed forever. The gardener huts were sold off to become garden sheds and playhouses. The sleeping porches were enclosed and converted to bedrooms. The TB houses of Montclair became ordinary family homes, their original purpose forgotten by the new owners. Tuberculosis, which had shaped the very identity of Colorado, became a historical curiosity, a strange chapter in the state's past, interesting to historians and few others. The disease had not been defeated by the mountain air. It had been defeated by science, by the patient work of researchers in laboratories far from the Rockies. The cure that Colorado had promised for decades was finally delivered, but by Rutgers University, not by Pikes Peak. And yet, the legacy remains. Denver today is a thriving metropolis, one of the fastest growing cities in America, attracting hundreds of thousands of new residents every year. They come for the job opportunities, for the outdoor recreation, for the quality of life. They come, in their way, for the same things that drew the Lungers a century ago: the sunshine, the mountain air, the sense of possibility. The parks and boulevards that a former Lunger named Robert Speer built continue to define the urban landscape. Walk along Speer Boulevard, past Civic Center Park, through the green spaces that wind through the city, and you are walking through the vision of a man who came to Colorado expecting to die, and stayed to transform it. The medical industry that was born in the tuberculosis era remains a major economic driver. Denver is home to some of the nation's leading hospitals and research institutions. The doctors and nurses who work in these modern facilities are the professional descendants of the physicians who once prescribed fresh air and rest. Colorado Springs, the city that William Jackson Palmer founded as a health resort, is now known for other things. Military installations like the Air Force Academy and NORAD technology companies, tourism to Pikes Peak and Garden of the Gods. But the sanatorium buildings still stand, converted now to other purposes but still recognizable to those who know what to look for. The tuberculosis huts still dot the neighborhoods, octagonal reminders of a vanished era, housing garden tools and holiday decorations where patients once lay dying. They are strange little monuments, these huts. Most people who pass them have no idea what they are. And National Jewish Health, the hospital that Francis Weisbart Jacobs dreamed of, continues to operate on its original campus in East Denver. It is consistently ranked among the best respiratory hospitals in the nation. Its mission has expanded beyond tuberculosis to include asthma, allergies, immune disorders, and heart conditions. But its origins, as a refuge for the dying poor, funded by donations, caring for those who could not pay, remain part of its identity. The hospital's current motto is Breathing Science, but the old motto still resonates: none may enter who can pay, none can pay who enter. The 1/3 of Colorado's population that came seeking the cure left their mark on the state, in ways that persist to this day. They shaped its architecture, the sleeping porches, the open floor plans, the orientation toward the sun. They shaped its economy, the hospitals and research institutions, the tourism industry, the real estate market. They shaped its culture, the outdoor lifestyle, the emphasis on health and wellness, the very identity of Colorado as a place of renewal. They brought their money and their desperate hope, and in exchange they received, sometimes, a few more years of life. Some recovered and became pillars of their new communities. Others died quickly, barely unpacking their trunks before the disease claimed them. Most fell somewhere in between, living out their remaining days in the thin mountain air, watching the peaks change colour with the seasons. Many of them never went home. They are buried in Colorado cemeteries, in Denver and Colorado Springs, in Glenwood Springs and Leadville, in small towns throughout the state. Their names are carved on headstones that weather a little more each year. Their stories are mostly forgotten. They came from everywhere, from the tenements of New York and the row houses of Philadelphia, from the mansions of Boston and the farms of Ohio. Rich and poor, young and old, desperate and hopeful, they ended their journeys here, in the shadow of the mountains, and here they remain. What does the tuberculosis migration teach us about ourselves? Perhaps this, that human beings, faced with death, will try almost anything. They will sell their homes, they will leave their families, they will travel thousands of miles into an uncertain future. They will breathe cold mountain air through damaged lungs, hoping that geography might accomplish what medicine cannot. This is not foolish. It is profoundly human. The will to live is the most basic of instincts rooted deep in our biology, and it drives us to extraordinary efforts. We will grasp at straws. We will chase rumours of cures. We will try anything at all, if there's even the smallest chance it might work. The lungers who came to Colorado were not naive. Many of them understood that their chances were slim. They had seen friends and family die of the same disease. They knew that the mountain air was no sure cure, that many who made the journey never returned. But slim chances are still chances, and in the face of certain death, even a small hope is better than none. We should also remember the capacity for both generosity and cruelty that the tuberculosis era revealed. Francis Wise Bart Jacobs, walking through the streets of Denver, bringing food and comfort to the dying, refusing to accept that the poor should be abandoned simply because they had no money. The Colorado legislature, seriously debating whether to make patients wear bells around their necks, treating the sick as if they were lepers in medieval Europe. National Jewish Hospital, with its motto of unconditional care, refusing to charge the patients who needed help most. The hotels and boarding houses, posting signs that read, "No consumptives allowed," turning away the desperate because they feared infection. Robert Speer, the lunger who became a mayor dedicating his life to building a more beautiful city. The tent colonies, where the poor coughed their lives away because no institution would take them in. Both impulses, the generous and the fearful, live within us still. They are not separate tendencies but intertwined aspects of our nature. The same person might show compassion in one moment and cruelty in the next. The same society might build hospitals for the dying poor while debating whether to make them wear bells. When the next epidemic comes, as epidemics always do, we will face the same choices that Coloradans faced in the 1890s. How do we balance compassion with self-protection? How do we care for the sick without fearing them? How do we respond to a threat that we cannot see, cannot understand, cannot control? We have already faced these questions in our own lifetimes. The HIV epidemic of the 1980s, the SARS outbreak of 2003, the COVID-19 pandemic of 2020. Each time we saw the same mix of compassion and cruelty, generosity and fear. Each time we discovered that our ancestors were not so different from ourselves. The Lungas of Colorado are distant now, a century and more removed from our own lives. But they were people like us, facing choices like ours, responding with the same complex mix of courage and fear that we bring to our own challenges. There are no easy answers. There never were. But perhaps there is wisdom in remembering, wisdom in honouring those who came before, who faced impossible choices with such limited tools, who tried to do their best even when their best was not enough. Let us return one final time to that train rolling westward across the Great Plains. The passengers sit with their one-way tickets, their coughs, their desperate hopes. The sun is setting ahead of them, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose. The mountains appear on the horizon, blue and distant and somehow holy. Somewhere ahead lies Denver, the world sanatorium, the place where the air will heal them. Or so they have been told. We know now what they did not know. The mountain air cannot cure tuberculosis. Some of them will improve, perhaps many more than would have survived in the crowded tenements they left behind. Some will linger for years, perhaps decades, in the thin, clear atmosphere, finding in Colorado, if not a cure, then at least a reprieve. But most of them will die, if not in weeks, then in months. If not in months, then in years. They are the lingers, 1/3 of a state's population, 20,000 a year, rolling westward with the desperate faith that geography might save them. The train chugs onward through the gathering dusk. The mountains grow closer, their peaks catching the last light of day. And somewhere in those crowded cars someone is coughing, that deep, rattling cough that speaks of lungs filling with disease. But there is hope in that car as well. There is the hope of the young man from Philadelphia who has read the advertisements and believes that the clear mountain air will restore him. There is the hope of the mother from Chicago who has brought her daughter west, praying that this new land will give her child the years that the doctors back home said she would never have. There is the hope of the businessman who has sold everything he owns to make this journey, betting his entire fortune on the chance that he might live long enough to rebuild it. There is the hope of the elderly woman who has come to Colorado not expecting to survive, but hoping that she might die in a beautiful place, surrounded by mountains and sunshine, rather than in the cramped darkness of her city apartment. Hope. That is what the Lungas carried with them, more precious than any luggage, more sustaining than any medicine. Hope that the air would heal them, hope that tomorrow would be better than today, hope that death, if it came, would be gentle. They came seeking life. They found in the end what we all find, the limited span of years that fortune allows us, spent in whatever place seems kindest. Some found peace in Colorado, some found suffering, most found something in between, a mixture of good days and bad, of sunrises over the mountains and long nights of coughing, of friendships formed in sanatorium wards and losses that could never be replaced. They were, in the end, simply human. They faced their mortality with whatever courage they could muster. They lived their remaining days as fully as they were able, and when the end came, they went gently into whatever lies beyond, their last breaths drawn in the thin, clear air that had drawn them west. And so, as the night deepens and the mountain wind fades into memory, we leave Colorado behind for now. But its legacy remains, in the parks that a Lunga built, in the hospital that compassion created, in the octagonal huts that now hold garden tools where the dying once lay, in the sleeping porches of old houses, in the cemeteries that dot the landscape, in the very soil of this mountain state. The mountains still rise as they have risen for millennia. The air is still thin and clear. The sun still shines 300 days a year. Colorado remains a place of healing, even if the disease it once promised to cure has been conquered by other means. Next time on the Sanatorium, we'll explore another dimension of tuberculosis history, but that journey is for another night. For now, rest well. Let the ghost of mountain air carry you gently into sleep. Imagine yourself on one of those old cure porches, wrapped in blankets, gazing up at the stars that seem so close at this altitude. Feel the cold air on your face. Hear the distant wind in the pines. The peaks stand eternal, their snows unchanged, their promise of healing as old as the hills themselves. They watch the Lungas come, they watch the Lungas die, and they will remain long after we, too, have passed. If you found some measure of peace in tonight's journey, perhaps leave a like or share it with someone who might need it. Thank you for being here. Thank you for remembering the Lungas with us, those thousands upon thousands of desperate, hopeful souls who came west seeking life. Good night. Helen Burns. If you've read Jane Eyre, you remember her, the saintly girl who dies of consumption in the heroine's arms. What Charlotte Bronte never told her readers was that Helen Burns was real. She was Charlotte's own sister. And she was only the first. By the time tuberculosis finished with the Bronte family, it would take 5 of the 6 children, while their father watched helpless for 40 years. Welcome to the Sanatorium. I'm your host, and this is where we explore the stories of tuberculosis, the white plague that shaped our history, our culture, and our very understanding of what it means to be human. If you're new here, consider subscribing. We release new episodes regularly, and there are many more stories to tell. Tonight's episode is a long one, over 2 hours. So settle in. Find a comfortable position. Pour yourself some tea, perhaps. We're going to spend the evening with one of the most extraordinary families in literary history. And with the disease that consumed them, one by one, until only silence remained. The house stands at the top of the village. A Georgian parsonage, grey stone, modest but solid. Behind it the moors stretch endlessly, purple with heather in summer, brown and wind-scoured in winter. In the rooms downstairs the air is cold, even with the fire going. It's always cold. The year is 1848. September turning to October. In the dining room 3 women sit with their father. They are not old, these women. The eldest is 32, the youngest 28. But they have the watchful, weary eyes of people who have seen too much death. Upstairs, a man is dying. Their brother, 31 years old, and dying in the room where he was born. The cough. They all know the sound by now. The terrible wet cough that brings up blood. The fever that comes and goes. The wasting. They've been here before. 2 sisters died of this when they were children. Died young and far from home. Their mother died of something else, but she died in this house too. The parsonage has always been a place of death. But it has also been a place of fierce burning life, of imagination, of genius. These 3 women who sit together in the cold room have just, in the past year, published 3 of the most remarkable novels in the English language. Jane Eyre, Wuthering Heights, Agnes Grey. The literary world is still reeling from them. And now this. The brother dying upstairs, and after him. They don't speak of it, but they know. They've always known. Tuberculosis doesn't stop with one. This is the story of the Bronte family. Of 6 children, 5 deaths. Of extraordinary talent that bloomed in the shadow of disease. And of a father who would bury every single one of his children before he died himself, at the age of 84. To understand the Brontes, you have to understand Haworth. This small village in the West Riding of Yorkshire perched on the edge of the moors. In the early 19th century it was an industrial town. Textile mills, poverty, overcrowding. The churchyard was so full of bodies that the ground level had risen above the church floor. Water from the graveyard seeped into the drinking supply. The average life expectancy was 25 years. This statistic deserves emphasis. 25 years. In Victorian Haworth, if you reached adulthood, you were already beating the odds. The main killer was not tuberculosis, though tuberculosis took its share. It was the water. The contaminated, corpse-tainted water that seeped down from the graveyard into the wells. Typhoid fever. Cholera. Dysentery. The dead poisoned the living. Patrick Bronte would later campaign for better sanitation in Haworth. He understood, long before the germ theory of disease was established, that something in the water was killing his parishioners. But his efforts would come too late to save his own family. Into this place in 1820 came Patrick Bronte, an Irish clergyman, ambitious, educated, a published poet. He brought with him his wife Maria and their 6 children, all under the age of 7. Maria, the eldest, baptised in April 1814. Elizabeth, born 8th February 1815. Charlotte, born 24th April 1816. Branwell, born 26th June 1817. Emily, born 30th July 1818. And Anne, the baby, born 17th January 1820. Patrick Bronte was a complex man. Stern, often distant, deeply concerned with propriety. He had pulled himself up from rural Irish poverty through education and the church. He believed in learning, in discipline, in the power of literature. He also believed in fresh air and long walks on the moors, which he considered healthful. In this, at least, he was ahead of his time. His wife, Maria Branwell Bronte, was Cornish. Genteel, educated, fond of reading. She had married Patrick in 1812 and followed him north to this cold, unfamiliar country. By all accounts, she never quite adjusted to Yorkshire, to the damp, to the grey skies, to the wind that never stopped. Maria wrote letters home to Cornwall describing her new life. They were cheerful letters mostly. She loved her husband. She loved her growing brood of children. but there was a wistfulness beneath the words. A longing for the warmer country she had left behind. She would never see Cornwall again. The parsonage they moved into was substantial by village standards. 2 stories, several rooms, a garden. But it was cold and damp, built on a hillside where water gathered. The church and graveyard were just beyond the wall. The children's bedroom windows looked out over the tombstones. They grew up counting graves the way other children count sheep. For 1 year, the family was intact. 6 children, 2 parents, all together in the house at the top of the village. And then tuberculosis came. Or perhaps it didn't come. Perhaps it was already there. One of the cruelties of tuberculosis is its long latency. You can carry the bacteria for years without knowing, without symptoms. And then, triggered by stress, malnutrition, another illness, it activates. It blooms in your lungs like a terrible flower. By the standards of the time, what happened to the Brontes was not unusual. Families were decimated by tuberculosis. It was the single greatest killer of the 19th century, responsible for 1 in 4 deaths. But even by those standards, the Bronte toll was extraordinary. 5 of 6 children, all before the age of 40. All, almost certainly, from the same disease. Time just threes. This is not just a story about death, though. It's a story about what people create in the face of death. How genius and disease can exist in the same body, the same family, feeding on each other in ways we still don't fully understand. The Brontes wrote with an intensity that seemed to consume them. And perhaps it did. But what they left behind has outlasted the disease by nearly 2 centuries. There is a temptation when telling this story to make it romantic. To suggest that somehow tuberculosis was connected to genius. That the disease sharpened their minds, purified their art. The Victorians believed something like this. They called tuberculosis the romantic disease. They saw something beautiful in the pale skin, the bright eyes, the ethereal thinness of the consumptive. This is nonsense, of course. And dangerous nonsense at that. Tuberculosis was not romantic. It was slow suffocation. Drowning in your own blood. Fever and sweating and wasting away until there was nothing left. The Brontes did not write great novels because of tuberculosis. They wrote great novels despite it. The disease was not their muse. It was their executioner. Let's begin. Maria Bronte, the mother, began to feel unwell in January 1821. She was 38 years old. She had borne 6 children in 8 years. She was tired, she said. So tired. The tiredness deepened. She took to her bed. The doctor was called. An expense the family could barely afford, but Patrick was frightened. His wife was slipping away from him, and he didn't understand why. The diagnosis, when it came, was internal cancer. There was nothing to be done. No surgery, no cure, no hope. Maria lingered through the spring and summer, in increasing pain, taking laudanum when it became unbearable. The children were kept away. They heard their mother crying at night. She died in September 1821. Maria was 7. Elizabeth was 6. Charlotte was 5. Branwell 4. Emily, 3. Anne was just 20 months old. Patrick Bronte was devastated. By all accounts, he had loved his wife deeply. He shut himself in his room for days after the funeral. He wept. He prayed. And when he emerged, he was changed. More rigid. More distant. He ate his meals alone in his study. He saw his children in the mornings and evenings, but otherwise left their care to servants. His sister-in-law, Elizabeth Branwell, came from Cornwall to help with the children. She was a spinster, 50 years old, set in her ways. She took charge of the household with efficiency but little warmth. The children called her Aunt Branwell. They did not love her. So the 6 Bronte children grew up essentially alone. They had each other, and they had the moors, and they had books. Patrick, for all his distance, believed passionately in education. His children would read. They would learn. They would better themselves. He brought them newspapers, magazines, books from his own library. He discussed politics and current events with them over breakfast. He treated them, in this way, almost as adults. The 2 eldest girls, Maria and Elizabeth, were particularly precocious. Maria at 7 could read the newspapers and debate their contents. She was thoughtful, serious, deeply religious. Elizabeth was quieter but equally intelligent. Charlotte later remembered them both with a kind of awe. They seemed so much older than their years. So wise. Maria especially seemed marked for something great. She had a quality that Charlotte could only describe as saintliness. A patience beyond her years. A kindness that extended to everyone, even the servants who sometimes treated her roughly. Charlotte watched her elder sister and wondered what she would become. A teacher, perhaps. A writer. Something remarkable. But Maria would not grow up to be anything. Maria would die at 11, and all that potential would be snuffed out like a candle. Charlotte would spend the rest of her life imagining what Maria might have been. What she might have done. How different everything might have been if Maria had lived. In 1824, Patrick Bronte made a decision that would haunt him for the rest of his life. He enrolled Maria and Elizabeth in the clergy daughters' school at Cowan Bridge, about 40 miles from Hulworth. It was a charity school designed to educate the daughters of poor clergymen. The fees were low. The curriculum was serious. It seemed like an opportunity. In July 1824, Maria and Elizabeth were sent away. Maria was 10. Elizabeth was 9. In August, Charlotte joined them. She was 8 years old. In November, Emily arrived as well. She had just turned 6. 4 little girls, the eldest barely 10, sent away from home to a school run by strangers. Cowan Bridge was a nightmare. We know this not just from Charlotte's later fictionalisation of it in Jane Eyre, but from historical records and the testimony of other pupils. The school was underfunded, poorly heated, unsanitary. The food was often spoiled or badly cooked. Meals of burned porridge, rancid butter, meat gone off. The girls ate it because they were hungry and then they got sick. The building itself seemed designed to break the spirit. Long, cold corridors, bare stone walls, windows that let in more cold than light. The chapel was unheated, and the girls were required to sit through long services every Sunday, their breath visible in the frigid air. They developed coughs, fevers, chilblains that cracked and bled. The school infirmary was always full. The curriculum was rigorous but inconsistent. The girls studied arithmetic, grammar, history, geography. They sewed. They read the Bible. They were drilled in proper behaviour and deportment. But the teaching was often perfunctory, the books inadequate. The real purpose of the school, it seemed, was not education but reformation. These were the daughters of poor clergymen. They must learn humility. They must learn to endure. The dormitories were unheated. In winter, water in the wash basins froze overnight. The girls slept two to a bed for warmth, but it was never enough. They woke shivering, dressed in the dark, walked to the schoolroom with chilblains on their feet. Some mornings, ice had formed on the inside of the windows. The girls scraped patterns in it with their fingernails, trying to find something beautiful in their misery. The regime was harsh. The headmaster, Reverend Carus Wilson, believed that comfort was sinful. That suffering purified the soul. That these charity girls should be grateful for any education at all and not complain about cold or hunger. Punishments were frequent and public. Girls were made to stand on stools for hours, to wear signs around their necks proclaiming their faults, to go without food as penance. Maria Bronte, the eldest sister, bore the brunt of it. She was untidy, the teacher said. Her sewing was poor. She daydreamed. She was punished again and again for small infractions. Charlotte, 8 years old, watched her sister being humiliated and could do nothing. She never forgot it. And then, in the spring of 1825, Maria became ill. She had a cough, a fever. She was weak, so weak she could barely stand. But the school had a policy. If a girl was well enough to be out of bed, she was well enough for lessons. Maria was sent to class. She fainted at her desk. Finally, in February 1825, the school sent her home. She was in the advanced stages of tuberculosis. Her lungs were destroyed. There was nothing anyone could do. Maria died at home on 6 May 1825. He was 11 years old. Patrick brought Elizabeth home 2 weeks later, hoping the fresh air of Haworth might revive her. But she had the same cough, the same fever. The disease was already too advanced. Elizabeth died on 15th June 1825. She was 10 years old. Charlotte and Emily were pulled from the school immediately. They came home to a house of mourning. 4 children left of the original 6. Charlotte, 9 years old. Branwell, 7. Emily, 6. Anne, 5. 2 more small coffins went into the family vault beneath the church floor. Patrick stood over the graves of his wife and 2 eldest daughters. He was 48 years old. He had been in Haworth for 5 years. Half his family was already dead. The children who survived would carry those deaths with them always. Charlotte, especially. She had watched Maria suffer the cruelty of Cowan Bridge. Watched her waste away. Watched her die. 22 years later, when she wrote Jane Eyre, she put Maria in the book. Helen Burns, the saintly, patient girl who endures every punishment without complaint, who dies of consumption in the heroine's arms. Helen Burns is one of the most famous characters in Victorian literature. Millions of readers have wept over her death. But she was real. She was Charlotte's sister, and Charlotte couldn't save her. In the novel, Helen speaks of heaven with perfect faith. She tells Jane that death is not an end but a beginning, that they will meet again in a better world. Charlotte put these words in Helen's mouth, but they were Maria's words. Maria, at 11 years old, dying of tuberculosis, had comforted her younger sister with promises of paradise. She had faced death with a calm that Charlotte never forgot, that she could never quite believe. Charlotte was 9 when Maria died, old enough to understand, old enough to remember. For the rest of her life, she carried the memory of her eldest sister, the one who should have led them, the one who was taken first. When Charlotte became famous, when Jane Eyre was celebrated around the world, she must have thought of Maria, of what Maria might have become if she had lived, of the books Maria might have written. After Maria and Elizabeth died, Patrick Bronte made another decision. No more boarding schools. His children would stay home. He would educate them himself with help from Aunt Branwell and occasional tutors. The 4 remaining children would not be separated again. And so began one of the most extraordinary childhoods in literary history. The 4 Bronte children, Charlotte, Branwell, Emily and Anne, spent their days in almost complete isolation. They had no real friends outside the family. No school, no social calls, no parties. The village children were rough, Patrick said. Not suitable companions for his educated offspring. Aunt Branwell was strict about propriety. Young ladies did not wander the streets. They stayed home. So the children had each other, and they had the moors. Every afternoon they went walking, miles and miles across the open moorland. In sun and rain, and wind so strong it nearly knocked them over. They knew every hill, every stream, every outcropping of rock. The moor was their playground, their sanctuary, their whole world. And they had their imaginations. In June 1826, Patrick brought home a box of wooden soldiers for Branwell. The 4 children seized on them immediately. Each child claimed a soldier and gave it a name. Charlotte's was the Duke of Wellington. Emily's was a character called Gravy. And then they began to tell stories. This was the moment scholars believe when the Bronte creative universe was born. A box of toy soldiers and 4 lonely children with no one to play with but each other. From such small beginnings came worlds. Entire continents of imagination. It is hard to overstate how important this moment was. These children, grieving, isolated, half-orphaned, turned inward. And what they found there would eventually change literature. At first the stories were simple games, adventures for the wooden soldiers, but they grew, they deepened, they became entire worlds. The children invented a place called Glasstown, an imaginary African colony. They drew maps. They wrote constitutions, newspapers, histories. They created characters with complex lives and relationships. And they wrote it all down. The manuscripts they produced are extraordinary. Tiny books, some no bigger than a matchbox, written in microscopic handwriting. The children stitched them together from scraps of paper and sugar sacks. The writing is so small you need a magnifying glass to read it. They made them small, scholars think, to mimic real printed books, or perhaps to hide them from adults. These were private worlds, secret worlds. Today, these miniature manuscripts are among the most precious items in the Bronte Parsonage Museum. Scholars have spent years deciphering them. They contain entire novellas, poems, plays, maps of imaginary countries, family trees of fictional dynasties. The children created not just stories but entire civilizations, languages, religions, wars and treaties and romances spanning generations. The miniature scale was part of the magic, time twos. By making the books tiny, the children made them secret. They could slip them into pockets, hide them in drawers, carry their imaginary worlds with them wherever they went. These were not stories to be shared with adults. They were private conversations between siblings. A language only they could speak. Glasstown evolved over the years. Charlotte and Branwell developed it into an elaborate saga called Angria, full of passion, war, intrigue. The Duke of Zamorna became their central character. Dark, brooding, irresistible. He would reappear, transformed in Charlotte's later novels as Rochester. The siblings wrote endless stories of war, betrayal, and forbidden love. Angria was their apprenticeship. Every trope Charlotte later perfected, the mysterious man with a secret past, the passionate but doomed romance, the woman who loves unwisely, first appeared in the tiny pages of the Angrian Chronicles. Emily and Anne, meanwhile, created their own world. Gondal. A bleak northern island with feuding royal families. Where Angria was tropical and passionate, Gondal was cold and fierce. Its landscape was the landscape of Yorkshire, moors and mountains, wild weather, harsh beauty. Its characters were proud and violent, driven by honour and vengeance. Emily would write Gondal poetry for the rest of her short life. The intensity of Wuthering Heights, its wild passion, its cosmic scale, was born in the frozen wastes of Gondal. The split between the pairs is telling. Charlotte and Branwell, the two eldest survivors, wrote together. Emily and Anne, the two youngest, wrote together. The partnerships would last their whole lives. Even as adults, Emily and Anne continued the Gondal stories. They would be walking the moors and suddenly start talking about what Augusta Almeida was doing, or whether Julius Brenzida would survive the war. The imaginary world was as real to them as Holworth. This was their education in writing. Not formal instruction, but obsessive-compulsive practice. By the time Charlotte was 15, she had written more words than most people write in a lifetime. The same was true for the others. They lived half in the real world, half in worlds of their own creation. The line between the two was never quite clear. It was, in some ways, an idyllic childhood. Freedom, imagination, the wild beauty of the moors. But it was also profoundly strange. 4 children growing up in near-total isolation, living more in fantasy than reality. No mother. A distant father. An aunt who cared for them but didn't love them. And always, the memory of the 2 dead sisters. The knowledge that death had already visited their family and might come again. Branwell was the only son, the golden boy. Patrick had great hopes for him. Branwell would be a scholar, a painter, a poet. He would make the family name famous. The sisters were clever, yes, but they were only girls. Their futures were limited. But Branwell had no limits. This was the tragedy of Victorian expectations. The son, given every advantage, every encouragement, every opportunity, would destroy himself with drink and opium. The daughters, told their best hope was to marry or teach, would become some of the greatest novelists in the English language. Patrick invested everything in the wrong child. He could not see the genius under his own roof because it came in the wrong bodies. Female bodies. Bodies that were supposed to be vessels for children, not ideas. The boy himself seemed to believe it. He was brilliant, charming, full of energy. He talked about his future greatness constantly. He would be a painter, like Sir Joshua Reynolds. A poet like Byron. A writer whose name would echo through the ages. His sisters adored him, especially Charlotte, who was closest to him in age. They collaborated on the Angrian stories. They wrote poetry together. They walked the moors and talked about art and ambition. Charlotte believed in her brother. They all did. Emily was different from the others. Even as a child, she was solitary, fierce, independent. She loved the moors more than anyone. She would walk for hours alone, coming home windblown and silent. She was tall for a girl of her time, strong, athletic, uninterested in feminine accomplishments. She hated sewing, hated socialising, hated anything that confined her. There was something untouchable about Emily. A wildness that none of the others possessed. She seemed to belong not to the human world, but to the moors themselves. When she was away from Haworth, at school, at work, she literally could not survive. She would sicken, stop eating, pine away. Only on the moors was she fully alive. Only there was she herself. We have so few of Emily's own words outside her novel and poems. No letters survive. Her diary fragments are brief and enigmatic. She remains a mystery. A presence felt, but never fully understood. Perhaps she preferred it that way. Perhaps her privacy was the one thing she would never surrender. Anne was the baby. Sweet-natured, gentle, often overlooked. She was Emily's special companion. The two of them created Gondel together and continued writing about it into their 20s. Where Emily was fierce, Anne was quiet. Where Emily was wild, Anne was careful. But they understood each other perfectly. Anne suffered from a respiratory condition even as a child, possibly asthma, possibly early signs of the tuberculosis that would kill her. She was delicate where Emily was robust. She required care and gentleness. Emily provided both, with a tenderness she showed no one else. When Anne was ill, Emily sat with her. When Anne was sad, Emily walked with her on the moors. They were inseparable. Charlotte was the leader. Small, barely 5 feet tall, but fierce and ambitious. She read voraciously. Novels, poetry, history, anything she could get her hands on. She drew and painted with meticulous care. She wrote endlessly, filling notebook after notebook with tiny cramped handwriting. She was plain, she knew, small and plain and poor. But she had her mind, her imagination, her will. Charlotte's eyes were weak. She was severely nearsighted. To write, she had to hold the paper inches from her face. Perhaps this is why her handwriting was so small. Perhaps this is why she saw the world so intensely. What she could not see clearly, she imagined vividly. Her inner world was more vivid than the blurred reality outside it. She was also painfully aware of her limitations. In a world where a woman's worth was measured by beauty and marriageability, Charlotte knew she had neither. She channeled that awareness into her writing. Jane Eyre is a manifesto for plain women everywhere. A declaration that beauty is not the measure of a soul. That to be small and plain and poor is not to be worthless. The children grew older. Charlotte attended a school called Roe Head for a brief period in the 1830s, a better experience than Cowan Bridge, but still marked by homesickness. Emily tried school as well, but lasted only 3 months before the homesickness became unbearable. She physically pined for Haworth. She stopped eating, stopped sleeping. Charlotte brought her home before she died of it. Anne managed school better than her sisters, but she too preferred home. All of them did. The parsonage, for all its coldness and grief, was where they belonged. It was the only place they could breathe. But they could not stay children forever. By the late 1830s, they were young adults. Charlotte was in her 20s. They needed to earn their livings. And for poor, unmarried women of the middle class, there were exactly 2 options: governess or teacher. All 3 sisters tried both. And all 3 hated it. Being a governess meant living in someone else's house, caring for someone else's children. You were neither servant nor family member. You ate alone. You had no privacy, no freedom, no respect. The children were often spoiled and resentful. The parents treated you as a necessary inconvenience. The pay was terrible. Charlotte took a position with a family called the Sidgwicks in 1839. She lasted less than 3 months. The children were undisciplined, the mother critical, the work exhausting. Charlotte was miserable. She wrote desperate letters home. She felt like a slave, she said. Worse than a slave. Anne fared somewhat better. She spent 5 years as a governess with 2 different families. She was conscientious, patient, determined to do well. But she was lonely and often ill. And she saw, up close, the casual cruelty of the wealthy toward those in their power. She would write about it later in The Tenant of Wildfell Hall, one of the first novels to deal honestly with alcoholism and domestic abuse. Emily tried being a teacher at a school near Halifax. She lasted 6 months. She was desperately homesick, barely able to function. She came home thin and silent and haunted. After that, no one tried to send her away again. Emily would stay at Haworth. She would keep house for her father and aunt. She would walk the moors. She would write her poetry and her gondel stories. That was enough. In 1842, Charlotte had an idea. What if she and Emily could study abroad? Learn French, German, music. They could open their own school when they returned. Be their own employers. Have some independence. Aunt Branwell agreed to fund it. The girls would go to Brussels. In February 1842, Charlotte and Emily enrolled at the Pensionnat Heger, a girls' school in Brussels run by Monsieur and Madame Heger. It was Charlotte's first time leaving England. Emily's too. They were terrified and exhilarated in equal measure. The school was everything Cowan Bridge had not been. Warm, intellectually stimulating, cosmopolitan. Monsieur Heger was a gifted teacher. He recognised Charlotte's talent immediately and pushed her to develop it. He gave her books, discussed literature with her, critiqued her writing. Charlotte, starved for intellectual companionship, bloomed under his attention. She also fell in love with him. Constantine Heger was married, with children. He was not particularly handsome. But he was brilliant, passionate about ideas, and he took Charlotte seriously as an intellect. For Charlotte, 26 years old, plain, poor, convinced she would never marry, this was intoxicating. Nothing happened, of course. Heger was an honourable man. He was kind to Charlotte, but nothing more. Still, Charlotte's feelings deepened. She tried to hide them. She mostly succeeded. But the longing was there, burning beneath her quiet exterior. In November 1842, Aunt Branwell died suddenly. Charlotte and Emily returned to Haworth for the funeral. Emily stayed home after that. She had no desire to return to Brussels. But Charlotte went back. She told herself it was to finish her studies. Time? One's? Really, it was to be near Heger. The second year in Brussels was miserable. Madame Heger, who had perhaps guessed Charlotte's feelings, grew cold. She kept Charlotte busy with menial tasks, kept her away from her husband. Charlotte was lonely, isolated, desperately unhappy. She stayed until January 1844, and then she came home for good. After she left, Charlotte wrote Heger letters. Passionate, desperate letters. She tried to make them sound casual, but the longing bled through every line. Heger did not respond. Or if he did, his responses were brief and discouraging. Eventually, Charlotte stopped writing. She had been rejected, and she knew it. She channeled the pain into her writing. Years later, in Villette, she would put Heger in her novel as Paul Emmanuel, the difficult, brilliant teacher whom the heroine loves hopelessly. It's one of the most psychologically acute portraits of unrequited love in literature. And it's drawn directly from Charlotte's own heart. By 1845, all three sisters were back at Haworth. The school plan had failed. They had advertised for pupils but received no responses. No one wanted to send their daughters to a remote parsonage in Yorkshire run by unknown governesses. The dream was over before it began. Charlotte was 29. Emily was 27. Anne was 25. Unmarried, unemployed, living with their aging father and their increasingly dissolute brother. Branwell's grand dreams had all come to nothing. He had failed as a painter, as a tutor, as everything he tried. He was drinking heavily. The golden boy was tarnished. The sisters might have lived and died in obscurity. Might have become nothing more than footnotes in the history of their famous parsonage. 3 spinsters caring for an aging father in a remote village. It was the fate of thousands of Victorian women. Quiet lives. Invisible lives. Lives that left no mark on the world. But these particular spinsters had spent their childhoods creating worlds. They had written millions of words before they turned 20. They had taught themselves narrative technique through endless practice. They had developed voices that were uniquely their own. The years of isolation had not been wasted. They had been training. Except for one thing. They could write. And they were about to prove it. In the autumn of 1845, Charlotte made a discovery. She found a notebook of Emily's poems. She read them. And she was stunned. Emily's poetry was unlike anything Charlotte had read. Dark, mystical, intensely powerful. Poems about freedom and death, about the moors and the soul, about a fierce inner life that had nothing to do with the quiet, austere woman who kept house for their father. These were the poems of a genius. One poem in particular stopped Charlotte cold. "No coward soul is mine," it began. Emily wrote of a faith beyond conventional religion, of a God that animated all living things, of her own soul, undaunted by death or doubt. The poem was defiant, almost arrogant in its certainty. This was not the voice of a timid Yorkshire spinster. This was the voice of a prophet. Another poem described a prisoner in a dungeon, visited by a wild vision of freedom. The imagery was ecstatic, almost hallucinatory. Scholars still debate whether Emily experienced genuine mystical states. What is certain is that she had access to something most people never touch. Some deep well of consciousness. Some doorway to the infinite. Charlotte showed them to Anne. Anne quietly revealed that she too had been writing poetry. Charlotte looked at her own work, years of poems tucked away in drawers, and suddenly she saw a possibility. Yes, they could publish. Together. A joint volume of poetry by 3 sisters. Emily was furious when Charlotte suggested it. Her poems were private, not meant for the world. She felt violated by Charlotte's discovery of them. But Charlotte was persuasive. Charlotte was always persuasive. And eventually Emily agreed. On one condition: they would publish under pseudonyms. Male pseudonyms. And so Currer, Ellis and Acton Bell were born. Currer for Charlotte, Ellis for Emily, Acton for Anne. Androgynous names. Names that could be male or female. The sisters used their own money, the small inheritance from Aunt Branwell, to pay for publication. The book came out in May 1846. It sold 2 copies. 2. In the entire first year of publication, exactly 2 people bought the poems by Currer, Ellis and Acton Bell. The reviews were few and lukewarm. The book disappeared without a trace. But the sisters were not discouraged. By the time the poems were published, they were already working on something else. Novels. All 3 of them, simultaneously, were writing novels. Charlotte was working on The Professor, based on her experiences in Brussels. Emily was writing Wuthering Heights, a dark tale of passion and revenge on the Yorkshire moors. Anne was writing Agnes Grey, a quiet, realistic portrait of a governess's life. They wrote at the dining room table, all together in the same room, late into the night. Walking in circles around the table, discussing plot points and character development. They critiqued each other's work. They read passages aloud. They encouraged each other when the work was hard. And upstairs they could hear Branwell, drunk, raving, sometimes weeping. Branwell Bronte's decline had been gradual and sudden. He had taken a position as a tutor with a wealthy family called the Robinsons. And there, he said, he'd fallen in love with his employer's wife. Mrs. Robinson, he claimed, loved him in return. They had an affair. They planned to marry after her husband died. How much of this was true is still debated. Branwell was discovered in some kind of inappropriate relationship with Mrs. Robinson and dismissed from his position in disgrace. That much is fact. Whether it was truly an affair, or whether Branwell had made unwanted advances, or whether he simply fantasized the whole thing, we will never know. What is certain is that Branwell believed it was real. And when Mr. Robinson died, and Mrs. Robinson married someone else, someone rich and age-appropriate, Branwell was shattered. He came home to Holworth in the summer of 845 and never left again. He drank. He took laudanum. He ran up debts at every public house in the village. He raved about his lost love. He threatened suicide. He had fits of delirium, tremens. Patrick was heartbroken. His son, his brilliant son, had fallen so far. The sisters were angry, frustrated, exhausted. They loved Branwell, but he was destroying himself and making their lives miserable in the process. Charlotte wrote bitterly in her letters about her brother. She could not forgive him for wasting his gifts, for choosing drink and self-pity over work. The sisters were writing great novels in the dining room while Branwell sobbed in his bedroom. The contrast was stark, but there was love too beneath the anger. Charlotte had adored Branwell once. They had been creative partners, co-creators of Angria. She remembered the boy he had been, brilliant, funny, full of promise. To see him destroy himself was a special kind of torture. It was like watching her own childhood die. Emily said little about Branwell's condition, but she cared for him dutifully. She brought him food he would not eat. She cleaned up after his episodes. She listened to his ravings with patience she showed no one else. Perhaps she understood something the others did not. Perhaps she saw in Branwell's despair a mirror of her own fierce inner life. They were both extreme people, in different ways. And yet, they must have known on some level what was coming. Branwell was not just drunk. He was sick. He had a cough. A persistent worsening cough. He was losing weight. He had night sweats. Tuberculosis. Family disease. It was back. But before the disease claimed anyone else, the sisters had a triumph. In the spring and summer of 1847, they sent their novels out to publishers. The professor was rejected repeatedly. Charlotte was disappointed but philosophical. She started work on a second novel. But Emily's Wuthering Heights and Anne's Agnes Grey were accepted by a small publisher named Thomas Courtly Newby. They would be published together as a 3-volume set. The books came out in December 1847. By that time, Charlotte's second novel was also out. She had written it in less than a year. A story of an orphan girl, plain and poor but fierce and passionate. A girl who becomes a governess and falls in love with her employer, the dark and difficult Mr. Rochester. The novel was called Jane Eyre. It was published on 19th October 1847. And it was an immediate sensation. The critics raved. Readers devoured it. Who was this Currer Bell? Where had he come from? The novel was passionate, unconventional, psychologically complex in a way Victorian novels rarely were. The heroine was no passive beauty. She was small and plain and angry. She demanded equality, respect, love on her own terms. It was revolutionary. Do you think, because I'm poor, obscure, plain and little, I am soulless and heartless? Jane cries to Rochester. You think wrong. I have as much soul as you and full as much heart. Readers had never encountered anything like it. Here was a woman who refused to be diminished, who demanded to be seen as an equal, who spoke truths that Victorian society preferred to keep silent. The novel touched something deep in its readers. Women especially. Women who had been told all their lives to be quiet, to be grateful, to accept their place. Here was Jane Eyre saying no. Saying I deserve more. Saying I will not be a possession or a convenience or a decoration. The book was a revelation. Jane Eyre became one of the best-selling novels of the decade. Charlotte Bronte at 31 was famous. Except no one knew Charlotte Bronte had written it. They thought Currer Bell was a man. Or possibly a woman. Or possibly multiple people. The speculation was intense. Emily's Wuthering Heights, published 2 months later, received a more mixed reception. Some critics were appalled. The book was violent, dark, morally ambiguous. The characters were cruel and obsessive. Heathcliff was barely human. Catherine was wild and selfish. The whole thing was too strange, too fierce, too much. But others recognised its power. This was not like other novels. This was something new, something almost mythic. The Moors themselves seemed to be a character, wild and indifferent to human suffering. The love story was not gentle or redemptive. It was destructive, all-consuming, eternal. Wuthering Heights would later be recognised as one of the greatest novels in the English language. But in 1847, most people didn't know what to make of it. It was too far ahead of its time. What critics missed was the novel's cosmic scope. This was not a love story in any conventional sense. Catherine and Heathcliff were not lovers who met and courted and married. They were something more primordial. Two halves of the same soul, split apart by class and circumstance. "I am Heathcliff," Catherine cries. Not "I love Heathcliff." I am Heathcliff. Their love was not romance. It was identity. Essence. Something beyond the material world. Emily took everything she had learned in Gondal, the fierce landscapes, the doomed dynasties, the passion that destroys everything it touches, and distilled it into one novel. She would never write another. She didn't need to. Everything she had to say was in those pages. Anne's Agnes Grey was largely overlooked. It was published in the same volume as Wuthering Heights, but it was quieter, less dramatic. A realistic story of a governess's struggles. No passion, no violence, just careful observation of the small cruelties of everyday life. But Anne was already at work on her second novel. The Tenant of Wildfell Hall. A book about a woman who leaves her alcoholic, abusive husband to protect her son. It was based in part on Anne's observations of Branwell. It was unflinching in its portrayal of addiction and domestic violence. And it argued that women had the right to leave bad marriages. In 1848, this was radical. The Tenant of Wildfell Hall was published in June 1848. It sold well, though critics were shocked by its subject matter. Anne Brontë, the quietest and sweetest of the sisters, had written something genuinely subversive. In the preface to the second edition, Anne defended her choice of subject matter. "When we have to do with vice and vicious characters," she wrote, "I maintain it is better to depict them as they really are than as they would wish to appear." She was tired, she said, of novels that made villainy look attractive. That prettified sin. She wanted to show the truth. And the truth about alcoholism, about abusive marriage, was not pretty. Charlotte never fully appreciated The Tenant of Wildfell Hall. After Anne's death, Charlotte prevented the novel from being republished. She thought it was a mistake, she said, that Anne had chosen an unsuitable subject. It took more than a century for Anne's reputation to recover from Charlotte's judgment. Today, The Tenant of Wildfell Hall is recognised as one of the first feminist novels. Anne was ahead of her time. Perhaps too far ahead for even her own sister to see. So, by the summer of 1848, all three sisters were published novelists. Charlotte was famous. Emily and Anne were known, if less celebrated. They had done it. They had broken through. Three poor, obscure women from a remote Yorkshire village had made their mark on literature. And upstairs, Branwell was dying. By September 1848, he was bedridden. The cough was constant now. Blood in the handkerchiefs. Fever that came and went. Delirium. He was 31 years old and wasting to nothing. His father sat with him. Patrick Brontë, who had once had such hopes for his only son. The sisters came in and out, bringing water, changing the bedclothes. What did they feel? Grief, certainly. Pity. Anger, maybe, at the waste of it all. Relief that the chaos would soon be over. All of these things at once. Bramwell died on 24th September 1848. His father was with him at the end. Patrick had now buried his wife and 3 children. He was 71 years old. The funeral was held at the church, just beyond the parsonage wall. The 3 sisters attended: Charlotte, Emily, Anne. They stood in the cold church and listened to their father perform the service. Another Bronte in the family vault. It was raining. The wind was fierce. Emily stood through the whole service without a shawl. She caught cold walking home. The cold turned into a cough. The cough worsened. Emily Bronte was 30 years old in the autumn of 1848. Tall, strong, capable. She had never been seriously ill in her life. She walked the moors in all weather. She was healthy. She would be fine. But the cough did not go away. And by October it was getting worse. Charlotte watched her sister with growing alarm. She knew that cough. She had heard it from Maria, from Elizabeth, from Branwell just weeks ago. She knew what it meant. Emily refused to admit anything was wrong. She got up every morning at 7. She fed the dogs. She kneaded the bread. She went about her household tasks with grim determination. When Charlotte suggested she rest, Emily snapped at her. When Charlotte suggested calling the doctor, Emily refused outright. Emily Bronte did not believe in doctors. She called medicine quackery. She had seen what doctors did. The bleeding, the purging, the useless remedies that only made people suffer more. She would not submit to that. She would not be prodded and examined and dosed with poisons. If she was going to die, she would die on her own terms. In this, Emily was not entirely wrong. Victorian medicine had almost nothing to offer tuberculosis patients. The common treatments, bloodletting, mercury compounds, opium, did more harm than good. Some doctors prescribed sea air or mountain air. Others recommended complete bed rest. Still others insisted on vigorous exercise. No one knew what caused the disease. No one knew how to cure it. The bacteria that caused tuberculosis would not be discovered until 1882, 34 years after Emily's death. So Emily's refusal of medical help was not simply stubbornness. It was a kind of clear-eyed realism. The doctors could not save her. Nothing could save her. She would spend her remaining time on her own terms, doing the things she loved. Walking the moors, feeding her dogs, living as she had always lived. Until she couldn't anymore. But she was not ready to die yet. So she simply pretended she was not ill. She forced herself through each day. She would not stay in bed. She would not complain. She would not acknowledge weakness. Charlotte and Anne watched helplessly. They could see Emily fading. Time? Wands. Losing weight. Growing pale. The cough was constant now, racking her whole frame. She could barely catch her breath. But still she refused all help. In November, Charlotte wrote to her publisher. She could not write, she said. She could not think about novels or revisions or anything except her sister. Emily was very ill and would not see a doctor. Charlotte was terrified. Anne was terrified too. But Anne was also beginning to feel unwell herself. She had a cough. Not as bad as Emily's yet. but it was there. She said nothing. What good would it do? Emily was dying in front of them. Charlotte was barely holding herself together. Anne would not add to their burdens. December came. Cold, dark December. Emily was still forcing herself to rise, to work. But she was so weak now that she could barely stand. She leaned on furniture to cross a room. She paused for breath every few steps. Her eyes were huge in her wasted face. Charlotte begged her to rest, to see a doctor, to take something for the pain. Emily refused. She was angry now, defensive. She snapped at her sisters when they tried to help. "Leave me alone," she said. "I'm fine." She was not fine. On the morning of 19th December 1848, Emily came downstairs as usual. She fed the dogs. She tried to pick up her sewing. And then she collapsed. Charlotte and Anne carried her to the sofa. For the first time, Emily did not fight them. She was too weak to fight. She lay on the sofa, struggling to breathe, and finally, she whispered that they could send for the doctor. It was too late. The doctor came that afternoon. He examined Emily and shook his head. There was nothing to be done. Her lungs were gone. She was drowning in her own body. It was a matter of hours now, not days. Emily died at 2 o'clock that afternoon. She was 30 years old. She had been ill for less than 3 months. Charlotte was with her at the end. So was Anne, Time, Hans, and their father. Emily died on the sofa in the dining room, the room where she had written Wuthering Heights. The dogs lay at her feet. She reached down to touch them one last time. And then she was gone. Charlotte wrote to a friend that night. Her letter to him was brief and stark. Emily was dead. She had suffered terribly. She had refused all comfort to the end. Charlotte's grief was beyond words. The funeral was held 3 days later. December 25th, 1848. Patrick performed the service again. Another daughter in the vault. Another coffin next to Maria, Elizabeth Branwell. Emily Bronte, who loved the moors more than anything, was buried beneath the stone floor of the church. She never saw the open sky again. Keeper, Emily's dog, a fierce mastiff she had tamed with her bare hands, attended the funeral. Charlotte wrote later that he lay at Emily's bedroom door for weeks afterward, whimpering. He seemed to understand that his mistress was gone, that she would not come back. He grieved, as dogs grieve, silently, loyally, with a broken heart. The parsonage was so quiet after Emily died. She had been the one who kept the household running. She had done the cooking, the baking, the cleaning. She had been the centre of the house, even if she rarely spoke. Now there was just absence. An Emily-shaped hole in every room. Charlotte and Anne came home from the funeral and looked at each other. They were the only ones left. 2 sisters out of 6 children. And Anne was coughing. Anne had been coughing for weeks. She had hidden it as well as she could. But now, with Emily dead, there was no hiding it anymore. Charlotte heard the cough and felt her heart break. Not again. Please, not again. But it was the same cough, the same fever, the same slow wasting. Tuberculosis. Anne did not fight it the way Emily had. She was different from Emily in every way. Where Emily had been fierce and defiant, Anne was gentle and resigned. She knew she was dying, and scared. She accepted it. But she was only 28 years old and she did not want to die yet. She saw a doctor. She took the medicines he prescribed. She rested. She tried to eat, even though she had no appetite. She did everything Charlotte asked of her. She wanted to live. She fought for life in her own quiet way. January passed. February. March. Anne grew weaker. Cough was constant. She could not sleep lying down anymore. She sat propped up in bed, struggling for breath. Charlotte sat with her through the long nights. They were alone now, the two of them. Grandmother died in September, Emily in December. It was now April, and Anne was dying. 6 months. 3 deaths in 6 months. Charlotte was 32 years old and felt ancient. She'd watched her mother die, the 2 elder sisters, her brother, Emily, and now Anna. How much grief could one person bear? Anne knew she was dying. She could feel it. But she had one wish. She wanted to see the sea. She had only seen the ocean once as a governess years ago. She had loved it. The vastness of it. The clean salt air. The sound of the waves. She wanted to see it one more time before she died. Charlotte thought this was madness. Anne was far too ill to travel. The journey would kill her. She should stay home, stay in bed, conserve her strength. But Anne was gentle, not weak. She insisted. She would go to the sea. She would breathe the sea air. She would die by the ocean if necessary. But she would not die in the parsonage. Not in that cold, dark house where everyone died. Not in Holworth. Charlotte gave in. She arranged for them to go to Scarborough, a seaside town on the east coast. Anne's former employer, the Robinson family, had a house there. It was May now. The sea air might help. Charlotte did not believe it. But she would give Anne this one thing. They left Haworth on 24th of May 1849. Anne, Charlotte and their friend Ellen Nussey, who came along to help. Time? Sir. The journey was difficult. Anne had to stop frequently to rest. She could barely walk. Charlotte and Ellen supported her between them. But Anne was determined. She wanted to see the sea. They arrived in Scarborough on 25th of May. Anne was exhausted, feverish, barely conscious. But the next morning Charlotte took her to the window. And there it was. The sea. Anne looked at it for a long time. The light on the water. The gulls. The sound of the waves. She smiled. She died 2 days later. On 28th of May 1849. 3 days after arriving in Scarborough. Charlotte was with her. So was Ellen Nussey. Anne's last moments were peaceful, unlike Emily's fierce struggle. She asked to be moved to a chair by the window so she could see the sea one last time. She said a prayer. She thanked Charlotte for bringing her. And then she closed her eyes. Anne Bronte was 29 years old. She had published 2 novels. She had seen the ocean. She was ready. Charlotte wrote to her father that night. The letter was brief and stark. Anne was dead. She had died peacefully. Charlotte could not come home yet. She needed time. She stayed in Scarborough for a few more days, walking on the beach, staring at the sea, trying to understand how she was supposed to go on. Charlotte arranged for Anne to be buried in Scarborough. She could not bear the thought of bringing another coffin back to Holworth. Could not bear another funeral in that church. Anne would stay here by the sea she loved. So Anne Bronte is the only one of the Bronte children not buried in the family vault. She lies in St Mary's Churchyard in Scarborough, overlooking the ocean. Alone. Charlotte came home to Holworth on 1st June 1849. She came home alone. The parsonage was silent. Her father was there, of course. 72 years old now. He had buried his wife and 5 children. Only Charlotte remained. She walked through the empty house. The dining room where they had all written their novels together, walking in circles around the table. The stairs where Emily had struggled up and down, refusing help. Branwell's room. Anne's room. All empty now. Charlotte was 33 years old. She was the last of her generation. The sole survivor. And she was utterly, completely alone. How do you go on when everyone you love is dead? Charlotte Bronte did not know. In the months after Anne's death, she barely functioned. She moved through the parsonage like a ghost. She could not write. She could not read. She could barely speak. Her father worried about her. Patrick Bronte, who had always been so distant, tried to comfort his last remaining child. But what comfort could he offer? He had lost 5 children. He understood grief. But understanding did not make it easier to bear. Charlotte's publisher wrote to her. Her friends wrote to her. They urged her to work. To write. Work, they said, would save her. It would give her something to live for. Charlotte did not want to be saved. She wanted her sisters back. She wanted to sit at the dining room table with Emily and Anne, walking in circles, discussing their stories. She wanted to hear Emily's fierce opinions about plot structure, Anne's gentle suggestions about character. She wanted the life she had lost. But that life was gone. And slowly, painfully, Charlotte began to accept it. She had been working on a novel before the death began. Shirley. She'd started it when everyone was still alive, when there had been hope. Now she picked it up again. Writing Shirley nearly destroyed her. Every page was agony. She had based one of the characters on Emily. Shirley Keeldar, strong, independent, uncompromising. Emily in fiction. Writing her felt like bringing Emily back to life, and then having to let her go again every time she set down the pen. But Charlotte finished it. Shirley was published in October 1849, a year after Emily's death. The critics were lukewarm. It was not as passionate as Jane Eyre, not as immediate. But it sold well. Charlotte Bronte was an established novelist now. Currer Bell was famous. By this time, the secret of the Bell pseudonyms was out. Charlotte had been forced to reveal herself to her publisher in 1848, and word had gradually spread. People knew now that Currer Bell was Charlotte Brontë, that Ellis and Acton Bell had been her sisters, that all three were now dead except Charlotte. The revelation caused a sensation. 3 sisters from a remote Yorkshire parsonage had written Jane Eyre, Wuthering Heights, and The Tenant of Wildfell Hall, and 2 of them were already dead. It was romantic, tragic. The public was fascinated. Charlotte hated the attention. She was shy, private, uncomfortable with fame. But she was also lonely. So when her publisher invited her to London, she went. The literary world embraced her. She met William Makepeace Thackeray, whom she admired enormously. She met Elizabeth Gaskell, who would become a friend and eventually her biographer. She went to dinner parties, galleries, the opera. She was treated as a literary celebrity. The meeting with Thackeray was particularly memorable. Charlotte had dedicated the 2nd edition of Jane Eyre to him. She considered him the greatest living novelist. When they finally met, Thackeray was charmed but somewhat overwhelmed. Charlotte was intense, serious, unwilling to engage in small talk. She wanted to discuss literature, truth, morality. Thackeray wanted to be witty and amusing. They talked past each other. Thackeray later wrote that Charlotte gave me the impression of being a very little and a very fierce woman. This was accurate. Charlotte was small and fierce. She had survived the death of almost everyone she loved. She had no patience for triviality. And she was miserable. Charlotte was small, plain, poorly dressed. She had a strong Irish accent from her father. She was painfully shy in company. She didn't know how to make small talk. At parties she sat silently in corners, overwhelmed and anxious. People stared at her. They whispered, "Is that really Currer Bell? She's so small. Time for ones and so plain." Charlotte went back to Holworth as soon as she could. London was exciting, but it was not home. Home was the parsonage, the moors, the quiet, the ghosts. Elizabeth Gaskell became a genuine friend. The 2 women corresponded frequently, and Gaskell visited Haworth several times. She was shocked by what she found there. The isolation, the coldness, the graves visible from every window. How had Charlotte survived this place? How had genius flourished in such barren soil? After Charlotte's death, Gaskell would write her biography. The Life of Charlotte Brontë, published in 1857, became one of the most influential literary biographies ever written. It shaped how generations would understand the Brontës. It created the myth of the tragic sisters on the moors. Some of it was accurate. Some of it was romanticised. All of it was written with genuine love for a woman who had died too young. She began work on another novel, Villette. Based on her experiences in Brussels, her unrequited love for Constantin Léger. It was the most psychologically complex thing she'd written. Dark, introspective, full of loneliness and longing. The heroine, Lucy Snow, was Charlotte herself. Isolated. Watching life happen to other people. Never quite belonging. Villette was published in January 1853. it was acclaimed as a masterpiece. Charlotte's reputation was secure. She was one of the great novelists of her generation. But she was still alone. Charlotte had never expected to marry. She was plain, poor, no longer young. She was famous now, yes. But fame did not make her beautiful. It did not erase her poverty or her shyness. She had resigned herself to spinsterhood, to living with her aging father until he died, to being alone. And then Arthur Bell Nicholls proposed. Nicholls was her father's curate. He had been at Haworth for years. A quiet, serious man. Earnest, devout, utterly conventional. He had loved Charlotte for a long time. Silently. Hopelessly, he thought. He proposed in December 1852. Charlotte was stunned. She'd never thought of Nicholls that way. He was just there. Part of the furniture of her life. She said no. Patrick Bronte was furious that Nicholls had even asked. His curate marry his daughter? His famous daughter, the celebrated novelist? It was presumptuous. Insulting. Patrick forbade Charlotte from even speaking to Nicholls. Nicholls, heartbroken, left Haworth. He took a position in another parish. Charlotte thought that was the end of it. But Nicholls continued to write to her. And slowly Charlotte's feelings began to change. He was steady, kind. He genuinely cared for her. Not for Currer Bell, the famous author. For Charlotte. The small, plain woman who had lost everyone she loved. She began to think that perhaps she could marry him. Perhaps she did not have to be alone. It took more than a year to convince her father. Patrick railed against the match. He would lose his curate and his daughter. He would be left alone. But eventually he gave in. Charlotte would marry Nicholls. Nicholls would return to Haworth as curate. They would all live together in the parsonage. Charlotte Bronte married Arthur Bell Nicholls on 29th June 1854. She was 38 years old. The marriage was, by all accounts, happy. Not passionate. Not the wild romance of her novels. But comfortable. Companionable. Nicholls was devoted to her. He protected her from intrusions. He encouraged her writing. He made her feel safe. Charlotte began to hope that she might have a future after all. That there might be life after so much death. And then, in early 1855, she became pregnant. Charlotte was 38, which was considered old for a first pregnancy even by Victorian standards. She was also small and frail. The pregnancy was difficult from the start. She suffered from terrible nausea. Hyperemesis gravidarum, we would call it now. Constant, severe vomiting. She could not eat. She could not keep down water. She grew weaker and weaker. By March, she was bedridden. Doctors were called. They prescribed various treatments, none of which helped. Charlotte was wasting away. She also had a cough. Whether it was tuberculosis or simply the weakness brought on by starvation, we will never know for certain. But Charlotte was dying. She knew it. Nicholls knew it. Her father knew it. Charlotte died on 30th March 1855. She was 38 years old. She had been married for 9 months. Her last words, whispered to her husband, were, "Oh, I am not going to die, am I? He will not separate us. We have been so happy." But she did die. In the parsonage where she was born. In the bed where she had slept all her life. The last of the Bronte children. The death certificate listed the cause as phthisis, tuberculosis. Modern scholars have debated this. Some believe Charlotte died of severe dehydration from the pregnancy-related vomiting. Others suggest typhus or another infection. Perhaps it was a combination. Perhaps the tuberculosis bacteria, dormant in her body for decades, reactivated when her immune system was compromised by the pregnancy. We will never know for certain. What we know is that Charlotte Bronte, who had watched her mother, her sisters, her brother all die in this house, died in it too. The parsonage that had been the cradle of so much genius became, finally, its grave. Patrick Bronte buried his last child on 4th April 1858. Another service in the church. Another coffin in the family vault. Charlotte joined her mother Maria, Elizabeth Branwell and Emily beneath the stone floor. Only Anne was missing. Anne, far away in Scarborough, alone by the sea. Patrick was 78 years old. He had outlived his wife and all 6 of his children. He would live another 6 years. Alone in the parsonage except for his son-in-law Nichols, who stayed with him out of duty. Patrick went blind. He grew frail. But he did not die. He lived in a house full of ghosts. The dining room where his daughters had written their masterpieces. The stairs where Emily had dragged herself up and down. The bedroom where Charlotte had died. He heard their voices in every room. Saw their shadows on the walls. Patrick Bronte died on 7th June 1861. He was 84 years old. He had lived in Holworth for 41 years. He'd come there with a wife and 6 children. He left it alone. After his death, Arthur Bell Nichols returned to Ireland. He took with him the Bronte memorabilia, letters, manuscripts, personal effects. He remarried eventually. He lived to be 88. He rarely spoke of Charlotte in his later years. Some griefs are too deep for words. The parsonage passed to a new incumbent. For decades it was simply a working vicarage, home to successive clergy and their families. But pilgrims came. Readers who had been moved by Jane Eyre and Wuthering Heights. They wanted to see where the Brontes had lived, to walk the moors they had walked, to touch the stones they had touched. In 1928, the parsonage was purchased by the Bronte Society and turned into a museum. Today, it is one of the most visited literary sites in Britain. Hundreds of thousands of people come each year to stand in the dining room where the novels were written. To see Charlotte's wedding bonnet, Emily's writing desk, the tiny books they made as children. To pay homage to a family consumed by tuberculosis but immortalised by genius. The story of the Bronte family and tuberculosis is not just about death. It is about what people create in the face of death. All 3 sisters knew they were dying. They had seen it happen to Maria and Elizabeth, to Branwell, to each other. They knew the signs. Cough, the fever, the slow wasting. They knew there was no cure, that once the disease took hold, death was certain. And still they wrote. Emily wrote Wuthering Heights knowing she might not live to see it published. Anne wrote The Tenant of Wildfell Hall while caring for her dying brother and sister. Charlotte wrote Shirley in the months after watching Emily and Anne die. They wrote because they had to. Because the stories were in them and had to come out. Because writing was what they were born to do. Tuberculosis shaped their literature in profound ways. Illness and death are everywhere in their novels. Helen Burns dying of consumption in Jane Eyre. Catherine Earnshaw wasting away in Wuthering Heights. The sick children, the dying mothers, the characters who fade and vanish. Death is never far from the surface of these books. But there is also fierce life, passion, defiance, refusal to submit. Jane Eyre demanding equality and respect. Catherine Earnshaw declaring that she is Heathcliff. Helen Huntingdon leaving her husband to protect her son. These are not quiet, resigned heroines. They are fierce, angry, alive. The Brontes wrote as if their lives depended on it. Because in a sense they did. Writing was how they made sense of the world, how they processed grief, how they fought back against death. The tuberculosis bacteria might be destroying their bodies, but their minds were free. Their imaginations were infinite. No disease could touch that. And in the end, the books outlasted the disease. The bacteria that killed the Brontes are long gone. But Jane Eyre is still read. Wuthering Heights is still taught in schools. The Tenant of Wildfell Hall is still in print. The sisters created something that death could not destroy. This is, perhaps, the only victory over tuberculosis that was possible in the 19th century. Not a medical victory, not survival, but a kind of immortality. The Bronte sisters died young, but their work lives on. And as long as people read their books, they are not really gone. Let us pause now and consider what we have witnessed tonight. We have followed a family through 40 years of loss. From the mother's death in 1821 to the father's death in 1861. We have watched 6 children grow up in a cold parsonage on the edge of the moors. We have seen 2 of them die as children, taken by the disease they caught at a charity school. We have seen the survivors create imaginary worlds together, their only escape from isolation and grief. We have watched them try to make their way in the world. As governesses, as teachers, as students in Brussels. We have watched them fail and fail again. And then we have watched them succeed, spectacularly and possibly, as novelists. 3 sisters, writing together at the dining room table, producing masterpieces that would outlast them by centuries. And we have watched them die. One by one. Branwell first, destroyed by addiction and despair. Then Emily, fierce to the end, refusing all comfort. Then Anne, gentle Anne, who only wanted to see the sea one last time. And finally Charlotte, who survived the longest and grieved the hardest. Who found love at the end, only to have it taken from her. The Bronte family has become, in our cultural imagination, the quintessential consumptive literary family. When we think of tuberculosis and genius, we think of them. The remote parsonage on the moors, the brilliant doomed children, the books written in the shadow of death. It has become a kind of myth. Like all myths, it contains truth and distortion in equal measure. The truth is that the Bronte children did die young. That tuberculosis devastated their family in a way that is almost unimaginable today. That they lived with the constant presence of death and still created extraordinary art. This is real. This happened. But the myth obscures as much as it reveals. It makes the Bronte seem passive, victims of fate, beautiful martyrs to disease and genius. And they were not that. They were fighters. Emily fighting until her body literally gave out beneath her. Anne fighting for the chance to see the sea one last time. Charlotte fighting to finish her novels even as grief threatened to overwhelm her. These were not passive, ethereal creatures. They were tough, practical, determined women. They had to be. Survival in 19th century Yorkshire required it. Consider what it meant to be a woman writer in the 1840s. There were successful female novelists, certainly, but they were often looked down upon. Women cannot write, the critics said. Their minds were too small, their emotions too weak. They could manage sentimental romances, perhaps, but real literature? That was for men. The Brontes proved them wrong. Jane Eyre was more psychologically complex than most novels by men. Wuthering Heights was more daring. The Tenant of Wildfell Hall was more morally courageous. These were not women's novels in the diminishing sense the critics meant. They were simply great novels. And they were written by women who had been told they could not write. The myth also suggests that their genius was somehow a product of their illness. That tuberculosis made them creative. That suffering was necessary for art. This is nonsense, of course. Dangerous, romantic nonsense. The Brontes were geniuses despite tuberculosis, not because of it. Imagine what they might have written if they had lived. If Charlotte had survived to 60. If Emily had had 20 more years. If Anne had been able to write more than 2 novels. We lost whole libraries when they died. Tuberculosis did not create their genius. It destroyed it before its time. And yet, there is something about the Bronte story that continues to haunt us. Something that speaks to our deepest fears and desires. We are afraid of death. All of us. Always. And we want to believe that death can be defeated. Not literally. We know we all die eventually. But symbolically. We want to believe that what we create can outlast us. That we can leave something behind. That our lives will have meant something. The Brontes did that. They died. All of them. Young and in pain and too soon. But their books remain. And in those books, they are still alive. Still fierce. Still brilliant. Still themselves. This is why we make pilgrimages to Haworth. Why thousands of people every year visit the parsonage, walk the moors, stand at the graves. We are not just paying tribute to dead writers. We are participating in their victory over death. We are proof that they succeeded. that they made something that lasts. The parsonage is a museum now. You can walk through the rooms where the Brontes lived, the dining room where they wrote, Charlotte's tiny dresses in glass cases, the miniature books on display. It is carefully preserved, meticulously maintained. A shrine to literary genius. But if you go early in the morning before the tourists arrive, you can almost feel them there. The ghost of the family. Charlotte walking in circles around the dining room table. Emily coming in from the moors, windblown and silent. Anne sitting in the corner with her sewing, thinking about Gondel. Branwell upstairs, young and hopeful still. The two eldest girls, Maria and Elizabeth, just shadows now. Barely remembered except in Charlotte's writing. The church is still there, of course. St. Michael and All Angels, where Patrick preached for 41 years, where he buried his entire family. The family vault is beneath the floor, near the altar. A simple brass plaque marks the spot. Maria Branwell Bronte and her 5 children. Not Anne. Anne is still in Scarborough, by the sea. The graveyard is full. Crowded with Victorian tombstones, many of them for young people. Tuberculosis victims, most of them. Haworth was a place where people died young. The Brontes were not exceptional in that. They were only exceptional in what they left behind. If you walk out behind the parsonage, you can take the path to the moors. The Brontes walk this path every day. It is not much changed. The same hills, the same stone walls, the same wind. In summer, the heather blooms purple. In winter, the landscape is brown and bare and beautiful in its bleakness. You can walk for miles and see no one. Just the sky and the moor and the wind. This is what Emily loved. This wild, empty space. She put it in Wuthering Heights, not as setting, but as character. The moors in that novel are alive, indifferent, eternal. They were there before the Brontes. They are there still. They will be there when we are all gone. There is something comforting in that. The idea that some things endure. The moors, the books, the stories we tell about the people who wrote them. Tuberculosis could destroy the body. It could end a life. But it could not destroy the imagination. It could not silence the voice. It could not erase what had been written. We live in a time when tuberculosis is curable. When antibiotics can stop the disease in its tracks. When people who contract TB can expect to survive. This is an extraordinary gift of modern medicine. We should never take it for granted. The antibiotics that cure tuberculosis were not developed until the 1940s. If they had existed in the 1840s, the Brontes might have lived. Maria and Elizabeth might have survived Cowan Bridge. Branwell might have recovered from his illness. Emily, diagnosed early, might have been cured. Anne might have seen many more summers by the sea. Charlotte might have raised the child she was carrying when she died. A century separated the Brontes from a cure. 100 years. So close, and yet impossibly far. They lived and died in the gap between the disease and its remedy. Millions did. The tuberculosis epidemic of the 19th century was a tragedy on an unimaginable scale. The Brontes are famous, but they were not unique. They were just 6 people among the tens of millions who died. But we have lost something too. Or perhaps not lost, but forgotten. The Victorians lived with death in a way we do not. It was immediate, constant, unavoidable. Everyone knew someone who had died of tuberculosis. Every family had buried children. Death was not abstract. It was not something that happened to other people in hospitals, out of sight. It happened at home, in the bedroom, in the family. This intimacy with death shaped how people lived. It made them conscious of time in a way we are not. They knew that life was short, that opportunities might not come again, that there was no time to waste. The Brontes knew this. They had seen their sisters die young. They knew their own lives might be short. And so they wrote. Not someday. Not when they had more time or more money or more encouragement. But now. Immediately. Urgently. As if their lives depended on it. And perhaps they did. Perhaps writing was what kept them alive as long as they lived. The thing that gave their lives meaning and purpose. The thing that made the suffering bearable. Charlotte wrote about this in Villette. Lucy Snow, the narrator, speaks of the creative impulse as a kind of possession. Something that seizes you and will not let go. Something you have to express or die. This was Charlotte's own experience. She wrote because she had to. Because not writing would have been a kind of death in itself. Emily seems to have felt the same way. We have so little of her personal writing. No letters, no diary except brief fragments. She was intensely private. But her poetry reveals a fierce inner life. A mystical sense of connection to something larger than herself. The moors, nature, the infinite. She wrote to capture that feeling. To make it permanent. To hold on to something that was always slipping away. Anne wrote with a different purpose. Moral purpose. She wanted to tell the truth about things people did not talk about. Alcoholism, domestic abuse, the exploitation of governesses. She wrote to expose injustice, to make people see, to change things. 3 sisters, 3 different motivations, but all of them writing with the same urgency. The same sense that this work mattered, that it had to be done, that there might not be time to do it later. They were right about that. There was not time. Emily died at 30, having published 1 novel. Anne died at 29, having published 2. Charlotte lived the longest, 38, and published 4 novels. 4. In a writing life of about 10 years. What would they have written if they had lived? If Emily had survived to Charlotte's age or beyond? If Anne had been able to develop her talent over decades instead of years? If Charlotte had lived to be an old woman writing into her 60s and 70s? Consider what Charlotte accomplished in just 10 years of serious writing. Jane Eyre, Shirley, Villette, The Professor. 4 novels plus a fragment of a 5th. If she had lived another 30 years, she might have written 20 novels. She might have become one of the greatest novelists in English history, rather than merely one of the greatest. And Emily. Emily, who wrote one novel and a handful of poems that changed literature forever. What would a second Wuthering Heights have looked like? A third? Where would her mystical vision have taken her if she had lived another decade? We can only imagine. The disease that killed her killed possibilities as well as flesh. Anne too deserves more than she has received from history. She is often overlooked, the quiet sister, the youngest. But the tenant of Wildfell Hall was revolutionary. It dealt with subjects, alcoholism, domestic abuse, a woman's right to leave a bad marriage, that Victorian society preferred to ignore. Anne was braver than her sisters in some ways. More willing to confront uncomfortable truths. If she had lived, she might have become a voice for the voiceless, a champion of those who suffered in silence. We will never know. Tuberculosis took that future from them. From us. But what they did leave us is extraordinary. 3 of the most important novels in English literature. Jane Eyre, which revolutionised the way novels portrayed women's inner lives. Wuthering Heights, which pushed the boundaries of what a novel could be. The Tenant of Wildfell Hall, which dared to address subjects no one else would touch. These books changed literature. They changed how we think about women, about passion, about morality, about the self. And they did it all in the shadow of death. Knowing that time was short, that the cough they heard in the next room might soon be their own, that the disease was in their blood, in their lungs, waiting. This is what makes the Bronte story so powerful. Not the death itself. Death comes to everyone eventually. But what they did in the face of death. They did not give up. They did not surrender to despair. They did not decide that since life was short, nothing mattered. Instead, they decided that since life was short, everything mattered. Every word, every page, every story. They wrote as if their lives depended on it. And in a very real sense they did. Not their physical lives. Tuberculosis was going to take those regardless. But their legacy, their meaning, their immortality. There is a photograph of the Bronte sisters. Or rather, there is a painting made by Branwell that is often reproduced. It shows 3 young women, Charlotte, Emily, Anne. They are dressed plainly, sitting close together. Their faces are serious, intelligent, watchful. Originally, Branwell had painted himself in the centre, but he was unsatisfied with the result, so he painted himself out. Now there is just a ghostly pillar where his figure used to be. The 3 sisters grouped around an absence. It is an eerily prophetic image. Branwell, who was supposed to be the genius of the family, reduced to a ghost. The sisters, who were supposed to be secondary, taking centre stage. And all of them gone now. All of them dead before their time. But the painting remains, and the books remain, and the story remains. We tell this story because it matters. Not as a romantic tragedy, not as a cautionary tale, but as evidence. Evidence that even in the face of death, even when everything is taken from you, you can create something that lasts. Something that matters. Something that death cannot touch. Every year, scholars discover new connections between the Brontes and their work. New ways that their lives shaped their art. The pain of Cowan Bridge became Lowood School. The loneliness of Brussels became Villette. The wild freedom of the moors became Wuthering Heights. Their lives were short, but they lived every moment with an intensity that most people never achieve. And that intensity pours off every page they wrote. The Bronte sisters were not special because they died young. They were special because they lived fully. Because they took their small lives in a remote parsonage and made them infinite. Because they turned their pain and isolation and grief into art. Because they refused to be silenced. Tuberculosis killed them. But it did not defeat them. If you go to Haworth today, you can stand in the parsonage, dining room, the room where the Bronte sisters walked in circles discussing their novels. The table is still there, the chairs, the window overlooking the graveyard. It is a small room, plain, cold, even in summer. Nothing about it suggests genius or immortality. It is just a room in a house in a small Yorkshire village. And yet, in this room, Charlotte Bronte wrote Jane Eyre. Emily Bronte wrote Wuthering Heights. Anne Bronte wrote The Tenant of Wildfell Hall. In this small, cold room, 3 women created works of art that would outlast them by centuries. That would change literature. That would change the world in small but permanent ways. They knew they were dying. All of them. They had seen it happen to their sister, to their brother. They knew the signs. They knew there was no cure. And still they wrote. Not someday. Not when things were easier. But now, today, in this moment. This is what we can learn from them. Not that suffering creates art. It does not. Not that death is romantic. It is not. But that time is precious. That we do not know how much of it we have. That if there is something we need to say, something we need to create, something that matters to us, we should do it now. Not when we have more time, more resources, more courage, but now. While we can. The Bronte sisters died. Tuberculosis took them one by one until the parsonage was silent. But their books endure. And in those books they are still alive. Still fierce. Still brilliant. Still themselves. Death is not the end. Not when you leave something behind. Not when your words still speak to people 200 years later. Not when your story still matters. If you visit Anne's grave in Scarborough today, you will find it marked by a simple headstone. The original inscription contained an error. It listed her age as 28 instead of 29. Charlotte, in her grief, had made a mistake. She could not bring herself to return to correct it. The Bronte Society eventually added a new memorial, but the original stone still stands. A testament to grief. To human error in the face of a loss. To the impossibility of getting everything right when your heart is breaking. Tonight, we have spent time with the Bronte family. With Maria and Elizabeth, who died as children. with Branwell, who wasted his gifts, with Emily, who refused to surrender even at the end, with Anne, who wanted only to see the sea one last time, with Charlotte, who survived the longest and mourned the hardest, and with Patrick, who buried them all. Their story is sad. Of course it is. How could it be anything else? 6 children, 5 dead before the age of 40. A father left alone. So much talent, so much life cut short. But it is also a story of triumph, of creativity in the face of death, of meaning snatched from meaninglessness, of 3 women who took their small constrained lives and made them infinite. We remember them. We read their books. We visit their home. We tell their story. And in doing so, we participate in their victory. We prove that they were right. That the work mattered. That they mattered. That they still matter all these years later. If you have found this episode meaningful, please consider sharing it. The stories we tell about tuberculosis are important. They help us understand our past. They help us appreciate what we have now. They remind us that we are not the first people to face death, and we will not be the last. But we can face it with courage, with creativity, with the determination to leave something behind that matters. The Brontes faced their deaths as they had faced their lives, together, supporting each other, creating beauty even in the darkest moments. Emily died with her dogs at her feet and her family around her. Anne died looking at the sea she had travelled so far to see. Charlotte died in the arms of a husband who truly loved her. They were not alone. In the end, that may be what matters most. Thank you for spending this time with me. Thank you for listening to these stories. There are more to come, more episodes, more histories, more forgotten voices. I hope you will join me for them. For now, rest well. Think of the Brontes walking the moors. Think of them gathered around the dining room table, writing by candlelight. Think of them young and alive and full of stories. Think of them not as victims, but as victors. People who lived fully, loved deeply, and created work that death could not destroy. The wind still blows across the Yorkshire moors. The heather still blooms purple in the summer. The parsonage still stands at the top of the village, looking out over the graveyard where 5 of the Bronte children lie. The church bells still toll as they tolled for Maria and Elizabeth, for Branwell and Emily and Charlotte. But the stories live on. Jane Eyre still demands to be treated as an equal. Heathcliff still haunts the moors, searching for Catherine. Helen Burns still faces death with impossible courage. And somewhere right now, someone is opening one of these books for the first time. Falling into the world the Brontes created. Being changed by it, as millions have been changed before. This is the only immortality we can hope for. Not the preservation of our bodies, which will all fail eventually, but the preservation of our words, our stories, our truths. The Bronte sisters are gone, but they're also still here, still speaking to us across nearly 2 centuries, still alive in the only way that matters. Good night. Every January, the most powerful people on Earth gather in a small Swiss town for the World Economic Forum. Presidents, billionaires, prime ministers. They meet in buildings where, a century ago, patients lay dying on open-air porches wrapped in blankets, gasping for breath in the thin mountain air. Davos, the town that tuberculosis built. Welcome to the Sanatorium. Tonight, we're travelling to the Swiss Alps, to a valley nearly a mile above sea level, where the air is thin and cold and supposedly miraculous. A place where thousands of people came to fight for their lives, breathing the mountain air that doctors believed could heal what no medicine could cure. A place that transformed from a quiet farming village into one of the most famous destinations in the world, all because of a single disease. If you're new here, this channel explores how tuberculosis, the disease that killed 1 in 4 people in the 19th century, shaped everything from architecture to art, from fashion to the American West. It is a disease that changed the way we build buildings, the way we think about health, the way we imagine what it means to be sick. If that sounds like your kind of history, consider subscribing. There are many more stories to tell, stories of patients and doctors, of scientists and artists, of desperate hope and remarkable transformation. Now, settle in, find a comfortable position, let your breathing slow, perhaps pull a blanket closer the way the tuberculosis patients once did on those famous cure terraces. We have a long journey ahead, through snow-covered peaks and grand sanatoriums, through the pages of one of literature's greatest novels, through the remarkable transformation of a town that learned to turn death into an industry, and then transformed again when the industry collapsed. Let's begin. Imagine, if you will, a valley in the Swiss Alps. It is the year 1853, and you have travelled for days to reach this place. From Zurich, you took what roads existed, climbing through forests and across streams, always upward, always toward the peaks that seemed to float above the world like islands in the sky. The final leg of your journey was on foot, or perhaps by mule, climbing steep paths that wind through forests of pine and spruce. The trees grow smaller as you ascend, stunted by the altitude. The meadows give way to rock and snow, and all the while, the air grows thinner with every step. Your breath comes harder, your heart beats faster, labouring to supply oxygen to your body in this rarefied atmosphere. But something else happens too, something you notice almost without realising it. Time, twos. The air tastes different here, cleaner somehow, sharper, cold as spring water even in summer. There is a clarity to it, a purity that you have never experienced in the crowded cities of the lowlands. Each breath seems to fill your lungs more completely than any breath you have taken before. The village that greets you is modest, a few hundred souls perhaps, farmers mostly, and their families. They have lived in this valley for generations, their ancestors having climbed these same paths centuries ago, seeking refuge from wars and plagues and the turmoil of the flatlands. Their lives are hard, alpine winters that last half the year, summers too brief for bountiful harvests. The growing season is short, the cold is relentless, isolation is complete. In winter the passes are blocked by snow, and the village is cut off from the world below. The wooden chalets cluster together as if for warmth, their roofs steeply pitched to shed the heavy snow that can accumulate to depths measured in meters. Smoke rises from chimneys, wood fires burning to keep the cold at bay. This is Davos, and in 1853, no one outside these mountains has any reason to have heard of it. It is not on any major trade routes. It produces nothing of particular value to the outside world. It is simply a village, one of hundreds scattered through the Alps, where hardy people live hard lives and the modern world seems impossibly far away. But a young doctor has just arrived. His name is Alexander Spengler, and he has come here not by choice but by necessity, a political refugee fleeing the failed revolutions that have swept through Germany in 1848. He had been a student of law in Mannheim, caught up in the revolutionary fervour of that hopeful doomed year. When the revolutions failed, when the old order reasserted itself, many of his fellow revolutionaries were imprisoned or executed. Spengler fled across the border to Switzerland, where he started over. He is trained in medicine at the University of Zurich, a second career for a man whose first career was destroyed by politics. And he has accepted a position as the rural physician for this remote community, a job that no one else wanted, in a place that no one else would choose. What Dr. Spengler will observe in this village will change not only Davos, but the entire world's understanding of how to fight the deadliest disease of the age. He will notice something peculiar, something hiding in plain sight, something that his colleagues in the great medical centres of Europe had never thought to look for because they had never visited a place like this. The villagers of Davos do not get tuberculosis. To understand why this observation was so remarkable, we must first understand what tuberculosis meant in the 19th century. It was, quite simply, the greatest killer of the age. In cities across Europe and America, tuberculosis, also called consumption or the White Plague, was everywhere. In some urban centres, 1 in every 7 deaths was caused by tuberculosis. In others, the proportion was even higher. Entire families would be wiped out, one member after another succumbing to the disease. The wealthy died, the poor died, the young and talented seemed to die with particular cruelty, their lives cut short just as they were beginning to flourish. The disease progressed slowly, which made it all the more terrible. A patient might linger for months or years, gradually wasting away. The cough would grow worse, the fevers would come and go, weight would fall away, leaving skeletal figures who had once been robust. And then, eventually, the hemorrhage, the blood coughed up from destroyed lungs, would signal the final act. Tuberculosis had many names. Consumption, because it seemed to consume its victims from within. The White Plague, because of the pallor it brought to the skin. Phthisis, the old Greek term, the captain of all these men of death, as one writer called it. The disease struck indiscriminately. It killed in the slums, where crowded conditions and poor nutrition created perfect breeding grounds for contagion. But it also killed in wealthy drawing rooms, in artists' studios, in the chambers of royalty. John Keats died of tuberculosis at 25, Frédéric Chopin at 39, the Bronte sisters, Franz Kafka. The list of writers and artists and musicians claimed by the disease reads like a who's who of 19th century culture. The cause of tuberculosis was unknown. Some believed it was hereditary, a weakness in the blood that passed from parent to child. If your mother had died of consumption, the thinking went, you carried that weakness within you. Others thought it was caused by unhealthy passions, by artistic temperament, by the stresses of modern life. There was even a romantic mythology around the disease. Consumption was associated with sensitivity, with creativity, with a burning inner fire that consumed the body even as it fueled artistic genius. Pale skin and flushed cheeks, symptoms of the disease, became fashionable. Young women powdered their faces white and rouged their cheeks in imitation of the consumptive look. The idea that tuberculosis might be contagious, that it might be caused by something as mundane as a germ, would not be proven until 1882, when Robert Koch would announce his discovery of the tuberculosis bacillus. Even then, many doctors resisted the idea. They had built their practices and their theories around heredity and constitution. They did not want to believe that their patients were spreading the disease with every cough. Without knowing the cause, doctors had little to offer their patients. Rest was recommended, good food, fresh air. But in the crowded, polluted cities of the Industrial Revolution, fresh air was in short supply. The factory smoke hung over the tenements. Whole families crowded into single rooms. Windows were kept closed against the cold. The conditions that allowed tuberculosis to spread were everywhere. And so Dr. Alexander Spengler arrived in Davos, a refugee who had traded the revolutionary fervour of Mannheim for the quiet isolation of an alpine village. He had studied medicine at the University of Zurich, but his original training had been in law. It was only after the failed revolution of 1848, when many who had participated were imprisoned or exiled, that he turned to medicine as a new career. Perhaps this background in law helped him. Lawyers are trained to notice patterns, to gather evidence, to build cases from observation. And almost immediately after arriving in Davos, Dr. Spengler noticed something that his colleagues in the lowlands would have found astonishing. The villagers were healthy. Not just healthy, remarkably, robustly healthy. Despite their hard lives, despite the harsh winters, despite the limited diet and primitive conditions, tuberculosis was virtually unknown among them. Dr. Spengler, who had seen the disease claim so many lives in the lowlands, found himself treating farmers for broken bones and childhood fevers and the ordinary complaints of rural life. He asked the villagers about their family histories. He examined their chests. He listened for the telltale sounds of lungs compromised by disease. He found nothing. But tuberculosis, never. The contrast was stark. In the cities he had left behind, tuberculosis was everywhere. In Zurich, in Mannheim, in every crowded urban centre, the disease claimed its victims by the thousands. But here, in this remote valley, in this village so isolated that news from the lowlands might take weeks to arrive, nothing. This observation would consume Dr. Spengler's thinking for years. Why should this remote alpine valley be spared the scourge that was decimating the cities below? What was different about Davos? He considered various theories. Perhaps it was genetic. Perhaps the people of Davos had some hereditary resistance to the disease. But when he traced family histories, he found no evidence of this. Some villagers had moved to Davos from the lowlands. They seemed equally protected. Perhaps it was diet. The villagers ate well, at least by their own standards. Fresh milk and cheese, meat from there, livestock, vegetables from their gardens in the brief summer months. But this diet was not so different from what people ate in healthy rural areas of the lowlands, where tuberculosis still struck. The answer, he came to believe, was the air itself. At an altitude of more than 1,500 metres, or nearly a mile above sea level, the air in Davos was unlike anything in the lowlands. It was dry. It was cold. It was, Spengler theorised, somehow purifying. The intense alpine sunshine, the lack of humidity, the absence of the miasmas and pollutants that hung over industrial cities, all of these factors combined to create an environment in which the consumption simply could not thrive. The theory made a certain intuitive sense. Everyone knew that tuberculosis flourished in crowded, poorly ventilated spaces. Everyone knew that fresh air seemed to help patients feel better, at least temporarily. What if the air of Davos was simply the freshest, cleanest air available? Fresh air concentrated and purified to an extreme degree. If this was true, Dr. Spengler reasoned, then perhaps the answer to tuberculosis was not to be found in medicine at all. Perhaps the answer was geography. Perhaps the cure was the mountain itself. It was a revolutionary idea. It was also, as we now know, largely wrong. the mountain could not cure tuberculosis, which was caused by bacteria that no amount of fresh air could kill. But it was wrong in a productive way. It was wrong in a way that would save lives and transform a village and shape the course of medical history. It would transform a remote farming village into one of the most famous destinations on Earth. Dr. Spengler's theory remained just that, a theory, until he began to test it. In the early 1860s, he started recommending that tuberculosis patients from the lowlands travel to Davos for treatment. The journey alone was an ordeal. From Zurich, travellers would take a train as far as the rail lines extended, then transfer to a horse-drawn carriage for the steep, winding climb into the mountains. The final approach to Davos could take an entire day. Hours of bumping along rutted mountain roads, the air growing thinner with every switchback, the temperature dropping as the altitude increased. For patients already weakened by tuberculosis, this journey was exhausting. Some arrived barely able to stand. Others had to be carried from the carriage to their rooms. A few died on the way. But those who survived the journey faced something unexpected. They faced hope. The treatment itself was almost absurdly simple. Patients were to rest. They were to spend long hours outdoors, wrapped in blankets, breathing the mountain air. They were to eat well, rich foods, plenty, of milk from the alpine cows, fresh butter and cheese from the alpine meadows, and a glass or two of Veltliner wine with their meals. They were to sleep in rooms with windows thrown open to the cold mountain night. The daily routine was precise. Patients would rise early, take a light breakfast, then proceed to the cure terrace for their morning rest period. They would lie perfectly still, breathing deeply, watching the sun climb over the eastern peaks. Conversation was discouraged. The lungs needed rest as much as the body. At midday, there would be a substantial meal, meat, vegetables, rich sauces, all designed to build strength in bodies that had been wasting away. The Victorian belief was that tuberculosis consumed the body from within, and that the cure required rebuilding what had been lost. Patients who had arrived skeletal were encouraged to gain weight, to eat until they could eat no more. The afternoon brought another rest period, and then, as evening approached, a light supper. Patients retired early. Sleep was considered essential to recovery. That was it. No medicines, no surgeries, just rest, food, and air. To modern ears, this sounds like barely a treatment at all. But we must remember that in the 1860s there was no effective treatment for tuberculosis. Patients were dying by the tens of thousands, and doctors had nothing to offer them but platitudes and morphine to ease their final hours. Dr. Spengler's patients, by contrast, sometimes got better. Not all of them, not even most of them perhaps, but some patients who arrived in Davos expecting to die found themselves over months of rest and mountain air slowly regaining their strength. Their fevers subsided, their coughs lessened, the blood that had flecked their handkerchiefs grew less frequent, then stopped altogether. Word began to spread. Slowly at first, through medical journals and professional correspondence, then faster, as doctors told their patients, and patients told their families, and the network of information expanded outward from this alpine valley. There was a doctor in the Alps, they said, a German refugee. He had discovered something remarkable. His patients were improving, some were even recovering, actually recovering from tuberculosis, the disease that everyone knew was incurable. In 1860, the first guest house specifically for tuberculosis patients opened in Davos. It was a modest establishment, nothing like the grand sanatoriums that would come later, but it represented something new. It was the beginning of what would become a global industry. Patients began to arrive from the lowlands. They came by carriage and on foot, making the long climb into the mountains, hoping, that the air that had protected the villagers might also protect them. They came with their families, they came alone, they came expecting to die, and hoping desperately that they might not. In 1865, the first winter guests arrived. Until then, Davos had been a summer destination only. No one imagined that patients could survive, let alone benefit from, the brutal alpine winters. The conventional wisdom held that cold air was dangerous for consumptives, that they should be kept warm, sheltered from drafts, protected from the elements. But Dr. Friedrich Unger and Hugo Richter from Germany came in February of that year, determined to test the opposite theory. They underwent treatment on a bed made from a hay sledge covered with boards, essentially sleeping outdoors on a modified farm implement surrounded by snow. Imagine the scene. 2 men, already weakened by disease, lying motionless on wooden platforms as the temperature dropped below freezing, their breath visible in the air, frost forming on their blankets, the stars wheeling overhead, impossibly bright in the thin atmosphere. It must have seemed like madness. But they did not die. They improved. The news that tuberculosis patients could be treated in winter, that the cold alpine air might actually be more beneficial than the milder seasons, was revolutionary. It contradicted everything the medical establishment believed about respiratory disease. The logic, as Dr. Spengler and his followers understood it, went something like this. The tuberculosis bacillus thrived in warm, moist environments. The hot, humid air of the lowlands provided ideal conditions for the disease to spread and multiply. But the cold, dry air of the alpine winter was hostile to the bacteria. By exposing patients to this environment, the body's natural defences were given a fighting chance. We know now that this explanation was incomplete. The true advantage of the alpine cure lay partly in the isolation it provided. Tuberculosis patients, gathered in sanatoriums far from crowded cities, were less likely to spread the disease to others and less likely to be reinfected themselves. The rest and good nutrition allowed some patients' immune systems to successfully contain the infection, walling it off in calcified nodules that could remain dormant for decades. But in the 1860s, no one knew about bacteria or immune responses. What they knew was that some patients who came to Davos in winter got better. That was enough. It meant that Davos was not just a summer retreat but a year-round destination, and it meant that the stream of patients seeking the cure would never have to stop. Dr. Spengler was a physician, not a businessman. But he was about to meet someone who was. Willem Jan Holsboer was a Dutchman, born in 1834 in Zutphen in the Netherlands, the son of a cotton manufacturer who also served as mayor. Holsboer had travelled to Davos for the same reason so many others did. His wife was sick. She had tuberculosis, and the mountain cure represented her best hope for survival. Holsboer's wife did not survive. Many patients came to Davos to die. The mountain air offered hope, not certainty. But something unexpected happened to Holsboer himself. Rather than return to the Netherlands after his wife's death, he stayed. He saw something in this small alpine village that others had missed. He saw opportunity. Where others saw only snow and sick people, Holsboer saw the makings of an industry. Tuberculosis was everywhere. The wealthy were desperate for any treatment that offered hope. And Davos had something unique, a reputation, building year by year as a place where the dying sometimes lived. In 1868, Holsboer and Dr. Spengler joined forces. Together they founded the Kranstalt Spengler-Holsboer, the Spengler-Holsboer Sanatorium. It was one of the first purpose-built facilities for tuberculosis treatment in the Alps, and it would become the model for dozens more to come. The sanatorium was not just a medical facility. It was a complete environment for living with illness. There were dining rooms where patients could take their meals together, maintaining the social rituals of civilized life, even as they battled for survival. There were reading rooms and music rooms, spaces for conversation and quiet contemplation. There were gardens where patients could stroll during the warmer months, and heated interior corridors for the depths of winter. And of course there were the cure terraces, long balconies where rows of reclining chairs faced the mountains, where patients would lie for hours at a time, wrapped in blankets, breathing the air that was supposed to save them. But Holzboe's vision extended far beyond a single sanatorium. He was a businessman, not a physician, and he thought in terms of systems and infrastructure. He understood that for Davos to truly flourish as a health resort, it needed more than good air and dedicated doctors. It needed hotels, it needed banks, it needed shops and restaurants and all the amenities that wealthy invalids would expect. Above all, it needed a way to get there. In 1888, Holzboe proposed something that many considered impossible: a railway line from Landquart in the lowlands up to Davos. The terrain was forbidding: steep mountain passes, deep valleys, rivers that flooded in spring. A standard gauge railway, the kind that connected the great cities of Europe, was out of the question. But a narrow gauge line might work. On the 29th of June, 1888, a groundbreaking ceremony was held. Local dignitaries gathered. Speeches were made about progress and prosperity. Few could have imagined what the railway would bring. The construction took 2 years. Workers blasted through rock, bridged gorges, and laid track through some of the most challenging terrain in Europe. The narrow gauge locomotives would have to climb gradients that would defeat ordinary trains, navigating curves so tight that the front and rear of the train could sometimes see each other. And in 1890, the first train pulled into Davos. The railway changed everything. A journey that once took days could now be completed in hours. Patients who might have died on the road could arrive fresh enough to begin their treatment immediately. Families could visit their ailing relatives. Supplies could flow in, news could flow out. Holzboe would rename his company the Rheitische Bahn, the Rhaetian Railway, reflecting his ambition to extend the network throughout the region. He founded the Bank of Davos to finance further development. He established an electrical power company to bring modern conveniences to the growing town. The railway exists to this day. Tourists and business travellers take it without thinking about its origins, about the sick and dying people whose need to reach the mountain justified its existence. The transformation of Davos was astonishing. Within a generation, the village went from a few hundred farmers scratching a living from the alpine land to a boomtown of hotels, sanatoriums and villas. Grand buildings rose where cattle had once grazed. Restaurants and shops catered to an international clientele. By the early 1900s, the town was recording 700,000 overnight stays per year. 700,000 in a place that, 50 years earlier, had been so remote that most Swiss people had never heard of it. All because of tuberculosis. All because of the air. As the sanatoriums multiplied, a distinctive architecture began to emerge, one that would eventually influence building design far beyond the Swiss Alps. The logic was simple. If mountain air was the cure, then patients needed maximum exposure to that air. Buildings were designed not as protective barriers against the elements, but as frameworks for delivering the healing atmosphere directly to the sick. This was a radical departure from traditional architectural thinking. For centuries, buildings had been conceived as shelters, as barriers between the fragile human body and the hostile forces of nature. Walls were thick, windows were small. The interior was a refuge from the outside world. But the sanatorium architects turned this logic on its head. For tuberculosis patients, the outside world was not hostile, it was healing. The enemy was not the cold mountain air, but the stuffy, overheated interiors of conventional buildings. The goal of architecture was not to exclude the environment, but to embrace it. The most distinctive feature was the cure terrace. Broad balconies or porches where patients could recline for hours at a time, wrapped in blankets, breathing the cold mountain air. These terraces faced south, maximising exposure to the alpine sunshine, which was also believed to have healing properties. The patients would lie in neat rows, their reclining chairs positioned to catch the most sunlight. From a distance, it must have looked like a strange kind of worship. Rows of figures facing the sun, motionless, silent, breathing deeply of the thin mountain air. Inside the sanatoriums, large windows flooded the rooms with light. The traditional steeply pitched chalet roof, designed to shed heavy alpine snow, gave way to something new, the Davos flat roof. These flat roofs, slightly angled toward the centre to drain snowmelt through internal gutters, created additional space for rooftop terraces. The flat roof was a technical challenge in the alpine climate. Snow could accumulate to tremendous depths. Traditional roofs solved this problem by shedding snow before it could cause damage. The flat roof required a different solution. The slightly angled surface channeled snowmelt to interior drains, which carried it away through heated pipes that prevented freezing. The architects Otto Flieghardt and Max Hefele, based in Zurich, became the master builders of this new architectural form. Their Queen Alexandra Sanatorium, designed from 1905 onward, exemplified the philosophy. The building was conceived not as a protective shell, but as a machine for inhabiting the atmosphere. Walls seemed almost secondary. The real architecture was the mountain air itself. The building existed to organize space, to position patients correctly in relation to the sun and the breeze. It was architecture in service of medicine, form following function, with an intensity that would later become the hallmark of modernist design. One innovation was the Lieghalle, the lying hall or rest hut. These were small revolving shelters, designed by Dr. Karl Turban, just large enough to accommodate 1 or 2 beds. Patients could be wheeled inside, and the entire structure could be rotated to follow the sun or to shield against the wind. The rotating mechanism was ingenious. A patient could be positioned to catch the morning sun as it rose over the eastern peaks, then gradually turn to follow the light across the sky when the wind shifted, as alpine winds often do. The shelter could be repositioned for protection. The patient never had to move. The building moved around them. These shelters reduced architecture to its most elementary purpose, creating a space for a human body to exist in specific relationship to the environment. There were no unnecessary ornaments, no social pretensions, just a roof, walls that could be opened or closed, and a mechanism for reorientation. By 1900, many of these shelters had been installed in the grounds of the larger sanatoriums. Patients would spend entire days in them, sometimes sleeping outdoors even in winter, wrapped in wool and fur, their breath visible in the freezing air. It is a striking thought that people who were desperately ill, whose lungs were compromised by disease, would voluntarily expose themselves to sub-zero temperatures in the belief that the cold would heal them. The physicians documented everything. Temperature readings were taken multiple times daily, not just of the patient's bodies, but of the air itself. Humidity was measured, wind direction was noted, the angle of the sun was calculated, everything was recorded in meticulous case files, as if by accumulating enough data, the secret of the cure might finally be revealed. Patients learned to speak a specialized vocabulary. They discussed their morning temperatures and afternoon readings. They compared coughs and noted hemorrhages. They knew the names of the different winds and could predict weather changes by the way their symptoms responded. But we must remember that there were no alternatives, no antibiotics, no effective medicines of any kind. The mountain air was all they had. And so they lay on their cure terraces, these desperate people, breathing the cold air, watching the sun move across the sky, measuring their temperatures, recording their symptoms. They built lives in the shadow of death. They formed communities of the sick. They created an entire culture of illness, with its own rituals and its own vocabulary, and its own strange mixture of hope and resignation. Some recovered, many did not, but the sanatorium gave them structure, gave them purpose, gave them something to do while they waited to learn their fate. It gave them, in a word, hope, and hope, even when unfounded, has value. Dr. Alexander Spengler died in 1901, having lived nearly half a century in the village he had helped transform. He arrived as a refugee with nothing. He departed as a pioneer, his name synonymous with the Alpine cure. He had seen the population of Davos multiply many times over. He had seen the first guest houses give way to grand sanatoriums. He had seen the railway arrive, bringing patients by the thousands. He had seen his theory that mountain air could cure tuberculosis, accepted as medical orthodoxy across Europe. Whether he ever doubted that theory, we do not know. Whether he ever wondered if the patients who recovered might have recovered anyway, or if the patients who died might have been saved by some treatment not yet discovered, these questions are lost to history. What remains is the legacy. A town transformed, an industry created, an idea that shaped medicine for nearly a century. But the Spengler name would continue to shape Davos long after his death. His son, Dr. Carl Spengler, inherited both his father's medical practice and his devotion to the Alpine town. Carl Spengler had grown up in the sanatorium world. He had watched the sick arrive by train, had seen them wheeled onto cure terraces, had observed the slow rituals of the mountain cure. He knew better than most what tuberculosis meant, the fear and the hope, the long waiting, the uncertain outcomes. He was also an enthusiastic supporter of the local ice hockey club HC Davos, which was founded in 1921. Ice hockey had come to Davos along with the international community of sanatorium patients. Young men who were well enough to exercise but not well enough to return home had taken up the sport during their long convalescence. And in 1923, Carl Spengler had an idea that would create one of the most enduring sports traditions in the world. The First World War had ended just 5 years earlier, and Europe remained bitterly divided. Nations that had been enemies still viewed each other with suspicion. The wounds of the war, the millions dead, the empires collapsed, the old order destroyed, were still raw. Carl Spengler believed that sport could help bridge these divides. He had seen, in his father's sanatoriums, how illness could unite people who might otherwise have been enemies. German and French, English and Russian, they had all come to Davos seeking the cure, and they had found themselves lying side by side on the cure terraces sharing their hopes and fears. If disease could unite enemies, why not sport? He donated a trophy, a challenge cup, and invited ice hockey teams from across Europe to compete in Davos during the Christmas holiday. His explicit intention, stated in the original charter, was to give the once hostile nations an opportunity to rediscover mutual understanding and trust through fair and friendly competition, and to extend a hand of camaraderie. It was an idealistic vision, perhaps naive, but it worked. Teams came from countries that had been at war with each other just years before. They competed fiercely on the ice, but they met peacefully off it. The tournament became a symbol of reconciliation. The first Spengler Cup was won by the Oxford University Ice Hockey Club, a team composed largely of Canadians studying at Oxford. In the early years, HC Davos and the Czechoslovak team LTC Prague dominated the competition, each winning 7 titles. The tournament was played outdoors on an alpine rink until 1978. Players competed in the freezing air, their breath visible, the mountains looming above them. It must have been a spectacular sight. The bright uniforms against the white snow, the clatter of sticks on ice, the roar of the crowd echoing off the peaks. The tournament continues to this day, now the oldest invitational ice hockey tournament in the world and the second largest sporting event in Switzerland. Team Canada has dominated in recent decades, winning 16 times since 1984. But the original spirit endures, international competition as a path to international understanding. It is a fitting legacy for the Spengler family, a tournament born from the conviction that even enemies could find common ground in the thin mountain air. The same conviction, in a sense, that had driven Alexander Spengler to build his sanatoriums, the belief that something about this place could heal what seemed unhealable. As Davos's reputation spread, it began to attract not just the wealthy sick, but the famous sick. Writers and artists, politicians and nobility all made their pilgrimages to the mountain, seeking the cure that conventional medicine could not provide. One of the earliest and most celebrated visitors was Robert Louis Stevenson. In November of 1880, the Scottish author arrived in Davos with his American wife Fanny and her son Lloyd. Stevenson was 30 years old and had been battling lung disease for most of his adult life. His doctors had recommended the Alpine cure, and so he found himself, as winter descended on the Alps, checking into the Hotel Belvedere. Stevenson would spend 2 winters in Davos, and he hated it. The confinement drove him nearly mad. Here was a man who had roamed the Cevennes with a donkey, who would eventually sail the South Pacific and settle among the people of Samoa. The Hotel Belvedere, however comfortable, was a prison. The cure terraces were cells. The endless routine of rest and measurement and rest again was torture for a restless spirit. In his essays, he described the health resort as a claustrophobic trap. He compared the desolate alpine wilderness to Lapland, Labrador and Alaska. He wrote bitterly of patients condemned to death by gradual dry rot, or else drowning in their own blood during hemorrhages. His letters from this period are filled with longing for escape. He dreams of warmer climates, of adventure, of anywhere but this beautiful, suffocating valley. And yet he remains, because the alternative, the crowded, smoky cities where his lungs would surely fail, is worse. It is a remarkably bleak portrait, especially from an author known for tales of adventure and romance. But Stevenson understood something that the promotional literature of the sanatoriums tried to obscure. Many patients came to Davos not to be cured, but to die. The mountain air might slow the disease, but it could not always stop it. He wrote about his fellow patients with a mixture of compassion and horror. Young men and women in the prime of life, reduced to counting their heartbeats and measuring their fevers. Some put on brave faces at dinner, discussing their symptoms with the clinical detachment that sanatorium life encouraged. Others withdrew into private despair. And some inevitably died. Stevenson watched them carried away, their rooms quickly cleaned and prepared for the next occupant. The cycle continued without pause. Despite his misery, Stevenson remained productive. Perhaps he wrote to distract himself from his illness. Perhaps the mountain air, however much he despised it, gave him just enough strength to work. In Davos, he completed what would become one of the most beloved adventure novels ever written. Treasure Island had begun as a story told to his stepson Lloyd, accompanied by a hand-drawn map of an imaginary island. Stevenson had started writing it back in Scotland, but the story had stalled. The fog and rain of home seemed to drain the adventure from his imagination. In Davos, during that first brutal winter, he picked it up again. Perhaps it was the contrast. Here he was, trapped in the snow, confined to his room for days at a time, breathing the cold, thin air that was supposed to save him. And on the page he could escape to warm Caribbean waters, to islands where treasure lay buried, where adventure waited around every corner. He wrote the final 14 chapters in 14 days. Long John Silver, Jim Hawkins, the Hispaniola, the Black Spot, all of it flowing from the pen of a sick man, wrapped in blankets in an Alpine hotel, while the snow fell outside and his lungs rattled with each breath. Think of it. One of the most beloved adventure stories ever written, created by a man who could barely walk to the end of his corridor. Tales of sailing ships and sword fights and buried gold, conjured from the imagination of an invalid who spent his days lying on a cure terrace, watching the mountains and waiting for his temperature readings. Lloyd later recalled the excitement of those winter evenings, when Stevenson would read aloud the day's new chapters. The stepson who had inspired the story listened as it came to life, chapter by chapter, in the most unlikely of places. It is one of the strange gifts of Davos. This place of illness and death also became a place of remarkable creativity. Perhaps there was something about the thin air, the isolation, the proximity to mortality, that sharpened the minds of those who came seeking the cure. When death is near, every moment becomes precious. Every word carries weight. Stevenson did not find a cure in Davos. The mountain air, however thin and pure, could not heal whatever was destroying his lungs. He would eventually leave Switzerland, driven out by the very isolation he had come to endure. He travelled to the milder climates of France and England, seeking relief, seeking change, seeking anything that might help. But the disease, or what everyone believed was the disease, followed him. Finally, he made a radical decision. He would travel as far from the cold, the damp, the civilization of Europe as he could possibly go. In 1888, he and his family set sail for the South Pacific. It was an astonishing journey for a man who had been told repeatedly that he was dying. He sailed from island to island, living on boats and in tropical huts, surrounded by peoples whose lives were utterly different from anything he had known in Scotland or Switzerland. He settled eventually in Samoa, on the island of Upolu, where he built an estate called Vailima. The Samoans called him Tusitala, the teller of tales. He wrote prolifically, producing novels and stories and essays until the very end. He died in 1894 at the age of 44, not from lung disease but from a cerebral hemorrhage. He was dictating a letter when he suddenly complained of a pain in his head, asked, "What's that?" and lost consciousness. He died within hours. Modern medical historians have suggested that Stevenson may not have had tuberculosis at all, that his symptoms were more consistent with bronchiectasis or sarcoidosis. But in the 1880s, any persistent lung disease was likely to be diagnosed as consumption. Whether the misdiagnosis saved his life by sending him to the tropics, or whether he would have lived longer had he stayed in Davos, we will never know. What we know is that he spent 2 miserable winters in the Alps, hating every moment of it, writing some of his greatest work to distract himself from his confinement, and then fled to the farthest place on earth. 13 years after Stevenson's departure, another famous British author arrived in Davos. His name was Arthur Conan Doyle, and unlike Stevenson, he had come not for his own health, but for his wife's. Conan Doyle was already famous by then. Sherlock Holmes had made him wealthy and celebrated, even though he sometimes resented the detective who overshadowed his more serious literary work. He was 34 years old, at the height of his creative powers, with a comfortable life in London, and then his wife fell ill. Louisa Hawkins, called Tui by her family, had been diagnosed with tuberculosis. The doctors gave her only months to live. Conan Doyle, trained as a physician before becoming a writer, understood what the diagnosis meant. He had seen patients waste away from consumption. He knew the statistics. Desperate to save her, he learned that the Swiss mountain climate offered hope for consumption patients. Davos was the most famous of the Alpine resorts, the place where the mountain cure had been pioneered, where sanatoriums had been treating patients for 3 decades. And so in 1893, the creator of Sherlock Holmes gathered his wife and their 2 young children and travelled to Davos. They rented a house in the town where Louisa could take the cure while the children played in the snow. They would remain for 4 years. The mountain air did help Louisa. She did not die within months as the doctors had predicted. Whether this was because of the cure, or because the original prognosis had been too pessimistic, or simply because tuberculosis was unpredictable, impossible to say. What matters is that she survived. She survived with periods of relative health and periods of decline. She survived to see her children grow older, to see her husband become ever more famous, to enjoy years that the doctors had told her she would not have. She lived until 1906, 13 years after her diagnosis, dying at last of the disease that had shadowed her for so long. Those 13 years were a gift. The mountain gave them to her, or seemed to. But for Arthur Conan Doyle, those years in Davos were not simply a time of anxious waiting by his wife's bedside. He was, after all, a man of enormous energy and curiosity, a man who had boxed, played cricket, investigated real-life crimes, campaigned for justice. He could not simply sit and wait while his wife rested on the cure terrace. And in Davos he discovered something that would help launch an entirely new industry. He discovered skiing. And in doing so, he would help transform the future of this town far more profoundly than any medical treatment ever could. Conan Doyle was not a man to sit idle. While his wife rested on the cure terraces, he grew restless. The mountains beckoned. The endless snow-covered slopes seemed to demand exploration. He had first encountered skis during a visit to Norway several years earlier. The Norwegians used them for transportation, a practical way to move, through deep snow in the long winter months. He had only observed the sport then, but the image had stayed with him. Now, in Davos, surrounded by snow-covered mountains that rivaled anything in Scandinavia, he realized that the same techniques might work here. He ordered a pair of skis to be sent from Norway, 8-foot Norwegian wooden boards, primitive by modern standards with simple leather bindings that offered little control. These were not the engineered marvels that modern skiers use. They were essentially long planks, shaped at the front to glide over snow. To learn how to use them, he hired local instructors, the Brenge brothers, Tobias and Johannes. The Brenge brothers had been skiing in the mountains around Davos for over a year, but they had taken to practicing at night, to avoid the ridicule of the locals who thought the whole enterprise was absurd. Sliding down mountains on wooden planks, it seemed the height of foolishness. The farmers of Davos had lived with these mountains for generations. They knew how to survive the winter without strapping boards to their feet. Conan Doyle did not share this prejudice. To him, the mountains were not obstacles to be endured, but challenges to be conquered. He learned to ski, falling and rising again, until he could navigate the slopes with reasonable confidence. The falls were frequent and sometimes spectacular. Conan Doyle was a large man, powerfully built, and when he lost control on those primitive wooden skis, he went down hard. He later wrote humorously about his many tumbles, The snow packed into every crevice of his clothing, these slow and laborious climbs back up to try again. And then he convinced the Branger brothers to attempt something more ambitious. On the 23rd of March, 1894, at 4:30 in the morning, while most of Davos still slept, Conan Doyle and the two Branger brothers set off from the town. The early start was necessary. They needed to complete the most difficult climbing before the sun softened the snow. They carried their skis on their backs, strapped over their shoulders, as they ascended on snowshoes through the silent pre-dawn darkness. The climb was exhausting. Hours of trudging upward, the altitude making every step harder than the last. Conan Doyle, despite his robust constitution, felt his lungs burning in the thin air. The Branger brothers, more accustomed to the mountains, set the pace. At last they reached the top of the Mayenfelder Furka, a peak 8,000 feet above sea level. The Alps stretched out around them, an endless sea of white peaks catching the morning light. Below, invisible in the valleys, the world went about its business, unaware of the three men standing at the edge of something new. They switched from snowshoes to skis. The bindings were primitive, simple leather straps that held the boot to the ski. There was no modern release mechanism. If you fell badly, your ankle broke before the binding gave way. And then they descended. Down through the snow and ice and thin mountain air, they glided toward the town of Arosa on the other side. The descent was thrilling and terrifying in equal measure. The long wooden skis gathered speed on the steep slopes. There was no way to brake except by falling deliberately or turning sharply. It was the Mayenfelder Furka crossing, one of the first documented ski descents in Switzerland. Conan Doyle wrote about the experience for the Strand magazine, the same publication that serialized his Sherlock Holmes stories. His article, titled An Alpine Pass on Ski, introduced the English-speaking world to the strange new sport. He described the sensation of gliding over snow, the freedom of movement, the exhilaration of the descent. The time will come, Conan Doyle predicted, when hundreds of Englishmen will come to Switzerland for a skiing season. He vastly underestimated. Today, millions come. The Swiss Alps are one of the great ski destinations of the world, generating billions of dollars annually. The tourism infrastructure that supports this industry, the hotels, the restaurants, the mountain railways, the ski lifts, can trace its origins in part to that dawn crossing in 1894. In Davos, there is a bronze plaque dedicated to Conan Doyle. It honours him as the man who crossed the Mayenfelder Furka from Davos to Arosa on skis, thereby bringing this new sport and the attractions of the Swiss Alps in winter to the world. The plaque does not mention his wife. It does not mention tuberculosis. It does not mention the sanatoriums that brought him to Davos in the first place. It speaks only of sport, of adventure, of the future, not the desperate past that brought him to that moment. It is one of the quieter ironies of history. The man who followed his dying wife to a tuberculosis sanatorium helped invent modern ski tourism. The town that was built for the sick would eventually thrive on the healthy. Conan Doyle could not have known this, of course. When he strapped on those skis and climbed the mountain, he was simply looking for something to do, some way to fill the long hours while his wife rested on the Cure Terrace. He was not thinking about the future of alpine tourism. He was thinking about survival, his own and hers. And yet his adventure helped create a future that would outlive the sanatoriums by many decades. The ski resorts that now cover the Alps, the billions of dollars in winter, tourism, the millions of people who come each year to experience the mountains, all of it owes something to that dawn crossing in 1894. The sanatoriums are gone, the patients are forgotten, but the mountains remain, and people still come, not to be cured, but to play. In the spring of 1912, a German novelist named Thomas Mann received troubling news from Davos. His wife Katia had gone to the Alps for treatment of a respiratory condition. The diagnosis was not tuberculosis, or at least not confirmed tuberculosis, but her doctors were concerned enough to recommend the mountain cure. She was staying at the walled sanatorium, the Forest Sanatorium, which had opened just the year before. The sanatorium was run by Dr. Friedrich Jessen, and it offered the standard cure: rest, mountain air, and rich food. Katia came from an artistic and intellectual family. Her father was a renowned mathematician, her twin brother a physicist. She had given up her own academic pursuits to marry man and raise their children. Now she lay on a cure terrace in the Alps, separated from her family, uncertain when she would return. Man, 47 years old and already a celebrated author, decided to visit his wife. He planned to stay for 3 weeks, just long enough to ensure she was comfortable and to see for himself the famous Davos cure. He had just completed work on a novella called Death in Venice, a dark, atmospheric tale of an aging writer's obsession with beauty and mortality. The story had been difficult to write, emotionally draining. Perhaps he was still thinking about those themes when he boarded the train for Switzerland. The journey itself was significant. Man travelled from Munich through increasingly dramatic scenery, the train climbing into the Alps, the air growing thinner and clearer. By the time he arrived in Davos, he had already begun to feel the strangeness of the place. What he found in Davos would consume his imagination for the next 12 years. Man spent his 3 weeks sitting on the balcony beside Katia, breathing the alpine air, watching the strange rituals of sanatorium life. He was a keen observer. His earlier novels had demonstrated his gift for capturing social nuance, and the sanatorium offered a wealth of material. He observed the patients wrapped in blankets on their cure terraces, their faces turned to the sun like flowers following the light. He listened to the polite dinner conversation, discussions of temperature readings and sputum tests conducted with an air of almost absurd normality, as if tracking the progress of a fatal disease were no different from discussing the weather. The dining room fascinated him. Here were people who knew they might be dying, gathered in elegant surroundings, eating rich food, maintaining all the forms of civilized society. They discussed politics and art. They flirted. They formed alliances and rivalries. Death was the elephant in the room that everyone pretended not to see, or rather, that everyone saw so constantly that they had learned to look through it. Man would later describe this atmosphere as a mixture of death and amusement. It was the perfect phrase. The sanatorium was both a hospital and a hotel, both a place of desperate medical treatment and a social gathering place for the European upper classes. And then something unexpected happened. Man developed a cold. He consulted a local doctor, perhaps out of hypochondria, perhaps out of genuine concern, perhaps simply out of curiosity about the diagnostic rituals he had been observing. The doctor examined him and immediately discovered what he called a moist spot on Man's lung. Would Herr Man care to stay for 3 months, just as a precaution, to take the cure? Man was 47 years old, a successful novelist, with a family and obligations waiting in Munich. The suggestion that he might himself become a sanatorium patient, that he might join the ranks of blanket-wrapped figures on the cure terraces, must have been unsettling. He refused. He returned to Munich, leaving his wife behind in the sanatorium, but he carried with him the germ of something more lasting than any respiratory infection. He carried a novel. Man originally conceived the work as a short, humorous tale, a pendant to Death in Venice, exploring similar themes of time and mortality in a lighter key. Where death in Venice was dark and tragic, the new story would be ironic and observational. He called the sanatorium in his story the Berghof, drawing on his impressions of the real sanatoriums of Davos, particularly the Weld Sanatorium where Katia was being treated, but also the Grand Schatzalp and other establishments he had observed. But the story refused to stay small. As Mann wrote, he found himself drawn deeper and deeper into the world he was creating. The sanatorium became not just a setting, but a symbol, a microcosm of European civilization itself, suspended in the thin air above the ordinary world. Year after year, Mann continued to add to it. What had begun as a novella grew into a sprawling philosophical epic. The First World War interrupted the writing. Mann set aside his sanatorium novel to focus on political essays, grappling with the catastrophe that had engulfed Europe. The world he had known was collapsing, the old certainties were being swept away. When he returned to the Magic Mountain, the novel had taken on new dimensions, time ones. The collapse of the German Empire followed, then the rise of the Weimar Republic, with its fragile democracy and simmering resentments. Through it all, Mann kept returning to his novel of life in an alpine sanatorium, a world that had itself been transformed while he wrote about it. Finally, in November of 1924, 12 years after that 3-week visit to Davos, Der Zauberberg was published, The Magic Mountain. It was nearly 1,000 pages long. The novel tells the story of Hans Castorp, a young engineering student from Hamburg who travels to Davos to visit his cousin Joachim, a patient at the Berghof Sanatorium. Castorp is an ordinary young man, solid, practical, unremarkable, the kind of person who might be expected to become a respectable businessman and live an unremarkable life. He plans to stay for 3 weeks, exactly as long as Mann himself had stayed. But Castorp does not leave after 3 weeks. He develops a slight fever. The doctors discover a moist spot on his lung. He is persuaded to stay, just for a while longer, just until his health improves. The pattern will be familiar to anyone who knows the history of sanatorium treatment. The 3-week visit becomes 3 months. 3 months becomes 6, and slowly, imperceptibly, the patient stops thinking about the flatland below. 7 years pass. 7 years in which Castorp lives in the strange, suspended world of the sanatorium. 7 years of cure terraces and temperature readings, of intellectual debates and romantic entanglements, of watching fellow patients recover or decline or die. 7 years of meals in the elegant dining room, of walks in the mountain air, of endless conversations about ideas that seem to matter enormously in this rarefied atmosphere. Time moves differently in the Berghof. Days blur into weeks, weeks into months, months into years. The outside world, the flat land, as the sanatorium patients call it, becomes increasingly unreal, like a half-remembered dream. The only reality is the mountain, the cure, the endless present of illness. The patients exist in a kind of bubble, separated from the world below by altitude and by their shared condition. News from the flatland arrives, but it seems distant, irrelevant. What matters is the morning temperature reading. What matters is whether the cough has worsened or improved. The Magic Mountain is not merely a story about tuberculosis. It is a vast philosophical novel, an examination of European culture on the eve of its greatest catastrophe. Mann uses the sanatorium as a microcosm. The patients and staff of the Berghof represent different strands of European thought, gathered together in this isolated setting where ideas can be debated without the distractions of ordinary life. There is the Italian humanist Settembrini, who champions reason and progress, and the Enlightenment values of the French Revolution. He believes in human perfectibility, in the power of education to overcome barbarism, in the inevitable march of civilization toward a brighter future. And there is the Jesuit Nafta, who defends tradition and authority and ultimately violence in service of higher ideals. He believes that the modern world has lost its way, that the liberal faith in progress is an illusion, that only through spiritual renewal, forced if necessary, can humanity be saved. These two men argue endlessly, brilliantly across the pages of the novel. Their debates range over politics and religion, art and science, the nature of time and the meaning of death. Neither can convince the other. Neither can be silenced. Castorp listens to their arguments, never quite committing to either side. He is the new European man, educated, prosperous, uncertain. He finds himself drawn first to one position, then to the other. He cannot choose between the competing visions because he cannot see a way to reconcile them. This is, of course, the condition of Europe itself in the early 20th century. The old certainties were crumbling. New ideologies were rising. The question of what the modern world should believe, what it should value, what it should fight for, had no clear answer. The novel was published in 1924. 10 years later, the Nazis would come to power. A man who was of Jewish descent through his wife Katia would flee Germany and eventually settle in the United States. Looking back, the Magic Mountain seems almost prophetic. The debates that consume the sanatorium patients, nationalism versus internationalism, faith versus reason, civilization versus barbarism, would soon consume all of Europe. The suspended artificial world of the Berghof, where time seems to have stopped, was about to end. History was about to resume with terrible force. The argument between Settembrini and Nafta ends not with agreement but with violence. Unable to resolve their differences through words, they resort to a duel. It is a small-scale preview of what is to come. The novel ends with Castorp finally leaving the mountain, not because he has been cured, but because the First World War has begun. He descends to the flatland to join the fighting. The last we see of him, he's charging into battle singing a German folk song. The song he sings is significant. It is a German folk song about a linden tree, about home and peace and the comfort of rest. He sings it as he runs toward almost certain death, as the shells explode around him, as the world he has known collapses into chaos. Mann does not tell us whether Castorp survives. The question seems almost beside the point. The young man who arrived at the Berghof as a simple engineering student, planning a 3-week visit, has been transformed. 7 years on the mountain have educated him, in ideas, in love, in the proximity of death. Whether he lives or dies in the war, he's no longer the person he was. The world of the sanatorium, thus that strange, timeless, death-haunted world, is over. Whatever comes next, there will be no going back. The suspended reality of the Berghof, where time seemed to have stopped, has been shattered by history. The debates between Settembrini and Nafta have been rendered irrelevant by the guns of August. Or have they? In many ways, the First World War was the bloody resolution of exactly those debates. The clash between nationalism and internationalism, between tradition and progress, between competing visions of what Europe should become. The arguments that seemed so abstract on the Cure terraces of the Berghof were being decided finally and terribly on the battlefields of France and Belgium. The Magic Mountain is both a great novel and a document of historical transition. It captures a world that was about to end. The world of the sanatoriums, yes, but also the world of pre-war Europe, the world of confident assumptions and leisurely intellectual debate. Everything that seemed stable and permanent was about to be swept away. 5 years after The Magic Mountain was published, Thomas Mann received the Nobel Prize in Literature. The novel he had conceived as a short, humorous tale had become one of the landmarks of 20th century fiction. Nearly 1,000 pages long, packed with philosophical debates and medical details and psychological insight, it was everything a popular novel was not supposed to be. And yet it found readers. It found passionate readers, readers who returned to it again and again, who saw in its pages something that spoke to their own experience. And Davos, the real town that had inspired the fictional Berghof, was now famous not only as a health resort but as a literary destination. Visitors came to see the sanatoriums that man had described. They walked the paths he had walked. They breathed the same thin mountain air. They looked up at the Schatzalp gleaming on its mountainside and imagined the Berghof. They dined in restaurants that might have served Hans Castorp. They rode the same funicular railway. Literary tourism became part of the Davos economy. The sanatoriums had been closing, but the literary pilgrims kept coming. They wanted to experience what man had experienced. They wanted to feel, if only for a moment, what it was like to live in that suspended world, above the ordinary. But the novel's lasting power comes from its treatment of the sanatorium as metaphor. The Berghof is not just a place where sick people go to be cured. It is a world apart, a place where the normal rules of time and society are suspended, where the proximity to death changes everything. Consider how time works in the novel. The first 3 weeks of Castorp's stay are described in immense detail. Every conversation, every meal, every medical examination. Then months pass in a few pages. Years vanish in a sentence. Man deliberately plays with the reader's sense of duration, making us feel the strange time dilation that sanatorium patients experienced. In the Berghof, time loses its meaning because the patients have stepped outside of history. They are no longer participants in the rush of modern life. They are observers, watchers, people who have been placed on pause while the world continues below. In the sanatorium, small gestures acquire enormous significance. A flush of fever, a glance across the dining room, a cough in the night. Life becomes simultaneously more intense and more absurd. The patients know they may be dying, and yet they continue with their petty rivalries and their elaborate social rituals. Castorp falls in love, obsessively, inappropriately, with a Russian woman named Klavdia Shosha. He barely speaks to her for months. His love is expressed through glances, through the way he positions himself to see her enter the dining room, through the fever that rises whenever she's near. In the ordinary world, this infatuation would seem absurd. In the sanatorium, where every emotion is heightened by mortality, it becomes the central drama of his existence. This is what man captured so brilliantly. The strange mixture of death and amusement that he had observed during those 3 weeks in Davos. The way that even in extremity, even in the shadow of mortality, human beings continue to be human. Foolish, vain, hopeful, alive. We do not stop being ourselves when we are faced with death. If anything, we become more intensely ourselves. Our desires sharpen, our fears crystallize, our need for connection, for meaning, for love. All of it becomes more urgent, not less. Davos gave man his setting, but his genius was to see in that setting a reflection of something much larger, the condition of modern Europe, suspended between an old world that was dying and a new world struggling to be born. The sanatorium was Europe itself, sick, confused, debating endlessly, unable to choose a path forward. We should not forget, amid the literary and philosophical grandeur of the Magic Mountain, that real people were dying in the sanatoriums of Davos. Not all of them. The mountain cure did help many, patients, extending their lives by years or even decades. But tuberculosis remained a deadly disease, and for many who came to the Alps the journey was a final one. The death rate varied from sanatorium to sanatorium from year to year. The statistics were carefully kept, though not always honestly reported. A sanatorium with too high a mortality rate would lose its reputation. Patients would choose to go elsewhere. Some establishments developed a macabre practice. When a patient was clearly dying, they would be encouraged to leave, to go home, or to a less prestigious facility. This kept the death statistics low. It also meant that families sometimes received their dying relatives back, transported down from the mountain to expire in the lowlands, their final hours spent not in the alpine air, but in the crowded cities they had travelled so far to escape. The sanatoriums tried to maintain an atmosphere of normality. Patients dined together in elegant restaurants, they attended concerts and lectures, they formed friendships and sometimes romances. But the cure terraces told another story. Row upon row of reclining chairs, each holding a figure wrapped in blankets staring out at the mountains. Some would rise from those chairs and return to the flatland, others would not. There was a particular kind of friendship that formed in the sanatoriums, intense and immediate, born of shared proximity to death. Patients who might never have spoken to each other in ordinary life became intimates. They shared their fears and their hopes. They watched each other's symptoms with the same attention they gave their own. And when one of their number died, they mourned, briefly because there was always another death coming, and because the living had to focus on their own survival. The wealthier sanatoriums offered private rooms and personal nurses, fine wine and rich food. The less exclusive establishments were more Spartan, but still clean and orderly. There was a rough democracy of illness. Tuberculosis killed rich and poor alike, but the accommodations varied enormously. What all shared was the strange rhythm of sanatorium life, the daily temperature readings, the regulated rest periods, the careful monitoring of symptoms. Patients learned to read their own bodies with obsessive precision, tracking the progress of their disease with the same attention a stockbroker might give to market fluctuations. They developed their own vocabulary. A good day meant the fever was down and the cough was manageable. A bad day meant the opposite. The word hemorrhage was spoken in hushed tones. A major hemorrhage often meant the end was near. And always, the mountain was there. The thin air, the intense sunlight, the cold that was supposed to heal. By the early 20th century, Davos had one of the greatest concentrations of sanatoriums in Europe. Hotels, clinics, and private villas dotted the valley, all catering to the same clientele: the sick, the dying, and those who hoped they might be saved. For nearly a century, Davos thrived on tuberculosis. The disease that was killing millions in the lowlands was sustaining an entire economy in the Alps. Doctors, nurses, hoteliers, railway workers, shopkeepers all depended on the steady stream of patients seeking the cure. It was a strange symbiosis. The bacterium that destroyed lungs also built hotels. The disease that shattered families also created jobs. The death that haunted the cure terraces also filled the cash registers. And then, in the 1940s and 50s, that economy collapsed. The cause was not a change in climate or a shift in fashion. The cause was a group of antibiotics that could actually cure tuberculosis. In 1944 and 45, the antibiotic streptomycin was discovered. It emerged from soil bacteria samples collected in a New Jersey laboratory, an unlikely origin for a medicine that would transform global health. It was the first medicine that could genuinely combat the tuberculosis bacillus, not merely slow the disease, but kill the bacteria that caused it. The initial results were almost miraculous. Patients who'd been given weeks to live recovered. Fevers that had burned for months suddenly broke. Coughs that had rattled through sanatorium halls fell silent. Then came para-aminosalicylic acid, also discovered in 1945. When combined with streptomycin, it greatly reduced the development of drug resistance, a problem that had emerged almost immediately when streptomycin was used alone. And in 1952, isoniazid arrived, inexpensive, well-tolerated, and devastatingly effective. A patient could swallow a pill at home and achieve what months of mountain air had never managed: a genuine cure. The modern era of tuberculosis treatment had begun. For the sanatoriums of Davos, these discoveries were a death sentence. Not for the patients. For the first time, patients could actually be cured, but for the institutions themselves. The logic of the mountain cure had rested on the absence of alternatives. Patients came to Davos because there was nothing else. Rest and fresh air could not cure tuberculosis, but they could sometimes slow its progress, buying time that patients desperately needed. Now there was something better. Pills that could be taken at home. Treatment that did not require years of exile in an alpine valley. In 1956, a study called the Madras experiment confirmed what many already suspected. Researchers in India compared tuberculosis patients treated at home with those treated in sanatoriums. The patients received the same antibiotic medications. The only difference was where they took them. The results were devastating to the sanatorium industry. There was no advantage to institutional care. Patients who stayed at home, taking their pills in familiar surroundings, recovered at the same rate as those who spent months in specialized facilities. The Madras experiment was conducted in India, where the expense of sanatorium care was especially prohibitive. But its implications were universal. If home treatment was equally effective, then why maintain the elaborate infrastructure of sanatoriums? Why send patients away from their families, away from their communities, to lie on cure terraces breathing mountain air that, it now seemed clear, contributed nothing to their recovery? The mountain air had never been the cure. It had only seemed that way because the sanatoriums provided rest and good nutrition and freedom from the crowded, infected environments of the cities. The air was incidental. The isolation was what mattered, and isolation could be achieved anywhere. The sanatoriums had become obsolete. Through the late 1950s and into the 60s, the sanatoriums of Davos began to close. The decline was gradual at first. Fewer new patients arrived. The cure terraces grew less crowded. Some sanatoriums tried to adapt, offering wellness treatments, repositioning themselves as resorts for the stressed rather than hospitals for the sick. But the fundamental logic had changed. Why would anyone travel to the Alps and spend months lying on a cure terrace when they could take a pill at home? The Berghotel Schatzalp, that Art Nouveau masterpiece built by Willem Jan Holzboer, one of the inspirations for Thomas Mann's Berghof, ceased operating as a sanatorium in 1953. It became a resort hotel, catering to healthy tourists instead of dying patients. Other sanatoriums followed. Some were converted to hotels. Some became general hospitals treating conditions that had nothing to do with tuberculosis. Some were simply abandoned, their grand cure terraces empty and silent, their elegant dining rooms echoing with nothing but the mountain wind. The staff dispersed. Doctors who had specialized in tuberculosis had to retrain or retire. Nurses who had spent their careers caring for consumptive patients found themselves without employment. The support industries, the dairies that provided fresh milk, the farms that supplied rich food, the shops that sold warm blankets and books for invalids, lost their customers. By the late 1960s, the sanatorium era was essentially over. By 1972, most specialized tuberculosis treatment facilities across Europe and America had closed. For Davos, the collapse of the sanatorium industry might have been catastrophic. The entire economy had been built around tuberculosis. Hotels, railways, shops, services, all had catered to the needs of the sick and their families. What would happen when the sick no longer came? But Davos had something else. It had the mountains themselves, and it had the infrastructure of us, the railways, the hotels, the international reputation that the sanatorium era had built. The transition from health resort to ski resort was almost seamless. The same trains that had brought tuberculosis patients from the lowlands now brought skiers. The same hotels that had housed the dying now hosted the vigorously healthy. The same mountains that had promised miraculous cures now promised exhilarating recreation. The cure terraces were enclosed and converted to restaurants, serving fondue and glühwein to guests who had no idea that people had once lain dying in those very spaces. The Lehrhallen were dismantled. The temperature charts and sputum samples were replaced by ski passes and trail maps. In a single generation, Davos reinvented itself. The town that tuberculosis had built would survive tuberculosis's defeat. But the transformation was not complete. One more reinvention lay ahead. In 1971, a German economist named Klaus Schwab organised a conference. Schwab was born in 1938 in Ravensburg, Germany, too young to have fought in the war, but old enough to have grown up in its shadow. He had become a professor at the University of Geneva, and he had invited 450 business leaders from across Europe to discuss competing in a global marketplace. He needed a venue, somewhere atmospheric, somewhere memorable, somewhere that would encourage the participants to relax and engage with one another outside the formal sessions. The city hotel would be too sterile, too ordinary. He wanted something that would create a sense of special occasion. He chose Davos. The choice was not random. Davos offered more than just mountain scenery. It offered a connection to culture, to Thomas Mann and the Magic Mountain, to a certain idea of European intellectual life. The sanatoriums might have closed, but the literary and historical associations remained. It offered, in Schwab's words, an opportunity to create a magic meeting place. There was a deliberate echo in that phrase. Mann's novel was about a place set apart from the ordinary world, where the normal rules of time and society were suspended, where people could engage with ideas that seemed impossible to address in the rushed and crowded flatland below. Schwab envisioned something similar, a space where business and political leaders could step back from their daily concerns and think about the larger questions. The conference was a success. Schwab renamed his organisation the European Management Forum. The annual January meeting in Davos became a fixture of the international business calendar. In 1987, the organisation was renamed again, the World Economic Forum. By then, it had evolved from a business conference into something larger, a gathering of political leaders, business executives, academics, and activists, all convening in the small Swiss town to discuss the great issues of the day. The timing was significant. The Cold War was ending. The Berlin Wall would fall in 1989. A new era of global economic integration was beginning. Davos positioned itself as the place where this new world would be discussed, debated, and shaped. In 1981, Time magazine dubbed Davos the magic meeting place, a direct reference to Mann's novel. The phrase stuck. It captured something essential about what Schwab was trying to create. Today, every January, the most powerful people on Earth make their pilgrimage to Davos. Presidents and prime ministers, billionaires and bankers, CEOs and celebrities. They come by helicopter and private jet, their security details swarming the town. They meet in buildings that still bear the architectural signatures of the Sanatorium era. The flat roofs, the large windows, the terraces that once held rows of dying patients. The transformation is complete. The town that was built for death now hosts the masters of the global economy. The buildings designed to cure tuberculosis now incubate deals that shape the world. The sanatoriums are gone, but their influence remains, not just in Davos, but in the very foundations of modern architecture. The architects who designed the tuberculosis sanatoriums were solving a specific medical problem: how to maximize patients' exposure to light and air. But in solving that problem, they developed forms and techniques that would revolutionize building design. Consider the challenges they faced. Traditional buildings of the 19th century were designed to protect against the elements. Thick walls, small windows, steeply pitched roofs. They were fortresses against the weather. But for tuberculosis patients, this protection was precisely the problem. What they needed was exposure, not shelter. And so the sanatorium architects invented a new kind of building. The flat roof, the Davoser Flatscherdach, which allowed for rooftop terraces where patients could recline in the sun. The roof was slightly angled toward the centre, with internal gutters to drain snowmelt, solving the practical problem of alpine weather while creating new space for therapeutic use. The large windows that flooded interiors with light, not decorative flourishes, but medical necessities. Sunlight was believed to have germicidal properties, and even if this belief was overstated, the psychological benefit of bright, airy spaces was real. The balconies and verandas that brought the outdoors in, the cure terraces that became the signature feature of every sanatorium, the long galleries where patients could walk in fresh air even during inclement weather. The clean, unornamented lines that emphasized function over decoration. Why add ornament to a building when every service should serve the purpose of healing? The stripped-down aesthetic of the sanatoriums anticipated the minimalism of 20th century modernism. These elements would become the hallmarks of modernist architecture. Le Corbusier, one of the founders of modern architecture, had a direct association with the Davos flat roof experiments of the 1870s and 80s. His famous 5 points of architecture, pilatus, free facade, open floor plan, ribbon windows and roof garden, all find their antecedents in sanatorium design. Modern architecture, one critic noted, has more to do with a campaign for health than with anything else. It was not an exaggeration. The sanatorium was in many ways the laboratory of modern architecture. The demands of tuberculosis treatment, light, air, exposure to the sun, pushed architects to develop new forms that would come to define the built environment of the 20th century. The first reinforced concrete building in Switzerland was a tuberculosis sanatorium. The material allowed for large spans and open interiors that traditional construction could not achieve. The structural innovations driven by medical necessity would transform how buildings were made. Walk through any modern city, and you are walking through the legacy of the tuberculosis sanatoriums. The glass-walled office towers, the apartment buildings with their balconies, the hospitals with their patient rooms flooded with natural light, the schools designed to maximize fresh air circulation. All of it traces back, in one way or another, to the experiments conducted in places like Davos, places where architects were trying to save lives by letting in the sun. The disease is largely conquered, at least in the wealthy nations where these architectural forms first emerged, but the buildings remain, and every time we step onto a rooftop terrace or bask in the light of a floor-to-ceiling window, we are, in a sense, taking the cure. Let us pause now and consider what we have witnessed tonight. We have travelled to a small valley in the Swiss Alps, a place that has been many things over the past 2 centuries. A farming village, isolated and unknown, a health resort, famous throughout Europe, a literary landmark immortalised in one of the great novels of the 20th century, a ski destination, drawing millions of visitors each winter, a gathering place for the global elite, where the future of the world economy is debated. Through all of these transformations, one thing has remained constant: the mountain itself. The air is still thin in Davos. At 1,500 metres above sea level, every breath contains less oxygen than in the lowlands. The effect is subtle. Visitors barely notice it, but it is real. The body must work slightly harder, the heart beats slightly faster, there is a faint lightheadedness, especially in the first few days. The sunlight is still intense. At this altitude, with the clear mountain air filtering less of the ultraviolet radiation, the sun feels stronger than it should for such northern latitudes. Skiers burn on winter days. The brightness after a snowfall can be almost painful. The winters are still long. The snow still falls on rooftops that were designed to melt it through internal gutters, that ingenious Davos flat roof that helped birth modern architecture. The cold still bites. The nights still come early. The geography that Dr. Alexander Spengler noticed in 1853, that strange, healthy geography where tuberculosis seemed unable to take hold, has not changed. What has changed is human understanding. In Spengler's time, no one knew what caused tuberculosis. The germ theory of disease was still decades away. Doctors could only observe patterns and hope to find correlations. Spengler observed that the villagers of Davos did not get tuberculosis, and he concluded that something about the mountain, the altitude, the air, the sunshine, must be responsible. He was not entirely wrong. The dry alpine air may indeed have slowed the spread of the disease. The intense sunlight, rich in ultraviolet radiation, may have killed bacteria in the environment. The isolation of the sanatoriums may have reduced transmission. But he was not entirely right either. The mountain could not cure tuberculosis. It could only, at best, slow its progress. The patients who came to Davos seeking a cure were often disappointed. Many died far from home, in beautiful rooms with magnificent views, their lungs failing despite all the fresh air and rich food. The true cure came not from geography, but from science. From researchers in laboratories who identified the tuberculosis bacillus and eventually developed the antibiotics that could kill it. And yet we should not be too quick to dismiss the sanatorium era as mere superstition. The sanatoriums of Davos offered something that mattered deeply to their patients: hope. In an age when tuberculosis was a death sentence, when doctors had nothing to offer but resignation, the sanatoriums promised action. Come to the mountain, take the cure, fight the disease. The alternative was simply to wait for death, to cough and waste and fade, surrounded by family members who could do nothing but watch, to measure out your remaining days in a sick room, knowing that each sunset might be your last. The sanatoriums offered something different. They offered a journey. The trip to the Alps was itself a kind of pilgrimage, a transition from the ordinary world into a special place where different rules applied. They offered a regimen. The cure terraces, the temperature readings, the prescribed rest periods gave patients something to do, a routine to follow, a sense that they were taking action against their disease. And they offered community. In the sanatoriums, patients were surrounded by others who understood their situation. They did not have to explain their symptoms or justify their fears. Everyone knew. Everyone was fighting the same battle. This hope was not always realistic. Many patients died. The mountain could not cure tuberculosis, only, at best, slow its progress. But some survived, and their survival was attributed to the mountain cure. Word spread. More patients came, the industry grew. We might call this exploitation, profiting from the desperation of the dying, and there was undoubtedly an element of that in the sanatorium business. The wealthy could afford the best facilities. The poor were left to die in tenement apartments. The sanatorium owners grew rich while their patients often did not survive. But we might also call it human resilience. In the face of a disease they did not understand and could not cure, doctors and patients refused to surrender. They built institutions, they developed rituals, they created communities where the sick could support one another. The sanatorium was not just a medical facility, it was a social structure, a way of organising the experience of illness, of giving shape and meaning to what would otherwise be mere suffering. Consider what it meant to be diagnosed with tuberculosis in the 19th century. There was no treatment, there was no cure. You might live for years, or you might die within months. All you could do was wait and wonder and slowly decline. The sanatorium transformed this experience. Instead of passive waiting, there was active treatment. Instead of isolation, there was community. Instead of meaningless suffering, there was a narrative, the journey to the mountain, the taking of the cure, the hope of recovery. Even if the treatment did not work, and often it did not, the experience itself had value. Patients felt they were doing something, they felt they were fighting. And when the end came, it came in a place of beauty, among people who understood, rather than in a cramped and smoky city flat. Thomas Mann understood this. His Magic Mountain is not primarily a story about medicine. It is a story about how human beings create worlds, how even in the shadow of death, we build societies, debate ideas, fall in love, pursue petty rivalries, and insist on living. There is something deeply human about the pilgrimage to Davos, both in the sanatorium era and today. The tuberculosis patients who travelled to the Alps in the 19th and early 20th centuries were seeking something beyond mere survival. They were seeking transformation. The journey itself was part of the cure. The long train ride, the climb into the mountains, the passage from the crowded, diseased lowlands into the clean, thin air above. Think of what that journey meant. You left behind your ordinary life, your home, your work, your friends. You said goodbye to family members who knew they might never see you again. You boarded a train that would carry you across borders, through landscapes increasingly dramatic, until at last you arrived at a place unlike anywhere you had been before. The altitude changed you, the air changed you, the removal from everyday concerns changed you. Whatever happened next, whether you recovered or declined, you were no longer the person you'd been in the flatland. Today's pilgrims to Davos are not sick in body, but they come seeking something similar, a chance to step outside their normal lives, to ascend to a special place where different rules apply, to engage with others in an atmosphere of heightened significance. The World Economic Forum is, in its way, a kind of secular sanatorium. The participants retreat from the flatland, from the ordinary world of business and politics, to spend a few days in an elevated environment where they can focus on the big questions. Like the tuberculosis patients of the past, they wrap themselves in rituals, they attend sessions, they network, they are seen at the right parties, they line up for photographs and exchange business cards and participate in panel discussions. The content of the discussions matters, but so does the fact of being there, of having made the pilgrimage to the mountain. To attend Davos is to signal membership in a certain club, to demonstrate that you matter enough to be invited, to participate in a ritual that validates your importance. This is not meant as criticism. Human beings have always made pilgrimages. We have always been drawn to places that seem to offer something beyond the ordinary. Healing, insight, transformation. The medieval pilgrims who walked to Santiago de Compostela, the Hindu devotees who bathe in the Ganges, the millions who visit Mecca each year, all are responding to the same deep human need. The form changes, the impulse remains. We climb mountains, literal and metaphorical, because we believe that something awaits us at the top. If we listen carefully, we can still hear the ghosts of Davos. They are everywhere, these ghosts. In the architecture itself, the cure terraces converted to restaurants, the flat roofs now holding solar panels instead of reclining invalids. In the streets that were laid out to accommodate horse-drawn carriages carrying the sick. In the railway that still climbs the same route it travelled in 1890, when the first train brought new hope to a valley of the dying. The coughing patients on the cure terraces, wrapped in blankets, watching the sun set over the mountains. They came from across Europe, from Germany and England, from Russia and France, from Austria and the Netherlands. They spoke different languages, held different beliefs, came from different social classes. But they were united by their illness, by their hope, by their presence on that mountain. The nurses in their starched white uniforms making their rounds, taking temperatures, recording symptoms, offering what comfort they could to those who were slowly slipping away, rejoicing quietly when a patient showed improvement, preparing grimly when the end was near. The doctors with their stethoscopes and their hopeful theories about altitude and air. They were trying their best, these men. They did not know about bacteria or antibiotics or immune systems. They only knew that some patients who came to the mountain improved, and that was more than could be said for any other treatment available. Robert Louis Stevenson, miserable in the Hotel Belvedere, writing Treasure Island to distract himself from his fears, creating adventure because he could not have it, conjuring warm seas and buried gold while the snow fell outside his window and his lungs ached with every breath. Arthur Conan Doyle, strapping on his 8-foot Norwegian skis, determined to find some adventure in this place of illness and death. His wife lay dying, slowly, on a cure terrace, and he could not simply wait. He had to do something. He had to move. He had to climb the mountain and race down the other side, if only to prove that he was still alive. Thomas Mann, sitting on a balcony beside his wife, observing the mixture of death and amusement that would inspire his greatest novel. Taking notes perhaps, watching, storing up impressions that would take 12 years to fully process. The patients of the Berghof, or rather, the real patients of the real sanatoriums, debating philosophy and falling in love and measuring their fevers, all while the disease slowly consumed them. They did not know they were characters in a novel not yet written. They only knew that they were alive for now, and that the mountain was beautiful, and that tomorrow they might learn their fever had broken, or that it had not. Dr. Alexander Spengler, arriving as a refugee with nothing but his medical training, noticing the one fact that would transform this valley forever. The villagers do not get tuberculosis. A simple observation, a question that demanded an answer, a theory that would build an empire. Willem Jan Holspoor, grieving his dead wife, deciding to stay anyway, seeing opportunity where others saw only mountains. He could have returned to the Netherlands. He could have resumed his ordinary life. Instead, he stayed in the valley where his wife had died, and he built something that would outlast them both. Carl Spengler, donating his trophy, hoping that sport could reunite nations that war had divided. He had seen what hatred could do. He believed that competition, fair and friendly, might heal some of the wounds. 100 years later, the tournament he founded still runs. All of them are gone now. The patients, the doctors, the nurses, the visionaries, the writers, they lie in graveyards across Europe, or their ashes have scattered on the wind. But the town they built remains. The railway still runs, the hotels still stand, the flat roofs still catch the alpine sun. What does Davos teach us about the history of tuberculosis? Perhaps this: that human beings, faced with forces beyond their control, will find ways to respond. We build institutions, we develop theories, we create hope, even when hope is irrational. The sanatorium movement was, in many ways, a vast exercise in collective wishful thinking. The mountain could not cure tuberculosis, but the belief that it could, the organisation of resources and rituals around that belief, gave structure to the experience of illness and sometimes extended lives. We might smile condescendingly at the naive faith of 19th century doctors in mountain air. They believed so earnestly in their cure. They built entire industries around it. They wrote papers and gave lectures and trained generations of physicians in the practice of altitude therapy. But we should also recognise that they were doing their best with the knowledge they had. They did not have microscopes powerful enough to see the tuberculosis bacillus until Robert Koch's discovery in 1882. They did not have any effective medication. They only had observation and inference and hope. And we should ask ourselves, what are we believing today that will seem equally naive to future generations? Every era has its blind spots. Every generation is certain of things that later generations will discover to be wrong. The physicians of Davos were wrong about the curative power of mountain air, or at least they were wrong about how and why it worked, but they were trying. They were responding to a crisis with the tools they had. Medicine advances, understanding deepens. What seemed like wisdom becomes superstition. What seemed impossible becomes routine. The antibiotics that destroyed the sanatorium industry would have seemed like magic to Dr. Spengler. He would not have believed that a simple pill could accomplish what his elaborate alpine cure could not. And yet some things do not change. The human desire for healing, the search for special places that promise transformation, the impulse to ascend, literally and metaphorically, above the ordinary. We still believe in the healing power of nature. We still retreat to mountains and beaches when we are stressed or ill. We still feel that something about elevated places, the thin air, the spectacular views, the removal from everyday concerns, can heal us in ways that city life cannot. Perhaps this belief is not entirely wrong. Perhaps the sanatorium doctors, for all their mistakes about bacteria and lungs, understood something true about human beings, that we are creatures of environment, that place matters, that the context of our lives shapes our health in ways that pure medicine cannot address. Davos endures because it answers that impulse. The specific content changes: tuberculosis cure, ski resort, global economic summit, but the underlying pattern remains. Humans climb the mountain, they seek what lies above. And sometimes they find it. The mountain waits. It has been waiting for millions of years. It will wait for millions more. The humans who climb its slopes, seeking cures, seeking adventure, seeking power, are brief visitors, passing through on their way to somewhere else. The mountain does not judge them. The mountain does not heal them. The mountain simply endures. But for those brief visitors, the experience of the mountain can be transformative. Whether they come as tuberculosis patients or as skiers or as participants in the World Economic Forum, they all share something. The sense of having stepped outside ordinary life, of having ascended to a place where different rules apply. That is the gift of Davos. That is what Dr. Spengler discovered. Even if he understood it imperfectly, the mountain offers a kind of perspective that the flatland cannot provide. From those heights, the problems of ordinary life seem smaller, the air is clearer, the view extends to the horizon. The sanatoriums understood this. The ski resorts understand this. The World Economic Forum understands this. They have all, in their different ways, capitalized on the human need to climb, to rise, to see from above. Tuberculosis brought people to Davos, but something more than tuberculosis kept them coming back. Let us return one final time to that moment in 1853. A young doctor arrives in a remote alpine village. He's a refugee, a man who has lost his country and his profession, and nearly everything he once thought certain. The political upheaval that swept through Germany has cast him out, and he is washed up in this high valley like driftwood on a distant shore. He carries only his medical training, and whatever hope remains. He does not know that he's about to change the world. He only knows that he needs work, and that this village needs a doctor. He looks around at the villagers, healthy, ruddy-faced farmers who work the harsh alpine land. Their lives are difficult. They struggle against the mountains, against the weather, against the isolation, but they are alive. They are strong. He thinks of the cities he has left behind, where 1 in 7 deaths is caused by tuberculosis, where families are wiped out generation after generation by a disease no one understands. He remembers patients he could not save. He remembers the coughing and the blood and the slow, terrible wasting. And he notices something. These villagers do not get tuberculosis. Why? It is such a simple question. Why are these people healthy when so many others are sick? What is different about this place? That question, asked in ignorance, would transform a village into a city. It would draw the sick and the famous and the powerful from across the world. It would inspire one of the great novels of the 20th century. It would leave its mark on the very shape of modern buildings. It would create a railway and a hockey tournament and a global economic summit. All from one question, all from one observation, all from one man's refusal to simply accept that tuberculosis was everywhere, inevitable, unstoppable. The answer Dr. Spengler arrived at was incomplete. The mountain could not truly cure tuberculosis. The air, however thin and pure, could not kill the bacteria that were destroying his patient's lungs. But the question itself, the simple, stubborn human refusal to accept death without a fight, that was the real achievement. That impulse to ask why, to notice patterns, to seek explanations, to try something new, that is what built Davos. That is what built modern medicine. That is what continues to drive human progress against disease. And so, as the night deepens and the alpine wind fades into memory, we leave Davos behind for now. But its legacy remains. In the architecture of our hospitals, with their large windows and their balconies, and their flood of natural light. In the shape of our cities, with their flat-roofed buildings and their modernist aesthetic. In the very idea that geography might heal, that where we are matters as much as what we take. The sanatoriums are closed, the patients are long dead, but something of what they built endures. The Rhaetian Railway still climbs into the mountains, following the same route that Willem Jan Holsboer laid out more than a century ago. Tourists take it without thinking about its origins, about the sick and dying people whose need to reach the mountain cure justified the enormous expense of construction. The Schatzalp still stands, now a hotel instead of a sanatorium, but the building is the same. The Art Nouveau details, the grand public spaces, the views that once consoled the dying, all remain. Guests sleep in rooms where patients once measured their fevers and waited to learn whether they would live or die. The flat roofs still catch the alpine sun. The cure terraces, now enclosed and converted to restaurants and bars, still face the same magnificent view that patients once contemplated as they fought for their lives. The architecture remains, even as the purpose it was designed to serve has vanished. And every January, when the world's most powerful people gather in Davos to discuss the future, they walk streets that were laid out for the dying. They meet in buildings that were designed to heal. They breathe the same thin air that was once considered miraculous. They probably do not think about the ghosts. They probably do not imagine the cure terraces, the temperature readings, the slow parade of patients who came seeking life and sometimes found death instead. They are focused on the future, not the past. But the past is there, encoded in every building, in every street, in the very shape of the town. Davos was built by tuberculosis. Without the disease, it would still be a farming village, unknown to the world. Everything that makes it what it is today, the hotels, the railway, the international reputation, can be traced back to Dr. Spengler's observation in 1853. The mountain does not care about human purposes. It simply is. It was there before Dr. Spengler arrived, and it will be there long after the World Economic Forum has ended. The peaks will catch the sun, the snow will fall, the air will remain thin and cold and clear. What changes is human understanding. What changes is human need. What changes is what we seek when we climb. Next time on the Sanatorium, we'll travel westward to the American frontier, where an entire city would be built on the promise of the climate cure. Denver, Colorado, the world's largest tuberculosis camp. A city where 1/3 of the population, at the height of the Sanatorium era, had come seeking the cure. A city that would transform itself just as Davos did when antibiotics made the climate cure obsolete. But that journey is for another night. For now, rest well. Let the distant memory of alpine wind carry you gently into sleep. Let the thin air of the mountain fill your imagination. The peaks stand patient and eternal, their snow-covered summits catching the last light of stars. Somewhere, in the buildings that remain, the ghosts of Davos still rest on their cure terraces. They watch the sun set over the mountains, they measure their temperatures, they hope. If you found some measure of peace in tonight's journey, perhaps leave a like, or share it with someone who might need it. If you're new to the Sanatorium, consider subscribing. There are many more stories to tell, many more places where tuberculosis left its mark on our world. The mountain will be here when you return. Thank you for being here. Good night. In the spring of 1912, a German novelist visited his wife at a Swiss sanatorium. She was being treated for tuberculosis. He planned to stay for 3 weeks. A doctor examined him during his visit. "I found a moist spot on your lung," the doctor said. "You should consider remaining here for treatment, perhaps 3 months." Thomas Mann refused. He returned to Munich. He began writing. 12 years later, he published a novel about a young man who visits his cousin at a Swiss sanatorium. The young man plans to stay for 3 weeks. He remains for 7 years. Here is the strangest part of this story. When doctors later re-examined his wife's original X-rays, they found no evidence of tuberculosis. She had never had the disease at all. The greatest tuberculosis novel ever written. A book that would win its author the Nobel Prize, that would define an entire era, that would be called one of the most important works in the history of literature, was born from a misdiagnosis. From an illness that wasn't real. From a cure that didn't work. From 3 weeks that became 12 years. And here is something stranger still. The novel would predict with uncanny precision the catastrophe that was about to engulf Europe. It would diagnose a civilization's sickness before the symptoms became visible to anyone else. It would see the war coming, the World Festival of Death, and describe it in terms that would haunt readers for the next century. This is the story of the Magic Mountain, of Thomas Mann and his Enchanted Mountain, of a young engineer named Hans Castorp who went to visit a sanatorium and never came home. Welcome to the Sanatorium. Tonight we're exploring one of literature's greatest novels, a book about time and death and disease, about love and philosophy and the collapse of European civilization. A book that was intended as a short comedic novella and became a 1,200-page epic. A book written in the shadow of one world war and published in the ruins of another. If you've journeyed with us before to Davos, to that alpine town that Tuberculosis built, then you already know the world we're entering tonight. The same cure terraces, the same mountain air, the same patients wrapped in blankets, breathing deeply, watching the snow fall on the peaks above. But tonight, we're not just visiting the sanatoriums, we're entering the mind of the man who immortalized them. We're following Thomas Mann from the merchant houses of Lübeck to the balconies of Davos, from the outbreak of the First World War to the Nobel Prize ceremony in Stockholm. We'll walk the corridors of the Berghof Sanatorium where Hans Castorp spent 7 enchanted years. We'll listen to the great debates between reason and passion, between life and death. We'll stand with hands in the snow, lost in a blizzard, dreaming of paradise and horror. And we'll follow Thomas Mann himself through the darkest chapters of the 20th century, through exile and loss, through the rise of fascism and the destruction of everything he loved, through the long years of speaking across an ocean to a homeland that no longer wanted him. It is a long journey, but the night is long, and the fire is warm, and there is nowhere else we need to be. So settle in, find a comfortable position, let your breathing slow, let the mountain air fill your lungs, that thin, cold, impossibly clear air that was supposed to cure tuberculosis, but instead created something far more lasting. Let's begin. Imagine, if you will, a train climbing through the Swiss Alps. It is May of 1912. The narrow-gauge railway winds upward through tunnels and across viaducts, the locomotive labouring against the grade. Outside the windows, the world transforms. The green valleys of the lowlands give way to pine forests, then to rocky meadows where the last patches of winter snow still cling to sheltered hollows. The air grows thinner with each passing mile. Passengers who board at Lanquos at the base of the mountains find themselves yawning, their ears popping as the train climbs higher. The ordinary pressure of sea level gives way to something else, something lighter, stranger, more intoxicating. In one of the passenger carriages sits a man of 36. He is impeccably dressed, his moustache carefully groomed, his bearing that of a successful bourgeois gentleman. He carries with him the quiet confidence of someone who has already achieved what he set out to achieve, who has, against considerable odds, made himself into one of the most celebrated authors in the German language. His name is Thomas Mann, and he's travelling to Davos to visit his wife. Katja has been at the Wald Sanatorium since March, nearly 3 months now. Her doctors in Munich had detected what they believed was tuberculosis, and they had recommended the mountain cure, the same cure that Dr. Alexander Spengler had pioneered half a century earlier, the same cure that had transformed this remote valley into one of the most famous medical destinations in the world. Thomas has been worried. He and Katja have been married for 7 years now. They have 4 children, Erika, Klaus, Golo, and Monica, with 2 more still to come. The household in Munich depends on Katja's management. Without her, everything has been more difficult. But it is more than inconvenience that troubles him. It is fear. Tuberculosis kills. It killed Chopin and Keats, the Bronte sisters and Chekhov. It is the White Plague, the captain of death, the disease that has shaped the 19th century more than any other. And now it has come for his wife. He has been at home with the children, writing as he always writes, with the disciplined regularity of a factory worker. Every morning at his desk by 9 o'clock, every afternoon with his correspondence, tea at 4, a walk before dinner, the life of a German author, ordered and productive. But the work has not gone well. He has been distracted, anxious. The letters from Davos bring mixed news. Katia is comfortable, the doctors are optimistic, but the cure takes time, months, perhaps a year or more. And now he is ascending into her world, a world where time moves differently, where the healthy and the sick live side by side, in elegant buildings perched on mountainsides, where conversations about philosophy and death and the meaning of existence fill the long hours between meals. He does not know it yet, but this 3-week visit will change the course of his career. It will give him the setting and the atmosphere for a novel that will consume the next 12 years of his life. It will introduce him to a world suspended between life and death, a world that will prove irresistible to his literary imagination. The train pulls into the station at Davos Platz. The air that greets him as he steps onto the platform is thin and cold and impossibly clear. He can see for miles in every direction, the peaks sharp against the blue sky, the snowfields brilliant in the May sunshine. The altitude hits him immediately. His heart beats faster, his breath comes shorter, colours seem more vivid than they should be. There is something intoxicating about this air, something that makes the ordinary world below seem impossibly distant. Somewhere above him, on one of those elegant terraces, his wife lies wrapped in blankets, breathing this same air, waiting for him to arrive. Thomas Mann has just completed a novella about death and desire in Venice, a story about a celebrated author who travels to a foreign city and falls under a spell from which he cannot escape, a story that ends with a cholera epidemic and a death on the beach. He has come to Davos thinking he might write something similar, a companion piece, a light satirical treatment of the same themes, death and enchantment, but set in a tuberculosis sanatorium rather than a plague-ridden city. Something short, something he can finish in a few months. He has no idea that the short story he's imagining will become a novel of over 1,000 pages. He has no idea that the First World War will erupt before he can finish it. He has no idea that by the time he writes the final sentence, Europe will have torn itself apart. This is his story, and theirs. To understand Thomas Mann, we must first understand where he came from. He was born on the 6th of June, 1875, in the ancient Hanseatic city of Lübeck, a city of brick churches and merchant houses of trading families whose roots stretched back centuries, a city where respectability and commerce and Protestant virtue formed the bedrock of existence. The Hanseatic League had made Lübeck rich. For centuries it had been one of the great trading centres of northern Europe, a city of ships and warehouses, of merchants who grew wealthy on grain and salt and timber. The city's coat of arms proclaimed it the Queen of the Hanse, and even in the late 19th century, long after the League had faded into history, Lübeck's leading families still carried themselves with the dignity of merchant princes. The Mann family was one of these merchant dynasties. His father, Johann Heinrich Mann, was a grain trader and senator of the city, a pillar of the community, respected and prosperous. His grandfather and great-grandfather had been Lübeck citizens before him. The family business, Johann Siegmund Mann, had celebrated its centenary during Thomas's boyhood. The family home stood on the Bäckergrube, one of the finest streets in Lübeck. It was a grand house, filled with heavy furniture and family portraits, with servants and silver and all the trappings of bourgeois success. Young Thomas grew up surrounded by respectability. But his mother was different. Julia da Silva Bruns had been born in Brazil, the daughter of a German plantation owner and a Portuguese Creole mother. She had been brought to Germany at the age of 7, raised by relatives, educated in the European manner. But she carried within her something that her husband's Lübeck relatives never quite understood: a love of music, of art, of the life of feeling rather than commerce. She was beautiful and dark-eyed, with an artist's temperament hidden beneath the proper exterior of a senator's wife. Musicians frequented their house. The piano was never silent for long. The world of art and beauty existed alongside the world of grain prices and merchant ledgers. It was through his mother that the young Thomas Mann was exposed to music, especially the operas of Richard Wagner. He would remember those evenings all his life, the music washing over him, the sense of being transported to another world. Wagner would remain his great passion, his troubling love, the composer whose genius and whose dangerous politics would haunt his work for decades. Thomas was the second son. His older brother Heinrich would also become a writer, and eventually a rival whose political views would lead to years of estrangement. But in childhood, the two boys shared their mother's artistic temperament, her sensitivity, her sense that there was more to life than the counting house. There were also sisters, Julia and Carla, and a younger brother, Victor, but it was Thomas and Heinrich who would carry the family's artistic aspirations into the world. Thomas loathed school. He failed to meet its requirements with what he later described as an innate and paralysing resistance to any external demands. The Catharineum, Lübeck's venerable gymnasium, could make nothing of him. He was not stupid, far from it, but he refused to perform. He dreamed and wrote poetry and waited for his real life to begin. He was designated to take over the family grain firm, but everyone who knew him understood that this was impossible. He was not made for commerce. He was made for something else. The question was whether that something else would ever amount to anything. In 1891, when Thomas was 15, his father died. Senator Mann left careful instructions in his will. The grain business was to be liquidated. He knew his sons. He knew they would never carry on the family tradition. Better to sell than to watch them destroy what generations had built. The family moved to Munich, a centre of art and literature, a city where a young man with artistic ambitions might find his way. Julia Mann took her children south, away from the grey skies and brick churches of Lübeck, into a world of cafes and galleries and bohemian possibility. And find his way Thomas did. The Munich years were formative. He worked briefly at an insurance company, a disaster. He attended lectures at the university, however sporadically. He read voraciously. He wrote stories and sent them to magazines. Slowly, painfully, he learned his craft. He also travelled to Italy with his brother Heinrich, spending months in Rome and Palestine. Italy would become one of his great subjects. The South, the sun, the sensuality that both attracted and frightened his northern Protestant soul. At the age of 26, Thomas Mann published his first novel. It was called Buddenbrooks, and it told the story of the decline of a merchant family in Lübeck over the course of 4 generations. It was, quite openly, the story of his own family, the slow decay of commercial energy, the rise of artistic sensitivity, the transformation from prosperity to decadence. The novel drew on everything he knew: the family home on the Becker Gruber, the senator father with his public dignity and private doubts, the artistic mother who didn't quite belong, the children who couldn't carry on the tradition, the long, slow decline from merchant, vigour to aesthetic refinement to collapse. The Lübeck patricians were not pleased. They recognised themselves in its pages, or thought they did. They called it a scandalous Roman éclat, a betrayal of their caste. For years, Mann would receive angry letters from Lübeck, from people who claimed he had libelled their families. but the rest of Germany embraced it. Buddenbrooks became a bestseller, then a classic. It would eventually help earn its author the Nobel Prize. The young man who had failed at school, who couldn't hold down a job at an insurance company, had written one of the great novels of the German language. By 1912, when Thomas Mann boarded that train to Davos, he was already famous. He had married Katia Pringsheim in 1905, the daughter of a wealthy Munich family, a woman of intelligence and beauty, who would become his lifelong partner and the mother of his 6 children. Katia was remarkable in her own right. Her father was a distinguished mathematician. Her mother came from the wealthy Dome family, known for their progressive politics. Katia herself had been one of the first women to audit university lectures in Munich. She was brilliant, cultured, and devoted to her difficult, demanding husband. He had published short stories and novellas that had established him as a master of German prose. Tonio Kröger, a story about an artist torn between his bourgeois origins and his artistic calling. Tristan, a darkly comic tale set in a sanatorium, a hint of things to come. Most recently, he had completed Death in Venice. This novella told the story of Gustav von Aschenbach, a celebrated writer who travels to Venice and becomes obsessed with a beautiful Polish boy named Tadzio. As Aschenbach's obsession grows, a cholera epidemic sweeps through the city. He refuses to leave, refuses to tear himself away from the object of his desire. Eventually he dies on the beach, watching Tadzio wade into the sea. Death in Venice was partly autobiographical. Mann and his wife had vacationed in Venice the previous year, staying at the Grand Hotel des Bains on the Lido. There he had encountered a young Polish boy who fascinated him, the same boy who would become Tadzio in the novella. He had also witnessed the early stages of a cholera outbreak. The authorities were covering it up, afraid of scaring away tourists. But the disease was there, lurking in the canals and alleyways. He had turned these experiences into literature, into a meditation on beauty and death, on desire and dissolution. The novella was received as a masterpiece, but Mann was already thinking about his next project, something lighter perhaps, something that would revisit the same themes, enchantment, death, the spell of illness, but in a more satirical mode. He was thinking about tuberculosis, about sanatoriums, about those strange mountain communities where the sick and the healthy lived together in a world apart. And now, as the train climbed toward Davos, he was about to experience that world firsthand. The Wald Sanatorium had opened just the year before in 1911. It was one of the newest and most modern of Davos's many medical institutions, a palace of healing perched on the mountainside above the town. Its director, Dr. Friedrich Jessen, was known for his progressive methods and his belief in the curative power of mountain air. Katia Mann had been among its first patients. She had arrived in March with what doctors believed was tuberculosis. For nearly 3 months she had followed the prescribed regimen: rest on the cure terrace, rich food, hours of stillness in the mountain air. She had written letters to her husband describing daily life in the sanatorium. The meals, 5 enormous meals per day, designed to build up the wasted bodies of the consumptives, the fellow patients, a strange mix of nationalities and temperaments, united only by their illness. The strange atmosphere of a community where death was always present but rarely discussed. These letters are lost now, but their influence remains. They gave Thomas Mann his first glimpse into a world that would obsess him for the next 12 years. A world where time seemed to stand still, where conversations about death were as common as conversations about the weather, where the healthy became infected not just with disease, but with a certain way of thinking, a certain enchantment. When he arrived at the sanatorium in May, Thomas Mann did not simply visit his wife. He immersed himself in the sanatorium life. He sat on the balcony beside her, wrapped in the same kind of camel hair blanket that all the patients used. He breathed the thin, alpine air. He observed the doctors and nurses going about their rounds. He listened to the conversations between patients. He noted the rituals and routines. He absorbed the peculiar atmosphere of this place, what he would later call a mixture of death and amusement. And then, as we have heard, a doctor examined him and found a moist spot on his lung. Would he like to stay for 3 months? Would he like to take the cure himself? Thomas Mann said no. He had children waiting for him in Munich, books to write, a life to live. He could not surrender to the mountain spell, however seductive it might be. But the question stayed with him. What if he had said yes? What if he had surrendered? What if he had stayed? The novel he would write imagined the answer. The novel that Thomas Mann began writing in 1913 opens with a young man on a train. His name is Hans Castorp. He's 23 years old, an engineer from Hamburg, and he is travelling to the Swiss Alps to visit his cousin Joachim Siemsen. Joachim has been at the Berghof Sanatorium for several months, being treated for tuberculosis. Hans plans to stay for 3 weeks, just long enough to keep his cousin company, before returning to the flatlands to begin his career. 3 weeks, 21 days, a brief interruption in the orderly progression of a young bourgeois life. Hans will visit, he will rest, he will breathe the famous mountain air, and then he will descend to the real world below, to engineering projects and business concerns and all the productive activities of modern life. This is what Hans believes. This is what the reader believes, at least at first. But the mountain has other plans. Mann introduces his protagonist with careful irony. Hans Castorp is ordinary, thoroughly, deliberately ordinary. He is not particularly intelligent or gifted. He has no great passions, no burning ambitions. He is simply a young man of his class and time, a product of Hamburg's merchant culture, destined to build ships and make money and live the respectable life his family expects. He has recently passed his engineering exams and is about to take a position at the shipyard of Tunder and Wilms. Everything is prepared. His future is mapped out. All he needs to do is follow the path that has been laid before him. But first, this brief holiday in the mountains. 3 weeks to visit his cousin, 3 weeks to see the sanatorium that everyone talks about, 3 weeks to breathe the famous air. The journey itself is significant. Mann devotes pages to Hans's ascent from the flatlands to the mountain. The train climbs and climbs. The air grows thinner. The landscape becomes more dramatic. It is as though Hans is travelling not just to a different place, but to a different world entirely. From the moment Hans arrives, something is different. The air is thinner, his heart beats faster. Colours seem more vivid, sounds more distinct. Even time itself seems to move differently. The hours stretch and compress in ways that the flatlands never permitted. His cousin Joachim meets him at the station. Joachim is a soldier, or would be, if only he could get well. His greatest desire is to leave the sanatorium, to descend to the flatlands, to begin his military career. But the doctors keep finding reasons for him to stay. His fever persists. His lungs are not yet healed. Just a few more months, they tell him. Just a little longer. Hans is struck by how natural this all seems to Joachim. The routine of the sanatorium has become his cousin's entire world. The morning rest cure, the 5 enormous meals per day, the temperature taking, the x-rays, the consultations with doctors. Joachim speaks of these things as if they were the normal substance of existence. And indeed, at the Berghof they are. The sanatorium itself is like a grand hotel perched on the mountainside with views in every direction. It has elegant public rooms and private balconies, a library and a dining room, gardens and walking paths. The patients live in comfort, even luxury. But beneath the elegance lies the ever-present reality of illness and death. Hans is shown to his room, a pleasant chamber with a balcony overlooking the valley. The furniture is solid and comfortable. The walls are thick enough to muffle the sounds of the neighbouring patients. It could be a room in any good hotel. Except that the room's previous occupant died here just 2 days ago. The sheets have been changed and the room has been aired, but the death still lingers somehow. It is the first of many deaths that Hans will encounter at the Berghof. The sanatorium has its own customs, its own hierarchies, its own way of measuring time. New patients are called horizontal. They must spend their days lying on the cure terraces, forbidden from walking or exerting themselves. More advanced patients are granted increasing freedoms, allowed to walk in the gardens, to take excursions into the surrounding mountains. But no one, it seems, ever truly leaves, or if they do, they often return. The mountain has a way of claiming its own. Hans meets the chief physician, Hofrat Behrens, a tall, melancholic, wryly humorous man who has lived at the sanatorium for years. Behrens' own wife died here of tuberculosis, and he stayed on when he discovered that he too was infected. Now he presides over this community of the sick with a mixture of professional competence and dark humour. Behrens paints in his spare time, portraits of the patients mostly. He has painted Klavdia Shosha, the Russian woman who will become Hans's obsession. His medical eye and his artist eye see the same things: the signs of illness, the pallor of the skin, the particular beauty that consumption sometimes gives its victims. There is also Dr. Krakowski, who handles the psychological aspects of treatment. He is a bearded man with a penetrating gaze, given to wearing sandals and speaking in suggestive terms about the unconscious. He believes that illness has its roots in repressed desires, that physical disease is often the manifestation of psychological conflict. His lectures are well attended by the patients, who have little else to occupy their time. The lectures are about love, mostly, about the hidden workings of desire and repression. The patients listen, fascinated and uncomfortable, wondering what their own illnesses might reveal about their secret selves. Hans intends to observe all of this as an outsider. He is healthy after all. He is just visiting. In 3 weeks, he will return to Hamburg, to his uncle's shipping firm, to the life that awaits him in the flatlands. But on the very first evening, something happens. During dinner, he notices a woman across the dining room. She has high cheekbones, slightly slanted eyes, and a peculiar habit of letting doors slam behind her. Her name is Klavdia Shosha. She's Russian, married but alone, and she has been at the sanatorium on and off for years. Hans watches her. He cannot stop watching her. There is something about her face, something about the way she moves, that reminds him of someone from his past. A boy named Pribislav Hipper from his school days, a friend with whom he shared a single charged encounter. He does not understand this fascination. He does not want to understand it. But from this moment forward, Klavdia Shosha will become his obsession. And then, within days of his arrival, Hans develops symptoms. A cold, perhaps, a mild infection. His face feels flushed. His heartbeat is irregular. There is a strange taste in his mouth, the taste of blood, perhaps, though he cannot be sure. Hofrat Behrens examines him and discovers what the real Thomas Mann's doctor had discovered in 1912, a moist spot on his lung. Would Hans like to stay for treatment? Would he like to take the cure? Unlike Thomas Mann, Hans Castorp says yes. What does it mean to stay on the mountain? The first thing Hans discovers is that time moves differently here. In the flatlands, time is marked by activity, by work and appointments, and the forward progress of a career. But at the Berghof, there is no work to be done. The patient's only job is to rest, to eat, to breathe, to wait. The days blur together. Monday becomes indistinguishable from Wednesday. The weeks accumulate without marking. The seasons change. Summer gives way to autumn, autumn to the deep snows of winter. But the routine remains constant. Rest cure at 9, lunch at noon, rest cure at 2, dinner at 7. The same balcony, the same blankets, the same view of the mountains. Thomas Mann called his novel a Zeitroman, a novel about time, not just because it was set in a particular historical era, but because time itself is the novel's subject. The sanatorium exists outside of ordinary time. It is a place where the normal rules do not apply. The novel's structure mirrors this distortion. The first day at the Berghof takes over 100 pages to describe. The second day takes almost as long, but later, entire years pass in a single chapter. Time expands and contracts according to the logic of experience rather than the clock. Hans begins to lose track of how long he has been at the Berghof. Was it 3 weeks, 3 months, longer? His letters home grow less frequent. His thoughts of Hamburg, of his engineering career, of the life that awaits him in the flatlands grow dimmer and more distant. The mountain is casting its spell. Part of this spell is the routine itself. The 5 meals per day are enormous, intended to build up the wasted bodies of the consumptives, to provide the calories needed to fight the disease. Breakfast, second breakfast, lunch, tea, dinner, rich foods, heavy foods, milk and eggs and butter and meat. The patients eat and rest, their bodies growing softer even as their lungs struggle to heal. There is something almost obscene about this abundance of food in the midst of wasting disease. But the logic is medical. The body needs fuel to fight the bacillus. Part of the spell is the enforced stillness. During the rest cure, patients are forbidden to read, to talk, to do anything that might agitate the mind or body. They must simply lie there, wrapped in blankets against the mountain cold, breathing the thin air, staring at the sky. And part of the spell is the obsession with symptoms. Every patient takes their temperature multiple times daily, keeping the thermometer in their mouth for exactly 7 minutes. One of many 7s that recur throughout the novel. Every fluctuation is noted, analysed, discussed. A rise of a few tenths of a degree becomes a matter of intense concern. A decline is cause for celebration. The body becomes the sole focus of attention. Normal life, with its distractions and diversions, falls away. There is only the body, the temperature, the hope of healing. Hans finds himself drawn into this obsession. He purchases his own thermometer, an expensive precision instrument, and monitors his temperature with growing fascination. He learns to read the subtle signs of his body, to interpret every flush and chill. His moist spot becomes the centre of his existence. But is he really sick? This is the question that hovers over the novel, just as it hovered over Katia Mann's actual diagnosis. The doctors at the Berghof find evidence of illness. They prescribe treatment. They find reasons for Hans to stay. But the reader begins to wonder whether the illness is real, or whether it is an excuse, a reason to stay on the mountain, to escape the demands of life below. Perhaps Hans wants to be sick. Perhaps illness is a form of freedom. For there is something seductive about illness, something liberating about being excused from the normal obligations of existence. At the Berghof, Hans has no responsibilities, no work to complete, no career to build. He can spend his days in contemplation, in conversation, in the slow accumulation of experience. The German word for this state is Krankheit, sickness, but there is another word that applies, Versuchung, temptation. The sanatorium offers the temptation of withdrawal, of escape from life's demands. It is a temptation that many of the patients have succumbed to. The flatlands come to seem impossibly distant. When letters arrive from Hamburg, they feel like messages from another world, a world of commerce and industry and practical concerns, a world where time marches forward, where things get done, where life has purpose and direction. His uncle writes, asking about his plans. His friends write, wondering when he will return. The engineering firm writes, reminding him that his position cannot be held indefinitely. But these communications seem increasingly irrelevant. They belong to a life that Hans is no longer sure he wants. But on the mountain, there is no forward movement. There is only the eternal present of the cure. There is only the routine, the meals, the rest cure, the conversations, the temperature taking. There is only the waiting. 3 weeks becomes 3 months. 3 months becomes a year. Hans stops mentioning his departure date. He stops thinking about Hamburg. The mountain has claimed him. This is the enchantment that Thomas Mann experienced during his 3-week visit in 1912. He could have stayed. The doctor had invited him to stay. He had felt the mountain's pull, the seductive promise of illness, the strange peace of a world where normal life was suspended. He chose to leave. His character does not. And in not leaving, Hans Castorp opens himself to experiences that would never have been possible in the flatlands. He opens himself to philosophy, to ideas, to the great debates that will consume the rest of the novel. He opens himself to questions about life and death, about the meaning of existence, about the nature of time itself. He opens himself to love and to death. If time is the novel's structure, ideas are its substance. Hans Castorp arrives at the Berghof as an ordinary young man, well-meaning but intellectually unremarkable. He has received the standard education of his class, but he has never thought deeply about philosophy or politics or the meaning of existence. He has accepted the world as he found it. The mountain will change this. His first educator is Lodovico Settembrini, an Italian man of letters who has been at the Sanatorium for years. Settembrini is a humanist, an apostle of the Enlightenment, a believer in reason and progress and the dignity of man. He speaks in elaborate, beautifully constructed sentences. He quotes the classics. He sees himself as a representative of civilization itself. Settembrini comes from a distinguished Italian family. His grandfather fought with Mazzini for Italian unification. His father was a classical scholar and freethinker. Settembrini himself works on a great encyclopedia of suffering, a catalogue of all the ways that human beings have been oppressed and tortured throughout history, compiled in order to prevent such suffering from ever happening again. He is, in his way, an idealist. He believes that education can improve humanity. He believes that reason can triumph over superstition. He believes that the future will be better than the past. Settembrini takes Hans under his wing. He warns him about the dangers of the mountain, not just the physical dangers of tuberculosis, but the spiritual dangers of enchantment. The sanatorium, Settembrini believes, encourages a kind of moral lassitude. It makes people fall in love with death rather than life. It seduces them away from the active, productive existence that gives human life its meaning. Flee this place, Settembrini urges. Return to the flatlands. Take up your work, your career, your responsibilities. Do not let the mountain claim you. His favourite word is placet, the Latin for "it is pleasing." It pleases him when Hans shows signs of intellectual awakening. It displeases him when Hans falls under the mountain's spell. Hans listens, fascinated. He has never met anyone like Settembrini. No one who speaks with such passion about ideas, who sees the world as a battleground of competing philosophies. The Italian opens doors in Hans's mind that have never been opened before. But he does not flee. He stays. And in staying, he encounters Settembrini's opposite. Leo Nafta is a Jew who has converted to Catholicism and been educated by the Jesuits. His story is extraordinary. Born into poverty in a Galician village, he witnessed his father's murder by a pogrom when he was a child. The Jesuits took him in, educated him, converted him. Now he lives in Davos, too ill to continue his work as a teacher, but still formidably intelligent. Where Settembrini represents the Enlightenment, Nafta represents its opposite: authority, tradition, the rejection of humanist optimism. He believes that the modern world has lost its way, that reason without faith leads to chaos, that humanity needs the discipline of absolute truth. He is small, sharp-featured, and dressed always in elegant black. His rooms are filled with religious art, a pieta, crucifixes, images of suffering and martyrdom. He takes a dark pleasure in argument, in reducing his opponents to confusion and despair. The two men despise each other. Settembrini calls Nafta a terrorist and a nihilist. Nafta calls Settembrini a windbag and a fool. They cannot be in the same room without arguing. And yet they are drawn together, locked in endless debates that Hans witnesses with growing fascination. These debates form the intellectual heart of the novel. Settembrini argues for democracy, for tolerance, for human rights. Nafta argues for hierarchy, for discipline, for the submission of the individual to higher powers. They debate war and peace, art and commerce, life and death. What is progress? Settembrini believes in it absolutely. The forward march of reason, the gradual improvement of humanity. Nafta calls this a delusion. History is not a line but a circle. Civilizations rise and fall. The idea that modern humanity is superior to its ancestors is merely arrogance. What is freedom? For Settembrini, it is the highest value, the right of individuals to determine their own destinies. For Nafta, it is a curse. Freedom without guidance leads only to chaos and despair. Human beings need discipline, hierarchy, truth imposed from above. Neither wins, neither can win. That is the point. Thomas Mann wrote much of this material during the First World War, when the ideas that Settembrini and Nafta represent were tearing Europe apart. The novel became a battlefield for the same conflicts that were playing out in the trenches of France and Belgium. Reason versus tradition. Progress versus authority. The Enlightenment versus its enemies. Mann's own sympathies were complicated. At the start of the war, he had sided against the Enlightenment. He had written essays defending German culture against what he saw as the shallow rationalism of the West. He had quarrelled bitterly with his brother Heinrich, who supported the democracies. But as the war dragged on, as the carnage mounted, his views began to shift. The novel reflects this internal struggle. Neither Settembrini nor Nafta is simply right or wrong. Both articulate genuine insights. Both are also deeply flawed. Settembrini's humanism can seem naive and self-satisfied. His faith in progress seems increasingly hollow in a world preparing for industrial slaughter. Nafta's authoritarianism leads ultimately to nihilism, a worship of death that negates everything he claims to believe. Hans listens to them both. He absorbs their arguments. He is educated by their conflict. But he's never simply a student. The novel's great achievement is that Hans Castorp, this ordinary young man, this unremarkable engineer from Hamburg, becomes wiser than his teachers. He finds a position between their extremes, a synthesis that neither of them can achieve. This synthesis will be articulated most clearly in the novel's central chapter, a chapter called Snow. But before we reach that moment, we must speak of love. For Hans's education is not only intellectual, it is also emotional, and at its centre is Klavdia Chochal. For months, Hans watches Klavdia from across the dining room. He does not speak to her. He does not introduce himself. The social conventions of the sanatorium do not permit such forwardness. Patients are introduced formally or not at all. A young German engineer cannot simply approach a married Russian woman and declare his interest. So, he watches. He learns her schedule. He positions himself where he will see her. In the dining room, in the corridors, in the gardens. He becomes, in his quiet way, obsessed. What is it about her? She is not conventionally beautiful. Her face is too broad, her cheekbones too pronounced. She has what the Germans call Kyrgyz eyes, slightly slanted, suggesting something Asiatic, something foreign, something other. And yet Hans cannot look away. There is something about her face, something about the way she moves that holds him captive. It is as though he has known her before, in some previous life or some forgotten dream. He realizes gradually what this feeling means. Klavdia reminds him of someone, a boy named Pribislav Hipper whom he knew in school, a boy with the same Kyrgyz eyes, the same high cheekbones, a boy with whom he shared a single, charged encounter. This is one of the novel's most daring elements. Hans's love for Klavdia is bound up with a memory of boyhood desire, of feelings that were never acknowledged or expressed. He once borrowed a pencil from Pribislav Hipper, and the exchange was invested with an intensity that he never understood and never forgot. The mountain, which suspends normal rules of time, also suspends normal rules of propriety. It allows Hans to feel things that Hamburg would never have permitted. It allows him to acknowledge desires that the flatlands would have kept hidden. Settembrini warns him. Stay away from the Asiatic, he says, using a word that reveals his own prejudices. He sees Klavdia as a representative of everything he opposes, the irrational, the sensual, the Eastern. She is disorder in female form. She is ill, he says. She is soft, she is lax. She lets doors slam behind her because she has no discipline, no self-control. She will drag you down into her softness. Hans cannot stay away. He borrows a pencil from her, an act that echoes his long-ago encounter with Pribislav Hipper. He learns her routines. He listens for the sound of her door slamming. He becomes, in his quiet way, her devotee. And then comes carnival night. Once a year the Berghof celebrates Fasching, the carnival that precedes Lent. Patients don costumes and masks. The normal hierarchies are suspended. Wine flows freely. For one night, everyone pretends to be someone else. It is a dangerous night. The sick pretend to be healthy. The proper pretend to be wild. Rules that govern daily life are temporarily suspended. Anything might happen. Hans approaches Klavdia at last. They speak. He uses the intimate form of address, du rather than sie, a liberty that would be unthinkable under normal circumstances. In German, to use du with a stranger is either an insult or an intimacy. Hans means it as intimacy. They speak in French, neither's native language, but a language in which difficult things might be said more easily. Hans tells her of his love, of his months of watching, of the dreams that have consumed him. She is not surprised. She has known. Perhaps she has been waiting. That night they consummate their passion. The details are not given. Mann was a discreet writer, and the scene unfolds largely through implication, but the implication is clear. Hans enters her room. He does not leave until morning. It is the only night they will have. The next morning, Klavdia leaves the sanatorium. She has been planning this departure for weeks. She returns to her husband, to whatever life awaits her in Russia. She leaves Hans only a memento, an X-ray photograph of her diseased lungs, which he will treasure like a love token. Hans is devastated, but he does not follow her. He does not leave the mountain. Instead, he waits. He waits for 3 more years. This is the strange mathematics of love on the mountain. One night becomes an eternity. 3 years of waiting become a mere interlude. Time stretches and compresses according to its own logic. During these years, Hans continues his education. He reads books from the sanatorium library, books on anatomy, on physiology, on the nature of life itself. He listens to the debates between Settembrini and Nafta. He observes the other patients, watching as some recover and descend to the flatlands, watching as others decline and die. His cousin Joachim finally leaves. He can wait no longer for the doctor's permission. He descends to the flatlands, takes up his military career, becomes the soldier he always wanted to be. But the mountain is not finished with him. Within months, Joachim returns. His illness has flared again. This time there will be no recovery. Hans watches his cousin die, watches him slip away in a scene of terrible pathos, still trying to salute, still the soldier at the end. It is the death that affects Hans most deeply. Joachim was his connection to the flatlands, his link to normal life. With Joachim gone, the mountain's hold on Hans is complete. And then, years after her departure, Klavdia Chosha returns. But she is not alone. The man who accompanies Klavdia is unlike anyone Hans has encountered at the Berghof. His name is Mynheer Peperkorn. He is Dutch, a former coffee planter from Java, and he is enormously wealthy. He is also old, sick, and possessed of a personality so overwhelming that everyone around him is drawn into his orbit like planets around a sun. Peperkorn is massive, a great bear of a man with a leonine head and piercing eyes. He dominates every room he enters, not through force or aggression, but through sheer presence. When he speaks, everyone listens, even though he rarely finishes a sentence. This is the strangest thing about him. Peperkorn cannot complete a thought. His speech trails off into fragments, into gestures, into inarticulate but somehow eloquent silences. He raises a finger, makes a gesture, and everyone nods as though he has said something profound. Life, gentlemen, he begins. Life is, that is to say, in short, but enough. And somehow this is enough. His presence fills in what his words leave out. Where Settembrini and Nafta are all words, all ideas, Peperkorn is pure life force. He represents something that cannot be captured in arguments or philosophies, the irrational vitality that makes existence worthwhile. Thomas Mann based this character partly on Gerhard Hauptmann, a famous German poet whom Mann both admired and resented. Hauptmann was a towering figure in German letters, a Nobel laureate, a literary celebrity, a man who commanded attention wherever he went. But Mann found him intellectually disappointing, a great presence with little substance. The portrait in the novel is affectionate but also satirical. Peperkorn is magnificent but also absurd, a giant who cannot express the simplest thought. He is the critic's nightmare, a man who cannot be analysed because there is nothing to analyse, only presence. Hans should hate him. This is the man who has taken Klavdia. This is his rival. For 3 years, Hans has waited for her return, dreaming of their one night together, treasuring the X-ray of her lungs. And now she returns on the arm of another man. But Hans finds himself drawn to Pieperkorn instead. The two men become friends. They drink together. Pieperkorn drinks enormously, a connoisseur of wines and liquors. They talk, or rather Pieperkorn speaks in fragments while Hans listens, trying to decipher meaning from gesture and intonation. There is something generous in this friendship. Hans has learned during his years on the mountain to set aside jealousy. He has learned that love is not possession, that people cannot be owned. Klavdia belongs to no one, not even to herself. She moves through life like a force of nature, taking and leaving as the spirit moves her. Or perhaps it is simpler. Perhaps Pieperkorn is simply impossible to resist. His personality is a force of nature, as irresistible as gravity. Even Settembrini and Nafta fall silent in his presence, their arguments suddenly seeming petty and abstract. But Pieperkorn is dying. The vitality that animates him is flickering. He feels it failing, feels himself becoming impotent, a word that has both sexual and existential meaning. He can no longer be the life force he has always been. His body is betraying him. His spirit is dimming. He speaks of this to Hans, in his fragmentary way. The greatest sin, he says, is failure of feeling. To be alive and not feel alive, this is the unforgivable thing. Better to die than to lose the capacity for life. One day, he gathers a small group of friends for a picnic by a waterfall. It is a beautiful day. The water crashes over the rocks. Nature displays itself in all its overwhelming power. Pieperkorn leads them to the waterfall's edge and begins to speak, but the roar of the water drowns out his words. No one can hear him. His gestures become more and more emphatic, but his voice is lost in the thunder of the cascade. It is perhaps the perfect image of his life. All presence, no content. All gesture, no words. Magnificent and absurd at once. That night Pieperkorn kills himself. He has chosen to end his life while he still can, before the vitality drains away completely. It is an act of will, a final assertion of control over a body that has begun to betray him. He uses a clever device of his own invention, a kind of spring-loaded poison needle. Even his death is elaborate, theatrical. Hans grieves, Klavdia grieves, and then, once again, she leaves. This time, Hans knows she will not return. This time, he does not wait. Before Pieperkorn's arrival, before Klavdia's return, there is a moment that stands at the centre of the novel. Hans has taken up skiing. It is one of the few physical activities permitted to the patients, a way to exercise the lungs in the cold mountain air. Day after day, he ventures into the snowfields above the sanatorium, exploring the wilderness that surrounds the Berghof. The skiing is solitary and meditative. Hans glides across the snow, alone with his thoughts, the sanatorium shrinking to a speck below him. Up here, the debates of Settembrini and Nafta seem very far away. There is only the snow and the sky and the rhythm of his movements. One afternoon he goes too far. A storm blows in without warning. Within minutes he is lost in a whiteout, unable to see more than a few feet in any direction, unable to find his way back to the sanatorium. He skis in circles, though he does not know it. The storm grows worse. His strength begins to fail. The cold seeps into his bones. He knows, with growing certainty, that he is going to die. He takes shelter against a hay barn, a rough structure used by farmers in summer, now half buried in snow. He sits there, his back against the wooden wall, feeling the cold claim him. He is dying. He knows this. The cold is too intense, the storm too severe. No one knows where he has gone. He will freeze to death within hours. And as he sits there, waiting for death, he falls asleep. He dreams. The dream is the most remarkable passage in the novel. It is the moment toward which everything has been building. The synthesis that Hans achieves, the wisdom that goes beyond both Settembrini and NAFTA. At first, Hans finds himself on a Mediterranean shore. The sun is warm, the sea is blue. Beautiful people move through a classical landscape. Young men and women of perfect form, engaged in games and conversations and gentle love. It is paradise. It is everything the mountain is not. He sees children playing on the sand. He sees mothers nursing infants. He sees old people sitting in the shade watching the young with benevolent eyes. It is a vision of human life as it might be, harmonious, beautiful, at peace with itself. But the dream changes. Hans is drawn toward a temple at the edge of the landscape. It stands apart from the sunny scenes below, its columns casting deep shadows. Something compels him to enter, something he does not understand. Inside, he finds something terrible. Two old women crouch over a child. They are tearing it apart. They are eating its flesh. Blood stains their mouths, their hands, the floor beneath them. The horror is indescribable. Hans wants to flee, wants to wake, wants to unsee what he has seen. But he cannot move. He can only watch as the hags continue their terrible feast. And then he understands. The beautiful people outside know about this horror. It is part of their world. They live their graceful, harmonious lives in full knowledge of the temple and what happens within it. The paradise and the horror exist together, inseparable. Hans wakes from this vision with a single insight. It is the most important sentence in the novel, set in space type in the German original, to emphasize its significance. For the sake of goodness and love, man shall let death have no sovereignty over his thoughts. This is Hans's synthesis. This is what he has learned from Settembrini and NAFTA, from Klavdia and Pieperkorn, from all his years on the mountain. Death is real. Horror is real. The temple and its horrors cannot be denied or wished away. But life must not be governed by them. Love must not be conquered by them. We must acknowledge death and still choose life. We must know the horror and still act with goodness and love. The storm clears. Hans finds his way back to the sanatorium. He has survived. But here is the strange thing. Within days, Hans forgets his vision. The insight fades. The words that seemed so clear in the snow become confused and uncertain in the warmth of the Berghof. The mountain reclaims him. Its spell is unbroken. This forgetting is perhaps the most honest thing in the novel. Epiphanies rarely last. Insights fade. We return to our habitual ways of being, even when we have glimpsed something higher. The vision in the snow was real, but it could not survive the return to ordinary life. Hans will not remember his vision when he needs it most. Let us step back from the novel for a moment and consider the real Davos, the town that Thomas Mann visited in 1912, the place that would become the Berghof in his imagination. Davos sits at an altitude of 1,500 metres in the Graubünden Alps, high enough that the air is thin and cold, low enough that life is still possible. In the 19th century, it was a small farming community, its people scraping a living from the rocky soil and sparse pastures. Everything changed when Dr. Alexander Spengler arrived. If you have travelled with us before to Davos, to the episode about that alpine town that tuberculosis built, you know Spengler's story. He was a German doctor who came to Davos in 1853, suffering from tuberculosis himself. The mountain air seemed to help him. He began to wonder if it might help others. Spengler became convinced that the particular combination of altitude, dry air and sunshine in Davos could benefit tubercular patients. He began recommending it to his patients. Others followed. By the 1860s, the first sanatoriums were being built. The Davos that Thomas Mann visited in 1912 was the product of this medical gold rush. The town had been transformed. Where once there were scattered farmhouses, now there were grand sanatoriums, buildings like ocean liners run aground on the mountainside, their balconies facing south to catch the sun. The Schatzalp, opened in 1900, was one of the grandest. Built in the Art Nouveau style, it, perched on a ridge above the town, accessible only by funicular railway. Its patients were wealthy, its facilities luxurious. It is the model for Mann's fictional Berghof. The Wald-Sanatorium, where Katja actually stayed, was newer, opened just in 1911. It was a forest sanatorium, set among pine trees on the mountainside above the town. Its director, Dr. Friedrich Jessen, was known for his modern methods. Life in these sanatoriums followed a strict routine. Patients spent hours each day on the cure terrace, lying in reclining chairs, wrapped in blankets, breathing the cold mountain air. They ate enormous meals, 5 per day, rich in fats and proteins, designed to build up their wasted bodies. They took their temperature obsessively. They submitted to X-rays and examinations. They lived suspended between hope and fear, never knowing whether they would recover or decline. The sanatoriums were also social worlds. Patients came from across Europe, from Germany and Russia, from England and France, from Italy and Austria. They were thrown together by their illness, united by their common fate. Romances flourished, friendships formed. The boundary between patient and visitor, between sick and healthy, was permeable and uncertain. Mann captured all of this in his novel. The 5 meals per day, the cure terraces, the obsessive temperature taking, the strange society of the sick. But he transformed it too, making the sanatorium into a symbol of something larger, a microcosm of European civilization before the catastrophe. By 1912, that catastrophe was only 2 years away. The world that Mann observed at the Wald-Sanatorium, the elegant society of the sick, the debates between humanists and authoritarians, the enchantment with death, was about to be swept away by war. The sanatoriums themselves would survive for another 4 decades, until antibiotics made the mountain cure obsolete. But the world they represented, the world of pre-war Europe, with its certainties and its illusions, would end in August of 1914. Mann did not know this when he visited. He could not have known. But by the time he finished his novel 12 years later, the catastrophe had happened. The novel that began as satire had become prophecy. We must now consider the man behind the novel, consider the circumstances in which it was written. Thomas Mann began writing The Magic Mountain in 1913, just over a year after his visit to Davos. He intended it to be a short satirical piece, a companion to death in Venice, exploring similar themes in a more humorous mode. Perhaps 100 pages, perhaps he could finish it in a year. Then, in the summer of 1914, the world exploded. The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand in Sarajevo set in motion a chain of events that would destroy the Europe Thomas Mann had known. Austria declared war on Serbia. Russia mobilized. Germany declared war on Russia and France. Britain entered the conflict. Within weeks, millions of men were marching toward trenches where they would die in numbers that defied comprehension. Mann, like many German intellectuals, initially supported the war. He saw it as a defense of German culture against what he perceived as the shallow materialism of the West. Germany represented depth, inwardness, the life of the spirit. France and England represented surface, commerce, the life of mere reason. This is a position that seems incomprehensible now, but it was common among German intellectuals in 1914. They believed that German culture was superior to Western civilization, that Germany represented something deeper and more authentic than the democracies of the West. Mann threw himself into this argument. He wrote essays defending Germany, defending the war, defending what he saw as German values. He quarrelled bitterly with his brother Heinrich, who opposed the war and embraced the democratic values of France. The brothers stopped speaking. Their estrangement would last for years. It was a painful rupture. Two brothers who had grown up together, who had shared their mother's artistic temperament, now divided by politics and war. And still Mann worked on his novel, though the work was interrupted constantly. He wrote political essays, gave speeches, engaged in the conflicts of the day. The Magic Mountain lay unfinished, its characters frozen on their mountain while Europe burned. The war dragged on, 4 years that seemed like 40. The trenches became charnel houses. The dead piled up in numbers that numbed the mind. 10 million soldiers would die. 20 million more would be wounded. The flower of a generation was destroyed. By the time the war ended in 1918, everything had changed. The German Empire had fallen. Revolution had swept through the country. The old certainties had been swept away. Mann's own views had begun to shift. The carnage of the war had shaken his confidence in German exceptionalism. The failure of the old order made him reconsider his opposition to democracy. Slowly, painfully, he was coming to see that his position had been wrong. When he returned to the novel, he brought these new perspectives with him. The Magic Mountain became not just a story about a young man in a sanatorium, but an allegory for European civilization itself, a civilization that had been enchanted by dangerous ideas, that had fallen under the spell of death, that had descended into the madness of war. Once. The debates between Settembrini and NAFTA took on new meaning. They were no longer abstract philosophical discussions. They were the ideas that had torn Europe apart. The novel's final pages are among the strangest in literature. For 7 years, Hans Castorp has lived on the mountain. 7 years of rest, cures and debates, of love and death, of time suspended. 7 years while the world below prepared for catastrophe. And then, in August of 1914, the spell breaks. The word comes up the mountain. War has been declared. The European powers are mobilizing. Young men are needed to fight. The sanatorium empties. Patients who have been too sick to leave suddenly find themselves cured, or cured enough to fight. The debates between Settembrini and NAFTA reach their terrible conclusion. They quarrel, they challenge each other to a duel, and NAFTA, in a final gesture of nihilism, shoots himself rather than his opponent. Hans descends. After 7 years, he finally leaves the Berghof. Not because he is cured. We never know whether his illness was real. Not because he has chosen to leave. He could have stayed. He descends because history has summoned him. The final scene finds him on a battlefield somewhere in Flanders. Shells are falling. Men are dying around him. He stumbles forward through the mud and smoke, singing a German song. A love song, oddly, in the midst of all this death. The song is The Linden Tree from Schubert's Winterreise, a song about rest, about the tree that promises peace, about the traveller who is tempted to stop and sleep forever. It is a song about death, and Hans sings it as he marches toward what may be his own death. Thomas Mann does not tell us what happens next. The novel ends with Hans disappearing into the chaos of battle. Will he survive? The narrator offers little hope. Adventures of the flesh and in the spirit, while enhancing thy simplicity, granted thee to know in the spirit what in the flesh thou scarcely could have done. Moments there were, when out of death and the rebellion of the flesh, there came to thee as thou tookest stock of thyself a dream of love, out of this universal feast of death, out of this extremity of fever, kindling the rain-washed evening sky to a fiery glow, may it be that love one day shall mount. The World Festival of Death. This is man's phrase for the war. The war that ended the world he had known. The war that killed millions. The war that made the enchantments of the sanatorium seem almost innocent by comparison. Hans Castorp, who spent 7 years learning to think about death, now faces death itself. Not as philosophy, but as artillery shells and poison gas and bodies piled in, trenches. The abstract debates of Settembrini and NAFTA have become horribly concrete. It is an extraordinary ending, frustrating for readers who want resolution, who want to know whether Hans lives or dies, but true to the novel's vision. The mountain protected its patients from the world, but the world eventually comes for everyone. The enchantment ends, the spell breaks, history claims its own. Thomas Mann finished The Magic Mountain in the summer of 1924. He had worked on it for over 12 years, longer than Hans Castorp spent at the Berghof. The novel that began as a short satire had grown into over 1,000 pages, one of the longest and most complex works of German literature. He was pessimistic about its reception. Germany in 1924 was a wounded nation, defeated in war, convulsed by revolution, devastated by hyperinflation. The economy was only beginning to stabilise. Hitler had just been released from prison after his failed beer hall putsch. Would anyone have the patience for a 1,200-page meditation on time and death? Would anyone expect, Mann wrote, that a harassed public, economically oppressed, would take it on itself to pursue through 1,200 pages the dreamlike ramifications of this figment of thought? The answer surprised him. The Magic Mountain was an immediate success. The first printing sold out almost immediately. Critics hailed it as a masterpiece. Readers devoured it despite its length and difficulty. Within months, it was clear that Mann had written something that would endure. The novel spoke to its moment. The Europe of 1924 was living in the aftermath of the catastrophe that the novel predicted. Readers recognised their world in Mann's pages, the intellectual conflicts, the seductions of death, the enchantments that had led to disaster. The book was both diagnosis and autopsy, explaining how the catastrophe had happened even as it mourned what had been lost. But the novel also transcended its moment. Its themes were universal enough to speak to readers in any era. Time and death, love and illness, the tension between life's demands and the desire to withdraw from them. These are permanent human concerns not bound to any particular place or time. In 1929, Thomas Mann was awarded the Nobel Prize in Literature. The Swedish Academy cited Buddenbrooks as the primary reason for the award, but everyone understood that The Magic Mountain had sealed his reputation. He was now officially one of the greatest writers in the German language. The prize ceremony was held in Stockholm in December. Mann gave his acceptance speech in German, speaking of the relationship between art and democracy, between literature and politics. He was beginning to engage more openly with political questions, questions that would consume the rest of his life. He used the prize money to build a summer cottage in Lithuania, on the Curonian Spit, a narrow strip of land between the Baltic Sea and the Curonian Lagoon. There, in a simple wooden house overlooking the dunes, he worked on his next great project, the tetralogy Joseph and his brothers, which would occupy him for the next 16 years. But the Magic Mountain remained his central achievement. When readers thought of Thomas Mann, they thought of the Sanatorium, the Cure terraces, the debates between Settembrini and NAFTA, Hans Castorp, lost in the snow, glimpsing a truth he could not hold. The mountain had claimed not only Hans but his creator, and through his creation it had claimed millions of readers as well. The 1920s were good years for Thomas Mann. He was wealthy, famous, honoured. He lived in a grand house in Munich with his wife and 6 children. He travelled, lectured, received prizes and honorary degrees. He was by any measure a successful man. But storm clouds were gathering. The Weimar Republic, the democratic government that had replaced the Kaiser after the war, was struggling. Economic instability, political extremism, the humiliation of the Versailles Treaty. All of these undermined confidence in the democratic order. The Republic had enemies on all sides. And a new political movement was rising. The National Socialists, led by Adolf Hitler, offered a vision of national renewal that appealed to many Germans. They promised to restore Germany's greatness, to avenge the defeat of the war, to build a new Reich that would last 1,000 years. Thomas Mann watched this rise with growing alarm. His political views had evolved since the war. He had come to see democracy not as a foreign imposition, but as the best hope for German civilization. He had reconciled with his brother Heinrich. He had begun to speak out against the forces that threatened to destroy everything he valued. In 1930 he gave a speech in Berlin. He called it an appeal to reason. It was a plea for the educated middle class and the working class to unite against the Nazis, against what he called the inhuman fanaticism of the National Socialists. The speech was courageous. It was also dangerous. The audience was hostile, filled with Nazi sympathizers who heckled and interrupted. The newspapers attacked him. The Nazis marked him as an enemy. 3 years later, in 1933, Hitler became Chancellor of Germany. The democratic experiment was over. The 1,000-year Reich had begun. Thomas Mann was not in Germany when it happened. He and Katja were on vacation in Switzerland, enjoying the Alps that had inspired the Magic Mountain. They had planned to stay a few weeks and then return home. They received word from their children. Do not come back. Your writings have been blacklisted. Your home has been searched. You are not safe. Their eldest children, Erika and Klaus, who had already fled to France, confirmed the warning. The Nazis were arresting their enemies. Mann's name was on the list. They never returned to Germany, not for decades. Not until after the war, after Hitler was dead, after the Reich lay in ruins. The house in Munich, with its library and manuscripts, its memories and possessions, was lost to them. At first, Mann tried to remain apolitical. He published cautiously. He did not denounce the regime openly. He feared for his property, for his books, for the German audience he had cultivated his entire life. Perhaps he thought he could wait out the madness. Perhaps Germany would come to its senses. But silence was impossible. In 1936 he published an open letter to the University of Bonn, which had stripped him of his honorary doctorate. The letter was a declaration of opposition. He would no longer be silent. The Nazi regime responded by revoking his German citizenship. Thomas Mann, author of Buddenbrooks and the Magic Mountain, was now officially stateless. When asked whether he found exile difficult, whether he felt lonely without his homeland, Mann gave an answer that has become famous. Where I am, there is Germany. I carry my German culture in me. In 1938, Thomas Mann emigrated to the United States. He settled first in Princeton, New Jersey, where the university offered him a position as a visiting lecturer. Later, he moved to Pacific Palisades, California, a community of German exiles near Los Angeles that included other refugees from fascism: Bertolt Brecht, Arnold Schoenberg, Theodor Adorno. These were strange years for the great German writer. He was in exile from the culture that had produced him, living in a country whose language he spoke imperfectly, watching from across an ocean as his homeland committed crimes that defied comprehension. America was good to him. He was honoured, celebrated, welcomed. Universities invited him to lecture. Publishers published his books. The American public, in its generous way, embraced this distinguished refugee. But he never felt at home. The California sunshine, so different from the grey skies of Northern Europe, seemed false to him. The American way of life, so optimistic and practical, was foreign to his temperament. He longed for the culture he had lost, for the German language, for European complexity, for the world he had known. And yet he was not passive. During the war, Mann made a series of radio broadcasts addressed to German listeners. They were called Deutsche Hörer, German listeners, short speeches recorded in California, transmitted to Europe by the BBC, aimed at reaching those Germans who might still be reached. In these broadcasts, Mann pleaded with his countrymen to reject the Nazi regime. He described the crimes being committed in Germany's name. He reminded Germans of their better traditions, of Goethe and Schiller and Beethoven, of the culture that had once been the glory of Europe. German listeners, he would begin. A German writer whom you know speaks to you. One whose work and person have been banned in Germany, whose books, though born of a German soul and German education, are forbidden and hunted there, while in all other parts of the world people can read them in their own language. How many Germans heard these broadcasts we cannot know. How many were moved by them we cannot know. But Mann continued throughout the war, month after month, speaking across the ocean to a homeland he could not visit, hoping that his words might make some difference. In 1944, on the 6th of June, D-Day, the Allied invasion of Normandy, Thomas Mann became an American citizen. It was also his birthday. He was 69 years old. He was now officially American, but in a deeper sense he remained what he had always been, a German writer in exile carrying his culture with him wherever he went. The war ended the following year. Germany surrendered in May of 1945. The Reich that was supposed to last 1,000 years had lasted 12, the same span of time it had taken Thomas Mann to write The Magic Mountain. There was terrible irony in this. The novel had predicted catastrophe. It had diagnosed the sickness of European civilization, the seduction of death, the enchantments that led to destruction. And then, with uncanny precision, that catastrophe had occurred. Hans Castorp had descended from the mountain into the First World War. Thomas Mann had descended from the fame of the 1920s into the exile of the 1930s and 40s. The mountain could not protect anyone forever. After the war, Thomas Mann faced a question. Should he return to Germany? The country was in ruins. Cities had been bombed to rubble. Millions were dead. Soldiers and civilians, Germans and their victims. The crimes of the Holocaust had been revealed in all their horror. And yet it was still Germany. It was still the land of Goethe and Bach, of the culture Mann had spent his life serving. Many of his fellow exiles planned to return. Bertolt Brecht would go back to East Germany. Others would return to the West. Mann chose a middle path. He visited Germany several times after the war, but he never lived there again. Instead, he settled near Zurich in Switzerland, the same country where the Magic Mountain was set, the same mountains where Katia had taken her cure so many years before. In 1949, he made a particularly significant visit. He travelled to both Germanys, the Federal Republic in the west and the German Democratic Republic in the east, to receive Goethe prizes from both Frankfurt and Weimar. It was the 200th anniversary of Goethe's birth, and Mann was chosen to give the commemorative address. This decision was controversial. The Cold War had begun. Americans viewed the Communist East with deep suspicion. Some accused Mann of being too sympathetic to the Soviet bloc, of lending legitimacy to the communist regime. But Mann refused to choose sides in this new conflict. He had seen what happened when nations divided against each other, when ideologies demanded absolute loyalty. He had watched one catastrophe. He did not wish to participate in another. "I know only one Germany," he said. "Goethe belongs to all of Germany. I cannot recognize a division of German culture." The Goethe address was remarkable, a meditation on the German genius and the German catastrophe, on the culture that had produced both the greatest art and the greatest crimes. Mann spoke of Goethe's complexity, his darkness as well as his light. He spoke of Germany's need to reckon with its past, to understand how the catastrophe had happened. The final years were peaceful, though not without sadness. His son Klaus, who had struggled with depression and addiction, took his own life in 1949. It was a blow from which Mann never fully recovered. He continued to write Dr. Faustus, a novel about a German composer who sells his soul to the devil, Felix Krull, a comic novel left unfinished at his death, essays and letters and speeches. He watched his remaining children grow and scatter. He corresponded with admirers around the world. His health was good for a man of his age. The moist spot that the doctor had found in 1912 had never developed into anything serious. Whatever it was, it had not killed him. On the 12th of August, 1955, Thomas Mann died in Zurich. He was 80 years old. He had lived through 2 world wars, through the rise and fall of empires, through revolutions in art and politics and technology. He had written some of the most important novels of the 20th century. He had won the Nobel Prize. He had become what he set out to become, a writer of permanent significance. And it had all begun, in some sense, with a train ride to Davos, with a 3-week visit that became a 12-year project, with a novel about a young man who could not leave the mountain. What does the Magic Mountain mean? What is it about? These are questions that have occupied scholars for a century. The novel is so rich, so complex, so layered with meaning that no single interpretation can exhaust it. At its simplest level, it is a story about education. Hans Castorp arrives at the Berghof as an ordinary young man. He leaves, if he leaves at all, as someone transformed. He has been exposed to ideas, to experiences, to ways of thinking that the flatlands would never have offered. This makes the novel a Bildungsroman, a German term for a novel of formation, a story about the development of a young person into maturity. The genre has a long history in German literature, going back to Goethe's Wilhelm Meister and before. But the Magic Mountain is also a satire of the Bildungsroman. Hans's education leads him not to productive citizenship, but to a battlefield. The wisdom he gains does not save him. It may not even survive him. At another level, the novel is an allegory. The Sanatorium represents European civilization before the First World War, a community enchanted by death, seduced by dangerous ideas, suspended in a false peace that cannot last. The debates between Settembrini and NAFTA are the debates that were tearing Europe apart. Reason versus tradition, progress versus authority, the Enlightenment versus its enemies. These ideas did not stay on the mountain. They descended into the trenches and the gas attacks and the mass graves. At yet another level, the novel is a meditation on illness and mortality. What does it mean to be sick? What does it mean to live in the shadow of death? These are questions that every human being must confront. Hans Castorp confronts them with unusual intensity. His 7 years at the Berghof are 7 years of thinking about death, observing it, discussing it, preparing for it. The novel asks whether this is wise or foolish, whether we should engage with death or flee from it. The answer Hans glimpses in the snow, that love must not be conquered by death, is one answer, but it is not the only answer, and Hans himself cannot hold on to it. Perhaps this is the deepest meaning of the novel. Wisdom is fragile, insights fade, we glimpse truths and then forget them. The mountain casts its spell, and we forget what we learned in the storm. Thomas Mann knew this. He had seen it in his own life. He had supported a war and then repented. He had opposed democracy and then embraced it. He had believed things that turned out to be wrong. The Magic Mountain does not offer easy answers. It offers instead a journey through time and ideas and experience, a journey that each reader must make for themselves. If you visit Davos today, you will find a different world from the one Thomas Mann described. The sanatoriums are mostly gone. When antibiotics appeared in the late 1940s, they made the mountain cure obsolete. Streptomycin could kill the tuberculosis bacillus in a matter of months. The fresh air cure, which required years of rest, could not compete. Within a decade, the sanatoriums that had dominated Davos for nearly a century began to close. Some were converted into hotels, others became conference centres or apartment buildings. A few were demolished entirely. The patients went home, those who survived, and the elaborate culture of the cure disappeared. But some traces remain. The Schatzalp, the grand sanatorium that was one of the models for Mann's Berghof, still stands. It is now the Berghotel Schatzalp, a historic hotel built in the Art Nouveau style. Guests can stay in the same rooms where tuberculosis patients once lay. They can look out at the same views that Hans Castorp contemplated. The building has been preserved almost exactly as it was. The cure terraces are still there, though now guests use them for sunbathing rather than treatment. The proportions and the atmosphere remain. The funicular railway that once carried patients up from the town now carries tourists and skiers. If you know what you are looking for, you can feel the history. The ghosts of the consumptives are still there, in some sense, lying on those terraces watching the clouds drift past, waiting for a cure that might or might not come. The walled hotel, formerly the walled sanatorium where Katia Mann stayed, still exists as well. It has been renovated and modernised, but something of its sanatorium past remains. Visitors can walk the corridors where Thomas Mann walked, can stand on the balconies where he stood. There is also the Thomas Mann Trail, a walking path that connects the walled hotel to the Schatzalp above. Visitors can retrace the author's steps, ascending from the town to the mountain, following the route that Hans Castorp might have taken. Along the way, plaques quote passages from the novel. And every January Davos fills with visitors for a very different kind of gathering. The World Economic Forum brings together presidents and billionaires, prime ministers and CEOs. They meet in conference centres that stand where sanatoriums once stood. They discuss the future of the global economy in the same mountain air that was supposed to cure tuberculosis. There is something darkly comic about this. The town that tuberculosis built has become the town where the powerful meet to shape the world. The invalids have been replaced by elites. The cure terraces have been replaced by reception halls. Thomas Mann would have appreciated the irony. His novel was partly about the isolation of a privileged class. about people who withdrew from the world into a comfortable cocoon of illness and philosophy. The World Economic Forum is also, in its way, an isolated gathering of the privileged. People who meet on a mountain to discuss problems that seem distant from ordinary life. Perhaps the magic of the mountain takes different forms in different eras. The Magic Mountain has been read in dozens of languages by millions of readers for over a century. The first English translation appeared in 1927, just 3 years after the German publication. It was made by Helen Tracy Lowe Porter, who would translate most of Mann's major works over the following decades. Mann admired Lowe Porter's dedication. He called her Di Lowe, the lioness. She worked tirelessly to bring his work to English readers, wrestling with his complex sentences and dense philosophical passages. Her translation shaped how an entire generation of English-speaking readers experienced Thomas Mann. But scholars later found problems in her translations. She had simplified passages, smoothed out difficulties, sometimes misunderstood the German. Her Magic Mountain, though readable, was not quite Mann's Magic Mountain. In 1995, a new English translation appeared. John E. Woods produced a version that was acclaimed for its accuracy and energy. It won the Helen and Kurt Wolff Translators Prize. It made the novel more accessible to English readers than ever before, while remaining faithful to Mann's intricate style. New translations continue to appear. Each generation of translators brings new perspectives, new sensibilities. The novel remains challenging, over 1,000 pages of German philosophical prose, but it continues to find translators willing to take on the task. Why does it endure? Perhaps because its themes are eternal. Time and death, love and illness, the tension between engagement and withdrawal. These are questions that every generation must face. Perhaps also because the novel is so generous.